Demon's Diary Chapter 768 to Chapter 821. After 15 minutes, when Lu Ming arrived at the main peak, there were already more than 100 people gathered on the bluestone square of the main peak. Most of these people were dressed in the costumes of the inner disciples of various peaks, and their cultivation was basically at the crystallization period. At this moment, they were gathering together in twos and threes and talking softly. There were also a few people who wore slightly different clothes, and their aura was obviously much higher than those disciples. They should be the masters and elders of several peaks. In front of the main peak's hall, spiritual master Xianxia in a yellow robe was talking with a middle-aged man in a gray robe who looked like a scholar. Lu Ming scanned with divine thought. The man in a gray robe seemed to be a celestial state cultivator, and his power was unfathomable. He was by no means comparable to ordinary celestial state cultivators. He should be the Grand Elder of Taiqing Gate. After looking around again, he didn't see any trace of other fallen Serene Peak disciples. Except for Long Yanfei and Luo Tiancheng, he didn't know anyone else here. He had been in Taiqing Gate for dozens of years. In addition to training behind closed doors, he was away from the sect. Although he was also a little famous in the inner door, there were still very few people who knew him in the sect. After Lu Ming sighed softly, he found a place where there were not many people to land. After about half an hour, spiritual master Xianxia landed on the high platform in front of the square. After clearing his throat, he said loudly, "The disciples who are participating in the Tianmen meeting are all here. We can set off now. The rest of the people who want to broaden their horizons can go together. Those who haven't arrived yet, we don't need to wait anymore." After speaking, he raised his arm, and a crystal light shot out from his sleeve. After it transformed, a giant green flying car landed steadily on the platform outside the hall. The flying carriage was nearly 1,000 feet long and 50 to 60 feet tall. The front of the carriage was triangular, and there were azure runes that were around 10 feet in size on its surface. There was a flag that was 50 to 60 feet tall fluttering in the wind on the deck, and there were 2 large azure words Taiqing on it. It was quite an astonishing sight. In comparison, the flying chariot released by Taoist Tiangu, as well as the other flying chariots, flying boats, and lightning flying artifacts that Lu Ming had seen before, were naturally not worth mentioning. Taoist Master Tiangu and the gray-robed man were the first to board the flying carriage. When the other disciples saw this, they followed closely behind. When Lu Ming was about to jump onto the flying car, a blue light shot over from the distant sky. After a few flashes, it suddenly landed in front of him. After the light faded, a graceful woman with a tender and beautiful face appeared. It was Callan. Ever since the end of the competition, the two of them had not contacted each other for a year. Suddenly meeting here today, Lu Ming felt a little awkward and didn't know what to say. Although Callan took the initiative to come over, her face was flushed and her head was slightly lowered, as if she didn't dare to look at the man in front of her. Cough. Junior Callan. After a while, Lu Ming coughed lightly and wanted to speak to dispel the awkward atmosphere in front of him. But at this moment, the beauty in front of him suddenly raised her head and took a step forward. With a faint fragrance, she hugged Lu Ming and whispered in his ear, "Brother Lu, take care of yourself." This time, Lu Ming only felt that his heart was filled with a warm fragrance. Suddenly, his breathing slightly quickened, and he didn't know what to do. But after a moment, the woman let go of Lu Ming. After a sweet smile, she turned around and floated away on a blue cloud. "Lu Ming, hurry up and get on." Just as Lu Ming was still staring at the back of the woman in a daze, Taoist Tiangu urged with a voice transmission. He immediately sighed softly, turned around, and soared into the sky, also boarding the giant flying car. However, even if he was on the flying car, Lu Ming still couldn't help but look at Callan's escape light. At the same time, there was a complicated expression on his face. Seeing that all the disciples below got on the flying car, Taoist Tiangu flipped his hand and took out an inch-sized silver disc array. He swiped his finger across the surface of the carriage a few times, and azure light flashed from both sides of the carriage, following which a gust of gale-force wind swept forth, carrying the entire carriage up into the air before hurtling toward the west as a streak of azure light. After a while, Lu Ming only felt that the scenery on both sides became blurred, and he flew backward quickly. The whole flying car left the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. The speed made all the disciples on the boat amazed. At this time, he carefully looked at the situation inside the giant flying car. He saw that there was a staircase passage behind the flying car that led to the second floor of the flying car. Some disciples walked down one after another, and some other disciples were enjoying the surrounding scenery on the top in twos and threes. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Ming walked down the stairs. At this time, he was surprised to find that there were secret rooms on both sides of the passage. Some secret rooms had a red word "Occupy" on the door, and most of them had a green word "Empty." He pushed the door of an empty secret room at the end of the passage. When he closed the door, the green light on the door of the secret room flashed and turned into a red word "Occupy." This was a simple room with an area of only 60 meters. There was nothing else in the secret room except a simple bed. There were a few black strange runes imprinted on the walls around the secret room. It should be some kind of partition enchantment. He immediately sat cross-legged on the bed, took out a Yun spirit pill, and began to cultivate peacefully. Along the way, except for a few times when he needed to pass through the teleportation array and had to put away the flying car, he almost stayed in the secret room to cultivate. After traveling west for about 3 months, the flying car appeared at the foot of a huge white snow mountain. On this day, Lu Ming, who was adjusting his breath in the secret room, heard a voice transmission from Taoist Tiangu: "You can get off the car. We have arrived at the destination of this trip." He immediately stopped his spiritual power, got up, and walked out of the secret room of the flying car. As soon as he left the bottom of the flying car and stepped on the deck, a piercing chill came on his face. Even if he had a strong physical body, he still felt a chill. He hurriedly channeled his spiritual power to draw a warm current around his body. At this moment, he looked around at his surroundings. Behind him was a barren snowy mountain that stretched for over 1,000 miles. Other than the snowy scenery and the messy piles of snow-covered boulders, there was nothing else. On the flat land at the foot of the snow-capped mountain, there were already countless tents and camps, which almost surrounded the entire snow-capped mountain. They seemed to be from some sects and clans. It was unknown whether they were there to watch the fun or to participate in the Tianmen meeting. Further away, there were some huge pavilions and palaces with different styles. These huge buildings, which were more than 100 meters high, were a few miles away from each other. They were all hung with flags, plaques, and other signs of the Nature Work sect, the Demon Mystic sect, and the Ouyang family. Each of them was very conspicuous. These buildings were the residences of the top forces, such as the 4 Great Sect and the 8 Great Families, which were used to temporarily settle their disciples. About 10 miles away from these buildings, on the top of a low snow mountain, there was a building that was more than 100 meters high, which looked like a giant bull's head. It was particularly eye-catching. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and took a closer look. A giant green flag outside the building was fluttering in the wind, and the words "Sky Beast Kin Valley" were clearly visible on the flag. Sure enough, the people of Sky Beast Kin Valley are here. After Lu Ming murmured, he followed the other disciples and flew off the giant car. Senior Brother Qian, apart from the 4 Great Sect and the 8 Great Families, what are the other forces? Next to Lu Ming, a young disciple of the mysterious Destruction Peak asked a disciple who was on good terms with him. The Tianmen meeting is a grand event that happens once in 1,000 years. Although not all the sect in all the continents are qualified to participate, there are still some small sect and small families that will come to witness this meeting. Another tall and thin man replied faintly. Just as everyone was whispering, the gray-robed man who was standing side by side with Taoist Tiangu in front of the disciples disappeared in a blur. The next moment, the gray-robed man's figure flashed out of the open space where the giant flying car landed. He suddenly raised his hand, and a dazzling golden light flashed. A shadow of a small pavilion flew out. After a spin in the air, it turned into a giant pavilion that occupied an area of hundreds of meters and was more than 100 meters tall. With a bang, it landed steadily on the ground. Immediately afterward, the gray-robed man waved one hand again, and a giant rock that was 20 meters tall on the side of the snow shook for a moment. With a bang, it flew out and landed in front of the pavilion. The gray-robed man flicked his 10 fingers again, and an invisible sword chi was released. In the blink of an eye, the words Tai Ching Gate were clearly engraved on the giant rock. After doing all this, the gray-robed man's figure flashed, and he once again returned to Daoist Tianji's side. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. Not only did it stun Lu Ming and the other disciples, but it also caused some of the disciples in the nearby tents and camps to look over and whisper to each other. However, when these disciples saw the words Taiqing Gate on the giant rock, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They either immediately lowered their voices or hurriedly turned around to report to their elders. In the following period of time, Elder Zhao and I will be visiting some acquaintances. This building is for you to rest and cultivate. This place is a mix of good and bad people, and it is inevitable that there will be some people with bad intentions. Be careful. Daoist Tiangu turned a blind eye to all of this. Instead, he turned around and gave a few instructions to everyone. Then, he and the gray-robed man rose into the air and flew toward the neighboring buildings of several large sections. After the two left, some of the disciples of Taiqing Gate did not directly enter the pavilion. Instead, they also rose into the air in twos and threes, and no one knew what they were going to do. Lu Ming did not care about others. He walked into the pavilion and chose the most remote room in the entire pavilion. He took off the identity token from his waist and shook it on the door. After it opened with a creak, he stepped in. As soon as Lu Ming raised his hand, a few blue chess formation flew out and inserted into the door of the room. A burst of blue light was looming. It was a small isolation array that he arranged. After confirming that the enchantment had been opened, he nodded in satisfaction, sat on the ground, and cultivated alone in the room. 3 days later. At this time, Lu Ming was studying the mystery of beast armor tactics in the room. Now that 8-tentacled sea beastkin was already an adult, it should be able to transform into more forms. In addition, there was only half of the demonic book that was taken from Yin Yang Strong Demon. In addition to the relatively complete introduction of beast armor tactics, the other 2 mystic arts were only written at the beginning. According to the power of beast armor tactics, the power of the following 2 mystic arts was also quite amazing. They were not inferior to beast armor tactics. After flipping through this broken ancient book, he put it away, closed his eyes, and scanned the celestial tablet in his body with divine thought. He planned to enter the illusion to cultivate. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the house. Is younger brother Lu in the house? This voice transmission was quite familiar. It was Long Yanfei who suddenly visited. After Lu Ming thought for a while, he got up, put away the surrounding formation flags, and opened the door. He saw a young woman in a white dress with a beautiful figure standing at the door. It was Long Yanfei. She was looking at him with a smile. Oh, it's Senior Sister Apprentice Long, please come in. By the way, how did Senior Sister Apprentice know that I live in this house? Lu Ming moved sideways to let her enter the house, and he asked with a hint of surprise. Perhaps younger brother Lu doesn't know that there is an enchantment outside this house. It records the identity information of the people living inside, but only those who hold the Taiqing Gate sect token can view it. Long Yanfei blinked her eyes, walked into the house while explaining, and sat on the wooden chair in front of the coffee table. Lu Ming was a little stunned. He had never left this house since he entered it, so he really didn't know the wonders of this pavilion. Senior Sister Apprentice Long, I don't think it's just a simple visit this time, right? Lu Ming also sat down and asked tentatively. Speaking of which, this woman had come to see me at the main peak of Thousand Spirit Mountain and when she first arrived, but she suddenly visited at this moment. Obviously, there was something. Younger brother Lu, look at what you're saying. You've been back in this sect for 2 years. First, you were personally selected by the sect leader to participate in the Tianmen meeting, and you became famous after the battle with Luo Tiancheng at the Taiqing Hall. Later, you defeated Wen Ai at the Misty Peak, and now you're engaged to my sister Callan. There are so many things. As a senior sister, I don't have time to congratulate you one by one. Long Yanfei looked at Lu Ming and said with a smile. Senior Sister Long, I just encountered some opportunities during the days when I left the sect. I was just lucky to fight with Wen Ai. Lu Ming shook his head and replied. Younger brother Lu, you're too modest. This time, you can represent the Taiqing Gate to participate in the Tianmen meeting. It means that the sect leader also recognizes and values you. Long Yanfei replied with a spurious smile. Senior Sister Long, there's no need to be so polite. Aren't you also able to participate in the Tianmen meeting this time? Lu Ming said noncommittally. Hee, alright, Senior Sister won't say such things anymore. Younger brother Lu, the reason I came here this time is to invite you to accompany me to participate in a private exchange meeting. The sect leader told us that it's best not to act alone in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. This exchange meeting is a mix of good and bad people, so I thought of you. After Long Yanfei's smile faded, she spoke with some caution. Exchange meeting? I'm also preparing to comprehend another secret technique before the Tianmen meeting starts, so I'm not too interested in it. Senior Sister, why don't you find other sect members to go with you? After thinking for a while, Lu Ming tactfully declined. Since all the major sect members were gathered here, there would probably be many situations at the exchange meeting. He didn't have too many things to exchange, so he didn't want to waste time on it. Younger brother Lu, don't refuse too early. It's not too late to make a decision after listening to what I have to say. I'm afraid that the disciples of the 4 ancient sects and 8 major families will participate in this exchange meeting. Even the people of the Sky Beastkin Valley will go. I heard that there will be some rare beastkin materials that the Sky Beastkin Valley won't easily leak out. If younger brother Lu doesn't go, you will regret it. Long Yanfei persuaded calmly. Beastkin materials. When Lu Ming heard that the people of the Sky Beastkin Valley would also participate, his heart moved. The Sky Beastkin Valley was not only the #1 force of the Beastkin clan in the Middle Sky continent, but the valley also raised many rare beastkins that were rarely seen in the outside world. The various beastkin materials accumulated were even more astonishing. If the people of the Sky Beastkin Valley participated in the exchange meeting, there might really be the void beastkin materials. Although he had already made an agreement with Elder Yu Tian, there were too many uncertain factors. If he could easily get the void beastkin materials first, it was naturally something he wanted. After Lu Ming thought about it, he immediately coughed lightly and said, "Oh?" With so many disciples of the sect participating, it seems that this exchange meeting is really not small. In that case, I will accompany Senior Sister Apprentice Long to see what rare treasures there are at this exchange meeting. Very well, with younger brother Lu accompanying me, Senior Sister Apprentice will be much more at ease. If younger brother Lu wants to exchange for some useful things, remember to prepare more treasures. I heard that very few people accept spirit stones at this exchange meeting. Seeing that Lu Ming suddenly changed his mind so readily, Long Yanfei immediately smiled and reminded him again. Thank you, Senior Sister Apprentice, for reminding me. I don't know when this exchange meeting will be held. I will also make some preparations in advance. Lu Ming nodded and asked again. The exchange meeting is scheduled to be held tomorrow afternoon. At that time, I will come to find younger brother Lu to go together. Let's meet at the east side of the attic at noon. Remember to cover your original face. It is best not to let outsiders recognize you. Since the matter is over, I will not disturb junior fellow apprentice's meditation. As Long Yanfei said, she stood up and was about to leave. After Lu Ming sent her out of the door, he closed the door, walked into the house again, sat cross-legged, and used the mind imitation insect's power to enter the illusion to cultivate. At noon the next day, on the east side of a huge attic at the foot of the snow mountain, a woman in a white dress suddenly fell from a messy pile of stones. At this time, Lu Ming had already been waiting here. He used the bone transformation technique to transform into a short and fat young man in a green shirt. He was only 5 feet tall and had an ugly face. This surprised Long Yanfei for a while. You are younger brother Lu? Long Yanfei looked suspicious, and she asked tentatively. Senior Sister Apprentice Long, it's me. The short and fat man looked up and grinned. I didn't expect younger brother Lu to be proficient in disguise. You almost fooled me. It's just your taste, tsk. Long Yanfei couldn't help but feel angry and funny at the same time. She said with a slight ridicule. Senior fellow apprentice also dressed up as an ugly woman. Besides, the cinnabar mole on your face. The short and fat young man replied with a smile. Younger brother Lu, please don't laugh at me. In contrast, junior fellow apprentice's disguise technique is obviously much better than mine. Well, I don't think anyone will recognize us with this dress. Let's go now. The exchange meeting is still some distance away from here. After Long Yanfei shook her head, she turned into a blue light and rose into the sky. Lu Ming once again scanned the summer ring with divine thought, and he also made a gesture. He stepped on a black cloud and chased after the blue light. Half a quarter of an hour later, the two came to a canyon more than 100 miles away. This place was like other places, covered with white snow, and it looked deserted. Lu Ming immediately released a powerful divine thought to scan around. He found that not far from the canyon, there were subtle traces of spiritual power fluctuations where a giant ice stone was. His divine thought only felt empty when he scanned it. He couldn't accurately sense the physical location of the ice stone. At this time, Long Yanfei on the side had already waved her hand to launch a symbol, and a green light flashed at the white ice stone. A burst of ripples appeared in the void. Puff! A dazzling crystal light flashed where the ice stone was. Then, it transformed into a crystal white gate. A handsome white-robed young man was standing outside the gate. He was smiling at the two of them. You two are also participating in the exchange meeting, right? Please come with me. The young man in a white robe said with a smile. After Lu Ming and Long Yanfei looked at each other, they landed from the air at the same time and followed the young man in a white robe into the cave door. At this time, Long Yanfei explained to Lu Ming that this exchange meeting was organized by the legendary Heavenly Palace, and this young man in a white robe should also be a disciple of the Heavenly Palace. After entering the cave door, there was a tunnel. Every distance was inlaid with a fist-sized moonstone, which was exceptionally bright. The entire tunnel was about 1,000 meters long. At the end, there was a teleportation array of 10 meters, shining with a glimmer. You two, this teleportation array leads directly to the main venue. The young man in a white robe said calmly. Lu Ming and Long Yanfei didn't say much. They walked into the array side by side. After a white light rolled, the two disappeared. When he saw the situation in front of him, he was in a wide hall with the size of more than 10 acres, and there were people dressed in different costumes around him. Most of them covered their faces with their clothes, and some of them wore cloaks on their heads. There were only a few people like Lu Ming who didn't cover their faces at all. They all had strange appearances, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they had used some kind of disguise technique. Lu Ming looked around and found that Long Yanfei was nowhere to be found. It seemed that something was done during the teleportation, and she was teleported to another corner of the hall. This is also good. After Lu Ming muttered to himself, he walked toward the crowded hall. After walking for a few meters, he heard the voice of a middle-aged man in the crowd beside him. I have a piece of top-grade jade and stone in my hand. It was accidentally obtained. I think everyone knows the use of this thing even if I don't say it. This thing is only for exchange and not for sale. I don't know who has something of equal value willing to exchange. As Lu Ming heard the words, his mind moved. He immediately flashed and approached the crowd to take a look. One had to know that jade essence was one of the spiritual objects naturally produced between heaven and earth. It was a priceless item. Lu Ming once saw it in an ancient book that recorded ancient treasures. It was said that if this thing was mixed into any spiritual weapon, not only would it make the spiritual weapon itself extremely hard and almost indestructible, but if it was forged into a few special spiritual weapons, it was possible to refine a magic weapon prototype level treasure. And the top-grade jade essence had another characteristic. It would absorb the aura between heaven and earth and store it in it to slowly nourish it. It was also an excellent material for refining a pill furnace. The owner of this piece of jade essence had a similar appearance to the current Lu Ming. He was also a short and fat young man with a strange appearance. Suddenly, there was a burst of whispers in the crowd. Most people didn't have what the other party wanted to exchange, so they shook their heads. After a while, a few people turned around and left. In addition, a few people's lips and teeth moved slightly. They seemed to be communicating with the fat young man through voice transmission. Except for the 2 earth-grade Yun spirit pills and some mortal-grade elixirs, Lu Ming didn't have anything else of high value to exchange, and this person obviously wouldn't be willing to exchange this item for spirit stones. However, even though this item was priceless, it wasn't something he couldn't live without right now. Therefore, after a faint smile, he left the crowd. At this moment, the short and fat man suddenly laughed and announced loudly with excitement. I have decided to exchange with this friend. I'm sorry for the other people who want to exchange. After that, the short and fat young man and another young man in gray clothes pushed the crowd away and walked to a small stone house 30 meters high on the side of the hall. That should be the secret room of the exchange meeting. After Lu Ming glanced at it casually, he continued to walk to the lively place where the crowd was crowded. His purpose of this trip was to find the Void Beastkin materials, so he had to find the Sky Beastkin Valley people first. Black Phoenix Fairy. I didn't expect you to come to the Elysium meeting. At this moment, not far from Lu Ming, someone said loudly. Black Phoenix Fairy? Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He immediately walked a few steps and came to a corner where the sound came from. He saw a group of people surrounding the corner. In the middle of the crowd, a young man in plain clothes was confronting a man and a woman in black. The man in black had a handsome face and a natural demeanor. He didn't seem to use any disguise technique. The woman in black next to him had a black veil covering her face, and her figure was graceful. Lu Ming recognized her as Black Phoenix Fairy. He'd fought with this woman before, so he was extremely familiar with the strange aura that faintly emanated from her body. He hadn't expected that this woman would also participate in the Heavenly Gate meeting. After more than 20 years, this woman not only broke through the crystallization period, but she had also reached the intermediate stage. The plainly dressed young man reminded Lu Ming of Pingyu from the Celestial Work sect. Although he didn't know the young man before him, judging from his attire, he was most likely a disciple of the Celestial Work sect. Have you mistaken me for someone else? I'm her elder brother. My sister is not Black Phoenix Fairy. We are from the Morone family. If Mr. continues to speak indiscriminately, don't blame me for being rude. In addition, I'm also determined to get the Tiani divine water, so Mr. should withdraw. The handsome man in black suddenly stepped forward and said blankly. Morone family? A commotion immediately broke out among the surrounding crowd. In this exchange gathering, most people did their best to conceal their true identities. However, this person had actually announced his background in such a high-profile manner. Moreover, under the circumstances where there were so many people present, there was an 80 to 90% chance that it was true. Lu Ming on the side was greatly surprised when he heard this. Before this woman advanced to the crystallization period, she was the second evil cultivator in the life and death pavilion of the outer door of the Taiching Gate. Today, he heard that the other party actually belonged to the famous Morone family of the 8 great families, which made him naturally surprised. And the Tiani divine water in that person's mouth made Lu Ming's heart shudder. He unconsciously valued this exchange meeting more. This item was a spiritual item that was rarer than the jade essence just now. He was fortunate to see this item auctioned in a large auction in the Miaozhong market. It was said that the auctioneer claimed that this item had a certain auxiliary effect on breaking through the Jin Dan realm and condensing the Jin Dan. This naturally made some people with poor qualifications who wanted to condense the inferior grade Jin Dan with the help of external forces. At that time, cultivators used many materials and a sky-high price of tens of millions of spirit stones to bid for this item. It turns out that the famous Black Phoenix Fairy is actually from the Morone family. In that case, forget it. It's just that I have already discussed with that mister about this Tiani divine water. I will never give in. After the simple young man listened, he immediately said in a low voice with a gloomy face. Really? This mister, have you really discussed with someone and decided not to give it to me? When the man in black clothes heard the words, he sneered and suddenly turned his head to the side. At the same time, he released a terrifying and powerful aura. Only then did Lu Ming realize that there was a middle-aged man in a white robe with an ordinary face near the 3 of them. Although he was also at the intermediate stage of the crystallization period, facing the powerful spiritual pressure suddenly released by the man in black clothes, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back with a change of expression. His face was pale instantly. I. The middle-aged man in a white robe stuttered for a while in the face of the young man in black clothes' obvious threat. He didn't know what to say. As long as you haven't entered the exchange house yet, this transaction is not settled. I naturally have the right to exchange with you for the Tiani divine water. The man in black clothes turned his head and said coldly to the simple young man. If you say so, are you really going to twist words and force logic? The simple young man was furious when he heard the words. Twist words and force logic? If you think so, it's not impossible. Hearing this, the black-clothed man laughed out loud. He raised his hand seemingly casually, and a wolf howl echoed in the entire hall. At the same time, a huge black claw phantasm that was more than 100 meters in size flashed out and clawed at the opposite side. Seeing this, the simple young man was shocked. He clenched his fist without thinking, and his figure suddenly swelled. His arm instantly became thicker, and he launched a heavy punch forward. With a whistling sound, a group of yellow fist phantasm that was not inferior to the claw phantasm rushed out. The whistling sound was magnificent, and the momentum was extremely shocking. Seeing this, the onlookers all stepped back. Seeing this, Lu Ming sighed in his heart. I thought the people of the Nature Work sect were good at puppet techniques. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful physique cultivator in the sect. As for the means used by the man in black clothes, it was obviously a mystic art that borrowed the power of some kind of beastkin wolf. When Black Phoenix Fairy fought with him before, she also used a similar move, but this man in black clothes could cast it easily. It was far from what Black Phoenix Fairy could compare with at that time. A loud bang resounded, the black claw phantasm collided with the yellow fist phantasm, and a powerful spiritual power fluctuation came. A yellow and a black light soared into the sky, causing the entire hall to tremble slightly. But almost in the blink of an eye, the yellow fist phantasm was crushed by the black claw phantasm, turning into spots of yellow light that drowned in the air. The black claw phantasm directly clawed at the simple young man, and its 5 fingers suddenly turned into 5 sharp claw lights on the way. The simple young man was shocked. He crossed his arms in front of him to block. Bang bang, 5 muffled sounds sounded one after another. The simple young man's arms were flowing with yellow light, and he was fine after withstanding 3 claw lights, but the last 2 still shattered the yellow gas and hit his arms firmly. Under the huge recoil force, the young man was sent flying a few hundred meters away. He directly collided with a nearby stone wall, creating a dent. Then, he bounced back and landed on the ground. His face was bright red as he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, a pale green crystal light flashed on the stone wall, and the dented part slowly recovered to its original state. If it weren't for the fact that this person's physical body was quite powerful and the enchantment on the stone wall was set to resist some damage at the critical moment, he would probably be unable to move after this collision. The man in black clothes still refused to stop. A murderous intent flashed on his face. After his figure blurred, he appeared a few 10 meters away from the simple young man. He raised one hand and launched another giant black claw. At the critical moment, the plain-looking young man flicked his sleeve and took out a golden talisman. Without saying anything, he quickly tore it into pieces. Suddenly, a golden light curtain appeared 10 feet in front of him. Brother, be careful, it's a reversal talisman. Seeing this, Black Phoenix Fairy hurriedly reminded him. As soon as the black claw shadow touched the golden light curtain, it disappeared. The next moment, an identical black giant claw appeared strangely from the golden light curtain and blasted at the man in black clothes. At the same time, the golden light curtain shattered inch by inch, turning into specks of golden light that dissipated. The plain-looking young man took this opportunity to climb up. He took out a yellow talisman again and patted it on his body. His figure blurred and turned into a yellow escape light. He flew toward the corner of the hall where a teleportation array was located. The man in black clothes let out a cold snort. The black gas on his body surface flourished, and he dodged it easily, allowing the giant claw phantasm to blast at the crowd behind him. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. They dodged the attack one after another, revealing a woman in purple clothes and another woman in green clothes with a similar figure and eyebrows next to her. Both of them wore calm expressions on their faces, and they displayed no intention of taking evasive measures. All of a sudden, they gently raised an arm each, and a burst of green and purple light swept forth at the same time, sweeping toward the giant black claw projection like a tidal wave. As soon as the giant claw phantasm touched the 2 light rays, it was engulfed by the great power contained in it. After a few puff, it turned into wisps of black gas and disappeared into it. Huh? You two must be from the Ouyang family. I have long heard that the Ouyang family has a kind of mystic art that can be used together. Its power is infinite. Seeing it today, it really lives up to its reputation. When the man in black clothes saw this scene, he was surprised at first, but he immediately thought of something. He immediately cupped his fist and said to the two women with a smile on his face. Lu Ming on the side was moved when he heard this. Previously, he noticed that the girl in purple clothes was somewhat similar to Ouyang Qian whom he met in the green sky illusory palace that day. Now listening to the words of the man in black clothes, it must be true. Mr. Morong, this is the exchange meeting, not your Morong family. That fellow Daoist has already been heavily injured by you, so I'm sure no one will dare to compete with you for the heavenly divine water anymore. Why must you be so overbearing and insist on taking his life? You've even almost injured an innocent person. The purple-robed woman didn't respond to the matter of her identity and harumphed coldly. Fairy Ouyang is right. I was indeed a bit reckless just now. Fellow Daoist, are you willing to trade for this item according to the conditions I set before? The man in black clothes sneered, then he cast his gaze at the middle-aged man in white robe whose face was still pale. Let's exchange according to what you said before. After seeing the strength of the man in black clothes, the middle-aged man in white robe didn't dare to say no. He replied with a trembling voice. Great, then it's a deal. Second fairy will take her leave now. I hope I can experience your great power again in the Elysium meeting. The man in black clothes yawned, then he took Black Phoenix Fairy and the middle-aged man in white robe to a small stone house nearby. At this time, the young man in plain clothes had already teleported away from the array. The other onlookers nearby saw that the conflict was no longer there, so they immediately dispersed. From the beginning to the end, no one from the Heaven Palace came forward. Seeing this, Lu Ming finally understood why Long Yanfei had to drag him here. This place was indeed different from the general exchange meeting. It was really too chaotic. I'm afraid that forced buying and selling were definitely common. Just as Lu Ming was deep in thought, the green-clothed woman tugged at the corner of the purple-clothed woman's clothes and complained in a low voice. It's all Big Sister's fault for insisting on taking action. Now, our identities have been exposed. It doesn't matter. Let's go too. After the woman in purple said lightly, she disappeared into the crowd with the woman in green. While the exchange meeting was going on, over a frozen valley not far from the Snow Mountain Canyon, a silver escape light and a blue escape light were flying at high speed, one in front of the other. Right at this moment, a dozen or so black shadows suddenly appeared in front of him in a flash, forming a semicircle around him. They raised their hands in unison to release bursts of black devilish chi. After the mist condensed in the air, it formed a black mist wall that was 70 to 80 feet tall, forcibly stopping the silver streak of light. The person in the silver light reacted quickly. The light paused and disappeared, revealing one of the silver-robed people. It was Luo Tiancheng. The blue escape light that followed behind him also stopped, revealing a young man in a blue robe. Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? Luo Tiancheng glanced at the opposite side, and he found that these people were all masked in black clothes, and they all exuded the aura of the intermediate and later stage of the crystallization period. He immediately asked with a gloomy face. The young man in a blue robe next to him also came to his side, and he looked at the opposite person with vigilance. Are you Lu Ming? The leader, a masked man who was slightly taller than the rest, looked up and down at Luo Tiancheng, and he suddenly asked. Senior fellow apprentice, I saw it with my own eyes. This person killed a snow leopard in the snow not long ago. He used the Tiger Dragon Hell prison. There is no need to talk nonsense with him. Just kill him and avenge the young master. Hand over this person's head to the elder. I'm sure the elder will be happy and reward us. In the mist wall behind him, a hoarse voice said. All right, then let's do it. When the leader of the masked men heard this, he nodded his head. His eyes flashed and he raised his hand to make a gesture. More than 10 masked men in black attacked at the same time. Demonic chi transformed into giant black palms that condensed from the pitch-black fog wall. They pressed down on Luo Tiancheng like raindrops. Without any hesitation, the man in the lead flipped his hand and took out a foot-long black bone banner. He tossed it into the air. The bone banner circled in the air, and a ferocious-looking ghost that was over 100 feet in size emerged from it. It spat out gray flames as it charged toward Luo Tiancheng. He is from the demon mystic sect. He really overestimates himself. Junior fellow apprentice, you stay aside. I can deal with him alone. Luo Tiancheng was furious when he saw this. He didn't even bother to explain. After he quickly sent a voice transmission to the young man in a blue robe behind him, he shook his arms, and the silver flame surged out. When the young man in a blue robe heard the words, his figure retreated far away. At the same time, Luo Tiancheng's body became blurry and turned into a silver shadow. Instead of retreating, he advanced forward. After a few strange flashes, he dodged the first wave of giant black palms that came at him head-on. The next moment, a dragon roar resounded through the sky, and 4 silver mist dragons of 300 feet long shot out from behind him. In an instant, they smashed the remaining black giant palm with a roar, and met the gray gas spat out by the black ghost face. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The 4 mist dragons were wrapped by the gray gas, but they burst apart without any warning. After the billowing silver mist condensed, it turned into a silver spear that flashed away. It directly ignored the gray gas and pierced through the ghost face behind. After a mournful howl, a crisp sound followed, and a tattered black bone banner immediately floated down from the void. After Luo Tiancheng's figure flashed, he appeared ghostly behind the masked man who was the leader. A tiger roar came, and a silver palm penetrated through the layers of black gas into the man's back. After it was pulled out, the man's still beating heart was in his 5 fingers. The masked man slowly turned his head, opened his mouth, and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were full of disbelief, but the divine light quickly dimmed. His body fell down softly, and a wisp of soul floated out of his head at the same time. Still want to leave? After Luo Tiancheng said coldly, he waved his other hand, and a silver flame wrapped the wisp of soul. After a faint scream, the soul completely disappeared without a trace. With such an amazing scene, the other masked men were shocked for a while. No one dared to attack again for a while. At the same time, Luo Tiancheng laughed wildly. After crushing the heart in his hand, he made a gesture with one hand. 4 silver mist dragons and 4 mist tigers appeared behind him, and they went into the nearby black mist wall aggressively. As the black mist tumbled, there was a faint silver light accompanied by screams. Boom! The black fog wall instantly collapsed, turning into demonic chi that filled the sky and dissipated. Within the black chi, 7 or 8 badly mutilated corpses fell one after another onto the snowy ground. As expected of senior fellow apprentice Luo. These demon mystic sect bastards are simply vulnerable. Behind Luo Tiancheng, the young man in a blue robe had flown back and said with great joy. There were only 2 black-clothed men left in the black fog. When they saw that their leader and 7 or 8 disciples had been easily killed by Luo Tiancheng, they turned pale with fright. They hurriedly used their techniques and turned into 2 streaks of black light that fled into the distance. Seeing this, Luo Tiancheng made a gesture and withdrew the 4 silver mist dragons to the surface of his body. He was about to chase in an escape light, but he was stopped by the young man in a blue robe. Behind him. Senior fellow apprentice Luo, those people seem to have returned to the demon mystic sect. You and I shouldn't chase them, lest we get ambushed by others. Besides, the appointed time with Brother Zhao is coming soon. Let's continue our journey. The young man reminded. Junior fellow apprentice is right, but these people are obviously coming for the kid Lu Ming, but I have to take the blame for him. This is a little uncomfortable. After Luo Tiancheng snorted, he stopped and said. After the young man in a blue robe persuaded a little, the 2 continued to travel in the original direction. Half an hour later, at the foot of the snow mountain, on the top floor of the temporary building set up by the demon mystic sect here, 2 black shadows flashed and appeared outside a dark secret room. They knelt on one knee toward the door of the secret room. Reporting to the elder, we failed to ambush Lu Ming, this kid. Before he finished speaking, a powerful spiritual pressure swept out from the secret room. The figures of the 2 men in black clothes suddenly swelled, and they exploded one after another, turning into a rain of blood. You bunch of trash. When Lu Ming was still in the condensation period more than 20 years ago, he already had the strength of the crystallization period. Now that so many years have passed, his strength must have improved a lot. It's too easy to kill this person with just you bunch of trash's ambush. Such a stupid thing, what's the use for me to keep it? An old voice came from the secret room. However, it's good for them to test him. It seems that when the Elysium meeting is officially held, I need to let Long Xian personally deal with this Lu Ming to avenge my grandson. After a gloomy laughter, there was no more sound coming from the secret room. Half a day later, in the hall of the Elysium Exchange Club. After a few hours of people coming and going, the climax of the exchange meeting had passed. The number of people was already less than 1/3 of the initial number. The remaining disciples of various sects were seizing the last moment to exchange for what they needed. After all, this place gathered the elite disciples from almost all the major sects and prestigious families in the Middle Sky continent. The resources were abundant. It was far from comparable to the auction or exchange meeting held by a certain market or force in the outside world. At this time, Lu Ming was in a grey hut, playing with 3 emerald bottles in his hand. On top of the small bottles, there were golden talismans faintly flashing with spiritual light. Inside each bottle, there was a phantom of a small beast. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that they were a small blue seahorse, a snow-white rabbit, and a crimson snake. In front of him, there was a beast-kin clan young man with a naked upper body. He was staring at a white elixir between his fingers. Okay. Sure enough, they are flawless Gradian spirit pill. Now there is hope to break through the crystallization period later stage. These Jindan state beastkin are yours. The beastkin clan young man said excitedly after glancing at the remaining 7 white elixirs in a jade box on the table. Although these 8 flawless Gradian spirit pills were worth at least 2 million spirit stones or even more if they were auctioned, and each bottle of Jindan state beastkin was only worth 4 to 5 million spirit stones at the auction, but such a high-rank beastkin soul was extremely difficult to find. Lu Ming was very satisfied with exchanging 3 at once today. With this, he could use these soul materials to sacrificial refine Che Huan totem on his body again before the Elysium meeting. As soon as Lu Ming thought of this, he nodded immediately, then he put the 3 small bottles in his hand into the Sumera ring. The beastkin clan young man quickly closed the jade box and put it away as if he was afraid that Lu Ming would go back on his words. Since the 2 of you have made a deal, sign this exchange contract and pay 100,000 spirit stones respectively. Beside the 2 of them, a seemingly thin man in a white robe said while taking out a piece of green paper. This is my first time here. I didn't know that this Elysium exchange still needs to pay a fee. I didn't bring spirit stones with me. The beastkin clan young man was startled when he heard the words. He touched his head and said with some embarrassment. I will pay for the fee that this mister needs to pay. Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled faintly, then he took out a bag of spirit stones from the Sumera ring and threw it on the table. Since these 3 bottles of soul materials were already in his hand, he didn't want any changes to cause the exchange to be cancelled because of these spirit stones. Thank you, fellow Taoist. When we meet again in the future, I will definitely return these spirit stones in double. The beastkin clan young man immediately stood up and cupped his fist toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming naturally waved his hand. The man in a white robe picked up the spirit stones, scanned them with divine thought, then he put them away and handed the contract to the 2 of them. Lu Ming immediately raised a finger and forced a drop of blood essence onto the contract. After a faint blood light flashed, a fist-sized vague face was printed on the corner of the green contract. It was vaguely similar to Lu Ming's original face. Seeing this, Lu Ming sighed in his heart. The contract of the Elysium Association was so magical. Fortunately, even if it was his original appearance, this demonic race youth should not be able to recognize who he was. The demonic young man also waved a hand, and purple light flashed as he slit a small wound on the index finger of his other hand. He then forced out a drop of blood essence from the wound, which also fused into the azure contract in a flash of crimson light. Another blurry face slowly appeared on the contract. The 2 immediately smiled at each other tacitly. Well, this contract has been established. You can't go back on this deal during the meeting. Otherwise, you know the consequences. There are 2 teleportation arrays over there. The green array can directly teleport you out of the entire exchange meeting, and the blue array can teleport you to any location in the exchange meeting hall. The man in a white robe said expressionlessly after taking the contract. Mister, I will leave now. I will see you in the Elysium meeting. As for the matter about the void beastkin materials that Mr. asked before, I will help you inquire about it after returning to the valley. The seemingly dignified beastkin clan young man cupped his fist toward Lu Ming. Thank you, Mr. Lu Ming also cupped his fist and said politely. Afterward, both of them walked toward the green array. After a dazzling green light flashed, both of them disappeared at the same time. Not long after, Lu Ming appeared at the teleportation place where he entered. The handsome young man in a white robe was standing on the side of the array. As soon as he saw Lu Ming appear, he immediately greeted him and said bluntly, Fellow Daoist, the fairy who came with you earlier has already left an hour ago. She told me to tell you that she has something important to do, so she has to leave first. Thank you. After Lu Ming bowed to him, he went straight to the exit of the passage, riding a black cloud toward the pavilion where the Taiching Gate was located. Although he did not get the Void Beastkin materials from the Sky Beastkin Valley disciples in this exchange meeting, he exchanged several kinds of Jin Dan realm materials with elixirs, which made him quite satisfied. The various rare treasures that appeared at the exchange meeting were even more eye-opening. After an hour, Lu Ming in a black robe appeared in front of the Taiching Gate pavilion. At this time, he had already returned to his original appearance. However, when he just stepped into the pavilion, before he had time to go upstairs, a young man in a silver robe and another young man in a blue robe happened to return from outside and entered the pavilion. The young man in a silver robe was Luo Tiancheng. Lu Ming. Luo Tiancheng narrowed his eyes and suddenly called out to Lu Ming. Oh? It turns out to be junior fellow apprentice Luo. Lu Ming said lightly when he saw this. Humph, do you have a big grudge with the demon mystic sect? After Luo Tiancheng snorted, he asked indifferently. Oh, why does junior fellow apprentice Luo ask this? Lu Ming's heart moved when he heard the words. He looked up and down at Luo Tiancheng, then he asked faintly. Humph, you're on your own. After Luo Tiancheng left a cold sentence, he went upstairs alone. This junior fellow apprentice, I saw you came back together with junior fellow apprentice Luo. May I know what happened just now? Lu Ming smiled slightly first, then he glanced at the young man in a blue robe next to him and asked directly. Senior fellow apprentice Luo and I were ambushed by more than a dozen demon mystic sect disciples on the way back. Because they saw senior fellow apprentice Luo was also using the Tiger Dragon Hell prison, they thought that he was you, so they attacked us, claiming that they wanted revenge. Senior fellow apprentice Luo showed his prowess and killed most of them in one breath before coming back safely. The young man in a blue robe didn't dare to neglect Lu Ming. He didn't hide anything and told Lu Ming what happened. It turns out to be like this, thank you junior fellow apprentice for telling me. After listening to these words, Lu Ming's mind turned sharply, and he understood the general situation. He immediately cupped his fist and said. Those people may come again. Senior fellow apprentice needs to be more careful when you go out in the future. The young man in a blue robe quickly reminded him, then he also walked upstairs. After Lu Ming returned to his secret room, he opened the enchantment and sat cross-legged on the bed. He frowned slightly and thought. Just a moment later, a hint of realization flashed in his eyes. He remembered the Yin Yang strong demon that he killed near the Changyang market. At that time, the person used a powerful demonic technique, so the crystallization period muscular man next to him called him young master. The beast armor tactic that Lu Ming practiced also came from the half of the demonic book in the storage device left by him. Later, after the deputy in the life and death pavilion handed over the head, he secretly warned him to be more careful of the demon mystic sect. It seemed that this Yin Yang strong demon really had a great background. It was not as simple as a demon mystic sect's disciple in disguise, but it was very likely that he was the son of a big shot in the demon mystic sect. But since such a big hatred had been formed, he wouldn't think much about it. He just needed to be more careful of the demon mystic sect in the Tianmen meeting's secret realm in the future. After Lu Ming thought about it for a while, he temporarily put the matter behind him. He took out the 3 bottles of Jin Dan State Beastkin Soul from the Summer ring and put them aside. Speaking of it, during the last period of his experience in the southern wilderness, he had absorbed a lot of Beastkin Soul essence for Che Huan. Now Che Huan could help him hide his aura for a long time, and it also had some other mysterious effects. I don't know how effective the 3 bottles of soul essence I got today are. After muttering to himself, he patted the totem on his shoulder and slowly injected spiritual power into it. Suddenly, a warm current came from his shoulder. Under the guidance of spiritual power, it flowed 5 times along the entire Che Huan pattern, then a muffled sound came. After the Che Huan pattern flickered a few times, it turned into a lifelike green bull phantasm. It turned around and stared at Lu Ming with wide eyes. Seeing this, Lu Ming tore off the golden talisman on a small bottle beside him, threw it lightly into the air, and launched a gesture with a flick of his finger. The vial instantly exploded in midair, and a miniature blue seahorse emerged from within as if it had caught a glimpse of life, then rushed toward the window of the room at a rapid pace. Seeing this, Che Huan Phantasm's eyes flashed. It pounced on it as if it had found its prey. At the same time, it opened its mouth wide, and a whirlpool-like airflow suddenly formed in the entire room. Ayo! With a roar, this wisp of blue sea beast soul was swept into the airflow and became Che Huan's food. At this time, Lu Ming was staring at Che Huan's body. He saw a wisp of light blue airflow wandering quickly in the phantasm, and it wanted to escape from its mouth from time to time. Che Huan kept waving its 4 claws as if it was restraining it from leaving. This situation continued for the time it took for an incense stick to burn before the strand of blue air gradually faded and became weaker. In the end, it was finally absorbed by Che Huan. At this time, Che Huan's phantasm was a little clearer than before. In the following time, he released the other 2 bottles of Beastkin soul essence one after another and sacrificed them to the totem. After doing all this, Lu Ming never left the pavilion of Taiching Gate. He just stayed in his room to cultivate, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Elysium meeting. In the following period of time, things like Luo Tiancheng being ambushed emerged one after another. All the forces frequently sent their disciples to spy on the strength of the disciples of the opposing forces. Fights and competitions occurred frequently. Of course, there was no lack of sneak attacks, killing, and robbing. However, the major forces seemed to have made an agreement in advance. This kind of fighting and sneak attacks could only happen outside the camps of the forces, and it was limited to some disciples. The existence of the major sect forces above Jin Dan would never participate in it. During this period, the 4 ancient sects, 8 major families, and other major sects had restricted their disciples who participated in the Elysium meeting to go out as little as possible. Some monstrous disciples were even warned to hide as much as possible. Luo Tiancheng and Lu Ming were also warned by Taoist Tian Ge. A month later, when all the disciples of the sect forces left their residences and gathered at the foot of the snow mountain, the Elysium meeting was finally about to begin. On this day, white rays of light suddenly flashed over the summit of the snow-capped mountain, followed by a loud Qi-La sound. In the white sky, a hole that was over 300 meters long was torn open, and a powerful spiritual Qi gushed out from it, wreaking havoc and raging violently. The next moment, under the gaze of everyone at the foot of the mountain, a golden island emerged from the gap, and it slowly rotated in the golden glow. Lu Ming squinted his eyes, and he could see most of the island clearly. The island in the sky was dozens of acres in size, and it practically covered the entire snowy mountain. When looked at from afar, the island was shrouded in clouds and mist, and patches of lush greenery could be faintly seen. Birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. There were all sorts of spirit beasts and celestial birds, and there were rows upon rows of beautiful pavilions of various heights. It was like a paradise on earth. Many of the disciples who participated in the Tianmen gathering for the first time were surprised at this time. They were obviously deeply shocked by the island floating in the sky. In front of the crowd, Taoist Tian Ge and the man in a gray robe checked the number of people. After confirming that everyone had gathered, they gave an order and led Lu Ming and the other disciples who participated in the Tianmen gathering. They turned into an escape light and flew toward the top of the snow mountain. When everyone arrived at the top of the mountain, they found that there were already people from 2 sects on the top platform. Judging from their attire, they were from the Demon Mystic sect and the Sky Beastkin Valley. The relationship between these 2 sects and Taiching Gate was not good. Taoist Tian Ge did not step forward to be polite with the other sect master. Instead, he directly led everyone to a place a little further away. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, as colorful lights came one after another, the people of the major sects also arrived at the peak one after another. There were nearly 1,000 people gathered, and it looked very lively. Standing in the most conspicuous place was naturally the super sects such as the 4 ancient sects, the 8 major families, and the Sky Beastkin Valley. Other small and medium-sized sects could only stand far behind, and they seemed to be separated from each other. Lu Ming, Luo Tiancheng, and the other disciples participating in the Tianmen gathering had all changed into the uniform cyan robes that represented the Taiqing Gate and were waiting quietly. Observing this dazzling golden island from a close distance, all the scenery became clearer, and the shock it gave people was even more astonishing. Lu Ming retracted his gaze after watching for a while. Speaking of which, he had been in the snow mountain for a long time and had spent most of his time cultivating in the secret room of the encampment. He hadn't had the chance to take a good look at his competitors. The demon mystic sect members were all men. All of them were dressed in black robes, and even their faces were hidden under the hood. They looked mysterious and gloomy. The people of Howran Academy were mostly dressed in Confucian robes, looking righteous and dignified. They were the polar opposite of the people of Demon Mystic sect. Most of the people of the Celestial Work sect were dressed in yellow shirts with bare arms, looking simple and unpretentious. However, most of their waists were bulging. Obviously, they were carrying some leather bags for holding puppets, which looked a little nondescript. As for the 8 major families and the Demon Valley, they also had different costumes. Perhaps to be able to distinguish clearly, all the sects' costumes had their own characteristics, and there was no such thing as being identical. Lu Ming looked around at the more eye-catching tasks among the disciples of each sect. After all, the disciples who could participate in this gathering were all the most outstanding disciples of the younger generation of each sect. Only by being careful could one sail a ship for 10,000 years. The memory of the battle with Wen Ai was still fresh in his mind, and in this trip to the secret realm, he would not be facing just 1 or 2 opponents. It was very likely that he would encounter a large group of cultivators whose strength far surpassed his own, so he had to be more careful. His eyes suddenly focused and fell on a woman in purple from the Ouyang family. It was Ouyang Qian. Compared with the woman at the exchange meeting, this woman had restored her original face at this time. She didn't look much different from when she was in the illusory palace. However, this woman's cultivation had improved rapidly, almost no less than his. Coupled with the strength he saw at the exchange meeting a few days ago, he needed to be cautious. As if sensing Lu Ming's gaze, Ouyang Qian suddenly turned her head and looked in his direction. When Lu Ming saw this, he was slightly surprised. He didn't expect this woman to be so sensitive that she could detect his gaze among nearly 1,000 people. The two of them looked at each other. Lu Ming nodded from a distance and quickly looked away. After seeing Lu Ming, Ouyang Qian's eyes lit up slightly, but the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. As for the disciples of the other sects, Pingyu of the Celestial Work sect and Shui Pan of the Demon Valley, who Lu Ming had met once before, were also among them. Just as he was thinking about it, figures flashed on the island. Suddenly, 2 rays of light flew out and landed in front of the many sect forces in a flash. The light faded, revealing a man and a woman. Both of them were dressed in golden robes with fluttering lapels. They looked like immortals. However, both of them wore bronze masks on their faces, so their faces could not be seen clearly. As soon as the people of the major sect saw the two flying over, they all focused their attention on them. Fellow cultivators, I would like to thank you on behalf of the Heavenly Palace for coming here. The man in the golden robe took a step forward under the gaze of many people. He cupped his hands and looked around casually. Lu Ming stood in the crowd. The man in the golden robe just glanced at him and didn't pay any special attention to him. However, he still felt a slight tingling on the skin of his face. Another 2 powerhouses in the celestial phenomenon realm. Lu Ming was shocked. Although these 2 people from the Heavenly Palace did not deliberately use their power, their aura was still extremely vast. They were not inferior to Taoist Tiange and the other leaders of the major sections. Moreover, when he glanced at them just now, Lu Ming saw a flash of golden light in the eyes of the man in the golden robe. Obviously, the other party may have cultivated some kind of secret technique similar to the heavenly eyes. Otherwise, even a powerhouse in the celestial phenomenon realm would not be able to give such a strange feeling at a glance. This time's Tianmen meeting will be hosted by the two of us. Although the fellow cultivators who are participating in the Tianmen meeting should already know the rules of the meeting, according to the rules, I still have to say a few words here. Let me repeat myself. The calm voice of the man in the golden robe came from behind the mask. His tone was gentle, giving off a somewhat old-fashioned feeling. However, the many disciples on the snow-capped peak were silent. No one dared to interrupt the man in the golden robe. All the disciples who enter the Tianmen secret land will be given a lock of luck before entering. The grand assembly of the past had always been held in secret realms to fight for karmic luck. No matter what method was used, so long as one shattered the lock of karmic luck of others or obtained some treasures or inheritances in the secret realms, a corresponding portion of karmic luck would be absorbed by the lock of karmic luck. In the end, the heavenly palace will satisfy any request of the top 3 people who can obtain luck within a limited range. Hearing this, there was a sudden commotion among the many disciples who were participating in the meeting, and their eyes flashed with excitement. Lu Ming's eyes drooped, but his expression did not reveal any abnormalities. Silence. The higher-ups of the major sects turned their heads and glanced at the young disciples coldly. Only then did the young disciples quiet down. There are some things that I need to remind you of. As long as any disciple's lock of luck is destroyed, although it will be rebuilt soon after, half of the luck they obtained before will be taken away. A powerhouse can only take luck from the same person 3 times at most. Even if it is repeated many times in the future, it will be for nothing. However, when a person's lock of luck is destroyed more than 10 times, the lock of luck will no longer be able to be restored. They will also lose the right to stay in the Tianmen secret land and will be teleported out immediately. Of course, if you encounter a powerful opponent and crush the lock of luck, you will also be teleported out of the secret land and lose the right to continue fighting for luck. The man in the golden robe waited for the atmosphere to calm down before continuing. Hearing this, Lu Ming finally had a more detailed understanding of the Tianmen meeting's secret land. Although the trial this time seemed to be relatively gentle on the surface to prevent the disciples from the various sects from going on a killing spree, the actual situation was obviously not like that. Okay, I won't say much. I will open the entrance of the secret land now. After the man in the golden robe finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve and took out a disc-shaped spiritual weapon. It was densely engraved with circles of ancient spirit patterns. The man held it with one hand and turned around to shoot a crystal white light beam in the direction of the island. The golden-robed woman, who had been silent all this while, suddenly had an identical disc-shaped spiritual weapon in her hand. However, it was a pitch-black pillar of light. The black and white pillars of light converged to form a black and white pillar of light in mid-air, and converged to form a giant black and white light cluster somewhere in the void in front of the giant island, and slowly rotated in the air. At this time, both of their empty hands suddenly made a hand sign at the same time, and shot out golden runes towards the light ball. After about 15 minutes, the giant light cluster suddenly shone brightly, and there was a roar. Then, the light cluster gradually transformed into a 5-colored giant light door. The bronze-masked man's eyes revealed a cautious expression. He suddenly turned his hand and took out a talisman that emitted a 5-colored light. After chanting a few incantations in a low voice, he casually threw the talisman. The talisman turned into a ray of light and stuck to the light door. There was a loud rumbling noise. The 2 huge colorless doors finally opened slowly from the inside to the outside. A 5-colored dazzling glow burst out from it, making the thousands of people present unable to open their eyes. The glow quickly faded away, revealing an infinite crystal world behind the light door. Seeing this, everyone quickly released their mental power, wanting to explore it. As a result, they found that as soon as their mental power touched the door, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. Seeing that his mental power was useless, Lu Ming immediately activated his eyesight. He stared at it, but he couldn't see anything, so he had to give up. Several Taiching Gate disciples standing near him also showed a disappointed look on their faces. They probably did the same thing as him. The man in the golden robe breathed a sigh of relief. He put away the disc in his hand, turned around and was about to speak, but he suddenly made a slight sound. In the distant sky, a few twinkling lights like stars suddenly appeared, and they were galloping toward this side. The people of the major sect naturally noticed this, and they turned their heads to look. Daoist Tiange and the other sect masters suddenly showed a hint of surprise in their eyes. After all, the sects that were invited to this Tianmen meeting had all arrived. How could there still be people appearing at this time? This starlight came very quickly. Just as Lu Ming and the other disciples turned their heads, there was a blur in front of them and there were already 3 figures in the air. At the same time, a suffocating, monstrous spiritual pressure swept out from the figure in the middle. As soon as the disciples came into contact with it, their faces paled and their minds trembled incessantly. Those with weaker cultivations turned pale and directly fainted. Although Lu Ming's mental power was far superior to the cultivators of the same level, under the spiritual pressure, he also felt dizzy in his mind. He quickly used the mind imitation insect so that he wasn't as unbearable as the people next to him. Luo Tiancheng, who was nearby, only had a slightly pale face, but he still stood straight in the same place. The faces of the higher-ups of the various sects also changed drastically. The strength of this terrifying spiritual pressure was still above them. With a thought, Daoist Tiange waved his sleeve, and a green light shield protected all the disciples of Taiqing Gate in it. The powerhouses of the other sect families also took action one after another. They either sacrificed their spiritual weapons or crushed talismans. They tried their best to protect or reduce the spiritual pressure suffered by their disciples. Lu Ming only felt that his head was relaxed, and it returned to normal. He immediately let out a sigh of relief and fixed his eyes on the 3 people who came. The person in the front was tall and burly. There seemed to be stars twinkling like the Big Dipper around him. The dazzling starlight wrapped this person in it, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. Mystic Enlightenment Realm Cultivator. Someone took a deep breath and blurted out. Lu Ming looked at the tall figure, and he was also shocked. In terms of aura alone, this person seemed to be more unfathomable than the puppet emperor of the southern wilderness. However, this was not surprising. After all, the puppet emperor of the southern wilderness, Qing Ling, was only a remnant soul. His strength was still far inferior to his heyday. Beside the burly figure wrapped in starlight stood 2 young cultivators, 1 male and 1 female. The young man was extremely tall. His curly purple hair draped behind his head. He had a lion's nose and a wide mouth. His eyes were as cold as snow. The female cultivator had a head of soft silver hair, a face like warm jade, skin like snow, and a pair of emerald green eyes that seemed capable of sucking in a person's soul. She was a peerless beauty that could bring calamity to nations and people, and there was a faint smile on her face. Lu Ming looked at the 2 of them and his eyes flickered. These 2 people were also cultivators of the crystallization period. Their cultivation was extremely high, but what he cared about was the clothes on their bodies. The Big Dipper pattern on their robes gave him a very familiar feeling. The Big Dipper Pavilion. Lu Ming thought for a while and finally thought of something. He was startled. So it's an expert from the Big Dipper Pavilion. Our palace is honored. Just when everyone present showed a surprised expression, the voice of the man in the golden robe came from not far away again. It really is the people from the Big Dipper Pavilion. Lu Ming's eyes moved, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Daoist Tiange. Daoist Tiange frowned slightly. It seemed that he was also surprised by the arrival of the Big Dipper Pavilion master. When the others heard this, there was also a commotion. Oh, the 2 guardians of the heavenly palace are not qualified to talk to me. Ask your elder to come out and talk. The figure in the starlight said impolitely. The man in the golden robe was stunned when he heard the words. He was furious in his heart, but the woman in the golden robe next to him suddenly gently pulled the corner of his clothes. At this moment, a dazzling white light rolled out from the giant island and turned into a huge gray vortex in the void. The next moment, an old man in a white robe with white hair and a sad face slowly walked out of the vortex. Tianhe Elder, I didn't expect that you are the one in charge of the secret realm this time. When the burly figure saw the face of the old man in a white robe, he immediately let out a soft "oh." He seemed to be a little surprised. Another metaphysic realm master appeared. Not only the disciples like Lu Ming were dumbfounded, but Daoist Tiange and others were also surprised. Big Dipper Pavilion Master, what are you doing here? The old man in a white robe obviously knew the person. After frowning, he said in such a cold voice. This burly figure turned out to be one of the most mysterious metaphysic realm masters in the Middle Sky continent, the famous Big Dipper Pavilion Master. This time, not to mention an ordinary disciple like Lu Ming, even Taoist Tiange and the other senior leaders of the various sects were surprised. Why, can't I come here? With the voice of the Big Dipper Pavilion Master, the starlight on the Big Dipper Pavilion Master slowly dissipated, revealing a middle-aged man with a strange appearance, but he was wearing a seemingly ordinary yellow shirt. Today is the day of the Tianmen meeting. Fellow Taoists from various sects are gathered here. If there's nothing important, please leave. I'll pay a visit to the Big Dipper Pavilion another day, the Tianhe elder said with a solemn expression. The Heavenly Palace, a mysterious organization, would hold a Tianmen conference every 800 years. Naturally, the significance of the Tianmen conference was far-reaching, and it also involved a great secret. Thus, the Heavenly Palace did not want to be disturbed in the middle of the conference. Otherwise, they would not have sent a powerful person in the metaphysic realm to oversee the conference. I'm here for this meeting. My 2 disciples are both in the crystallization period. Let them participate in this meeting. The Big Dipper Pavilion Master suddenly spread out his hands and said while pointing to the 2 people standing beside him. What, let your disciples enter the Elysium secret realm? Tianhe elder's pupils shrank as if he thought of something. He asked in a cold voice, could it be, that thing is going to start again? This question was somewhat inexplicable, but the Big Dipper Pavilion Master seemed to understand the meaning. He nodded and said, exactly, so I want to use the Elysium secret realm to let these 2 disciples have a good trial, and at the same time increase some luck and opportunities. Hearing this, the Big Dipper Pavilion Master's eyes flickered. He pondered, but didn't give an immediate answer. The Big Dipper Pavilion Master saw the change in the Tianhe elder's expression and said indifferently, when that thing starts, I can make the decision to give half of the quota to your Heaven Palace as a reward for them to participate in the Elysium meeting this time. Is what the Pavilion Master said true? Hearing this, the Tianhe elder's face suddenly changed. Don't you believe my words? The Big Dipper Pavilion Master raised his eyebrows and said with some hesitation. Don't misunderstand. If that's the case, let's add the 2 of them to the Elysium meeting this time. After pondering for a while, the Tianhe elder finally nodded reluctantly. The conversation between the 2 mighty figures did not deliberately avoid anyone present. When the ordinary disciples below Jin Dan heard this, most of them were a little confused and looked puzzled. However, the leaders of the super sects such as the 4 ancient sects, the 8 great families, and the Sky Demon Valley, such as Taoist Tiange and others, had already changed their expressions and became extremely ugly. Seeing this scene, even the slow-witted people knew that what the Tianhe elder and the Big Dipper Pavilion Master were talking about must involve an extremely important matter. For a time, a strange atmosphere filled the place. Xian Wu, Xian Ying, I'll leave the rest to the 2 of you. The Tianhe old man turned around and spoke to the 2 Heavenly Palace emissaries. Before the 2 of them could reply, his body rippled like water and became blurry, instantly disappearing. After the Big Dipper Pavilion Master also told the 2 disciples beside him, his body flashed with dazzling starlight, and he turned into a starlight again. He turned around and flashed away. Just as the people below had different expressions, and many people were still digesting the unexpected information that they had just received, the man in a golden robe with a bronze mask said. A golden light flashed in his hand, and a huge golden scroll that was half the height of a person appeared. He said faintly, okay, next, before the disciples of each sect enter the secret realm, you need to write your name on this Heavenly Palace booklet and leave a drop of blood essence. After that, you can enter the Elysium in order. The order of entry is based on the results of the last Elysium meeting. As soon as he finished speaking, he chanted a few inaudible incantations. With a whoosh, the golden scroll unfolded in the direction of the woman in a golden robe beside him. The woman in a golden robe's delicate body shook, and she immediately reached out to catch the other end of the scroll. She pulled it and tightened it slightly. After this huge golden scroll was unfolded, it was a few 10 meters long. It was surrounded by golden edges, and there were some dense small runes imprinted on it. They were flowing like a living thing. In the middle was an empty white space, but on the far right, there was a circle written in red, and in the middle were the words 79. Lu Ming's eyes fell on the number, and his heart moved. Does this mean that this is already the 79th Elysium meeting? Soon, 2 teams of disciples flew out from the crowd below. Lu Ming's eyes condensed. From the clothes of these disciples, he judged that they should be the disciples of the Nature Work sect and Mystic Demon sect of the 4 ancient sections. Speaking of it, in every Elysium meeting, the top 4 were naturally won by the 4 ancient sections. Last time, Taiching Gate only got the 3rd place, just ahead of Howren Academy. The Nature Work sect and Mystic Demon sect were obviously ranked 1st and 2nd. Sure enough, the disciples of the Nature Work sect took the lead and signed their names on the golden scroll one by one. They left a drop of blood essence, then they flew up and entered the door behind the 2 Heaven Palace messengers. You guys go too. When the 10 disciples of Mystic Demon sect were almost done, Daoist Tiangu waved his hand at Lu Ming and the others, but his expression was a little absent-minded. After Lu Ming and the other 10 disciples of Taiching Gate agreed in unison, they flew to the front of the Heaven Palace messengers, wrote their names on the golden scroll one by one, and dripped a drop of blood essence on the name. When Lu Ming personally signed his name and forced a drop of blood essence to fall on the scroll, he was keenly aware that there was a trace of inexplicable energy wrapped around his body, but when he carefully examined it with divine thought, it was invisible and colorless. He couldn't find the specific location of it in his body. However, compared with the power of the dark curse, this trace of energy gave him a gentle feeling. After Lu Ming checked it and was slightly relieved, he made a gesture with one hand, stepped on a black cloud, and followed the Taiching Gate disciple in front and flew into the gate of the Elysium secret realm. After Lu Ming and the others entered the secret realm, the 10 disciples of Howren Academy also flew out of the crowd and flew in the direction of the huge golden scroll. At the same time, Immortal Tiangu quietly took out a sound transmission talisman. After whispering a few words, he crushed it. A ball of fire flashed and disappeared into the void. The senior executives of Howren Academy and other sect also took out the communication array disc or crushed the sound transmission talisman to transmit some information. Some other people who hadn't figured out the situation also began to whisper to each other. For a time, the entire top of the snowy peak was silent, but divine. Thought was shuttling and intertwining with each other in the undercurrent. After about a quarter of an hour, all the disciples of the sector family that participated in the Elysium meeting had entered the Elysium secret realm. At this time, the golden scroll was densely filled with names. There were as many as 1,000 names. The man in the golden robe glanced at everyone present. After confirming that there was no one from the sect, he turned his head and nodded to the woman beside him. As the woman in the golden robe loosened her hand, the golden scroll automatically retracted as it was unfolded. Then the man in the golden robe held the golden scroll in his hand and made a gesture with one hand. He chanted a few obscure incantations, then he threw the golden scroll into the air. He flicked his finger slightly, and a golden symbol blasted out and went into it. Rumble, a loud roar like thunder sounded. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light radiated from the golden scroll. Then, it transformed into a golden sun with a diameter of 10 feet. There were dense circles of runes swirling around the sun. At the next moment, a black and white light suddenly rose from it. A giant monument of more than 1,000 meters height gradually emerged from the sun. When the giant monument completely appeared, the golden sun suddenly exploded, turning into specks of golden light that dissipated in the void. The giant monument fell straight down and stood beside the slowly closing golden door with a bang. Looking at this steel, it was actually half as black as ink and half as white as snow. It was somewhat similar to the celestial steel in Lu Ming's Sea of Consciousness, but there was no funnel pattern on the steel. Instead, there were rows of names. Under each name, there was a blurry pattern of a small silver lock. Oh! Many disciples at the foot of the snowy mountain who were not qualified to enter the secret realm could not help but exclaim in surprise. However, Daoist Master Sky Ge and the others' expressions did not change. This stone tablet would always appear in the Elysium Society in the past. Those silver locks represented the luck points carried by the disciples who entered the secret realm. As time passed, the brightness of the silver lock on the stone tablet began to change rapidly. Just as Lu Ming and others were competing with each other in the Elysium secret realm, in various places of the Middle Sky continent, the seclusion places of some powerful figures in the mystic and lightning realm were all stirred up with the news spread by Daoist Master Sky Ge and the others. Above a huge mountain peak somewhere in the Thousand Spirit Mountain range, a magnificent quaint palace was floating in the sky that was more than 100,000 meters high. It was covered by layers of white clouds all year round. In a quiet pavilion on the top floor of the palace, two old men were sitting cross-legged and playing chess. One of them was dressed in a snow-white robe, with white hair and a youthful face, while the other was dressed in a black linen robe, with black hair and hale and hardy hair. There was not the slightest fluctuation of magic power emanating from their bodies, and their faces were calm as they played chess, as if they were two ordinary old men. Suddenly, a flame flashed in the void, and a crimson talisman flew through the air, breaking the tranquility of the pavilion. The old man in white clothes raised his hand slightly and caught the talisman. Heaven and Earth Fire Talisman, Xianxia actually used such an urgent means of communication. It seems that something big has happened. The old man in white clothes flicked his finger, and the talisman suddenly exploded. The old man in white clothes narrowed his eyes slightly, and he continued to move the next chess piece as if nothing had happened. "What's the matter?" the old man in black robe asked lightly. "Oh, nothing, it's just that thing is about to start again," the old man in white robe replied calmly. "It turns out to be like this. It's about time. But our sect has Liang this time, at least we won't lose very badly." The old man in black robe just nodded and replied with the same expression. In the depths of an endless blood sea in the middle sky continent, 5 steep peaks on the seabed formed the shape of 5 fingers, covering a black stone altar in the middle. On the altar, countless pitch-black chains bound a figure with blood-red hair, immobilizing him. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound on the blood-colored figure's body, and a huge ball of blood-colored flames appeared. Then, lines of words appeared. The bloody figure raised his head, and a pair of black hole-like eyes fell on the bloody flame. "Haha. Is the time finally up? So, I can finally get out of this damn place soon, ha 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 ha." The bloody figure let out a gloomy roar, setting off a huge wave in the blood sea. In the Tianyi mountain range where Haran Academy was located, there were towering peaks. Thousands of rocks competed with each other. It was shrouded in clouds and mist. 1 or 2 ancient bells could be heard from time to time. Compared with the Thousand Spirit Mountain range where Taiching Gate was located, there was more solemn atmosphere here. The buildings on the peaks were mainly made of black and white wood or bamboo attics, which made people feel a sense of awe and worship at first glance. Numerous streaks of light frequently moved up and down within the pavilion, causing this place to seem rather bustling. Within the streaks of light were numerous people who seemed like scholars in Confucian robes. They seemed to be weak and had a scholarly aura on their faces. At this time, in the forbidden area of Haran Academy, in a quaint pavilion surrounded by mountains, and the valley was full of beautiful purple bamboo, an old man in a scholar's robe with a face as white as jade was looking at the jade plate in his hand that exuded a faint white light. A row of small words faintly appeared on the jade plate. AI. After a long time, the old man in a scholar's robe sighed slightly. His eyes were tightly frowned, and his face was abnormally solemn. Almost at the same time, Nature Work Sect, Ouyang Family, Sky Beast Kin Valley, and other sects received the same news almost at the same time. Somewhere in Tianmen's secret realm. After Lu Ming stepped into the golden light gate, his eyes were suddenly occupied by a 5-color glow. After a moment of dizziness, when he saw the surrounding scenery again, he found that he was already standing on a somewhat desolate hill, and there was a gray-white rubble pile under his feet. This is Tianmen's secret realm. As soon as Lu Ming stood firm, he glanced around. Right at this moment, the pile of rubble under his feet suddenly made a series of cracking sounds, suddenly swaying on its own. Lu Ming was shocked, and he quickly jumped back away from the rubble pile. At this moment, after a noisy collision sound, the gray-white rubble pile gathered in one place at the same time. In a burst of gray light, it suddenly turned into a dozen giant stone men with a height of 30 meters. Seeing this, Lu Ming's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed that his luck was really bad. As soon as he entered the secret realm, he was teleported into a pile of monsters. As soon as the stone men were formed, they raised their heads and made an inexplicable roar, then they ran wildly and pounced at Lu Ming in an encirclement. Wherever they passed, there were gusts of wind, and there were faint visible ripples in the faint air. The strength of these stone men was not high. Each of them only had the strength of the condensation period early stage, but judging from Lu Ming's experience, their defense power was obviously far beyond the same level beastkin. If a dozen of them joined forces, even an ordinary crystallization period cultivator would be in a mess. Of course, these thick-skinned beastkin were just a joke in front of Lu Ming. He didn't cast his flying sword at all. He just raised his hand, and black gas wrapped around his arm. He launched a palm strike at the air in the distance. At the next moment, a millstone-sized black gas hand appeared out of thin air. With a bang, it directly smashed a stoneman running at the front into a piece of gravel. Lu Ming's movements didn't stop. He made a sign with one hand and black gas surged out from his body. Following a deep tiger roar, several huge black mist tigers roared and rushed out. Their four legs were like the wind as they pounced toward the other stone golems. The black giant tiger shuttled back and forth among the stone men, making a rumbling collision sound. In just a few seconds, a dozen stone men were turned into piles of gravel again. As soon as Lu Ming waved his hand, a dozen fist-sized yellow essence nuclei flew out of the gravel pile. These essence nuclei contained rich earth attribute vitality. It was a rare material for alchemy and forging. It should be able to sell a lot of spirit stones. It seems that the rumor that this Tianmen secret realm is extremely rich in various spiritual resources is really true. Just at the moment when he put away the essence nuclei, the surrounding air suddenly fluctuated. A white light flashed on his wrist, and a small lock as white as jade suddenly appeared. The surface was covered with pale silver spirit patterns. It was attached to his skin, looking very exquisite. This small white lock appeared without warning, causing Lu Ming to jump in fright. However, he immediately came to a realization. This is the so-called lock of luck, right? After Lu Ming murmured, he touched the small lock with his other hand, but found that it was tightly attached to his wrist as if it had taken root. He couldn't remove it at all. Suddenly, the light on the small lock flashed, and wisps of almost invisible gray mist flew up from the scattered gravel on the ground in front of him. They quickly rushed into the small lock like living things, and in the blink of an eye, there was nothing left. After Lu Ming scanned it with his divine thought, his heart moved. These gray mist were almost impossible to perceive with divine thought, but they could be seen with the naked eye. Could it be, this is the power of luck mentioned by the Heaven Palace? After the small white lock absorbed the gray mist, a faint layer of gray light immediately began to flash on its surface. Lu Ming observed the lock of luck for a while, and after seeing that there was nothing wrong with it, he frowned and stopped paying attention to it. Next, he soared into the sky and flew more than 10,000 feet in a single breath. After looking around, he found that there were many grayish-white stones in the distance, and they were emitting faint strange fluctuations. Obviously, they were formed by the giant stone golems. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Since there was luck to be earned, there was no need for him to leave immediately. Immediately, a golden light flashed on the surface of his body, and he turned into a golden rainbow that shot toward another pile of stones in the distance. In the next few hours, Lu Ming killed all the nearby stone men in one go, causing the gray light on the small white jade lock on his wrist to become brighter. He searched carefully, and after confirming that there were no other discoveries in the nearby hills, he floated away. At the same time, in every corner of the secret realm, the treasure-hunting trip between the disciples of various sects also began. On the other side of the secret territory, a silver light descended from the sky and landed on the reeds near the pool. The light faded, and a young man in a green robe appeared. It was Luo Tiancheng. Not far away from his feet was a corpse that had died a horrible death. There were a dozen or so large holes in its chest and abdomen, and its blood had dyed the nearby reeds red. The Tianmen meeting had only just started, but someone had already died on the spot. This made Luo Tiancheng's expression turn cold. The person who had died was wearing a red robe. Luo Tiancheng recognized this clothing. It should be a disciple of a great sect called the Scorching Sun sect that had existed for thousands of years. Huh. Luo Tiancheng's gaze suddenly froze, and he let out a soft sound of surprise. He took a few steps forward and kicked the corpse over with a bang. The person was wearing a jet-black bracelet on his wrist, which was obviously used for storage. A strange look flashed in Luo Tiancheng's eyes. After thinking for a while, he suddenly grabbed with one hand, and a suction force rolled toward the bracelet. At this moment, a whoosh sound was heard, and a slender black light shot out from the corpse's clothes without warning. It was as fast as lightning, and it pierced toward Luo Tianqing's chest. Facing such a shocking change, a cold smile appeared on Luo Tianqing's face. A green light flashed in his sleeve, and a dark green round plate condensed in front of him. With a ding sound, the black light was immediately blocked. Then, he suddenly turned around in a blur, and fiercely punched a nearby reeds that were as tall as a person. Boom! The silver wind from his fist swept out, and the area within a radius of several dozen feet was wrapped in it like a raging wave. A large area of reeds was instantly torn apart by the wind, and the surface of the ground was deeply scraped off by half a foot deep. At this moment, a jet-black figure flashed out from the scattered reeds. As soon as he appeared, he staggered and flew backward. At the same time, he let out a muffled groan. It seemed that he had been seriously injured by Luo Tianqing's previous attack. A fierce look flashed in Luo Tianqing's eyes. Just as he was about to attack again, the jet-black figure suddenly spouted out countless black gas, and suddenly turned into a faint shadow that shot into the distance. Its speed was so fast that in just a flash, it was more than 1,000 feet away. After a few more flashes, it had escaped to the end of the sky. Luo Tianqing snorted coldly, but did not chase after it. After all, this secret realm was full of danger. He didn't want to chase rashly without exploring the situation. Of course, the most important reason was that everyone had just entered this place. It was impossible for the other party to have too much luck, so he was naturally too lazy to take the risk to chase after it. However, although the figure just appeared for a moment, Luo Tianqing also recognized that the figure was wearing the costume of the demon mystic sect, which made him more hostile to the demon mystic sect. Next, with a wave of his hand, a ball of silver light swept up the storage bracelet on the corpse. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, he put it away. Then, with a stomp of his foot, he soared into the sky and flew in another direction. Near a spring that was constantly gurgling with spring water, 4 people were divided into 2 factions. The spirit artifacts and treasures in their hands were intertwined with one another intensely, and they were fighting each other. On a dead tree growing next to the spring, a few blood-red Ganoderma exuding a strong fragrance were swaying gently in the wind. Among the 4 people, one side was Black Phoenix Fairy and her sister, and the other side was Ouyang Qian and the woman in green shirt. The elder brother of Black Phoenix Fairy, the handsome man in black clothes, didn't use the transformation technique at this time. Instead, he was holding a bloody long saber. Every time he waved, there would be more than 10 bloody saber chi blasted out like a storm. It was Ouyang Qian who was fighting with him. A white jade-like dragon phantasm was hovering around the woman. It was the prototype of the Luo Yu blade magic weapon she bought in the Changyang market. But its power was more than 10 times more powerful than when it was in the Green Sky Illusory Palace. The white dragon swung its giant tail, easily smashing the bloody blade lights. It also spouted silver light from its mouth from time to time. It was fighting fiercely with the man in black clothes. For a while, they seemed to be neck and neck. Black Phoenix Fairy on the side was floating in the air. Her beautiful hair was fluttering in the wind. Her hands formed a circle in front of her chest, and a big black fireball was floating in the middle. As she chanted, spiritual fire snakes, fire birds, and other black flame spirit beasts flew out from the black flames from time to time. The woman in green shirt was waving a pale purple fan in her hand. It spouted out purple clouds that could be used for both offense and defense. She was fighting with Black Phoenix Fairy. However, the two obviously didn't use their full strength. They seemed to be waiting for something. At this moment, the blood-colored long saber in the black-clothed man's hand suddenly shone brightly. Countless blood-colored saber lights slashed out, colliding with the silver light spurted out by the flood dragon. Both of them dissipated, and his figure took the opportunity to leap back a few steps. Mr. Ouyang, the Tianmen meeting has just begun. You and I don't have to fight to the death for these blood coagulation Ganoderma. Why don't we stop here and divide these Ganoderma equally? The man in black clothes shook the long blade in his hand, and the bloody light disappeared. He said faintly at the same time. Ouyang Qian's eyes flashed. She pointed with her jade finger, and the white dragon also stopped attacking. After thinking for a while, she nodded with a snort, "Humph, that's fine. If we were to fight to the death first, it would only benefit the others. Seeing the two stopped fighting, Black Phoenix Fairy and the woman in green shirt also seemed to have a tacit understanding to stop and put away their spiritual weapons. They could participate in the Tianmen meeting. In addition to being the outstanding disciples of the various sects, their wisdom was also first class. They knew how to obtain the greatest benefits for the sect and themselves. Next, after a little discussion, Black Phoenix Fairy and the woman in green shirt each picked a few Ganoderma. Under each other's vigilant gaze, the four quickly pulled apart, turned around, and flew away in different directions. In a desert with thousands of miles of yellow sand, Long Yanfei was holding a slender aqua-blue flying sword. She was dancing like a spirit snake, fighting with a crystallization period yellow sandworm that was more than 100 meters in size. Compared with the huge body of the sandworm, Long Yanfei naturally looked extremely small, but because her figure was as fast as lightning, the sandworm's sand mist attack not only couldn't touch her, but she was also hit by a sword light from time to time. After a while, she was covered with cuts and bruises. Roar! A loud roar resounded. The sandworm suddenly roared furiously. It opened its huge mouth, and a yellow light flashed on its body. Not far from Long Yanfei, 8 sand dragons suddenly flew up, and they instantly formed an impenetrable sand curtain, trapping the woman in the air. A cold light flashed in Long Yanfei's eyes. She waved her arm, and the aqua-blue flying sword suddenly shone in blue light. The sword body instantly expanded by 10 times, and it wrapped her in layers of sword light. Then, it turned into a 10 meters long blue rainbow that blasted into the sand curtain. Poo-poo sounds were heard. With a flash of blood light, the sandworm's body was suddenly penetrated from the sand curtain. The blue rainbow twisted the sandworm into several pieces and fell to the ground. After the blue sword light hovered in the air, the figure of Long Yanfei holding the blue spiritual sword was revealed again, but her face was slightly pale. Obviously, the previous body and sword fusion technique also consumed some yuan qi. However, when the woman waved with one hand and extracted the sandworm crystal core from the body, she lowered her head again. After seeing the lock of luck on her wrist slightly lit up, a hint of joy immediately appeared on her originally cold face. She stomped her feet and floated away. Next to a clear stream between 2 hills, a stunning woman was smiling at the water, carefully combing her long silver hair. Her hair was beautiful, and she looked very leisurely. Another purple-haired man with a strange appearance was standing on a boulder not far away. His arms were crossed in front of his chest, and he was meditating with his eyes closed. In the grass several hundred feet away from the two of them, there were more than 10 ape demonic beasts lying in disorder. They had long been silent, but upon closer inspection, there seemed to be no injuries on their bodies at all. After a long time, the silver-haired woman finally tied up her silver hair, and the purple-haired man also opened his eyes as if they had a tacit understanding. The two of them didn't say much. After looking at each other, they rose into the air with tacit understanding and shot into the distance. In an empty forest overgrown with weeds in the secret realm, there was a pond of more than 100 meters in the middle. Not far away, a male disciple of the nature work sect in plain clothes was sneaking to the edge of the pond cautiously. In the center of the clear pond, there was a sparkling and translucent blue snow lotus quietly growing there. Under the gentle breeze, it glowed faintly. This disciple of the nature work sect was square, holding a yellow short blade in his hand. Although he had a cautious expression on his face, as he got closer to the pond, the fire in his eyes became more intense. When he came to the side of the pond and was only a few meters away from the snow lotus, he stopped and looked around. After a moment of hesitation, he suddenly bent down and picked up a gravel at his feet. He threw it into the pond, then his figure flickered, and he hid behind a boulder next to him. Plop! The moment the gravel fell into the pond, there were faint ripples in the pond. As a result, only a moment later, a few muffled sounds came from the seemingly calm surface of the water. Suddenly, a series of bubbles appeared, and the surface of the water surged violently. Then, a blood-colored tentacle as thick as a bucket, with suckers like an octopus, rushed out of the pond. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as if it were looking for prey. After a full time of drinking a cup of tea, these bloody tentacles disappeared into the water one after another. The pond was calm again, and the water was clear again. This 8-legged blood beast is really unusual. Fortunately, I knew that this beast would appear around the clear water snow lotus. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would lose some luck as soon as I entered the secret realm. The disciple of the nature work sect walked out from behind the boulder and secretly rejoiced. He immediately made a gesture, and a faint yellow flame appeared on his body. Then, he waved the short blade in his hand fiercely, and a dazzling yellow light flashed out, shooting close to the water surface. Whoosh! A soft sound was heard, and the blue snow lotus was instantly cut in half. The yellow radiance caught the blue lotus, and shot back like lightning. The disciple of the nature work sect grabbed it and immediately rose into the air. He turned into a ball of yellow light, turned around, and fled into the distance. However, just as he flew away, the pond instantly set off a towering wave. A blood-red tentacle of several tens of meters broke out of the water and lashed at the place where the disciple of the nature work sect was originally standing like a whip. There was a loud rumble, the ground that was hit immediately cracked, and countless rocks and dust splashed everywhere. From the depths of the pond came the angry roar of the eight-legged blood beast. The disciple of the nature work sect flew in the air. When he looked back and saw the situation, he was immediately frightened. Looking at the power of the eight-legged blood beast, even a cultivator of the later stage of the crystallization period would probably be dead if he was entangled. Fortunately, the eight-legged blood beast is an aquatic beastkin. It won't easily leave the water. The disciple of the nature work sect let out a long sigh, turned around, and flew for dozens of miles before landing on the ground. He put the blue snow lotus in front of him and carefully looked at it. Then, he laughed and put it into the storage talisman. At this moment, a shadow flashed behind him. The disciple of the nature work sect suddenly turned around, but there was nothing behind him. Did I see it wrong? The disciple of the nature work sect frowned. When he turned his head again, a handsome and gentle man dressed like a scholar appeared a few tens of meters in front of him, looking at him with a smile. It turns out to be a brother from the Howren Academy. I'm Wu Chao of the nature work sect. Nice to meet you. A trace of horror flashed in the eyes of the disciple of the nature work sect, but he pretended to be calm on the surface and cupped his fist. At the same time, he instantly held the short blade in his sleeve. There's no need for such pleasantries. Leave behind your storage talisman and offer up half of your luck. Perhaps I'll let you go, the white-robed scholar said coldly with a deep voice and an expressionless face. Humph, I can't do that. Wu Chao refused without hesitation, but he held the short blade in his hand tighter. When the white-robed scholar heard this, his gaze turned cold. A layer of white mist appeared on the surface of his body, and his figure gradually became blurry. In the next moment, a white figure flashed like lightning and appeared in front of Wu Chao. He stretched out his palm, and a milky white energy shot out from it, grabbing at the lock of providence on Wu Chao's wrist. This streak of white chi was as soft as a cloud, but it was astonishingly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was already upon his wrist. However, Wu Chao's reaction was also extremely fast. He swung the short blade in his hand, and a crescent-shaped yellow blade light shot out, leaving a mark in the void as it met the white chi. Pung! A muffled sound rang out. After the yellow blade aura and the white chi collided head-on, they were in a deadlock in the air. Insignificant skill. The white-robed youth sneered. He turned around, raised his other arm, and slapped forward again. The other streak of white chi disappeared into the previous streak of chi in a flash. Under the convergence of the two chi strengths, they converged into a white giant palm of 10 meters in size. It crushed the crescent-shaped blade aura with a light grip, and continued to slap at Wu Chao. Wu Chao's complexion changed. At such a close distance, he couldn't avoid it at all. He could only suddenly open his mouth and spit out a green ball. After a spin, it turned into a green wooden tortoise. The spirit patterns on its surface flashed, and a layer of green light curtain blocked in front of it. Boom! The green light curtain was hit by the giant palm, and the booksword was broken. The pale green wooden tortoise trembled, and a few cracks appeared on its surface. Wu Chao only felt a huge force surging through the air, and his figure was involuntarily shot out. He slammed heavily on a big tree more than 1,000 meters away. The tree, which would require several people to wrap their arms around it, was broken with a bang. Wu Chao opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The crystal-clear jade lock on his wrist also shattered with a crisp sound. Wisps of gray mist rolled out, and integrated into the jade lock in the white-robed youth's hand. The white-robed youth laughed loudly. At the same time, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Wu Chao again. Half of my luck has already been taken by you. What else do you want? Wu Chao's complexion was pale. He coughed a few times, and stood up in anger. Didn't I just say that you hand over your storage talisman? The white-robed youth raised his hand, and a white giant palm condensed again. It shrouded the nature work sect disciple, and he said in a gloomy voice. Wu Chao's complexion changed several times. After gritting his teeth, he flipped his hand to take off the storage bag on his waist, and threw it out. The giant white palm emitted a suction force, and the storage talisman was sucked in. Well, I've done what you asked. Can I leave now? Wu Chao stared at the white-robed youth, and asked coldly. Leave? When the white-robed youth heard the words, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Before Wu Chao spoke again, the giant palm phantasm pressed down like a small mountain. After a loud bang and a mournful scream, there was no more sound. After a while, the white-robed youth searched all the things on the corpse, and after checking them, he looked at the corpse again and said to himself, the nature work sect is the top sect in the last Elysium meeting, but the disciple they sent is only this capable. It seems that I have thought too much before. However, fortunately, this clear water snow lotus is finally in my hand. My efforts are not in vain. After speaking, the white-robed youth grabbed with one hand, and a khaki light blasted out and landed on the ground. With a loud rumbling sound, the nearby ground suddenly cracked into a 2 meters long hole. The sand tumbled down, and the corpse was swallowed in an instant. I heard that among the 4 ancient sects, Howran Academy is based on righteousness, benevolence, and righteousness. Their disciples are all self-restraining, but I didn't expect that the people of Howran Academy are all hypocrites. At this moment, a cold voice came into the ears of the white-robed youth. At the same time, a powerful beast-kin chi permeated in the air around him. Who is sneaking around here? The white-robed youth's complexion changed, and he quickly released divine thought to check the surrounding situation. At this moment, there was a sharp sound in his ears, then he felt a chill on his back. The beating heart in his chest was pulled out by something. The white-robed young man yelled as his vision darkened, and he plummeted from mid-air. In the instant that he landed on the ground, his entire body was reduced to ashes by scorching crimson flames, and even his soul was instantly annihilated, leaving only the translucent lock of providence and a storage ring on the spot. At this time, there was a fluctuation behind the white-robed youth. After the gray beast-kin chi rolled, a figure flashed out with a wriggling heart in his hand. This figure was wearing a brocade robe. He didn't seem to be old. He had a handsome face and long ears. He was the Beast King clan young man who escaped with Lu Ming and Ouyang Qian in the Green Sky Illusory Palace decades ago, Shui Pan. The Beast King clan young man crushed the heart in his hand. He raised his hand and launched a black finger wind, smashing the lock of luck on the ground. Immediately, a small cluster of luck power rolled out and went into the white lock on Shui Pan's wrist. After Shui Pan looked at the faint light flashing on his lock of luck, a trace of a satisfied expression appeared on his face. After taking the storage ring on the ground, he immediately made a hand sign and flew into the distance. In a canyon that was hundreds of meters deep, a black cloud was flying slowly close to the ground. Above the black cloud, a young man in a green robe stood against the wind. It was Lu Ming. In the first few days of entering the secret realm, Lu Ming did not leave the nearby area immediately. Instead, he absorbed some luck by killing many low-rank beastkin. During this period, he did not contact the disciples of other sect. Even if he found some spiritual power fluctuations from a distance, he would not pay attention to them. After all, he still had a long time to stay in this Tianmen secret realm. It was not a good time to fight with each other. He would wait for others to collect more luck before snatching it. This was the way to wait for others to exhaust themselves. In addition, he also took the opportunity to pick some spiritual herbs and spiritual medicine. After all, the spiritual medicine growing here was rare, and it also brought a lot of luck power. Not long ago, he found a mushroom-shaped spiritual herb at the entrance of this remote canyon. It exuded bursts of extremely rich spiritual energy. Thinking back to the various spiritual materials books he had read, he did not know what it was. He could only put it in the Summer ring for the time being and make plans in the future. Right at this moment, under a blue boulder more than 1,000 feet away, a spirit herb shining with a faint light once again attracted his attention. When he took a few steps closer, he found that this spiritual herb was more than an inch tall, exuding a gorgeous glow, accompanied by a faint fragrance. It turned out to be 1,000-year-old Brahmali grass. Lu Ming was happy to see this and could not help but say to himself. The Brahmali grass was not a very rare spiritual herb, but this grass had a special feature, that was, it was extremely difficult to grow. The Brahmali grass below 500 years old could occasionally be seen in some mountains and rivers with rich spiritual energy. There was nothing special about it, but once it was more than 500 years old, the light it emitted would become thicker every 100 years, but there was a 20% chance that it would wither and die inexplicably. Once it reached 1,000 years old, it would become the main material of the Brahmali pill that could help improve the spiritual power of the celestial state. But because of this, it was almost difficult to produce 1,000-year-old Brahmali grass in the outside world. Therefore, in today's Middle Sky continent, the price of different years of Brahmali grass was very different. 100-year-old Brahmali grass was only worth 30,000 to 50,000 spirit stones. Once it was more than 500 years old, the price skyrocketed to nearly 1,000,000 spirit stones. If it was 1,000-year-old Brahmali grass, it could be sold for 20 to 30 million in the auction. Lu Ming had only heard that the Heaven Gate secret territory was rich in resources, but he did not expect to encounter this kind of spiritual herb. He was overjoyed. Just as he flipped his hand and took out a silver dagger, wanting to cut off this Brahmali grass, the blue boulder trembled slightly and a strong spiritual power fluctuation came. Lu Ming reacted extremely quickly. Without thinking, he slammed his legs on the ground and retreated more than 10 meters away. His eyes lit up as he stared behind the blue boulder. He saw that the soil under the blue boulder began to loosen, and with a muffled sound, the ground cracked open. A huge green and yellow monster python rushed out of the tumbling soil. This giant python was more than 200 meters long, and its body was as thick as a bucket. The snakeskin had patches of green and yellow scales arranged irregularly. Its eyes were blood red, and there was a huge sarcoma on its head. It looked extremely ugly. It was lifting its head and staring at Lu Ming with its tongue flickering. It faintly exuded the aura of the intermediate stage of the crystallization period. Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled slightly. In the past 2 days, it might be because he was wandering at the edge of the secret realm. Almost all the beastkins he encountered were at the condensation period, and the luck he obtained was very little. He didn't know how much luck this crystallization period giant python could bring him. While thinking, after the giant python entrenched on the green stone, it pounced at Lu Ming with its mouth wide open. A red bloody flame was spouted from its mouth. A pungent, hot, and pungent stench immediately appeared in the nearby void. Seeing this, Lu Ming didn't dodge. He made a sword gesture, and a golden sword light suddenly emerged. It instantly formed a golden rainbow of more than 100 meters that blasted out. A golden light flashed, the sword rainbow slashed the bloody flame away. After another flash, it directly flashed into the giant python's open mouth. Poof, a dazzling golden light broke out of the giant python's tail, and the entire body of the python was directly slashed by the golden rainbow from head to tail. A hiss, the giant python's body stiffened, then it fell back to the ground with a bang. After twitching and struggling a few times, it collapsed to the ground and stopped breathing. The soul in this beastkin python was directly slashed by the sword light. All this happened in just 2 seconds. Lu Ming waved one hand, and the golden rainbow circled in the air, then it returned to the flying sword. After a flash, it went back into his forehead. Lu Ming then flew over in a flash and landed next to the corpse of the giant python. At this moment, a wisp of gray mist floated out of the python, and it went into the lock of luck on his hand. After 2 to 3 breaths of time, the gray mist was completely absorbed by the lock of providence, and the gray light emanating from the lock of providence became brighter and brighter. Seeing this, Lu Ming showed a hint of satisfaction. The luck power brought by this crystallization period beastkin was really incomparable to ordinary beastkin. He just didn't know if there were any real pellet state beastkin in this secret realm. At the same time, a few miles behind Lu Ming, 2 black shadows were also rushing toward the depths of the canyon. Fortunately, before we left, Master gave us these two secret talismans that can sense each other's location. When we came in, we weren't too far apart, so we were able to meet up so quickly. Otherwise, with our strength, we'll be in big trouble if we encounter those monstrous existences. One of the black figures sighed as he flew. Hee, fortunately, senior fellow apprentice is in retreat before the Elysium meeting. Otherwise, how can it be your turn to participate in the Elysium meeting? But now it's not bad. If you and I meet up in advance, it's easy for us to kill the ordinary disciples of other sections. In this way, the speed of luck increase is much faster than those who rely on killing beastkins to collect spiritual medicine. We can also harvest some unexpected wealth by the way. Another black shadow couldn't help but smile and said proudly. There was only a beastkin aura and another spiritual power fluctuation in front just now. It must be another person who is alone. This person will definitely consume a lot of spiritual power to kill the beastkin alone. While he hasn't left yet, you and I should hurry over and reap the benefits. The two laughed sinisterly at the same time, and they flew toward the location of Lu Ming. At this time, Lu Ming was calmly putting the corpse of the giant python into the Sumera ring. Although this python was only a beastkin of the crystallization period, its appearance was weird. Maybe it was a rare mutation. Although it occupied quite a lot of space in the ring, he decided to take the corpse back first. At this moment, he suddenly raised his brows and turned around abruptly. In the sky not far behind him, there were two black lights breaking through the air. Their target was obviously where he was. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, and his expression remained unchanged as he watched the two black lights flashed and landed on two boulders not far away. After the rolling black light faded, two men wearing demon mystic sect costumes appeared. One had disheveled hair and wore a golden hoop on his head, the other had yellow eyebrows and a fierce face. And? He's actually from Taiqing Gate. When the man with disheveled hair saw Lu Ming's costume, his face changed slightly. It doesn't matter, this person is not the Luo Tianqing mentioned by Master, and we just fought fiercely. We can easily defeat him if we join forces. The other young man with yellow eyebrows said with a sneer after glancing at the messy ground and the large pool of blood nearby. Junior fellow apprentice is right. In this case, we can't let go of such a prey. When the man with disheveled hair heard the words, he also glanced at the nearby ground. He suddenly realized something, and his face showed a hint of hideousness. Don't you think it's too early to do this kind of killing and robbing now? After listening to the conversation between the two, Lu Ming showed a strange expression on his face, and he suddenly asked. What do you know? Later on, although everyone in the mystic realm carries more power of providence, it's only the world of the truly monstrous geniuses. How can existences like us provoke them? Only now, some easy prey like you can be found. When we find more prey and accumulate a certain amount of luck power, we will naturally hide so that those monstrous existences won't be able to find us. The yellow-browed demon mystic sect young man was startled at first, but he immediately snorted and said disdainfully. Junior fellow apprentice, why do you need to explain more to the people from Taiqing Gate? Brat, do you want to crush the lock of luck now, or do you want us to do it? The man with disheveled hair became impatient, and he shouted at Lu Ming with a stern face. Since you two are so impatient, let's do it. Lu Ming laughed when he saw this. Courting death, do it. The man with disheveled hair was furious. After a loud shout, he made a gesture with one hand, and a light black demonic chi rolled out. When the nearby disciple with yellow eyebrows saw Lu Ming like this, his face darkened. After shaking his shoulders, demonic chi also rolled out from his body. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly turned cold. He flicked his sleeve, and a golden talisman floated out. It condensed in the air and released a golden light. After a poof, a golden armored man walked out. His appearance and height were exactly the same as Lu Ming. Incarnation. Seeing this, the young man with disheveled hair immediately exclaimed. The face of the demon mystic sect disciple with yellow eyebrows also changed drastically. 2 against 2, this is fair. Lu Ming said lightly. You are only at the crystallization period. Even if you have an incarnation to increase your strength, you will still die. The young man with yellow eyebrows thought quickly and said with a fierce glint in his eyes. Then, he began to chant and quickly made gestures with both hands. The man with disheveled hair also suddenly realized something. He also chanted, and the gestures in his hands changed rapidly. Poof poof, two dark demonic palm phantasms condensed in front of the two demon mystic sect disciples. The one in front of the taller disciple was more than 100 meters in size. On the demonic palm, there were wisps of black mist. The other one was obviously smaller, it was only 80 meters in size. At this time, the two figures of Lu Ming flickered, and they turned into one black and one golden figure that blasted toward the two demon mystic sect disciples. Go! The man with disheveled hair and the young man with yellow eyebrows roared at the same time, and they each charged forward. After the two giant demonic palm phantasms blurred, they slapped toward Lu Ming and the yellow turban incarnation with incredible spiritual pressure. The 100 meters large demonic palm phantasms pressed toward Lu Ming aggressively. The 80 meters large demonic palm phantasm seemed to be slow, but it was fast. In a flash, it landed on the head of the yellow turban warrior's avatar, pressing down with a heavy mountain-like force. Lu Ming moved his divine thought, and the yellow turban warrior's avatar condensed in the air. He clenched his fist, and a giant golden fist phantasm instantly came out of his body. The fist phantasm was shining with golden light, and several black dragon phantasms lingered out. As they were brandishing their claws, the entire giant fist phantasm had an indescribable aura. Boom, there was an earth-shattering noise. After the golden fist phantasm and the black demonic palm collided fiercely, they both shook slightly, then they burst into two huge light balls, turning into black mist and golden light spots all over the sky. At the same time, waves of astonishing airwaves swept in all directions. As for Lu Ming himself, facing the giant palm phantasm that was close at hand, his figure suddenly retreated backward. At the same time, his shoulders shook and green light shone from his clothes. After countless green spirit patterns appeared, a lifelike green bull phantasm suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming after a low roar came out. It was the totem technique that he had been sacrificial refining for a long time. As soon as Che-Huan phantasm appeared, it opened its mouth, and a green hurricane swept out. Pung! The massive palm projection that seemed to possess boundless might was blown away by the gust of wind, and it was reduced to wisps of demonic qi that dissipated into thin air. Che-Huan phantasm inhaled again, and all the demonic qi was sucked into its body like a tide. It disappeared completely in an instant. Seeing this, Lu Ming showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. This power was the second powerful ability of Che-Huan's power, Devour. However, the current power could only be exerted when facing opponents whose spiritual power was far lower than his. If the opponent's spiritual power was far higher than his, he was likely to be devoured by Che-Huan's power. Speaking of which, this totem could only be awakened after Lu Ming had sacrificially refined it for so many years and absorbed many beastkin's soul essences. Now that he was fighting with someone, he immediately used it with the yellow cloth incarnation. He had the intention to try it on these two demon mystic sect disciples. After Che-Huan phantasm devoured the demonic qi, although he was still motionless, his eyes were staring at the man with disheveled hair not far away. He looked like he was not satisfied yet. On the other side, golden armor Lu Ming, after defeating the giant palm, twisted his body and appeared in front of the disciple with yellow eyebrows in a few flashes. His arms were blurred, and dense golden fist phantasms were launched at the disciple with yellow eyebrows. The young man with yellow eyebrows was shocked. He hurriedly opened his mouth and spat out a bone shield that was overflowing with silver light. It turned into the size of a table and blocked in front of him. In the next moment, the densely packed golden fist shadows landed on the bone shield like a rainstorm, and the silver light flashed wildly, producing loud bangs that sounded continuously. Even though the yellow-browed disciple desperately poured his demonic energy into the bone shield, he was still forced to retreat. When a few crisp sounds rang out, a deep crack appeared on the bone shield, and he hurriedly cried for help in alarm. Not good, this incarnation is really powerful. Senior fellow apprentice, come and help me. What a waste, I don't know why Master thought of sending you into the secret realm. On the other side, the man with disheveled hair was shocked by the devouring power displayed by Che-Huan's totem. As soon as he heard the cry for help, he glanced at his junior martial brother and cursed in his heart. He flipped his hand and took out a small black flag. He waved it in front of his junior martial brother, and a burst of dense black light rolled out, forming a thick barrier around him. At the same time, the small flag flashed in black light, and the billowing black smoke surged into his hand, turning into a black spear. The tall man flicked his wrist, and the pitch-black spear flashed out of his hand, turning into a black light that shot straight at Che Huan. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming snorted coldly and launched a symbol at Che Huan's phantasm. After Che Huan raised his head and roared, he opened his 4 claws, leaped forward for more than 100 meters, and opened his huge mouth again to bite the black spear. Pa! The black spear was bitten into 2, then it turned into billowing demonic chi and was swallowed by Che Huan's phantasm. No way, how is this possible? Seeing this scene, the man with long hair was finally dumbfounded. He almost couldn't believe what he saw. At this moment, after a bang, the huge green bull phantasm collapsed on its own after a flash. At the same time, Lu Ming, who was originally standing in the same place, suddenly had a stern look on his face. Suddenly, a golden sword light rushed out from his body. After circling in the air, a white halo burst out from the tip of the sword. After a blur, it turned into a bright golden rainbow. The speed was as fast as lightning in the clear sky. It was more than twice as fast as the general sword controlling technique. The disheveled man didn't even have time to react before the golden streak of light pierced through his protective demonic chi and pierced through his head. Even though the poor man with long hair had mystic arts and spiritual weapons, he could only shake his body a few times with his eyes wide open. He threw the black flag in his hand, and his corpse fell from the sky. Then, Lu Ming pointed in the air expressionlessly. After the golden rainbow hovered, it turned into a sword light that flew back, turning the corpse into a large amount of blood rain in the air. Senior fellow apprentice. Seeing this situation, the disciple with yellow eyebrows immediately shouted in anger. But at the same time, the silver bone shield in front of him could no longer resist the golden giant fist. With a bang, it turned into silver spiritual light spots and dissipated. The next moment, several clusters of golden fist shadows flashed. The disciple with yellow eyebrows immediately roared wildly. He suddenly patted a leather bag on his waist, and a large amount of blood rain rolled out from it. It happened to greet the golden fist shadows. Puff puff, after the golden fist shadows were splashed by the blood rain, they were instantly shattered. But at this moment, there was a sudden whistling sound behind him. A golden fist suddenly punched at him, and 5 faint black tiger head phantasms appeared around the fist at the same time. It was the incarnation of yellow cloth. When the bone shield shattered, it appeared behind him at an incredible angle after twisting its body a few times, and it launched an attack without hesitation. With the strength of Lu Ming, even if the incarnation only had 50% to 60% power, the power contained in the Tiger Dragon Hell prison that was about to succeed was far beyond the imagination of cultivators of the same level. It was too late for the disciple with yellow eyebrows to dodge. He could only desperately channel the black protective aura with a pale face. Boom! A loud sound rang out, a burst of black demonic chi spread out, and a huge pit of 10 meters deep appeared on the ground. The short disciple was lying in the huge pit with blood all over his body. He was already dying. After the incarnation of yellow cloth flashed again, his figure appeared directly at the edge of the pit. With a flick of his fingertip, a spiral sword chi burst out and directly penetrated the short disciple's head. After another turn, it shattered the lock of luck on his wrist. In this way, in just a moment, 2 demon mystic sect disciples died in the hands of Lu Ming. Half of their luck naturally belonged to Lu Ming. It was a pity that the 2 didn't have much luck. After Lu Ming checked his own lock of luck, he was a little disappointed. He kept away the incarnation of yellow cloth, picked up the 2 storage bracelets, and flicked his finger, releasing several fireballs to sweep away all the nearby wreckage. In the following time, he carefully put the 5-color grass not far away into a jade box and put it in the Sumera ring. After doing all this, Lu Ming continued to hide his aura, turned into a black light, and flew away. As a result, after Lu Ming left with the spirit grass for the time it took to eat a meal, a black wind roar came from the horizon and suddenly stopped at the place where the previous battle took place. As the black wind parted, an ugly young man with a dry face walked out from it. His eyes were turbid, and his mouth was full of broken teeth. He was also wearing the costume of the demon mystic sect's disciple. The ugly young man bent down and touched the ground gently with his hand, then he grabbed it with 2 fingers and sniffed it under his nose, showing a thoughtful look. These 2 idiots, the master has already told them to kill the beastkin to accumulate luck, but they still overestimate themselves and provoke those powerhouses. They are really seeking death. Then, after checking the traces of fighting around him, he snorted coldly and once again turned into a strange black wind and left. In the next half a month, Lu Ming wandered around in the secret realm. He found some rare materials and spirit grass, and he also killed some beastkin to accumulate some luck. During this period, he never met any other disciples of Taiching Gate. He didn't even meet anyone from the other 4 major sect and 8 major families. It seemed that the secret realm of the Elysium meeting was far larger than he imagined. This made Lu Ming more at ease to hunt for treasures all the way. However, according to the past practice of the Elysium meeting, the closer he was to the center of the secret realm, the more treasures there were. It was even possible to find many mysterious inheritances from outside the Middle Sky continent. Some of the important inheritances contained luck power, which was amazing. They were almost the goal of the powerhouses in the Elysium meeting. Although Lu Ming didn't deliberately rush to the center of the secret realm, he was getting closer and closer to the center area day after day. On this day, he used the totem mystic arts to conceal his breath, entered another canyon with steep sides alone, and shuttled through it. As a result, after just half a day in the canyon, he easily picked 3 rare tianine grass and several other unknown spirit grass. Although the value of these materials was only a few 100,000 spirit stones per plant, the accumulated number could not be underestimated. This was also the reason why he had been visiting the canyon. After all, no matter what kind of secret realm, generally such a place was the place with the densest vitality, and it was also the place where various spiritual creatures were most likely to be born. Of course, wherever there were spiritual creatures, there would be guardian beastkin around it. Generally speaking, the rarer the spiritual creature, the stronger the guardian beastkin. At this moment, a crystallization period flying beastkin beast, Gufeng bird, was hovering in front of Lu Ming. This bird was grayish-brown all over, and it was huge. It was several 10 meters long. Its pair of claws were extremely sharp, and its hair was hard. Its defensive ability was extremely high. Ordinary spiritual weapons couldn't hurt it at all. Moreover, this bird was not weak, and it rarely appeared alone. Usually, it was in groups of 2 or 3. But for Lu Ming, it was easy to kill this bird with the true spirit flying sword. There were already 2 Gufeng bird corpses lying on the ground. Chi, a slight sound of sword chi breaking through the air came. The void sword, with a series of afterimages, cleanly cut off the head of the last Gufeng bird. The huge beastkin bird fell heavily to the ground, and the lock of luck on Lu Ming's hand absorbed some gray gas. He kept the flying sword with one hand, then he jumped onto the cliff on the side. He carefully dug out a spiritual grass that looked like a bamboo shoot and exuded circles of purple halo from the steep mountain wall. Purple bamboo shoot, it should be 1,300 years old. Lu Ming nodded with satisfaction, then he kept it into the Sumera ring. However, at this moment, a chirping sound came from a mountain in the distance. On the mountain peak, 4 gray giant bird figures suddenly flew up and flew in a certain direction. There are 4 more Gufeng birds. Is there someone else picking spiritual grass here? Lu Ming was surprised to see this. He narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. After a slight hesitation, he made a sword gesture, turned into a faint golden light, and flew behind the 4 giant birds silently. As expected, about 4 to 5 kilometers away, there were 3 gray-robed men carefully approaching a gorgeous spirit flower on a cliff. Not good, it's Gufeng bird, there are 4 of them. One of the white-faced men who seemed to be the oldest turned his head and glanced at the 4 giant birds flying close, then he reminded loudly with a change of expression. Senior fellow apprentice, what should we do now? We haven't gotten the jasmine flower yet, and the Gufeng bird is here first. Should we fight or avoid? Another plain-looking young man with a pockmarked face quickly asked in a low voice. The last slightly fat young man also looked at the white-faced man cautiously. Looking at the clothes on these 3 people, they should be the disciples of some unknown small sect in the Middle Sky continent. One of them was at the intermediate stage of the crystallization period, and the other 2 were at the early stage. Their strength was also at the bottom in the secret realm. If they faced 4 Gufeng birds of the crystallization period, they might not be their opponents. However, this jasmine flower was a rare medicinal material that was rare in the outside world. Lu Ming followed the 4 giant birds far away. After seeing the 3 men in gray robes, his eyes also flashed slightly. Lu Ming suddenly made a sword gesture with one hand, and the void sword flew out of his body with a dazzling golden light. At the same time, a powerful sword chi soared into the sky, and there was a huge spiritual fluctuation in the air. The 4 grain wind birds were about to attack the 3 people, but they felt the soaring sword chi behind them. They all let out a clear and long cry and suddenly turned around in the air, staring at Lu Ming with their wings. Go! Lu Ming changed the sword gesture in his hand and pointed at the golden sword light in the air. The sword light suddenly split into 2, and after another flash, it turned into 4 golden sword rainbows that were 40 to 50 feet long, respectively shooting toward the 4 gray-brown giant birds. The 4 grain wind birds seemed to feel a sense of crisis, and they didn't want to fight at all. They just flapped their wings, and their bodies emitted a rolling gray demonic aura, covering half of the sky in front of them. They took the opportunity to escape in all directions. Lu Ming had killed a few grain wind birds before, so he already knew their dodging movements. He changed the gesture in his hand, and the 4 sword rainbows also scattered, pulling out a dazzling golden sword shadow. Then, a few poochie sounds came almost at the same time. The 4 golden sword rainbows pierced through the bodies of the 4 grain wind birds like lightning. The 4 giant birds had no strength to fight back, and after letting out a cry, they fell to the ground one after another. The next moment, the 4 sword rainbows flashed and merged into one in the air, turning into a golden flying sword again. With a swoosh, it flew back to Lu Ming's hand. From the time Lu Ming revealed his figure, released the void flying sword, to the time when the 4 grain wind birds fell to the ground easily, it only took a split second. This made the 3 gray-robed people not far away, who had not yet discussed a countermeasure, couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Lu Ming fell from the air and landed next to the 4 giant birds' bodies. Strands of gray mist were emitted from these bodies, and they were rolled into the crystal jade lock in his hand. He is a disciple of the Taiching Gate. After seeing the green robe on Lu Ming, how could the 3 people not know the identity of Lu Ming? Their faces all showed a look of fear and doubt. After all, the disciples who could be selected by the 4 ancient sects to participate in the Tianmen meeting once every 800 years were all real powerhouses. They were not comparable to the disciples selected by the small and medium-sized sect. The slightly fat young man among them even moved subconsciously, and he couldn't help but take a step back. Don't act rashly. This person is extremely strong. He is definitely not someone we can deal with. Don't even think about running away. That will only be courting death. The leader of the intermediate stage of the crystallization period turned around and glared at the person behind him, then he quickly said with a voice transmission. This man was obviously quite prestigious. The other 2 immediately stood on the spot obediently, not daring to move casually. When the intermediate stage of the crystallization period saw Lu Ming finally turned around and looked at the 3 of them, he quickly took a deep breath, stepped forward, cupped his fist, and said respectfully, I'm Wang Jing of Earth. Earth Bodhisattva sect? It is quite dangerous for the 3 of you to participate in the Tianmen meeting with such strength. Lu Ming looked at the 3 and said faintly. You're right. Thank you for killing Gufeng Miao and saving our lives. The man of the intermediate stage of the crystallization period bowed respectfully again. It's nothing. Lu Ming sneered, and his gaze swept across the lock of luck in the hands of the 3. Friend, we are just from a small sect. We just want to accumulate some luck for the sect through the Tianmen meeting. We have no other intention. If you want to take some luck from us, we will give it to you. The young man in a gray robe saw Lu Ming's appearance, and his face changed drastically. He hurriedly said earnestly. As Lu Ming heard this, his mouth curled slightly, revealing a smile. However, this smile was like a sharp sword hanging on their heads in the eyes of the 3 men in a gray robe, making the 3 of them break out in cold sweat. You guys go. Lu Ming finally spoke. What? Friend, you, the man of the intermediate stage of the crystallization period was startled when he heard the words. The other 2 were also dumbfounded. Why, do you still want me to send you off? Lu Ming's face turned gloomy, and his voice became cold. No, no, thank you. The man of the intermediate stage of the crystallization period reacted instantly. He didn't dare to say anything else. After the three cupped their fist at the same time, they turned into three gray escape lights and flew away without looking back. They seemed to be afraid that Lu Ming would go back on his words. In a blink of an eye, they disappeared into the distant sky. Lu Ming looked at the figures of the three of them, but there was no sadness or joy on his face. He just slowly fell from the air and picked the jasmine flower on the cliff. The locks of luck of these three people were extremely dim. Obviously, they didn't have much luck, so he was too lazy to plunder them. After a while, Lu Ming turned into a golden light again and continued to fly forward. The spiritual materials here were so rich, so he naturally wouldn't leave. In the next few days, he stayed near the canyon and continued to search for various spiritual materials. On the afternoon of the third day, near the evening, Lu Ming was flying slowly close to the ground. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows slightly and stopped the escape light. Just now, Bone Scorpion in the soul-recovering bag suddenly transmitted a message to him, which made him happy. Scorpion, you just said that there is a rare spiritual mine under this pile of rocks. As Lu Ming said, he patted the soul-recovering bag, and a black gas rolled out, turning into a slim and graceful girl in black veil. It was Scorpion. Lu Ming stomped the ground slightly with his feet, then he scanned the bottom with divine thought. He didn't seem to find anything different here. It can't be wrong, Master. There is a very rare yellow crystal stone vein more than 20 to 30 meters below the ground. I can clearly feel it, and this vein should be 3 to 4 miles long. If all these yellow crystal stones are dug out, it should be enough to pile up into a small hill. Scorpion pursed her lips and smiled. At the same time, her face showed an eager look. When Lu Ming heard this, he was overjoyed. This yellow crystal stone was a kind of hard and quite precious ore. The price was quite high. A fist-sized one cost thousands of spirit stones. According to Scorpion, if it was piled up into a small hill, it was probably worth tens of millions of spirit stones. Moreover, this ore was very widely used. It was essential for high-grade forging, so there was no need to worry about not being able to sell it. However, we can't stay here for too long. Is there any way to collect these spiritual mines as soon as possible? Lu Ming asked simply after thinking about it. Time was very precious in this Tianmen's secret realm. If he had to spend a lot of time here, it wouldn't be worth it. Master, you forgot that after I advanced, it is easy for me to control rocks and soil. It's just that there are so many spiritual mines. I'm afraid it will take me a lot of time to move them to the surface. Scorpion smiled and said confidently. How long will it take? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Master, if Scorpion fully exerts the power of controlling the earth, it will take at least 4 to 6 hours to dig out the entire vein. Scorpion thought for a while and replied. Okay, then you go ahead. I can take a break here. Hearing that it only took 4 to 6 hours, Lu Ming was relieved and ordered without thinking. After Scorpion Air agreed, a black flame rolled out of her body. She turned around on the spot and turned into a huge silver scorpion of several 10 meters in size. She crossed her pincers and disappeared into the ground after her figure turned blurred. Seeing this, Lu Ming flew to an open space not far away. After consuming a golden yuan pill, he sat down cross-legged. After a while, the sound of rocks vibrating came from the ground. Obviously, Bone Scorpion had begun to dig the yellow crystal stone mine. After a quarter of an hour, wisps of gray flames slowly escaped from the cracks in the ground, and they went into the lock of luck in Lu Ming's hand. Scorpion, what happened? Lu Ming's expression moved, and he immediately asked through mind communication. Master, there are still a lot of condensation period silver beetles below. I killed them. Scorpion's slightly breathless voice came into Lu Ming's ear. Okay, you be more careful. If you encounter a high-rank beastkin insect, remember not to fight it head-on. Inform me quickly. Lu Ming was relieved when he heard the words, and he instructed Bone Scorpion. It seems that here, the spiritual pet of the cultivator will also gain luck value if it kills beastkin. Understood, Master, don't worry. Lu Ming immediately restrained his aura. while refining the medicinal power to restore his spiritual power, he quietly spread out his divine thought. After another quarter of an hour, with a rumbling sound, a crack appeared on the ground. A series of yellow crystal stones flew out from the crack. The big ones were as big as a human head, and the small ones were only the size of a walnut. Regardless of the size, each crystal stone exuded a hazy yellow light. Inside the crystal stone, there was even a golden light like hair. It was extremely beautiful. What a pure yellow crystal stone. Lu Ming's eyes opened slightly, and his divine thought swept across the crystal stone. A rich earth attribute spiritual power came to his face, and he immediately showed a hint of satisfaction. He waved his sleeve, and a ray of light flew over, then he collected all the yellow crystal stones thrown by Bone Scorpion into the Summer ring. In this way, he collected the yellow crystal stones every 10 minutes. After 4.5 hours, Bone Scorpion emerged from the ground. The black gas around her turned into a black veil girl again. It was just that at this moment, her delicate face was a little pale, and she couldn't help panting. Obviously, it was because she had consumed too much spiritual power and physical strength. Scorpion, thank you for your hard work. Hurry back to the bag and have a good rest. Lu Ming smiled and praised. Master, this is what I should do. Scorpion's face was slightly red. She spat out her tongue and immediately turned into a black gas flying back to the soul-recovering bag. Lu Ming scanned the Summer ring with divine thought. The yellow crystal stones were like a pile of small hills, occupying a quarter of the entire Summer ring space. With so many yellow crystal stones, it was roughly estimated to be worth more than 30 million spirit stones. As soon as he thought of this, he was in a good mood. Just as Lu Ming got up and planned to continue on the road, his eyebrows raised slightly. He suddenly turned his head and looked at another mountain top. He saw a silver light spot flashing in the distant sky. There seemed to be an escape light rushing in his direction. Lu Ming instantly poured his spiritual power into his eyes, and he looked up carefully. Only then did he see that the silver escape light was transformed by a 30 meters long silver shuttle. A yellow figure dressed in plain clothes like a farmer was standing on top of the silver shuttle. After Lu Ming saw the figure's face clearly, he was shocked. The other party was Pingyu, who he had dealt with before. As early as before entering the secret realm, he noticed that this man was one of the selected disciples of the Nature Work sect, but he didn't expect that he would be the first acquaintance he met in the secret realm. Although Lu Ming recognized Pingyu, Pingyu had a solemn expression at this moment. He was just flying desperately with his spiritual weapon, so he didn't immediately notice that there were other people below. Lu Ming was a little puzzled at first, but the next moment, a hint of realization flashed in his eyes. In the void about a few miles behind Pingyu, 2 black escape lights flashed and chased closely at an extremely fast speed. They were even a little faster than the silver shuttle that Pingyu was driving. Lu Ming frowned. His figure flickered, and he hid behind a mountain rock like a ghost. At the same time, he activated Che Huan Totem to conceal his own aura. Mr. Peng, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I haven't told you about the past yet. An extremely cold voice came from a black escape light. After hearing it, Lu Ming first felt a little familiar, then he glanced at the black escape light carefully, but he couldn't help being a little speechless. The pursuer in this black escape light was none other than Black Phoenix Fairy. I didn't expect the people of the Nature Work sect to be such cowards. Another gloomy man's voice also sounded faintly. However, after just a few breaths, the other streak of black light suddenly flashed through the air 3 times in a row, and with each flash, it was able to close a distance of around 200 to 300 feet. After the third flash, it sped past the silver streak of light and positioned itself in front of Peng Fei. Seeing this, Lu Ming was shocked. The secret arts of the 8 great clans were truly miraculous. Back then, Ouyang Qian had also used a similar space teleportation secret art. The two actually looked somewhat similar. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Pingyu immediately made a hand seal to stop the silver light under his feet. At the same time, he grabbed a yellow bead in each hand and looked at the 2 people coldly. I heard that several decades ago, you chased after my sister for 3 whole days. Today, I've only chased after you for half a day. You should consider yourself lucky. The light ahead faded, revealing a handsome black-robed young man in black robes. He was the young man who claimed to be the Black Phoenix Fairy's brother, whom he had met during the exchange earlier. Why bother with these excuses? If the two of you want the things on me, then come and get them with your own abilities. During the exchange gathering a month ago, you guys heavily injured my senior brother. Today is just the right time to settle the score. Pingyu snorted. His eyes flashed a few times before he suddenly stepped on the silver shuttle and descended. Humph, your senior brother's skills are inferior to others, yet he still wants to fight with others. He's just overestimating himself. The Black Phoenix Fairy's brother said with a sneer, and he also chased down with a black light. The Black Phoenix Fairy behind laughed charmingly. Her figure also blurred and followed the silver shuttle. With a flash of silver light, Pingyu jumped down from the silver shuttle. At the same time, he glanced around quickly. He actually ignored the Black Phoenix Fairy and the Black Phoenix Fairy in the air. Seeing this, the black-robed young man who followed closely behind raised his hand and was about to make a move. But at this moment, the Black Phoenix Fairy on the other side suddenly said hatefully, "Elder brother, help me hold the line first. Let me personally deal with him to resolve the hatred from that day." "Alright, but sister, you must be careful. This person's cultivation is not weaker than you." The black-robed young man frowned when he heard the words. He nodded after a while, and his lips moved slightly to transmit a few words to the Black Phoenix Fairy. After that, his figure flashed and appeared on a rock a few 10 meters away, standing with his hands behind his back. Seeing this, Pingyu sneered and didn't speak. He just raised his hand and kept the silver shuttles around him one by one. His other hand moved, and 2 yellow beads suddenly flew out. At the same time, he flicked his fingers and launched several symbols. Puff puff. With a flash of yellow light, the 2 beads turned into 2 golden armor puppets of 40 meters tall, standing on both sides of his body. The 2 golden puppets were covered with extremely exquisite golden spirit patterns, faintly exuding a powerful aura that could rival the intermediate and later stage of the crystallization period. The puppet technique of the Nature Work sect was known by everyone in the Middle Sky continent. These 2 golden puppets were the best among them at first glance. Seeing this, Black Phoenix Fairy's face suddenly showed a hint of solemnity. Seeing this, Black Phoenix Fairy raised her eyebrows and made a gesture. Tongue, a layer of black flame rolled out from her body. With a clear chirp, all the black flames condensed, and a 10 meters large black bird phantasm appeared on top of her head. Pingyu snorted, but he didn't move at all. The 2 golden armor puppets suddenly took a step forward, and their aura surged again. They were only a step away from the crystallization period later stage. Seeing that the battle between the 2 of them was about to begin, the black-robed young man's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly turned around and looked at another huge blue stone not far away with his eyes shining brightly. At the same time, he shouted, "What are you waiting for? Who are you? Why are you hiding there?" Black Phoenix Fairy and Pingyu were shocked when they heard the words, and they also looked over. "There is someone else here?" The green stone was only 500 meters away from the 3 of them. At such a close distance, they actually didn't notice any abnormality over there. Hee, fellow Taoists' words are truly strange. I was clearly the one who came here first, so why are you calling me a sneaky person? After a chuckle, a figure wearing an azure robe slowly walked out from behind the blue stone. "Who are you?" "An Taiching Gate disciple." The black-robed young man's face changed slightly. After a glance, he immediately saw the clothes on Lu Ming. "You are Lu Ming." Black Phoenix Fairy was taken aback after seeing Lu Ming's face, then she exclaimed. "It turns out to be Brother Lu, that's great." After Pingyu recognized Lu Ming, he was overjoyed. Speaking of which, the relationship between the Nature Work sect and Taiching Gate was good, and Pingyu had witnessed Lu Ming's strength before. Even if he hadn't seen him for decades, he wouldn't be much inferior to him now. In this way, he was very likely to keep the lock of luck on his wrist in a 2-on-2 fight. "Brother Peng, it seems that you and I are indeed fated to meet again here." Seeing this, Lu Ming also cupped his fist at Pingyu and said with a smile. Just when Black Phoenix Fairy gritted her teeth and stared at Lu Ming, her brother looked at Lu Ming up and down with a cold gaze, then he slowly said, "Let's go." "So you are the disciple of the Taiching Gate who practices demonic arts?" That day, my sister was seriously injured in the ancient demon ruins. Now that we meet, I can kill you together? Lu Ming heard it, and his mind turned. It seemed that when Black Phoenix Fairy saw him absorbing the demonic chi that day, she mistakenly thought that he was practicing the demonic arts. However, Lu Ming naturally wouldn't explain anything about this matter. He just smiled faintly. Hearing the word demonic cultivator, Pengyu looked at Lu Ming with a strange expression. But before he could say anything, the black-robed young man had already made a low groan. Black mist surged on his arms, and his arms instantly became as thick as a bowl. Dense black spirit patterns flashed on the surface of his arms. Immediately afterward, the black-robed young man shook his arms. After the black mist condensed, a giant claw phantasm of more than 100 meters was clearly visible. After a blur, it clawed at Lu Ming with a terrifying spiritual pressure. Lu Ming had seen the black-robed young man use this attack at the exchange meeting a while ago, so he knew how powerful it was. The disciple of the nature work sect was injured by this mystic art in one move. He hurriedly channeled the tiger dragon hell prison, and a faint black gas appeared on his body. He also shook his arms, and a tiger roar came. Two huge black tiger head phantasms of 10 meters instantly condensed in his hands. With a flash of black light, the two tiger head phantoms instantly fused into one. Their bodies once again increased in size, making them seem even more corporeal. With a whoosh, they shot out from Lu Ming's hands. Boom! A loud sound rang out. In mid-air, the black tiger head phantasm and the giant claw collided with each other. Both sides were dark, but the giant claw was dark and glossy, giving off an indescribably evil and demonic feeling. The tiger head phantom, on the other hand, had an extremely violent aura, as if it contained a great deal of power, and it was also faintly emitting a chilling aura. After the two phantasms squeezed and collided violently, they burst apart at the same time. Circles of black air waves immediately turned into a hurricane that swept in all directions. Lu Ming only felt his body tremble. Under a huge counterforce, he staggered back a dozen steps before he regained his balance. The black-robed young man on the opposite side changed his face, and his body also retreated backward. However, he only flew a few meters away. A pair of giant black wings phantasms suddenly appeared on his back. After flapping fiercely a few times, he barely stopped. From the looks of this attack, Lu Ming actually managed to gain a slight upper hand. You really have some skills. After the black-robed young man took a deep breath, his face was a little distorted. However, when he looked at Lu Ming again, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Then, his arm became blurred. His left hand clenched his right wrist and made a gesture in front of his chest. At the same time, he chanted, and black gas surged out of his body. Another unusually thick gray giant palm phantasm condensed in the sky, and it slammed at Lu Ming with a tremble. Although this gray giant palm phantasm was similar in size to the previous giant claw, its power was completely different. Wherever the giant palm passed, there were circles of distorted ripples in the nearby space, and there were bursts of thunder-like roars. Brother Lu, be careful, this person may be practicing the long-lost beastkin cultivation technique Fierce Beastkin 9 transformation. He can transform into 9 kinds of beastkin power. This time it is the power of the bear, which is known for its strength. Seeing this, Pengyu's face changed. He seemed to have guessed the cultivation technique of the man in a black robe, so he quickly reminded loudly. Lu Ming was shocked when he heard this. Black Phoenix Fairy's jade face sank. It seems that what Pengyu said is correct. The young man in a black robe didn't care that Pengyu exposed the origin of his cultivation technique. Instead, he laughed wildly. Before the gray bear paw phantasm landed, he pointed a finger in the air. Poof. The gray light on the surface of the gray giant palm condensed suddenly, and a clear and visible bright red spirit pattern appeared faintly. It looked extremely strange. Lu Ming frowned slightly, and there was also a strange feeling in his heart. However, the bear paw phantasm was already in front of him in an instant. Without thinking much, he yelled. Accompanied by a dragon roar that resounded through the sky, 5 black mist dragons soared into the sky from behind him. After circling in the air, they actually combined into one, turning into a black mist dragon of 300 to 400 meters. The eyes of the dragon flashed. It waved a pair of front claws and rushed at the black giant palm with its mouth wide open. A strange scene happened. The seemingly aggressive giant mist dragon collapsed with a bang as soon as it touched the gray bear paw, turning into black gas in the sky. Seeing this, Black Phoenix Fairy's face suddenly showed a gloating expression. Seeing this situation, Pungyu's face changed again. However, although Lu Ming was also a little stunned, he didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. He just clenched his fists and uttered the word explode. The black gas that filled the sky instantly turned into streaks of black light and pierced through the giant palm. In an instant, countless tiny holes were left on the surface of the palm. Poochie, the giant bear paw phantasm, collapsed in a blur. Seeing this, the joy on Black Phoenix Fairy's face suddenly became a little ugly. Peng Fei heaved a long sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Ming's expression suddenly sank. He turned around like a bolt of lightning and slashed out with his palm. A black fist projection materialized and collided with something in the air with a muffled boom. A strong gust of black wind spread in all directions, and the fist shadow collapsed with a loud bang. This brother of the Black Phoenix Fairy had used some unknown method to silently launch a third attack. Furthermore, he was able to strangely appear behind Lu Ming before suddenly launching an attack. Lu Ming turned around again and looked at the black-robed young man. What an invisible attack! Is this also a secret skill of the 9 changes of heavenly birds? If it wasn't for the fact that his spiritual energy was far beyond the imagination of his peers, he probably wouldn't have been able to detect such a strange attack from the black-robed youth. At this time, the excitement on the face of the black-robed young man had disappeared. Instead, he looked a little surprised. He didn't immediately make another attack. Instead, he took a deep look at Lu Ming and suddenly said with a smile, "Lu's magical power is really extraordinary. Morong Shueyue has learned a thing or two. Now that we have been in the Tianmen's secret realm for such a short time, we don't have to rush to fight now. There is still a long way to go. Let's settle the old scores in the future. Little sister, let's go." The black-robed young man was also straightforward. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately winked at Black Phoenix Fairy, who was not far away. Black light immediately rolled on the surface of his body, and he turned into a ball of light and rose into the air. Hearing this, Black Phoenix Fairy's face was gloomy for a while, but after glancing at Lu Ming with hatred, she finally stomped her feet and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the two once again turned into 2 black escape lights and flew away. After a few flashes, they completely disappeared from Lu Ming's sight. Lu Ming looked at the direction where the two disappeared. His eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't intend to get up and chase them. "I really have to thank Brother Lu for your help this time." At this time, Pengyu was surprised. After walking over quickly, he immediately cupped his fist and thanked Lu Ming gratefully. "Brother Peng is too polite. Even without Brother Peng's help, since they saw me, they wouldn't let go." Lu Ming turned around and replied politely. "I didn't expect that after a few decades near Pegasus Grassland, Brother Lu's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. You are now a cultivator of the crystallization period later stage. This is really gratifying." Pengyu looked at Lu Ming carefully and said with some amazement. "This is nothing. Didn't Brother Peng also advance to the intermediate stage of the crystallization period? Coupled with these 2 powerful puppets, I'm afraid the ordinary later stage cultivator is not Brother Peng's opponent." Lu Ming said with a spurious smile, and he glanced at the 2 puppets next to him. "I'm ashamed. How can I compare with Brother Lu? Otherwise, I won't be chased by those 2. Speaking of which, this Tianmen secret realm is already full of danger. Now the major sect and family are constantly fighting. I wonder if Brother Lu wants to travel with me. If you and I work together, we can avoid a lot of trouble." After hesitating for a while, Pengyu kept the 2 puppets and said so. "This?" Lu Ming was startled, and he hesitated a little. What Pengyu said was true. The battles in the secret realm had become more and more intense in the past few days. He had encountered several battles while hiding in this mountain range. Although he was confident that he could protect himself with his strength, if he wanted to get more luck, he had to go to the center of the secret realm. In the center, the true powerhouses of the various sects were gathered. Many of them were probably not weaker than the Black Phoenix Fairy and her sister. If he were to move forward alone, he would indeed be a little weak. Brother Lu, it's not too late to decide after you take a look at this. Ping Yu seemed to see Lu Ming's hesitation. He suddenly took out a fragment of the disc array from his sleeve and injected spiritual power into it. A buzzing sound rang out from the formation plate, and a burst of golden light lit up. At the same time, a vast expanse of golden light flew forth, projecting a map in midair, and there was an eye-catching golden speck of light flashing incessantly on the map. The disc of inheritance, and it's golden. Lu Ming was really taken aback when he saw this. Yes, it's the disc of inheritance. 2 days ago, after I tried my best to kill a pseudo-pallet state beastkin, I found this disc array fragment in its body. The 2 people of the Morong family were also chasing me for this thing. I'm sure Brother Lu knows that according to the usual practice, as long as 8 disc array fragments are gathered in one place, we can open the important land of inheritance in the secret realm of heaven. I'm afraid the other disc array fragments have already been found and are rushing there. Therefore, I hope that Brother Lu can help me again. When the disc array is gathered, we can enter the land of inheritance together. Peng Yu quickly explained. Lu Ming had already asked Long Yanfei and the others about the opening of the land of inheritance in the secret realm of heaven. According to this woman, any land of inheritance that was marked with a golden color meant that the inheritance was not to be underestimated. It was not something that a small inheritance could compare to. The amount of luck it contained was naturally even more shocking. In this way, Lu Ming only thought about it for a while, then he nodded and agreed, since Brother Peng has said so, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Let's go to the land of inheritance on the map together. Good. With Brother Lu's help, I believe it won't be difficult for us to enter the land of inheritance. Peng Yu was naturally overjoyed when he heard this. Therefore, the 2 of them studied the map on the disc array. After a brief discussion, they turned into 2 rays of light, one gold and one silver, and flew into the sky. At the same time, 3 voices were conversing in the depths of a pitch-black underground space. Hee, 7 of Old Man Gong's inheritance fragments have been activated. There's only 1 left. As long as all 8 fragments are found, these people will be able to open the inheritance, a delicate voice said. That's great. This day has finally come. Over the past tens of thousands of years, the luck we've quietly accumulated is almost full. As long as these ants from the human world open the inheritance, we can kill them all without anyone knowing. Then, we can steal the luck in Old Man Gong's inheritance. Then, we can use its power to break this secret realm. An enchanting female chuckle suddenly sounded, and her voice was filled with endless joy. Think about it, the 3 of us were ambushed by those old guys from the Heaven Palace and forcibly suppressed in this secret realm. Instead, they extracted our blood essence and magic power to maintain this secret realm. Once I get out of this realm, I'll definitely report this to Master Moth Mother, then lead my people to break this realm and kill all the living beings in this realm to vent my hatred. The 3rd man's voice was slightly hoarse, and he sounded very calm, but the content of his words was extremely shocking. The 2 of us don't have a powerful backer like Master Moth Mother, so we can't compare to Brother Min. As long as we can leave this place alive and escape from the human world, we'll be satisfied, the delicate voice replied with a chuckle. Alright, let's wait until we've left this place before saying anything more. For this plan, we've been planning for so long. If we don't succeed, I'm afraid those guys from the Heaven Palace won't give us any more chances. Therefore, just in case, I think when those ants really open the inheritance of Old Gong, why don't we? The woman's voice said. Subsequently, the conversation between the 3 of them suddenly became inaudible in this pitch-black space. Just as Lu Ming and Peng Yu were following the formation plate fragments and heading towards the inheritance, the battle between the disciples of various sects had finally fully begun in every corner of the secret realm. In a reddish-brown folded valley, a silver centipede that was more than 10 meters long was shuttling through the valley. Every part of its body was shiny and ferocious. Countless blade-like claws slashed across the mountain rocks, creating clanging sounds. Its speed was so fast that it looked like a silver phantom. 3 figures followed closely behind it. One of them was a green-robed young man, Luo Tiancheng, and the other 2 young men were also wearing green Taiching sect uniforms. One of them carried a longsword on his back, and the other was empty-handed. they were tall and thin. The terrain in the valley was steep and complicated. The three of them were flying, but they couldn't increase their speed. Seeing that the silver centipede was getting faster and faster, it had already left the three of them behind. The tall and thin disciple flew at the forefront. Suddenly, he shouted and clapped his hands together. Like pulling a bow, he pulled it open abruptly. A strong green light came out of his body and condensed into a thick light arrow in front of him. As he released one hand, the light arrow blasted forward with a strong whistling sound. The light arrow was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with the silver centipede and accurately hit its silver back. Boom, a dazzling light burst out from the back of the centipede. After the light faded, there was only a shallow mark left where it was hit. What a hard carapace. Seeing this, the tall and thin young man was speechless. The centipede hissed in pain. A silver light flashed on its body surface, and it suddenly changed its direction. Its escape speed was a bit faster. Let's chase separately. We must not let this beastkin of the crystallization period later stage run away. Luo Tianqing's eyes lit up. This silver centipede is stronger than I thought. After killing it, I will definitely get a lot of luck. The tall and thin young man and the young man with a sword agreed, and they immediately flew away from the left and right side tacitly, outflanking the silver centipede. Luo Tianqing continued to chase closely behind. This method really worked quickly. The silver centipede could no longer change its direction at will. After just 15 minutes, it was gradually surrounded by the three of them. The silver centipede obviously also realized that its situation was not good. After making an anxious hiss, countless legs on both sides quickly waved in the air, causing a wave of ripples. It struggled to escape forward. Unknowingly, he rushed out of the canyon in a panic, and appeared in the sky above a boundless sand dune. At this moment, the green-robed disciple who was chasing the closest also flew out of the canyon first. Without the obstruction of the narrow terrain, his speed suddenly increased a lot. This person glanced back at Luo Tianqing and the young man with a sword. After a strange look flashed in his eyes, he made a gesture without hesitation and pointed at the air in front of him. The long sword on his back made a clear sword sound and instantly turned into a 100 meters long crimson sword rainbow. It blasted in the direction of the silver centipede at an extremely fast speed. He actually made the first move. At this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air came from behind them. Luo Tianqing and another tall, thin man had also flown out of the canyon. Seeing what the swordsman was doing, the tall, thin man's expression became anxious. He made a hand sign, and his speed instantly increased. The next moment, a green light flashed, and an emerald long bow suddenly appeared in the tall and thin man's hand. He pulled the bow into a full moon. Hula, a light arrow with the thickness of a wrist shot out. It actually arrived in front of the silver centipede. The speed was so fast that it almost teleported. The crimson sword light and the light arrow almost fell on the head of the centipede at the same time. Obviously, both of them had the same idea. They wanted to kill the centipede with one blow and grab the luck. Seeing this, Luo Tianqing's eyes flashed. He shook his shoulder, and his body immediately emitted a silver light. He also launched a palm to the air in front of him. In the whistling sound, a large amount of silver mist rolled out. Although they were from the same sect, and the luck they got belonged to the Taiqing Gate, the person who got the luck obviously got more benefits in the end. The reward that the Taiqing Gate finally got was naturally very different. While the silver centipede was rushing, it felt the whistling sound behind it. It tried its best to twist its body, trying to dodge the attack. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Although the beast avoided its vital point at the critical moment, the few silver long legs on the left were still hit by the sword light and the light arrow, and they were directly cut off. Seeing this, the tall and thin man and the man with a sword on his back had their eyes lit up. Their gestures became more urgent, and they were about to kill again. At this moment, a silver mist tiger phantasm of several 10 meters in size roared and fell from the sky. It bit the neck of the silver centipede with lightning speed. Although the centipede was also a beastkin of the later stage of the crystallization period, after such a long distance, it had consumed a lot of physical strength and spiritual power. Now that it was injured, it couldn't escape the silver tiger's attack. It could only roll its body and wrap around the silver tiger's body like a snake. Speaking of which, although the silver tiger was condensed by spiritual power, it was not much different from a real object. The two suddenly rolled together in the air, and a violent airflow burst out in all directions. The man with the sword on his back and the tall and thin disciple were hit by the airflow, and their figures involuntarily retreated for several 10 meters before they could stabilize their figures. Just at that moment, Luo Tiancheng's figure arrived like lightning. His entire body was enveloped by a silver fog and he directly leaped out from between the two of them. With a low shout, he charged into the battle with a violent aura. Seeing this, the disciple with a sword on his back and the tall and thin disciple were shocked. When they were about to rush in, there was a sudden whine of the giant centipede, and Luo Tiancheng's laughter sounded. Swoosh, a black shadow flew out of the violent airflow in the battle. As their eyes condensed, their complexion suddenly changed. The black shadow was none other than the giant head of the silver centipede. The pair of sharp fangs in its mouth was still opening and closing, but the murderous light in its eyes was quickly dimming. With the death of the centipede, the originally violent airflow also calmed down. In the rolling dust and smoke, Luo Tiancheng slowly flew out, and a shallow wound on his lower abdomen could be seen clearly. However, his expression looked extremely calm. He wiped the wound with one hand, and suddenly, countless hair-like silver threads condensed around the wound, and the wound immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, after 2 or 3 breaths, the wound had completely disappeared. Junior Luo is very strong, I admire you, admire you. Seeing this, the tall and thin disciple put away the emerald green longbow, and with a complicated expression, he cupped his hands and said with some embarrassment. The man with the sword on his back did not speak, and with a wave of one hand, he kept the scarlet flying sword behind his back. He glanced at Luo Tiancheng's wrist, and saw that the gray light emitted by Luo Tiancheng's lock of luck was obviously a little brighter than before, and the corner of his eye twitched slightly. This is only the periphery of the secret realm. 2 senior brothers do not have to be discouraged. If the 3 of us work together, there should not be many people who can reach the center of the secret realm faster than us. Luo Tiancheng said lightly as if he did not hear it. When the other 2 heard this, they both nodded their heads. Let's leave here first, the FA fluctuation just now will probably attract the attention of many people nearby. Luo Tiancheng turned around and said. As a result, before he finished speaking, his complexion suddenly changed, and he raised his head to look in a certain direction. In the distant sky, a white dot of light appeared, and it quickly shot toward the 3 of them. The speed was so fast that it was like, the 3 of them wanted to avoid it, but it was obviously too late. After a few breaths, the escape light was clearly visible. After the white light flashed, it stopped in the air not far from the 3 of them. After the white light dissipated, a person was revealed. The person had a long face like an eagle, a nose like a hook, and a white robe that swelled with the wind. Impressively, it was the attire of the Sky Demon Valley. His sharp eyes swept over the 3 of them unscrupulously, and finally fell on Luo Tiancheng, and his eyes slightly flashed. The man with the sword on his back had already secretly formed a sword art, and the other tall and thin disciple solemnly extended his hand to his waist. Fellow Taoist, what do you want from me? Luo Tiancheng also had a face of vigilance, but he did not show weakness and met the other's gaze, and asked coldly. Although he was extremely unfamiliar with this person, the faint aura of the other party gave the 3 of them a feeling of uneasiness. Obviously, this person from the Sky Demon Valley was not an ordinary person. Hee, Taiching Gate. The eagle-faced man's mouth opened with a smile that was not a smile, and his arms suddenly opened to the sides. Rays of silver light that seemed to have substance instantly rushed out from the 2 sleeves of his robe, and at the same time an astonishing aura burst out. Luo Tiancheng and the other 2 had been cautious, and when they saw the eagle-faced man's action, they immediately reacted. The man with the sword on his back shouted loudly, and the sword on his back soared into the sky, and turned into a shocking rainbow of more than 10 meters long, and as his hands turned like wheels, it suddenly disintegrated, turning into a dozen slender sword lights, and swept in the direction of the eagle-faced man at the same time. In the sound of breaking through the air, these red sword lights brought with them a long tail light, like a meteor shower. The momentum was quite astonishing. The tall and thin disciple had already held the emerald green longbow, and the palm on his waist blurred, and a green arrow was placed on the longbow. His eyes flashed, and his other arm suddenly loosened. With a loud chi-chi sound, the dense green light shot towards the eagle-faced man in an overwhelming manner. Luo Tiancheng stood between the two, but he didn't make a move rashly, but he had already channeled his technique with a gloomy face. Immediately, a cloud of silver mist rolled out from his body, turning into a silver dragon and tiger phantasm hovering and dancing on the surface of his body. Facing the incoming red sword light and green light arrow, the eagle-faced man grinned as if he didn't hear them. His eyes were flowing, and the silver light from his sleeves became more dazzling. There was a trembling sound in the air, and many palm-sized silver mirrors appeared quickly. There were more than 100 of these mirrors, and after a buzzing sound, all of the mirrors flashed, and a silver beam of light suddenly shot out, sweeping through the void in front of them, instantly devouring the red sword light and the green arrow light. Seeing that the person in front of them blocked the attacks of the two so easily, the two disciples of Taiqing Gate took a deep breath. Luo Tiancheng's expression was also slightly solemn. However, before the three of them could attack again, the eagle-faced man's arms shook violently, and hundreds of dazzling light beams spewed out from the mirrors again. After a flash, they arrived in front of the three of them. The dense light beams were like a silver tide, and they were about to completely drown the three of them. Seeing that it was too late to dodge, the sword-carrying man and the tall and thin disciple immediately crushed a few talismans with a drastic change of expression, holding up a few colorful protective light shields in front of them. As for Luo Tiancheng, he let out a low roar, and the silver-flood tigers on his body exploded one after another, turning into a layer of silver mist that seemed to be solid, protecting his body so that not even a drop of water could escape. Just as the three of them finished doing all this, the overwhelming silver light pillar rushed past where the three of them were with an imposing manner. For a time, wherever the silver light passed, there was an endless sizzling sound. The ground, mountains, and boulders that were touched instantly turned into green smoke, leaving a deep ditch of several 10 meters wide on the ground. The next moment, as the eagle-faced man retracted his arms, hundreds of silver mirror phantasms flashed in silver light, and they all retracted to the middle, turning into a small and exquisite hexagonal silver mirror that was swallowed into his abdomen. The silver mirror collapsed and disappeared in a flash, but in the dust mist, there were two putong sounds. Two incomplete charred corpses appeared in the deep pit. Looking at the figure and the remaining clothes, it could be vaguely recognized that they were the sword-carrying man and the tall and thin disciple. Both of them now only had a small half of their bodies left as if they were burned by flames. The spiritual weapons in their hands had long disappeared. The two elite disciples of Taiqing Gate didn't even have the slightest resistance, and they died so carelessly. Even a trace of their soul couldn't escape. It was really a shocking thing. At this moment, after a roar, another figure shot out from the dust mist. It was Luo Tiancheng. However, at this moment, he seemed to have suffered serious injuries. His right arm and most of his shoulder were gone, and most of the skin on his body had become as black as burnt wood. After Luo Tiancheng flew a few dozen feet away, he hastily formed a hand seal with one hand and gathered all of the spiritual power in his body. Only then was he able to barely stabilize his body. After taking a deep breath, his body was once again covered in a layer of sparkling silver light. His burnt body was immediately covered in a dense silver filament, and his severed arm had countless new teeth that were constantly squirming. The eagle-faced man's previous blow obviously consumed a lot of yuan qi. After seeing Luo Tiancheng's appearance, he was shocked in his heart. He didn't immediately use other means of attack. He just hung in the air with his hands behind his back, letting the cold wind blow on his green robe. At the same time, there was an endless stream of gray mist sweeping out from the two mutilated corpses in the huge pit on the ground, and it was absorbed by the small lock on his wrist. After 7 or 8 breaths, Luo Tiancheng's body recovered to its original state. All of his wounds were healed, and even his new skin was crystal clear and white. There were no scars left. However, when his right arm condensed, the lock of luck on his wrist had disappeared. Luo Tiancheng looked at the two corpses on the ground with a gloomy face. Suddenly, he took a deep breath. Near his right wrist, countless sparkling light spots appeared out of thin air. With a flash of white light, they condensed into a brand new jade lock that was as white as jade, but the gray light it emitted was obviously much weaker than before. At the same time, after the lock of luck on the eagle-faced man's wrist absorbed the gray gas from the two corpses, a large amount of gray gas appeared in the surrounding air again, and it was quickly absorbed. Seeing this, Luo Tiancheng could no longer hold back the rage in his heart. Without saying anything, he quickly formed a sign with both hands. The silver mist once again surged out of his body in a frenzy. At the same time, there was a series of crackling sounds. His body suddenly grew by a lot. He took a big step forward and was about to attack with rage in his heart. The eagle-faced man laughed. Suddenly, two balls of green light appeared behind him. Then, they transformed into a pair of green light wings. With a flap of the wings, he turned into a ball of green light and flew into the distance. He didn't seem to have any intention of fighting Luo Tiancheng. TSK, Dutian spirit body really deserves its reputation. I have learned a lot. See you later. At the same time, the voice of this person came from far away in the green light. Don't run. How could Luo Tiancheng let him escape? He wrapped his body in silver light, turned into a silver escape light, and chased after him. Both of them were extremely fast. In a few seconds, they had already flown more than a dozen miles. However, although Luo Tiancheng's escape speed was not slow, he was mainly famous for his powerful spirit body. Escape technique wasn't his forte. However, the speed of the green escape light that the eagle-faced man turned into was really extraordinary. In a few flashes, he flew a few miles away. As a result, it didn't take long for the distance between the two to get farther and farther. Luo Tiancheng chased for a distance, but seeing that he couldn't catch up, he had to stop bitterly. Damn it! When did such an evildoer appear in the Sky Beastkin Valley? He can actually kill two disciples of the crystallization period later stage with a wave of his hand. He looked at the green light in the sky getting smaller and smaller, and his heart was extremely depressed. After his expression was uncertain for a few times, he finally stomped his feet, turned around, and flew back. In another basin surrounded by mountains outside the secret realm, several groups of people were hanging in the air, in a stalemate with each other. Ouyang Qian of the Ouyang aristocrat clan and the young lady dressed in green were among them. Facing them were three men dressed in brown robes. Not far from the five of them, there were 7 other cultivators in groups of 2 or 3. Looking at their clothes, they seemed to be disciples of some small sects and did not seem to be the same group of people. Everyone's eyes, intentionally or unintentionally, looked at the center of the basin from time to time, at a green stone about half the height of a person. The surface of the stone was covered with moss, but under a closer look, one could see that there were intricate and chaotic dark red lines on the surface of the green stone. As it flashed, it faintly revealed a trace of fiery red aura, causing the surrounding void to be blurred. At a glance, one could tell that it was a rare spiritual object in the world. What are the two fairies trying to do? This fire vein essence stone was obviously first discovered by our heaven deficiency sect, so naturally it should belong to us. Among the 3 men in brown clothes, the leader was a middle-aged man with wide eyebrows. He shouted angrily at Ouyang Qian and Ouyang Qian. What a joke. Could it be that the 3 of you didn't even understand the rules of the Heavenly Gate Conference before coming in? The treasures in this secret realm belong to whoever finds them. Why did you have to pick us to come in? From the looks of it, you don't seem to have gathered much luck. I can't be bothered to snatch it. If you know what's good for you, then leave as soon as possible. And you, if you don't want to die, then stay away from us sisters. The girl in green said without a care in the world. She swept her gaze over the other 7 people in the distance with a trace of disdain. When the 3 people from the Heaven Deficiency sect heard this, their faces instantly turned red and their eyes seemed to be spitting fire. When the people from the other sect heard this, their faces all became extremely ugly. Ouyang Qian stood at the side and looked at all of this with a smile that was not a smile. Humph. What's the big deal about the Ouyang family? No matter how strong they are only 2 people. Fellow cultivators, why don't we join hands and get rid of them first before deciding who to split the spiritual object? A woman who was dressed up flirtatiously standing outside suddenly snorted coldly and said loudly. When these words were said, everyone's gazes were instantly attracted over. Looking closely, the woman who spoke could be considered to be somewhat beautiful. However, looking closely, her eyes were a bit long and narrow, destroying some of her beauty. However, when she looked at the two Ouyang family sisters, there was a trace of jealousy and resentment. Beside the woman was a skinny red-clothed youth. When he heard this, he turned pale with fright. He didn't think that this senior sister from the same sect would suddenly speak out and provoke the Ouyang Qian sisters at this time. When the rest of the people, as well as the 3 people from the Heaven Deficiency sect in front of the two Ouyang family sisters heard this, their faces couldn't help but flash with interest. However, due to the prestige of the 8 great families, no one dared to make the first move. The atmosphere on the scene became strange. Since you guys aren't willing to leave, then all of you can stay. When the girl in green saw this, her face darkened. Suddenly, a purple light flashed in her hand and a 2-foot-long purple fan appeared. She opened it against the wind and fanned it forward. This fan should be a light object, but when the girl in green fanned it, it seemed to be very serious. Pooh! After the surface of the fan lit up, a large amount of faint purple mist surged out and in a blink of an eye, rolled towards the opposite side. The speed of the purple mist was extremely fast and the 3 Heaven Deficiency sect disciples who were closest to it immediately smelled a faint fragrance. Immediately, their consciousness became dizzy. Not good. The middle-aged man with wide eyebrows was shocked and quickly took out 3 green talismans and quickly slapped them on his and his 2 juniors' bodies. Under the flash of the green light, the other 2 people suddenly woke up as if they were suddenly enlightened and didn't completely sink into oblivion. When the other cultivators who were slightly further away saw this, their faces changed. They all circulated their chi and held their breaths while each of them released their own defensive secret techniques and spirit weapons. Do it. However, the actions of the girl in green made the rest of the people on the scene more determined. It was unknown who suddenly shouted, and in the next moment, all kinds of light instantly surged towards Ouyang Qian and the girl in green like a tide. Rumble! More than 10 rays of light instantly engulfed Ouyang Qian and the girl in green, and not even a corner of their clothes could be seen. Haha, what Ouyang family? You talk so big, but you still can't withstand a single blow. When the beautiful girl who spoke first saw this, she screamed in surprise and joy. In her hand, she was controlling a fiery red ring to fly up and down, shooting out rays of red light. The skinny man next to him first took out a talisman and released a layer of red light curtain to protect his body. Then, he channeled a crimson long saber and turned it into a large dense saber light to join the attack. Just 2 women who rely on their family background. How can they have any real skills? Junior, why do you still? When the beautiful girl saw this, she snorted disdainfully. As a result, halfway through her words, she suddenly felt a slight coldness in her chest. A bright knife tip actually appeared from her chest. The coquettish woman's eyes widened as she lowered her head to look at the bright blade that was stained with blood. Her face was filled with an expression of disbelief. At this moment, after the blade flashed, the tip of the blade strangely dissipated as if it had never appeared before. She let out a muffled groan. As the tip of the blade disappeared, her vitality was also rapidly fading away. Her body softly collapsed to the ground. Her heart was pierced, and the life of her body had also come to an end. However, in this purple mist, she found that her soul was actually unable to leave her body and her consciousness had already blurred. At the moment of her death, the woman in red barely propped up her head and looked back. However, she found that her junior brother, who was usually obedient to her, did not even look at her. Instead, he was desperately activating the protective light curtain and desperately resisting the other bright flying knife that had appeared out of nowhere. Then, he suddenly tore a talisman and immediately turned into a yellow escape light. Without a sound, he sped away into the distance. When the others saw the figure of the man in red escaping, they were both shocked and angry. However, they were even more shocked by the sudden appearance of the 2 flying knives. The appearance of these 2 flying daggers was far too strange. They appeared out of thin air and killed the seductive woman on the spot, catching her off guard. If it wasn't for the coquettish woman's abnormally cautious and prepared a defensive method in advance, perhaps she would also have died on the spot. When everyone stopped their attacks one after another, they found that Ouyang Qian and the woman in the center of their half-moon formation had also disappeared without a trace. The original purple mist had now spread to an area of an acre, enveloping everyone in it. Only then did the remaining people realize that something was wrong, and most of them were a little flustered. Although they didn't know what method the two women from the Ouyang family used, it was obvious that their joint attack just now did not hurt each other. Instead, the two women took the opportunity to hide their bodies and kill the beautiful woman. However, no matter how much they released their divine sense to explore the surrounding mist, it was of no use at all. This purple mist not only had a fragrance that could interfere with everyone's mind, but it also seemed to have the effect of restricting the power of divine sense. Because of this, everyone became even more flustered. Some people hurriedly summoned their totems and madly attacked the fog. Others quickly stuck defensive glyphs on their bodies. The leader of the Heaven Deficiency sect, the middle-aged man with wide eyebrows, gave a look to the two people on his left and right before suddenly turning his hand to summon a black ring. It transformed into several jet-black rings of light that protected him within. Afterwards, he flew like lightning towards the fire pattern essence stone in the middle. This person was obviously thinking of grabbing the blue stone and immediately running away without a trace. The other two Heaven Deficiency sect disciples tacitly leaned forward, blocking the path of the other 5 people towards the middle. Humph! A cold snort suddenly came from somewhere, and the bright white saber light flashed again, flashing past the middle-aged man with broad eyebrows. Pooh! The middle-aged man suddenly stopped in mid-air after the saber light passed by. His face was full of disbelief as blood gushed out of his abdomen. It had been completely cut open. The black halo that was originally released was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of this white saber light. It had already shattered into pieces. Under a flash of the white saber light, it disappeared silently into the purple mist again. This scene happened in less than 2 seconds. A cultivator of the crystallization period later stage was suddenly killed on the spot. Not only did the middle-aged man's 2 fellow disciples who had just put up a posture stand stunned on the spot, but the other 5 people were even more pale. Hand over the lock of luck, and I will let you live. At this moment, in the faint purple mist, there was a crisp voice. It was Xianxia who spoke. When the remaining 7 people heard this, they were shocked in their hearts, and they were silent for a while. Okay, the Ouyang family is indeed one of the 8 great families. We are not your opponents, so we will leave now. The expression of a burly man in a short yellow robe changed several times before he finally gritted his teeth and grabbed the lock of providence on his wrist before tossing it into the nearby mist. The other 2 similarly dressed people nearby also made the same move. Then the 3 of them rose into the air, turned into 3 green lights, and flew away. Sure enough, in the purple mist, no one stopped them. Seeing this, the remaining 2 men in robes quickly communicated with each other through voice transmission, then they glanced at the fire pattern essence stone. After a flash of unwillingness, they also put down the lock of luck and strode away without saying a word. In an instant, there were only 2 Tian K sect disciples in brown clothes left in the basin. They were still standing there with uncertain expressions. Why, do you 2 also want to go with your companions? The crisp voice sounded again, but this time, there was a hint of anger in the tone. When the 2 heard the words, their complexion changed drastically. After looking at each other, they gritted their teeth and immediately threw out the lock of luck on their hands, then they turned around and flew away. They didn't dare to stay any longer. After everyone had gone far away, the light purple mist that filled the basin suddenly rolled down, and like a giant whale sucking in water, it surged toward a certain point in the middle. The next moment, 2 slender figures flashed, and Xianxia and the green-robed woman appeared nearby again. The place where the light purple mist went was a 2-foot-long purple folding fan in the green-robed woman's hand. When all the mist was sucked in, she immediately closed the paper fan in her hand with a pada sound. Sister Qian, why did you let those people go? After the green-robed woman put away the paper fan, she frowned and turned to ask Xianxia. The patriarch let us come to the secret realm this time. Firstly, it is to fight for some luck for the Ouyang family. Secondly, it is to find some fire illusion unpolished jade that is contained in the fire pattern essence stone. Since we can easily accomplish our goal, there is no need to complicate matters. After all, we don't know how long we will stay in the secret realm. It is better to conserve some fa li. Xianxia put the 2 snow-white flying knives in front of her into her sleeve and said lightly. When the green-robed woman heard the words, her face showed a hint of disapproval, but she didn't say anything more. Then the woman's figure flickered, and she landed in front of the green stone in the middle of the basin. She pressed one hand on the surface of the green stone and checked it one by one. In a certain underground cave, it was very spacious. It was about an acre in size. It was surrounded by water on 3 sides. In the middle, there was an open space connected to the exit. It was full of unknown brown plants. A young woman who seemed to be only in her 20s was sitting on a big stone in the middle of the open space. She was wearing the scholar robe of the Hauran Academy. She looked valiant, but under her snow-white skin, she had a unique charm. More than 100 meters away from the young woman, there were 3 giant beastkins that looked like large lizards. The aura they exuded was vaguely at the intermediate stage of the crystallization period. Every lizard demonic beast was several meters in size. From its back to its tail, it was covered with porcupine-like spikes. Each spike was half a foot long, and its mouth was filled with crisscrossed canine teeth. Under the reflection of the sunlight, it flickered with an awe-inspiring cold light, causing people to shudder with a single glance. The 3 beastkins made a burst of low roars from time to time, but they were always crawling back and forth more than 100 meters away from the young woman. For some reason, they didn't dare to pounce on her. Facing these 3 ferocious beastkins, the young woman in scholar robe didn't look afraid at all. Instead, she kept looking up and down with interest. Suddenly, the woman giggled, and there was a flash of crimson fire in her pupils. At the next moment, the 3 lizard beastkins suddenly ignited with a raging crimson flame. They immediately wailed and rolled on the ground. Not long after, they turned the surrounding vegetation and themselves into piles of black ash. Seeing this, the young woman in scholar robe showed a hint of satisfaction at the corner of her mouth. She waved her sleeve gently, and a white light rolled out, carrying her body out of the cave. Over a lush grassland, a huge 4-wheeled flying car roared past. The flying car seemed to be made of pure silver. The surface was covered with light green exquisite spirit patterns. The style was dazzling, but it didn't look tacky at all. The ones pulling the flying carriage were 8 golden-bright Pegasi puppets. Their hoofs stomped on the air, but it sounded like they were stepping on solid ground. On the flying car, a man in a green robe was sitting. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He was holding the reins with both arms, but his eyes kept glancing down. All of a sudden, the young man gently tugged on the reins, and the 8 puppets let out a neigh before coming to a stop at the same time. On the grassland below, hundreds of gray wolf beastkins gathered densely. Each wolf beastkin was about the strength of the spirit apostle later stage or even the condensation period early or intermediate stage. A few beastkin wolves whose heads were obviously outstanding even had the strength of the condensation period later stage. These beastkin wolves were distributed in a circle around a small dark forest in the middle as the center. They seemed to be guarding something. What a strong medicinal fragrance! The man in a green robe closed his eyes slightly, and his nose twitched a few times. There was a hint of intoxication as he muttered to himself. The wolf pack below also noticed the flying car that stopped in the sky at this time. Under the leadership of a few gray wolves, they all held into the air as if they were issuing a warning. The man in a green robe opened his eyes, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He sneered and waved his hand. A dozen fist-sized green beads flashed out. As the green light flickered in the air, the beads exploded one after another. In an instant, they turned into a dozen tall and large bronze-armored soldiers. They looked like giant gods, and with a rumbling sound, they landed heavily on the grassland. Many gray wolf beastkins couldn't dodge in time, and they were trampled into minced meat. Kill these wolf beastkins. Pay attention not to destroy the jungle in the middle. The man in a green robe smiled slightly and gave an order faintly. The dozen bronze-armored soldiers' eyes suddenly lit up. They took heavy steps and waved their giant fists. Not long after, they rushed into the wolf beastkin group. Seeing this, under the leadership of several leaders, the gray wolf pack let out a burst of high-pitched roars and began to launch a round of crazy attacks on these bronze-armored soldiers. However, their attacks were like waves hitting the reef. They were instantly bounced off and shattered into pieces. This scene was like more than a dozen green boulders falling into the gray ocean, splashing countless waves. The dozen or so bronze-armored warriors seemed to be moving very slowly, but in fact, each step they took covered a distance of several meters. With a wave of their giant fists, the blood of several wolf beastkin splattered on the spot. In less than a quarter of an hour, hundreds of wolf beastkin were killed. The ground was covered with blood in the blink of an eye. There were broken limbs everywhere, exuding a pungent smell of blood. The man in green robe calmly got off the flying car. He didn't seem to be disgusted by the blood and corpses on the ground. He slowly walked into the small forest guarded by the wolves step by step. At this moment, the dozen or so bronze-armored warriors were faintly surrounding the forest, standing motionless on the spot. The man in green robe stood in front of the forest. He waved his sleeve gently, and the forest was separated by an invisible force, revealing a passage. When the man saw this, he didn't say anything else and walked in. After 10 minutes, when he came out again, there was a hint of joy between his eyebrows. There was a jet-black spirit herb in his hand. There were 3 white spots on each leaf, exuding a bone-chilling cold air. It's a 3,000-year-old obsidian herb. It seems that my efforts were not in vain. The man in green robe said to himself with joy, then he put away the spirit herb in his hand. Not long after, in the sound of galloping horses, the silver flying car set off again and continued to move forward. On a huge mountain that was tens of thousands of meters high, there was a towering ancient tree at the peak. Most of the giant tree was shrouded in layers of white clouds. Suddenly, a sharp, ear-piercing shriek came from within the white cloud. The cloud violently roiled for a while before forming one huge vortex after another. At the top of the giant tree, there was a huge black nest. In the nest, there was a huge snow-white bird's corpse lying in it. It was motionless, but there was a big hole in its abdomen. Blood kept flowing out. It seemed that it was killed not long ago. And on the other side of the nest, there was a man with purple hair, a wide mouth, and a lion's nose. He was bending his body, constantly searching for something in the nest. Suddenly, with a bang sound, the corpse of the giant bird was casually grabbed by him and thrown out, stirring up the surrounding white clouds for a while. When the man slowly straightened his back, his eyes were filled with excitement. There was a fragment of an ultra-ray disc in his hand. I was right. This spirit bird is so powerful, and there are no other obvious spiritual objects in its nest. There is an inheritance fragment here, the purple-haired man said happily. He then cast a spell on the fragment of the array board. That's right. After a buzzing sound came from the formation plate, a golden light suddenly appeared, projecting a map in the air. There was a golden dot of light flashing on the map. The purple-haired man nodded with satisfaction. After putting away the formation plate, he formed a hand seal with one hand and a ball of starlight enveloped his body. He instantly left the lair. Within a pitch-black and secluded valley, a streak of light flew out from the depths of the valley before transforming into the silver-haired young woman from the Big Dipper Pavilion. I didn't expect to be delayed for so long. Lu Meng should have already found him. I have to hurry, the silver-haired girl muttered to herself with a frown. A cautious expression appeared on her face. With a wave of one hand, the girl once again turned into a streak of light and flew out of the valley. In the depths of the valley behind her, there were dozens of giant ape corpses lying on the ground. On each of the corpses, there was no damage elsewhere. Even their hair was not messed up. Only their chests had a huge bloody hole with an empty heart. As Lu Ming and Ping Yu hurried along, they collected natural treasures along the way. With their extraordinary strength, not only did they not encounter any danger along the way, but they also had a lot of harvests. Ping Yu was also quite talkative. Since they had obtained first place in the sect during the last Tianmen gathering, they naturally had more information than the Taiqing Gate. Other than some secrets related to the sect, they did not hide anything from Lu Ming. A month passed by in the blink of an eye. The two of them followed the directions on the formation plate and finally arrived in front of a huge lake. As far as the eye could see, the lake was thousands of miles wide. The lake water was very muddy, as if it was full of sand. It also exuded a faint strange smell. Lu Ming's heart moved. He urged the black cloud under his feet to slowly land on the surface of the lake. With a wave of his hand, he drew some of the lake water to his nose and sniffed it carefully. Suddenly, he felt a pungent smell fill his nose. Just as he frowned slightly, the water under his feet suddenly tumbled violently. With a splash, a huge black fish head suddenly emerged from the water. Its bloody mouth was filled with rows of finger-sized white teeth, and it fiercely bit his calf. The lake water here seems to be a bit strange. I wonder if Brother Peng knew about this place before. Lu Ming didn't even look at his feet. He casually flicked his finger, and two faint golden spiral sword chi suddenly flashed out. One of them directly penetrated the head of the strange fish that pounced over, and the other shot into the bottom of the lake not far away. In the next moment, the muddy surface of the lake, which was originally as calm as still water, suddenly boiled up like a pot of boiling water. After just a few seconds, two strange big fish corpses floated on the surface of the lake, swaying with the waves. Looking carefully, the fish corpses were about 10 meters long. There were no fins on their backs, but a pair of dark green wings grew on the side of their bodies. It looked quite strange. The sex dossier doesn't seem to deliberately mention this lake. Pingyu glanced at the two dead strange fish and said thoughtfully. After Pingyu finished speaking, he suddenly turned his hand and took out the formation plate fragment. He glanced around and continued, however, according to the formation plate map, the inheritance land should be in this lake, and it should not be far away. Why don't we go forward and see? Alright, let's hurry up. Lu Ming frowned at first, but he immediately nodded. The two of them immediately urged their escape lights to continue flying forward. Along the way, they flew more than 100 meters above the lake surface, and they did not encounter any attacks from the lake. Half a day later, a huge island suddenly appeared in their field of vision. The island had a radius of hundreds of miles. There were green and flourishing forests everywhere on the island. Even if they were a few miles away, they could still feel the rich aura on the island. Brother Lu, here we are. The inheritance land shown on the map should be on this island. Pingyu said with joy when he saw this. He couldn't help but speed up a little. Lu Ming naturally followed closely. The two flew all the way toward the center of the island according to the light spot on the disc array. It didn't take long for a huge basin-like valley to appear in front of the two. When the two flew closer, they found that it was gray and barren. At this time, a dozen people had already gathered sparsely in an open space in the valley. Lu Ming glanced down from a distance, and he found that half of these people belonged to the 4 ancient sects and 8 major families, and there were quite a few familiar faces among them. The Xianxia sisters, whom he had met a few times before, were standing not far away. There were also 2 disciples in white robes of Sky Beastkin Valley nearby. One of them had a fierce eagle face, and the other was the young Beastkin clan Shui Pan whom he had met in the illusion hall. In addition, there was a green-clothed young woman from the Haran Academy and a green-robed man who was sitting on a silver flying car pulled by 8 golden flying horses. He should be a disciple of the Nature Work sect. As for the rest of the people, Lu Ming couldn't recognize them. After Lu Ming turned his gaze again, he looked at a 100 meters high marble platform surrounded by the crowd. It was grayish-white, and there were tiny and delicate crisscrossing golden spirit patterns around it. It looked very mysterious. On the stone platform, there was a 30 to 40 foot wide array formation. At the center of the array formation, there were 8 palm-sized indentations. They were similar in size to the inheritance array disk fragments, and 6 of them were already flashing with faint golden light. Lu Ming looked around again, but he saw that the people present, Ouyang Qian of the Ouyang family, the man in the silver carriage, the young woman in green clothes from the Haran Academy, Shui Pan of Sky Beastkin Valley, and another man in a gray robe were flashing with looming golden light. And the disc array fragment in Pingyu's hand also emitted a layer of golden brilliance. Seeing this, how could Lu Ming not understand that everyone present had already gathered 5 pieces of inheritance fragments and were waiting for the arrival of the other 3 people with the fragments? Hearing the sound of breaking air, the people near the valley also looked over. Most of the people's gazes were looking at the object in Pingyu's hand. For a moment, their expressions were different. Some people were happy, some people were frowning slightly, but most of them were calm. After Ouyang Qian, who was wearing a purple dress, saw Lu Ming, her eyes lit up slightly. Then, she seemed to think of something and suddenly looked away with a smile. Shui Pan also seemed to recognize Lu Ming. His demonic eyes flashed, and there was a hint of excitement. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Ming and Pingyu landed on an open space near the stone platform. After Pingyu glanced at the crowd, he suddenly walked in front of the silver flying car. Greetings, little martial uncle. Pingyu cupped his fist and bowed respectfully. The man in green robe in the car saw Pingyu and said with a smile, so it's martial nephew Peng. You can also get an inheritance fragment. You are quite lucky. Disciple didn't expect that martial uncle would also appear here. However, if I didn't meet Lu of the Taiching Gate on the way, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to come here. Pingyu replied with a bitter smile. Oh, it turns out that you met a friend from Taiching Gate. When the man in a green robe heard the words, he immediately glanced at Lu Ming and nodded kindly. When Lu Ming heard Pingyu actually called this man Masters Jr., although he was also very surprised, he naturally didn't dare to neglect. He hurriedly cupped his fist back. Pingyu whispered a few words to the man in a green robe, bowed again, then turned around and flew back to Lu Ming. He sat cross-legged and waited quietly. At this moment, a gentle voice came into Lu Ming's ear. I haven't seen you for more than 30 years, brother Lu is more elegant than before. Lu Ming turned his head and saw Ouyang Qian not far away smiling at him. It turns out to be Ms. Ouyang, how are you? Lu Ming smiled slightly, and he released his divine thought to scan. A strange expression flashed in his eyes. This woman's cultivation had actually reached the later stage of the crystallization period. Although he was also at the later stage of the crystallization period, he knew his own strength. If he didn't rely on a large number of elixirs and mysterious bubbles to constantly purify spiritual power, it would be impossible to advance so fast. Some other disciples in Taiching Gate who were at the same level as him at that time, such as Sha Tong Tian and others, were still at the intermediate stage of the crystallization period. It seemed that this woman was either a real cultivation genius, or the Ouyang family had really invested a lot of resources in cultivation over the years. After we parted in the Green Sky Illusory Palace that day, I didn't expect that you, me, and Mr. Shui could really gather together again at the Tianmen meeting. Ouyang Qian giggled with a hint of reminiscence. Hee, I really didn't expect to see you two here. However, Mr. Shui and Ms. Ouyang are both outstanding talents in the sect. I'm just here to make up the numbers. Lu Ming yawned and glanced at Shui Pan on the other side. The spiritual power fluctuations of this man were only at the early stage of the crystallization period, but the beastkin aura on his body was magnificent. He obviously cultivated some kind of special technique. In the Green Sky Illusory Palace that day, when this person was being chased by Jean Liuyang's phantasm, he had endless means to deal with it freely. With the growth of the monster clan's cultivation, their physical body was far stronger than that of human cultivators. Now, their strength was naturally the same. As for the eagle-faced man beside Shui Pan, he seemed to have sensed Lu Ming's gaze and similarly turned his head to look at Lu Ming. His gaze was exceptionally sharp, causing Lu Ming's face to feel a faint piercing pain. Lu Ming was slightly shocked and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. The strength of this eagle-faced demon seemed to be far beyond ordinary. Brother Lu, you are deceiving yourself by saying this. I have already experienced your strength in the Green Sky Illusory Palace back then. Ouyang Qian rolled her beautiful eyes and said with slight annoyance. Just as the two of them were speaking, the sound of something tearing through the air suddenly rang out in the distance, and a streak of silver light shot toward the valley like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, at the center of the formation, there was a faint flash of spiritual light at the seventh notch. Everyone was overjoyed when they saw this. Lu Ming raised his brows slightly. This escape light seems a bit familiar. As a result, after a few flashes of silver light, it landed in the open space in front of everyone. A young man about 23 or 24 years old appeared. He was wearing a Taiching Gate costume. It was Luo Tiancheng. He was also holding a disc array fragment in his hand, which was flashing with a faint golden halo. When Luo Tiancheng saw the huge stone platform in the center, he also showed a look of surprise and joy, then he glanced at everyone present. It's you. Good thief, let's see where you can escape this time. When he saw the eagle-faced man behind Shui Pan, he suddenly shouted with his eyes full of anger. His whole body shone with silver light, and he punched out violently. A dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Two 300-meter-long silver flood dragon phantoms whizzed out from his arms. After they intertwined in the air, they bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged toward the eagle-faced man and Shui Pan. The two silver flood dragons were overbearing, and wherever they passed, the surrounding space trembled violently. When the nearby people saw this, their hearts trembled. A few disciples from small and medium-sized sects standing nearby were even more shocked, and they hurriedly dodged the nearby area. Shui Pan didn't make the slightest move to dodge, and only coldly looked at the roaring silver flood dragon phantoms. The eagle-faced man snorted and shook his sleeve. A ball of silver light flew out. It was a small and exquisite hexagonal silver mirror. After it spun, a large amount of silver crystal light shot out from the mirror, striking the incoming silver flood dragons. With a bang, the two silver flood dragon phantoms were struck by the crystal light and staggered. They wildly danced in the air, but were unable to descend for a time. At this time, the eagle-faced man's hand sign changed again, and another loud sound came from the sky. The silver crystal light suddenly exploded, and rings of silver halos mixed with specks of silver light swept out. In an instant, the two silver dragon phantoms were dispersed, and they swept towards Luo Tiancheng, who was on the opposite side. Luo Tiancheng seemed to be greatly afraid of the silver wave of qi. Without thinking, he instantly retreated more than 100 meters before stabilizing his serpentine form. However, the anger on his face became even more intense, and he shook his arms, preparing to attack again. You two, I don't care what grudges you have. However, this is the entrance to the secret realm's land of inheritance. If you two want to fight, please move to another place. A golden light flashed. The man in the silver chariot from the Heavenwork sect frowned and suddenly drove the chariot in front of the stone platform. The 8 golden flying horses that were pulling the chariot emitted rings of golden light, blocking all the shockwaves from the battle between the two men. When Luo Tiancheng heard this, he hesitated for a moment, and his anger subsided. However, he still stared at the eagle-faced man with hatred, as if he was ready to attack at any time. The eagle-faced man grabbed the hexagonal silver mirror and chuckled, as if he didn't care about Luo Tiancheng's attack at all. At this moment, a gloomy voice clearly came from the other side of the valley. So the remaining 7 fragments have been collected. It seems that I've come at just the right time. As soon as the voice finished speaking, there was a loud rumble in the sky on the east side of the valley. A purple flame appeared, and a moment later, it arrived above the stone platform with a gust of wind, and suddenly rolled down from an empty space. Within the flame, a tall man with purple curly hair could be vaguely seen. Seeing this, the corner of Lu Ming's eyes twitched slightly. This purple-haired man with a lion nose was one of the disciples of the Big Dipper Pavilion Master that day before the start of the Tianmen meeting, but he didn't see the figure of the silver-haired girl. At the same time, in the 8th groove in the center of the stone platform, a faint spiritual light also lit up. The entire array seemed to have sensed something, and it started to rotate slowly on its own. The 8 grooves shone with golden light, and the tiny golden spirit patterns around it also lit up one after another. The golden light was dazzling. In the next moment, a turbulent spiritual vortex rose into the sky with the rotation of the stone platform, causing the air in the valley to vibrate and make a buzzing sound. Such a shocking scene attracted the attention of everyone who was surprised by the sudden appearance of the purple-haired man, and they all focused on the stone platform. Very good, the land of inheritance is finally going to open, the green-clothed woman next to Ouyang Qian murmured. The green-clothed young woman who was sitting on the side with her eyes closed also opened her eyes slightly, and revealed a trace of a smile that was difficult to detect. Seeing this situation, the eyes of the others also revealed a fiery look. My two friends, the land of inheritance is about to open. If we fight now, the gains will not make up for the losses. If the two of you really have grievances that cannot be resolved, you might as well wait for everyone to enter and obtain the inheritance luck, then settle it after we come out. After Peng Fei withdrew his gaze from the stone platform, he looked at Luo Tiancheng and the eagle-faced man, and suddenly took a few steps forward and said. After thinking for a while, the tyrannical look in Luo Tiancheng's eyes finally faded, and he finally nodded with a gloomy face. The eagle-faced man sneered a few times, and he also put away the hexagonal silver mirror in his hand. It was an important moment when the land of inheritance was about to open, and it was indeed not the time to fight. I didn't expect Brother Lu to also come here. Very good. It seems that it will be very lively here soon. Luo Tiancheng turned his gaze and finally saw Lu Ming behind Peng Fei. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. I also didn't expect junior brother Luo to also get a fragment. Lu Ming calmly cupped his hand at him as a greeting. The relationship between the two was not good in Taiching Gate, and there was even some hostility between them. At this moment, even in this Elysium secret realm, there was naturally no friendship between them. A few days ago, this person from Sky Beastkin Valley made a sneak attack, killed 2 other disciples who were traveling with me, and took away their luck. I originally wanted to kill this person to avenge my fellow disciples, but he cunningly escaped. After leaving the secret realm, I will report this to the sect. As a disciple of the sect, you should know what to do. Luo Tiancheng glanced at Lu Ming again, and his lips moved slightly. After that, the silver flame on his body rolled, and his figure flashed and landed on a high slope not far away. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes when he heard the words, and he glanced at the eagle-faced man again. Although Luo Tiancheng was only at the early stage of the crystallization period, his strength was extremely amazing. Although he didn't know the strength of the 2 disciples who were killed, since they could participate in the Elysium meeting, they wouldn't be weak. The 3 of them couldn't defeat the eagle-faced man, and he even killed 2 of them in one fell swoop. It seems that this person is much stronger than I thought. I must be careful. Lu Ming's mind spun quickly as he pondered. As if sensing the peculiar spiritual power fluctuations here, 7 or 8 streaks of light of different colors flew toward the valley in the blink of an eye, then landed nearby in a flash. As a result, the stone platform in the concave valley was almost surrounded by a dense crowd. There were nearly 30 people. This was far from Lu Ming and Ping Yu's original calculation of at least 8 or 9 people and at most a dozen people. Elysium inheritance isn't something that those who have no strength can dream about. You mediocre people don't even have disc array fragments, yet you still want to fish in troubled waters. Get out of here if you know what's good for you. The purple-haired man suddenly shouted coldly when he saw the dense crowd around the stone platform. His voice wasn't loud, but no one knew if he used some kind of mystic art. Everyone only felt that his voice was extremely sharp and ear-piercing, and there was a burst of tingling in their ears. Lu Ming and the other people of the 4 ancient sects and 8 major families returned to normal after a strange expression flashed on their faces. However, the disciples of the other sects suddenly showed a painful expression. 1 or 2 of the weaker ones actually fell to the ground and rolled on the ground. Their ears were bleeding, and they looked very painful. Why can't we inherit the inheritance in this secret realm? Aren't you guys just a little bit lucky to find the fragments to open the inheritance? A tall, strong man with a fierce face and tiger skin on his body shook his dizzy head and immediately said with dissatisfaction, "That's right." A thievish-looking, short young man beside this person also whispered in agreement. The purple-haired man's face sank as he heard the words. His body flashed, and black and green spirit patterns appeared on his face. The next moment, the figure blurred, and the man appeared ghostly behind the tall and muscular man. He grabbed at his chest with one hand as fast as lightning. Before the tall and brawny man could react to what happened, his protective aura collapsed with a bang. His chest felt cold, and a bloody and still beating heart was pulled out. The tall and muscular man opened and closed his mouth a few times, but he couldn't make any sound. His body fell to the ground. The purple-haired man's hand tightened, and the beating heart was suddenly squeezed into a pile of minced meat. He glanced at the people around him coldly, and he said with a hideous face, "If the people here want to enter the inheritance land, take my punch first. If you can take it, then go in. If not, then pray for your own luck." As soon as he finished speaking, the purple-haired man raised his hand, and a purple gas rolled out, shattering the lock of providence on the burly man's corpse. Wisps of gray gas swarmed out and surged into the translucent jade lock in his hand. Seeing this scene, the thievish-looking short young man had already changed his expression greatly. He immediately turned around and turned into a brown escape light that soared into the sky. The purple-haired man didn't care about this. He just sneered and appeared in front of Xue Pan, who was closest to him. He moved his arm, and a purple gas circled around his arm. It suddenly turned into a head-sized, solid purple fist shadow. Xue Pan was shocked. Just as he was about to attack, a figure flashed before him and the eagle-faced man blocked his path. This person just crossed his arms in front of him, and 2 silver flames seeped out from his arms. The flames condensed into a silver light curtain in front of him. Boom! A loud sound rang out. As soon as the purple fist shadow touched the silver light curtain, it shattered and dissipated into purple light spots. The silver light curtain only trembled slightly, then it returned to normal. Seeing this, the purple-haired man didn't stop at all. His figure blurred again, and he appeared ghostly in front of another young man in a red robe not far away. He also launched a lightning punch. As a result, the man in a red robe didn't even see the purple-haired man's movements clearly, and he was knocked out heavily. He fell on the ground a few 10 meters away like a broken sack. There was a huge bloody hole in his chest. The heart inside burst into foam, and blood kept coming out from the wound. The young man in a red robe didn't even have the time to scream, and he immediately stopped breathing. Seeing that the purple-haired man was so ferocious, those who thought that they were not as strong as him had a drastic change in their complexion. They didn't dare to stay any longer. They ran away in a blink of an eye. The purple-haired man still had a ferocious smile on his face, but he didn't chase those who ran away. He just flicked his finger, and a strong wind blasted out, breaking the luck lock on the young man in a red robe. After absorbing half of the luck, his figure blurred again and appeared in front of the young woman in green clothes of the Howren Academy. The young woman didn't seem to see the purple-haired man's previous ferocious action. Instead, she smiled at the person in front of her, and a faint crimson flame flashed in her beautiful eyes. Seeing this, the purple-haired man's expression changed slightly. After a slight hesitation, he didn't attack. Instead, he turned around and flashed in front of a dark-skinned young man with thick eyebrows, then he launched another punch. The young man with thick eyebrows was already prepared. A black light flashed in his hand, and he took out a black shield to block in front of him. The purple fist shadow arrived with a loud bang. The surface of the shield flashed, but it was directly penetrated by the fist shadow. The young man with thick eyebrows screamed. His body flew out, and his head had been smashed like a rotten watermelon. In this way, the purple-haired man's figure flickered in a row, and he killed another 4 people who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. At this moment, almost all the people who dared to stay were the disciples of the major sect. At this time, the purple-haired man appeared in front of the young man in the silver carriage of the Naturework sect. The young man in the silver carriage snorted and waved his hand. A green light blasted out of his sleeve. In a flash, it transformed into a 30 meters green giant tortoise puppet. The green runes on its back flickered, and it faintly exuded a vast aura. The purple-haired man was slightly taken aback. He took a glance at the giant tortoise, but he didn't attack again. Instead, he appeared in front of the next young man in a gray robe with a sad face. A yellow disc on the chest of the young man in a gray robe had already skyrocketed to the size of a few 10 meters. On the disc, a series of yellow relief appeared, which was somewhat similar to the thick earth shield in the hands of Lu Ming. Boom, a muffled sound, a purple light soared into the sky. When the purple fist shadow approached the yellow disc, wisps of yellow flame on the wooden shield were dispersed. After a violent tremor, a fist mark clearly appeared on the disc, but it didn't break. However, the young man in a gray robe couldn't withstand such a great force. After retreating for more than 100 meters, he barely stood still. He spat out a small mouthful of blood and looked at the purple-haired man in horror. The purple-haired man looked up at this person, and he didn't continue to attack. He disappeared in a flash without saying anything. After a while, the purple-haired man finally appeared in front of Lu Ming and others. "You are the last few people, who is going to come first?" At this time, the purple-haired man didn't rush to attack. Instead, after glancing at Lu Ming and others, his eyes fell on Luo Tiancheng. "Humph, then I will experience the magical power of the Big Dipper Pavilion first." Luo Tiancheng was already angry. Seeing this situation, he was furious. He stepped forward and said coldly, "Very well." As soon as he spoke, a giant fist phantasm surrounded by purple gas struck silently at Luo Tiancheng. Luo Tiancheng was not afraid at all. A silver light flashed on the surface of his body. He raised his hand, and he also punched at it. A deafening tiger roar came, and a silver tiger head phantasm flew out of his hand. It immediately hit the purple fist shadow firmly. An earth-shattering loud noise. After the purple and silver lights collided for a while, the fist shadow collapsed with a whine. After the silver tiger head phantasm became blurred, it still blasted at the purple-haired man. The purple-haired man chortled with mirth, and instead of retreating, he waved a hand through the air, upon which a vast expanse of purple cloud swept forth from within his sleeve, sucking in the tiger head projection like a vortex before instantly vanquishing it. Very good. Taiching Gate is worthy of being the 4 ancient sections. Your disciples are really extraordinary. The purple-haired man waved one hand, and the purple cloud dissipated. He looked at Luo Tiancheng with a hint of excitement in his eyes, and he praised. Luo Tiancheng snorted, still glaring at the purple-haired man. The purple-haired man didn't say much. He raised his hand again and punched at the Ouyang sisters not far away. Ouyang Qian and the woman in green clothes shouted at the same time. They raised their hands, and 2 rays of green and purple light rolled out, blocking the fist shadow. After a breath, the huge fist shadow pierced through the light and rolled at the 2 women. Ouyang Qian's pretty face was cold. She didn't seem to move, but a bright blade light flashed in front of her. The seemingly aggressive purple fist shadow was slashed open in an instant, turning into 2 clouds of purple gas that quickly dissipated. Seeing this, the purple-haired man of the Big Dipper Pavilion sneered. He turned his eyes and looked at Lu Ming again. Another person from Taiching Gate. Very good. I always heard that although Taiching Gate is the largest sect among the 4 major sects of the human clans, they are all mediocre. Today I see that it is far from the rumor. I will also try your means. After the purple-haired man finished speaking, his eyes shined, and the black and green spirit patterns on his face suddenly became thicker. At the same time, there was a crackling sound in his body. One of his arms soared, and he was about to grab at Lu Ming with his 5 fingers. Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled slightly. He didn't move, but a clear sound came from his sleeve. A golden longsword flew out and turned into a 80 meters golden sword shadow, slashing at the purple-haired man directly. The purple-haired man only felt a flash of golden light in front of him, and a powerful sword intent pressed down mightily. Before the huge sword shadow really slashed down, the chill had already rolled over. The purple-haired man's face was stern. He suddenly retracted his hand, then he twisted his body and flashed a little further away, avoiding the attack. Boom. The golden sword shadow collapsed and disappeared. There was a deep ravine of more than 100 meters where the purple-haired man originally stood. The people nearby all looked slightly changed when they saw this. Haha, it seems that our pavilion needs to collect the information of everyone again. Seeing this, the purple-haired man was not angry but happy. After a burst of laughter, he flew toward Pingyu again. Peng Fei heaved a faint sigh as if he had already anticipated this. He patted his waist with a hand, and a roll of faint golden light revolved around his body. A series of cracking sounds rang out as a suit of golden armor suddenly appeared over his body. The surface of the armor was covered with intricate silver patterns, and there were even sharp barbs growing out of some of the vital points. At the same time, with a ga-bing sound, 2 red cylinders as thick as an arm suddenly appeared on the shoulders. This was actually a mechanical battle armor. When the purple-haired man saw this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly. Poof poof, 2 crimson light beams flashed out of the cylinders. They hit the fist shadows, and the 3 disappeared at the same time. Boom, the purple fist shadows hit Pingyu's body and tested him. Hee hee, the things made by the Nature Work sect are really extraordinary. Very good, now everyone here is qualified to enter the inheritance land, but after entering, you are responsible for your own life. The purple-haired man stopped attacking Pingyu, and his figure flickered back to his original position. He said with a sneer, and he took out a golden inheritance fragment from his waist. As Lu Ming heard the words, he glanced roughly and found that there were only 11 people left. In addition to himself, there were Pingyu, Shui Pan, the eagle-faced man, the Ouyang sisters, the young man in the silver carriage of the Nature Work sect, the young woman in green shirt of the Haran Academy, Luo Tiancheng, the purple-haired man, and a man in a grey robe who drove a disc and barely blocked the purple-haired man's attack. Except for him, Pingyu, and the 2 people from Sky Beast Kin Valley, and the Ouyang sisters who shared an inheritance fragment, the rest had a faint golden glow on their bodies. Obviously, they each had a fragment in their hands. Because of a certain arrogant guy, we have already delayed a lot of time. Let's open this inheritance land quickly. Luo Tiancheng glanced at the purple-haired man coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a golden fragment flew out with a swoosh and landed steadily in a groove of the array in the center of the stone platform. The purple-haired man just grinned when he heard the words. He also waved one hand, and another disc fragment flew out and embedded in another groove. Just when the rest of the people were ready to throw the fragments one by one to completely activate the array on the stone platform, there was a sudden roar in the distant sky. There was another black gas rolling toward them. The momentum was very astonishing. Xianxia and the others could not help but frown when they saw this. Judging from how aggressive the Black Phoenix was, it was clear that the newcomer was no ordinary person. Now that the land of inheritance was about to open, none of them wanted to cause any unnecessary trouble. From afar, I saw a strange phenomenon soaring into the sky. Hee, I didn't expect it to be an inheritance ground. A hoarse voice rang out from the black wind as it arrived above the stone platform. After the black wind condensed, it turned into an ugly demon mystic sect disciple with small eyes and a flat nose. Everyone in the land of legacy has gathered here. Since you don't have any legacy shards, you should leave quickly, the purple-haired man said calmly. Even though the demon mystic sect's disciple was weak, at this point, no one wished for anyone to get a share of the loot. Oh? Legacy shard. The ugly disciple of the demon mystic sect smiled grimly. He quickly glanced at everyone present, and his gaze suddenly fell on the man in a gray robe. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and his figure became blurred. He turned into a black wind again with a whistling sound. The man in gray robe was shocked. He only had time to shake his sleeves and hurriedly throw out a disc, then it was completely engulfed by the Black Phoenix. At the next moment, the Black Phoenix was spinning wildly on the spot, and it made a harsh screech from time to time. A blood-curdling scream rang out, and a limp, boneless corpse was tossed out of the Black Phoenix before plummeting out of the valley. From his clothes, it was vaguely recognized that he was the man in gray robe just now. After the black wind faded, the figure of the ugly disciple of the demon mystic sect was revealed again, but there was a golden legacy shard in his hand. At the same time, a gray mist quickly drilled into the lock of luck on his wrist. Now, I'm qualified to enter, right? The ugly young man held up the shard in his hand and said gloomily to everyone. When the people present saw the demon mystic sect's disciple killed a cultivator of the crystallization period later stage on the spot, they all had different expressions. A cold light flashed in the purple-haired man's eyes, but he returned to normal the next moment. He said faintly, since Mr. got the inheritance shard, there is naturally no problem. Okay, a lot of time has been wasted. What are you waiting for? Let's get started. I heard that even if you can enter the inheritance land, you have to go through layers of tests to get the benefits inside. Xianxia said suddenly when everyone else was silent. She then raised her hand, and a golden fragment flew out from her long sleeve. Seeing this, Pingyu and others also threw out the inheritance shards one after another. They were accurately inserted into the grooves in the array. When the ugly young man threw the last inheritance shard on the stone platform as if nothing had happened, the entire array suddenly shone brightly. A huge 5-color rune flashed in the center, then the golden light curtain on the surface shattered inch by inch. The entire valley trembled slightly. Amidst a deafening roar, the huge stone platform slowly sank into the ground. After it had completely sunk into the ground, the huge rune suddenly turned into a ball of golden light, and shot towards the stone wall behind the stone platform. There was a burst of green light on the surface of the stone wall, and it flickered. This situation continued for about the time it took to brew a cup of tea before the green light finally dispersed, and the entire valley stopped shaking and trembling. With a sizzling sound, a 30-meter-long and 10-meter-high hole suddenly appeared on the mountain wall. It was like a gate leading to a bottomless abyss. It was pitch black inside, and divine sense couldn't penetrate it at all. Okay, the entrance to the land of inheritance has been opened. Let's go. After the purple-haired man laughed, he took the lead and jumped, turning into a purple shadow that flashed in first. Luo Tiancheng snorted. Not to be outdone, he rolled up the silver light and also blasted in. Seeing this, everyone also turned into various escape lights and rushed into the gap. Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled slightly, then he also stepped on a black cloud and flew into it. After Peng Fei entered the hole last, the valley suddenly trembled again. The gap also slowly closed, and everything returned to normal in an instant. At the same time, Lu Ming and the others were already in a long green stone tunnel. Although they noticed that the entrance behind them was closed, they all turned a blind eye to it. They just kept their distance and flew down while observing their surroundings. Speaking of which, this tunnel was only 10 feet wide, and only 2 people could walk side by side. Moreover, the tunnel was pitch black, and divine sense seemed to only be able to extend a few feet away from their bodies. However, those who could enter this place were all people with strong minds. Therefore, no one spoke, and they just walked forward carefully. In such a narrow tunnel, if someone unexpectedly launched a sneak attack, it would be impossible to guard against. Therefore, the group of people maintained at least a few feet of distance between each other, and were all vigilant of the people in front and behind them. After walking for about 1,000 feet down the valley, a stone door that emitted a gray light appeared in front of everyone. Everyone immediately landed in front of the stone door, and they kept looking up and down. This stone door was about 80 feet high, and it was tightly closed. There were a dozen gray runes faintly flowing on the surface, and it faintly exuded a cold breath. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and injected his spiritual power into his eyes, but he found that he couldn't penetrate the stone door at all. When he scanned with divine sense, it also didn't have much effect. Obviously, there was some kind of special enchantment on the door. In this regard, Lu Ming didn't feel too strange. If there was really no enchantment on the stone door in front of him, it would be a little abnormal. After the purple-haired man looked at the stone door, the corner of his mouth raised slightly, seemingly showing a sneer. Then he shook his sleeves, and an invisible giant force surged out. Boom! The seemingly incomparably heavy stone door was easily pushed open. Behind it was a hazy white light, making it impossible to see anything clearly. It really is a teleportation door. The purple-haired man showed a satisfied expression. He muttered and jumped into it first. The gray runes on the stone door flashed together, and his figure disappeared in the white light. Seeing this, Luo Tiancheng frowned, and the silver glow around him rolled up. He turned into a silver rainbow and entered the door. Immediately afterward, the ugly disciple of the demon mystic sect, the man with an eagle face, Shui Pan, the young man in the silver carriage, the young woman in green clothes of the Haran Academy, and the sisters of the Ouyang family also didn't stay for long. They flashed in one after another. After Lu Ming held the thick earth shield in his hand, he also stepped into the stone door. As soon as he stepped into the stone door, he only felt that it was dark in front of him. After the airflow around him tumbled, his eyes lit up. He appeared in a gray misty space. The surrounding mist was tumbling, and he couldn't see too far. The purple-haired man, the ugly young man of the demon mystic sect, the man with an eagle face, and others were standing not far away, and they were also looking around. Not long after Lu Ming's figure stood still, a cluster of gray light emerged out of thin air about 30 meters away from him. After it converged, Ping Yu's figure was revealed. With his appearance, the surrounding gray mist tumbled violently, then it quickly dissipated. Lu Ming looked up and saw that after the gray mist dissipated, the surrounding scenery suddenly became clear. It was actually a vast black flat land. So this is the land of inheritance, but there doesn't seem to be anything here? Just as everyone was puzzled, someone mumbled to himself. As a result, as soon as the voice sounded, a caca sound came from the ground in front. In the next moment, in everyone's surprised eyes, a piece of flawless white jade with a height of more than 1,000 meters rose from the ground. As soon as the flawless jade came out of the ground, it kept rising until it was 100 meters above the ground before it stopped abruptly. After a slight tremor, a white light flashed in the center of the jade, and 3 white circular channels slowly appeared. Each of them was 30 meters in size. It seemed that 3 or 4 people could enter at the same time. Seeing this situation, everyone's face became uncertain for a while. Lu Ming looked at it with rapt attention. Right above the first channel, there was an ochre sun mark inscribed. Inside the channel, there was a burst of fiery red light flashing non-stop. From time to time, there would be a few gurgling hot magma splashing from the edge of the channel. At first glance, one could tell that it was extremely dangerous. Above the second channel, there was a bright moon engraved. The entrance of the channel was filled with cold moonlight. The milky white silver light was casually diffusing. Although it was slightly cold, the aura it exuded was very peaceful. At least, it was much gentler than the red flames that spurted out from the first channel. As for the top of the third channel, it was dotted with little bright stars. The inside of the channel was also shining with milky white fluorescence, making it look unusually mysterious. Looking from afar, the 3 channels were all winding to unknown places and depths. There are 3 entrances, does it mean that we have to make a choice? The purple-haired man's eyes flashed, and he said with a sneer. The other people also showed a thoughtful look, and no one answered for a while. Seeing this, the purple-haired man was not surprised. He kept glancing back and forth on the 3 channels. Lu Ming also carefully glanced back and forth on the 3 strange channels on the flawless jade wall. He seemed to want to find some clues from them. Just now, he had released his divine sense to sweep into the first channel. As a result, when he had just entered a few feet, a strong repulsive force suddenly surged out and bounced his divine sense out. The other 2 channels were the same. I can't use my divine sense to explore the 3 channels. I wonder what is inside. Ping Yuan walked a few steps closer to Lu Ming and said softly. Although his voice was extremely soft, he didn't use a sound transmission, so everyone present naturally heard it. Hearing this, the purple-haired man suddenly smiled proudly. His figure flashed, and he directly came to the front of the flawless jade wall. Seeing the purple-haired man's action, the others didn't know what he meant, so they all looked over. But they saw that the man's face was solemn. He shouted in a deep voice, and a strange black and green spirit pattern appeared on his right palm. Suddenly, he raised his arm and slapped the air in front of him. 3 streams of black and green mist rolled out and condensed into 3 small figures covered in black and green spirit patterns. The 3 small people were only the size of a fist, and their bodies looked very blurry. Their magic power fluctuations were very weak, and it seemed as if they could be blown away by the wind at any time. Go! The purple-haired man uttered a single word, and the 3 miniature figures immediately bowed before flying toward the 3 circular passageways, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Such a strange scene caused everyone to hold their breaths. After just 2 or 3 breaths, a faint hua-hua sound came from the first passage, and a dazzling scarlet light flowed inside. After a while, everything returned to normal. As for the other 2 passageways, there were no changes at all. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he glanced at the purple-haired man's face. As a result, the man laughed loudly. After he retracted his gesture, he flew up. The black and green spirit patterns on his body flickered constantly. He flew straight into the first tunnel and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone was greatly surprised, and they couldn't help but look at each other. It seemed that the purple-haired man had already discovered some of the mysteries of the 3 passageways, which was why he dared to make a choice so quickly. After the purple-haired man entered the passageway, the entrance suddenly rippled like water, and shrank by more than a circle. At this time, Luo Tiancheng's figure moved, and after a fleeting movement, he also disappeared into the first passageway. After he entered, the entrance of the passageway shrank again, and it was only about half of its original size. It seems that there is a limit to the number of people that can enter each passageway. The sun passageway can only allow 2 people at most. Peng Fei quietly communicated with Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded silently. This kind of obvious change, he believed that everyone present could naturally see it. I wonder which passageway Brother Lu wants to choose. Peng Fei continued to ask. Since there was a limit to the number of people that could enter each passageway, it was naturally better to make a decision as soon as possible. I'm also confused at the moment, but since this is the land of inheritance, these 3 passageways should have their own opportunities. Lu Ming said slowly with a thoughtful expression. At this moment, the young woman in green clothes of the Howren Academy floated up and landed in front of the 3 passageways. She glanced slightly, but she didn't go forward directly. Instead, she chuckled and turned to the nearest ugly young man and asked, "Mister, which passageway do you want to go?" The ugly young man was a little surprised when he heard the young woman in green clothes asking for no reason, but he immediately sneered a few times. Obviously, he didn't want to pay attention to this woman. Seeing this, the young woman in green clothes didn't get angry. Instead, she flashed toward the entrance under the bright moon pattern with a smile. After the ugly young man took a deep look at the back of the young woman in green clothes, he flew up with a black gas around him, but he flew into the first passageway. On the other side, after the eagle-faced man and Shui Pan talked for a while, he waved his sleeve, and a white light rose up. With a sweep, it wrapped the two of them and flashed into the bright moon pattern passage. After the young woman in green clothes, the eagle-faced man, and Shui Pan entered the moon passage, the entrance of the passage immediately shrank to a size that could only accommodate one person. Seeing this, Peng Fei took a deep breath, walked a few steps to the side of the young man in the silver carriage, and communicated silently with him. The young man in the silver carriage nodded with a spurious smile. After laughing again, he also flashed into the moon passage. The moment the young man entered the passage, the entrance suddenly fluctuated like the water surface, and it quickly shrank. It completely disappeared on the flawless jade wall in the blink of an eye. As a result, only Peng Fei, Lu Ming, and the Ouyang sisters remained at the scene. On the jade wall, the moon passage had been completely closed, and the sun passage could only accommodate one person. As for the mysterious passage that was engraved with dense star patterns, no one had chosen it yet. Seeing this, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. He strode out and went toward the passage that was engraved with dense star patterns. Coincidentally, Peng Fei's figure flickered, and he also landed in front of the passage entrance. It's such a coincidence that Lu also chose this passage. I will just follow brother Lu. This is my younger sister's sister, Ouyang Qin. After we enter the passage, we'll have to trouble fellow Lu to take care of us. Ouyang Qian smiled sweetly when she saw this and walked over with the green-cloaked girl. The young woman in green clothes glanced at Lu Ming and Peng Fei, then she lowered her eyes with a frosty look. With the strength of the two fairies, why would I come down to take care of you? Lu Ming glanced at the young woman in green clothes and said lightly. Hearing this, Ouyang Qian smiled sweetly. At this time, Peng Fei's body was wrapped in yellow light, and he flew toward the passage in front of him. In a burst of starlight, he suddenly disappeared. Lu Ming's body was surrounded by black gas. After his figure became blurred, he followed Peng Fei into the starlight passage. After Ouyang Qian and the young woman in green clothes also entered the starlight passage, there was a loud rumble. The 100-feet-tall flawless jade wall collapsed and directly turned into white mist that dissipated in the void. It seemed that nothing had happened here. After the four people entered the starlight passage, there was only dazzling starlight around them. It was everywhere, as if they were standing in the starry sky. The moment Lu Ming entered, he felt the Yuan spirit flying sword in his body become restless, and his heart was at ease. The reason why he chose this passage was because the void sword was refined using the starlight magnetic refining method, so it had a certain degree of control over the power of the stars. He didn't know why these three passages were set up in the land of inheritance, but compared to the other two passages, choosing this one was the best choice. After staying in place for a while, they continued to move forward. This passage was the same as the previous one. Their divine sense could only be a few feet away from their body, so they naturally didn't dare to walk too fast. After about the time it took to eat a meal, the four only felt their eyes brighten. A square hall of more than 20 feet appeared in front of them. Since they had come here, even if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, there was naturally no reason to retreat. The four people carefully walked in. When the young woman in green clothes stepped into the hall, the starlight passage behind her instantly collapsed, and the exit of the passage instantly closed up and disappeared. Although everyone was shocked, no one really panicked. After looking at each other, they began to size up their surroundings. The four walls of this place were made of bluestone, and it was empty inside. Except for the door that they had just entered, there was no other exit. The ceiling of the hall was inlaid with several moonlight stones, exuding a faint milky white light. Is this the end of this place? It seems to be just an ordinary stone room. Peng Fei's eyes swept across the stone room, and said with some disappointment. Ouyang Qian looked around, and her eyes showed a puzzled look. Ouyang Qin also frowned slightly. Brother Lu, do you see any clues here? Ouyang Qian thought for a moment, and suddenly asked Lu Ming. Miss Ouyang thinks too highly of me. If you can't see anything, how can I find anything? Lu Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head, but in his heart, a trace of surprise flashed. He could faintly feel that the power of the stars here was actually a bit stronger than in the star passage. Unfortunately, there was also some kind of divine sense restriction here, otherwise he could carefully explore. Just when the few people were helpless, a muffled gotcha sound suddenly came from the center of the hall. The four people reacted quickly, and under the shock, they quickly jumped in all directions. The next moment, the center of the hall rumbled loudly, and after a violent tremor, the ground slowly split open, revealing a small circular pool. This is? When the few people saw the scene in front of them, they were all dumbfounded. They saw that the pool in front of them was not clear and transparent, but a kind of viscous silver liquid. What was more amazing was that the pool was faintly lined with dense stars, like colorful spirit beads scattered on a jade plate, projecting on the mirror-like surface of the silver pool. Under a closer look, it could be found that there were faint star lines constantly crisscrossing in the pond, and they were linked together in an extremely mysterious way, forming an extremely mysterious array arrangement. As the stars continued to rotate, a huge green dragon pattern began to slowly appear in the starlight array. It was ferocious and very magnificent. Blue Dragon 7 Mansions Diagram. Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim after seeing the wonders of the star changes in the pond. The eyes of the woman in green next to her also flashed with a hint of realization. Blue Dragon 7 Mansions, it's actually this ancient array. Pengyu muttered to himself with a slightly excited expression. Obviously, he had also heard of the name of this array. However, Lu Ming had a blank expression. He had never heard of this formation before. Speaking of which, he didn't study the array deeply. He just learned a little about it for the sake of forging. At this time, there was a sudden fluctuation above the silver pond, and a line of silver light words appeared out of thin air. Blue Dragon 7 Mansions, the stars change into its shape, the foundation is mysterious, it is the 7 mysteries. Those who comprehend the changes of this array can enter the next level. The first person to comprehend will get an extra bag of galaxy sand. Seeing this, the four people's breathing suddenly became heavy. Galaxy sand was a kind of forging material that had long been extinct in the Middle Sky continent. It was only slightly mentioned in the ancient books handed down from ancient times. It was rumored that this material was produced in the Void Galaxy, and it was one of the best materials used to forge magic weapons. Tianmen's secret realm, a random reward is really not a trivial matter. The small silver words flashed away, and Lu Ming and others felt relaxed. They found that their divine thought could actually leave their bodies. They were surprised and delighted. Regardless of anything else, they hurriedly sat cross-legged beside the pond and immediately began to try to comprehend the thousands of changes of the Blue Dragon 7 Mansions. At the same time, at the end of the golden circular passage engraved with the sun pattern, the purple-haired man stood proudly, and a tall and majestic golden palace suddenly rose from the ground and slowly appeared in front of him with a loud rumble. This towering palace was completely golden in color. It was over 100 feet tall and several dozen feet wide. It wasn't a particularly large building, but it appeared extremely solemn and imposing. Moreover, the palace's door was solemnly shut, giving off a completely oppressive feeling. Whoosh! Behind the purple-cloaked man, a silhouette wrapped in a thick silver fog flew over. With a flash of silver light, Luo Tiancheng slowly appeared. His figure flashed, and he stood on the left side of the golden palace, 10 feet away from the purple-haired man. The purple-haired man merely glanced at Luo Tiancheng before shifting his gaze away. He continued to stand quietly in the distance, as if waiting for something. Bang! Another black shadow flew down, and a young man with small eyes and a flat nose appeared. It was the ugly disciple of the demon mystic sect. The purple-haired man turned his head to look at the ugly disciple and Luo Tiancheng. Apart from the two of you, is there anyone else who came through the passage? As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of the hinges turning could be heard. The door of the golden palace slowly opened, revealing the true appearance of the palace. Very good. It seems that there are only the three of us. The purple-haired man laughed wildly, and his figure rushed forward quickly, entering the golden palace. Luo Tiancheng and the ugly young man of the demon mystic sect looked at each other. They were naturally unwilling to be left behind, so they also flew into the golden palace. Just after the three of them entered the hall, the door closed slowly again with a boom, and the loud noise instantly spread throughout the hall. The purple-haired man entered the hall first. He glanced around and saw the whole view of the Golden Palace. The dazzling hall was actually empty. 3 thick golden pillars supported the entire roof of the hall. Below each pillar was a golden cattail hassock, and above them was a huge golden bell. The purple-haired young man looked around, and his eyes finally fell on a wall in front of the hall. On the wall, there were rows of ancient characters, densely covering the entire wall. Occasionally, there were some strange runes mixed in it, which seemed to record a secret technique. The sound of clothes breaking through the air faintly came, and Luo Tiancheng and the ugly young man of the demon mystic sect also flashed in one after another. As soon as they landed, their eyes turned and fell on the wall. At this moment, the golden bell above their heads began to move without any wind. A strange bell ringing came, like the chanting of Sanskrit, the morning bell, and the evening drum, penetrating into the depths of people's hearts. The 3 of them were shocked when they heard the sound, and they looked up at the sky. Under the golden bell, as the bell rang, faint golden light runes gradually appeared, and they were neatly arranged. Those who comprehend the Buddhist secret technique recorded on the wall can enter the next level, and the first to leave will get an additional Buddhist secret treasure, a Vajra relic. Vajra relic. The purple-haired man and Luo Tiancheng were startled when they heard the words, and then their eyes became abnormally hot. The ugly young man on the side also flashed a trace of greed on his face. It should be known that Buddhism placed the most emphasis on body refinement techniques, and it was rumored that only eminent monks who had cultivated the indestructible diamond body would be able to form a diamond sarira within their bodies after they passed away in meditation. Because Buddhists were naturally indifferent, their lifespans were much longer than ordinary cultivators, and they liked to find a secluded place to quietly pass away in meditation. Thus, the rarity of this item was evident. Actually, if a cultivator obtained the secret treasure of the Buddhist sect and swallowed it, then the cultivator would be able to obtain a portion of the might of the invincible Vajra body after consuming and refining it. It was even to the extent that the cultivator would be able to pry into a trace of the Buddhist sect's body refinement technique. 2. Those body refiners, it was a true precious treasure that could only be chanced upon by luck. After the 3 of them retracted their gaze, they looked at each other without concealing their hostility. 3 huge auras collided in the air, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. A ray of strange silver light flashed in Luo Tiancheng's eyes. He had long disliked the purple-haired man, and the demon mystic sect even ambushed him before the Elysium meeting began. They had long been enemies. If they really fought, it would be just right to solve it here. The ugly young man of the demon mystic sect looked a little numb, but his face gradually turned black. There were also dark green spirit patterns looming on the purple-haired man's face, but it soon calmed down, and he said slowly. You too, as you can see, it says that the first person who cultivates the mystic arts can enter the next level and get the Vajra relic. And in the next level, there may be more precious treasures. If we fight here, let's not talk about winning or losing. If we fight fiercely, it is likely to delay time, and we will fall far behind the people in the other 2 channels. What you said does make some sense. Luo Tiancheng furrowed his brows and his expression changed twice. Finally, he let out a snort and slowly withdrew the aura from his body. The ugly young man's eyes flashed, and the black gas on his face also dissipated silently. Seeing this, the purple-haired man didn't say anything more. He walked directly to the golden pillar in the center, sat cross-legged on a golden futon, and stared at the wall in front of him without blinking. Luo Tiancheng and the ugly young man of the demon mystic sect glanced at each other vigilantly. They also chose to sit cross-legged next to the golden pillar on the left and right, and they also began to meditate. For a time, the empty golden hall was even more silent. Although the 3 of them were focused on meditating on the mystic arts, they were always on guard against each other. The atmosphere seemed quite weird. At the end of a circular passage full of soft silver moonlight, the eagle-faced man of the Sky Beastkin Valley, Shui Pan, the young man in the silver carriage of the Nature Work sect, and the young woman in green clothes of the Howran Academy were standing side by side in front of a silver-gray castle. There was a soft click, the gate of the silver-gray castle slowly opened, revealing a passage that seemed to guide everyone to enter. The eagle-faced beastkin cultivator's expression moved, and he took the lead to fly into the castle with Shui Pan. The young man in the silver carriage of the Nature Work sect and the young woman in green clothes of the Howran Academy also flew in one after another. There was a faint silver mist everywhere in the castle. As soon as the four of them stepped into it, their vision was immediately greatly limited. They could only see 40 meters in front of them, and their divine thought couldn't leave their body to search. Be careful, this mist seems to be weird. The eagle-faced man suddenly grabbed Shue's hand and said so. The young man in the silver carriage and the young woman in green clothes also stopped at the same time when they heard the words. They became alert. The man in the silver carriage suddenly waved his sleeve, rolling up a gust of wind. The silver mist around him tumbled violently for a while, but it quickly returned to calm. On the contrary, the gust of wind entered the mist, and it became silent. Illusion array. The young man in the silver carriage raised his eyebrows and murmured with caution. While the four of them were puzzled, a string of small silver words suddenly appeared in the void. Those who break this illusion array can continue to move forward. The first person to leave will get an extra bottle of 7-color glass liquid. 7-color glass liquid? The eyes of the young man in the silver carriage flashed, and he muttered to himself. He shook his head slightly. Even with his status in the nature work sect, he had never heard of this thing. The eagle-faced man and Shue's lips moved slightly, as if they were discussing with each other. The young woman in green clothes of the Howren Academy also frowned, as if she didn't know the origin of this spiritual liquid. After a long while, the small silver words slowly dissipated, turning into little silver light spots that hid in the silver mist in the void. The four of them looked at each other, but their eyes gradually lit up. The people here were all elite disciples from major sections. Since they didn't know the origin of this thing, it was obvious that this thing was not as simple as being precious. Not long after the small silver words dissipated, the mist in front of the four of them suddenly became thick. The four of them only felt that everything around them seemed to have suddenly disappeared. The eagle-faced man's eyes flickered as he looked at his right hand. He clearly used this hand to pull Shue's pen out, but at this moment, there was nothing in this hand. After the eagle-faced man pondered for a while, he immediately sat down cross-legged. Several hours later, at the side of the silver pond that reflected the glittering star pass, the Azure Dragon's 7 mansions formation in the pool had changed at some point. It was shrouded in a gloomy blue mist, and starlight was refracted from the surface of the water. The four people beside the pool looked like they were falling into a nebula, giving them a strange feeling of unfathomable depth. Lu Ming sat cross-legged, but his eyes were fixed on the constantly changing starlight. His hands were forming mysterious seals one after another. Suddenly, a soft, almost inaudible sound was heard, and a pale golden flying sword appeared above his head. With a sword gesture in his hand, the body of the flying sword suddenly erupted with a ball of starlight. It turned into a golden meteor and slashed into the Azure Dragon's 7 mansions formation. Then, it shuttled through the formation with some strange traces. The starlight of the formation flickered endlessly as the flying sword slashed through. Seeing this, Lu Ming closed his eyes tightly. In the perception of his divine thought, a green dragon pattern composed of tens of thousands of star patterns was gradually emerging clearly. A hint of joy appeared on Lu Ming's face. With the help of the magnetic force of the flying sword, he finally found the formation eye of the Azure Dragon's 7 mansions formation. Not far away, Peng Fei's face was also pale. His eyes were fixed on the constantly moving stars on the surface of the water, for fear of missing a single detail. He was secretly deducing the trajectory of the star formation in the sky according to the speed of the movement of the stars, the distance between the stars, and the brightness of the stars. Peng Fei's hands moved quickly, and a series of mysterious seals were inserted into the surface of the silver pond in front of him. He was actually copying the trajectory of the stars that he deduced in his heart. More than half of the clear and solid green dragon's shadow began to slowly appear on the surface of the pond in front of him. On the other side, Xianxia and her sister were sitting side by side. Xianxia was holding a disc-shaped spiritual weapon in her hand, and her other hand gestures were constantly changing. The disc lit up with a green beam of light and shot into the starlight. However, after a flash, it disappeared without a trace. Xianxia frowned slightly. Although she recognized the Azure Dragon's 7 mansions formation, she only saw it in the book. She didn't really study it. At this moment, she really felt a little helpless. The girl in green clothes on the side was holding an emerald green jade pen. She waved it in the air from time to time with a contemplative look. She seemed to be tracing something with her divine sense. Xianxia suddenly put away the disc-shaped spiritual weapon and took out a red bead. She chanted and threw it with one hand. The red bead suddenly shone brightly and turned into a red light that flew into the formation. This time, there was a ripple in the starlight on the surface of the water. Just as Pingyu and the Ouyang sisters were still struggling to understand, more than a dozen formation flags were floating around Lu Ming, faintly arranging into the Big Dipper formation. He pointed his finger at the array flag, and suddenly, more than 10 rays of light shot out from the array flag, converging into a thick beam of light that shot straight into the starlight on the surface of the water. A dragon roar came out, and the starlight of the Azure Dragon's 7 Mansions formation suddenly shone brightly. A huge azure dragon shadow broke through the silver water surface with an imposing manner. It hovered in the stone chamber and fell back into the pool after a while. When the Ouyang sisters and Peng Fei heard the dragon roar, they suddenly woke up. They looked up, and their eyes were full of disbelief. Lu Ming's face was full of joy. He made a strange gesture with his hand, and a series of symbols fell into the pool. The silver water surface suddenly rolled, wrapped Lu Ming's figure, and pulled him into the pool. The next moment, a pale silver light array flashed in the pool, and Lu Ming's figure disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Peng Fei and the Ouyang sisters couldn't help but look at each other. Lu Ming only felt a violent fluctuation in the space around him, and the silver light that was reflected in his eyes gradually dissipated. The scenery in front of him changed, and he appeared in a stone house. Phew! Seeing this, Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, he was extremely lucky to be able to understand the changes in the Azure Dragon's 7 Mansions formation. If not for the magnetic force of the Void Sword, which allowed him to see some clues about the Azure Dragon's 7 Mansions formation and reveal the location of the formation through the Little Dipper formation, he probably wouldn't have been able to appear here. After Lu Ming calmed down a little, he started to look at the stone house in front of him. This stone house was greenish-gray, and it was surrounded by strong greenish-gray stone walls. It was very dark, and it seemed to have been sealed for a long time. There were no windows, and there was only a low stone door that led to the outside. Lu Ming looked up, and in the middle of the stone house, there was a black stone platform, and on it was an inconspicuous gray bag. Seeing this item, his expression changed, and he stretched out his hand. A gust of black gas wrapped around the gray bag, and it flew toward him. As soon as the bag landed in his hand, Lu Ming felt a slight weight in his hand. Although this item looked small, it seemed to weigh at least 50 kilograms. Of course, this weight was completely negligible to him. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming shook the bag gently, and he heard a rustling sound of sand colliding with each other. After his eyes lit up, he immediately opened the bag without hesitation, revealing the bulging silver crystal grains inside. Every grain was like a star in the night sky, flashing with bright starlight. It really is the galaxy sand. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth drew back, and he, who usually didn't show his emotions, couldn't help but laugh heartily. 1 grain of this galaxy sand was hard to find, let alone a full bag. The value was so great that even the powerhouses of the celestial state would be tempted. After Lu Ming checked the crystal sand in the bag, he carefully put the galaxy sand into the Sumera ring. Then he suppressed the joy in his heart. After looking around again, he suddenly moved his arm and flicked his finger. Swoosh swoosh, a few golden sword lights rolled out, and they all hit on the greenish-gray stone wall. As a result, after a few muffled sounds, the sword lights were all bounced away, but only a few shallow sword marks were left on the greenish-gray stone wall. Such a hard stone, Lu Ming couldn't help but be a little surprised. He carefully looked through the stone house again. After confirming that he didn't miss anything, he slowly walked in front of the low stone door. After carefully pushing the stone door open, he walked out of the house. Outside the stone house, it was not the vast sky, but a deep bluestone passage that led to an unknown place. After Lu Ming sighed, he had to carefully step into the passage. This passage was not straight, but it was a little winding. The ground was also bumpy and not very flat. As a result, after walking for about half a cup of tea's time, a fork suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking at the 2 forks, it was the same as before, the bluestone passage that led to an unknown place. A bad hunch flashed in his heart. After a little consideration, he still walked toward the fork on the left. But after a quarter of an hour, he returned to the original path, but his face was extremely gloomy. During this period of time, he had encountered other forks and dead ends, and after he had walked through most of the forks, he was sure that this was a strange maze. It seems that this is the next test. Lu Ming muttered to himself, but he still had no clue how to get through this maze. After Lu Ming thought for a while, he made a sword gesture with one hand and chanted. An inch-long golden sword appeared from between his eyebrows. As he pointed in the air, the golden sword flew in the air. Bursts of golden light kept flashing out, forming a sword light that was about 10 meters long. Go! As he groaned, the golden sword light rolled out and slashed heavily on the green stone wall on one side, causing a spark. After the spark dissipated, there was only a sword mark that was half a finger deep on the wall, but the surface of the stone wall flashed with green light, and it returned to normal in a blink of an eye. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming's face became a little ugly. Obviously, the entire maze was controlled by a powerful enchantment. Divine sense and ordinary treasures could not destroy it at all. With no other choice, he could only sigh, bite the bullet, and walk into the fork on the right. In the center of the Golden Palace, the purple-haired man, Luo Tiancheng, and the ugly young man of the demon mystic sect were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed. They were trying their best to understand the mystic arts recorded on the wall in front of the hall. At this time, the three of them were more or less covered with a layer of faint golden halo, and there were Sanskrit faintly flowing with the fluctuations of the halo, giving people a sense of solemnity and sacredness. Obviously, the three of them had their own understanding of the mystic arts on the wall. Luo Tiancheng, who was sitting cross-legged on the leftmost side, frowned. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and a crackling sound came from his body from time to time. His skin was so red that it looked like it was about to split open. This Buddhist mystic art was obviously some kind of advanced physique refining method. For him who was physique refining, it was a great opportunity. It was a pity that this technique could obviously only be practiced by the Jin Dan state physique refining cultivator. Otherwise, it was very likely that his body would explode directly due to his lack of physical strength. Although Luo Tiancheng's strength was far superior to his peers, he was only at the early stage of the crystallization period after all. If it weren't for the heaven-defying buff of Du Tian's spiritual body, he probably wouldn't be qualified to understand it at all. However, this man could get to where he was today step by step, not entirely relying on the heaven-defying spiritual body. Under the situation of severe pain all over his body, he still persisted, and he had already understood most of it. At present, he only needed to break through the last mystery to be successful. Luo Tiancheng thought of the Vajra relic, and he couldn't help but feel a hint of passion in his heart. At this moment, the purple-haired man sitting in the middle suddenly opened his eyes, and then the golden halo that rose from his body suddenly shot out 8 golden streams of fire, which spread under a burst of golden light. Looking from a distance, the purple-haired man's body seemed to be bathed in a turbulent golden flame. The golden giant bell above the hall rang suddenly, accompanied by bursts of Sanskrit chanting. After the ugly young man of demon mystic sect and Luo Tiancheng heard it, they opened their eyes almost at the same time. They looked over in shock and anger. A golden formation had appeared under the purple-haired man's feet, and the golden futon he was sitting on also rose into the air. As the light shone brightly, it expanded like a golden lotus, and it slowly rotated, emitting circles of golden light waves around it. Wherever the golden light passed, black Sanskrit characters appeared out of thin air. Luo Tiancheng and the ugly young man saw this and their faces became extremely ugly. How could they not understand that the purple-haired man had already taken a step ahead of them and comprehended the Buddhist secret technique on the wall? Haha, I'm not talented. I'll go get the Buddhist secret treasure first. You two can slowly cultivate here. Amidst the laughter, the purple-haired man's figure gradually became blurred in the array and finally disappeared without a trace. Within the ancient silver castle, the endless mist was still roiling, but compared to a few hours ago, it seemed to be even thicker, faintly forming the shape of a huge inverted bowl. Moreover, the mist was faintly mixed with some multicolored sparkling and translucent runes, either forming strange patterns or randomly breaking apart, causing the entire sea of mist to appear extremely mysterious. The eagle-faced man, Xue Pan, the young woman in green clothes, and the young man in the silver carriage were all trapped in the fog. Their eyes were slightly blurred, but their expressions were very stiff. Obviously, they had fallen into the illusion. The four figures wandered aimlessly in the silver fog like walking corpses. But every once in a while, a trace of clarity would occasionally flash in the eyes of one of them, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Under careful observation, one would find that as time passed, the number of times these people woke up faintly increased. Just when the eyes of the young man in the silver carriage regained clarity again, his face suddenly became serious. His figure suddenly flew up and shot in a certain direction, and instantly reached the edge of the silver fog. But when he was about to rush out in one breath, the light in his eyes dimmed, and a layer of confusion appeared again. The escape light suddenly changed, and it turned to another direction. Not only him, but the other three people also did the same. It seemed that they were about to fly out of the silver fog every time, but unfortunately, they failed. About half an hour later, although the four people were still trapped in the illusion, their expressions seemed to gradually become calm, and each time they woke up more or less a lot longer. It seemed that the few of them had vaguely found the trick to break this illusion array. Not long after, when the eyes of the young man in the silver carriage regained clarity again, he suddenly gritted his teeth and spat out a blood mist. Then, his hands moved quickly, and he lightly spat out a few obscure incantations. The blood mist condensed and turned into a ball of blood light, flashed, and flew back into the middle of his eyebrows. The next moment, the silver carriage young man shouted, and after a layer of blood chi appeared on his face, his eyes completely regained clarity. However, before he could rejoice, the blood-red shield in his sea of consciousness, which was formed by the blood essence secret technique, shook violently. Silver threads kept bombarding the shield, as if they wanted to drown his mind again. However, just as he flew to the edge of the fog, a streak of dazzling silver light suddenly flew out of the sea of silver fog ahead of the silver carriage young man. But just as he flew to the edge of the mist, there was a whoosh, and another dazzling silver crystal light broke through the air and flew out of the silver mist ahead of the silver chariot man. The silver light flashed, and the eagle-faced man appeared outside the sea of fog. He was holding an intricate hexagonal silver mirror in his hand, and he was panting rapidly. His chest rose and fell like a pair of bellows, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Right at this moment, a burst of rumbling sounds rang out from underground, and a silver pillar of light that was around the size of a well rose up from beneath the eagle-faced man's feet before enshrouding him. The silver pillar of light rotated on the spot, and a white light formation appeared at the bottom. A buzzing sound rang out from the formation, and bursts of spatial fluctuations erupted, following which the eagle-faced man disappeared with a cold smile on his face. At this moment, the silver carriage young man from the heavenly work sect arrived, and a wry smile appeared on his face at the sight before him. Just as the disciples of various sects were fighting for luck in the Tianmen meeting's secret realm, outside the secret realm, at the foot of the White Snow Mountain, there was still a sea of people. There were more people than when the Tianmen secret realm opened. However, the leaders of the 4 ancient sects and 8 major families had already returned to their respective camps. Most of the other disciples of the sects chose to stay outside. In addition, there were some disciples of unknown small sect at the foot of the mountain. They were not invited by the Heaven Palace at all, and now they were gathered here. Instead, they were paying more attention to the ranking on the half-black and half-white giant tablet. Most of these people hoped to see the strength of each sect and family from the ranking on the tablet, as well as the degree of prosperity and decline in the next 100 years. Based on this, they could choose to rely on them in the future or avoid them directly. After all, if some small sect chose the wrong backer, the sect would not flourish, and the sect would be destroyed. Many independent cultivators also gathered there with the mentality of watching a show. From time to time, they would form groups of 2 or 3 and discuss something in whispers. The names of every trial disciple who had entered the secret realm were densely engraved on the giant monument. Behind each name, there were 1 to 10 small locks, the shape of which was exactly the same as the luck lock that appeared on the wrists of everyone who entered the secret realm. These small lock patterns represented the amount of karmic luck accumulated by the corresponding trial disciple, and there was a total of 3 colors: bronze, silver, and gold. When karmic luck was accumulated to the brim, the color of the lock would turn bronze, and another small lock pattern would appear on the right of the lock. When 10 bronze locks were accumulated, they would automatically turn into a small silver lock. Similarly, when 10 silver locks were full, they would turn into a small golden lock. As for those disciples who unfortunately died in the secret realm, according to the rules of the Tianmen society, no matter how much luck they had accumulated, their names would directly dim, and they would fall to the bottom of the ranking. The small lock pattern behind their names would also disappear, and the luck they had previously obtained would not be included in the total luck of the major forces. At this time, Lu Ming only had 3.5 silver locks, and he was ranked 35th on the stone tablet. Among all the disciples of the Taiqing Gate, Luo Tiancheng was ranked the highest, with 5 silver locks of luck, but he was only ranked 13th. Long Yanfei had only collected 2 silver locks of luck. At the same time, 3 names in the Taiqing Gate had quietly dimmed. In addition to the 2 disciples who were with Luo Tiancheng, there was also a disciple of the Golden Summit who had unfortunately died. On the giant stone tablet, the first place was the silver-haired woman of the Big Dipper Pavilion, Xianxia. Just a short time has passed, and there is already a golden lock luck in the first place, which is much more than the second place. In the crowd, a dark-faced young man from an unknown sect murmured. Xianxia? Which sect does this person belong to? Someone beside the black-faced young man asked. Fellow, you're late. This girl is a female disciple that the mighty Tongxian realm expert, Big Dipper Pavilion Master, personally brought over before the start of the trial. An elder with a long beard nearby suddenly chuckled and said. Hearing that it was the Big Dipper Pavilion, the expressions of the cultivators around the long-bearded old man changed slightly, and they all closed their mouths to carefully look at the ranking below. The Big Dipper Pavilion was very powerful, and it was not inferior to the 4 ancient sections. In addition, it was mysterious and unpredictable, which made these small forces even more afraid. At this time, in a secret room of the pavilion of the Taiqing Gate at the foot of the mountain, Daoist Tiangu was sitting cross-legged. Through a disc array projection in front of him, he was checking the ranking of the stone tablet on the snow mountain with a dignified expression. Beside him was the man in a gray robe who came with him. His expression was also not much better. I thought that with Luo Tiancheng, the situation of this Tianmen gathering would be a little better. I didn't expect that in this Tianmen gathering, the strength of the disciples sent by the Sky Beast Qin Valley and the 8 great families are not weak. The people of the Big Dipper Pavilion are even more outstanding. It seems that even the top may third not be guaranteed this time. The man in a gray robe looked at the ranking on the stone tablet and shook his head repeatedly. Speaking of which, the timing of this Tianmen gathering is quite awkward. The few inner disciples that were previously favored have all broken through the Jin Dan realm. The remaining outstanding disciples such as Xiaowu of Fallen Serene Peak have passed the age limit, so they can only send these few disciples. Although Luo Tiancheng's strength is extraordinary, he is too young after all, and his cultivation is only at the early stage. I'm afraid his final ranking will not be too ideal. Daoist Tiangu glanced at Luo Tiancheng's ranking again, and a trace of helplessness flashed across his face. However, isn't there another Luo Tiancheng whose strength is comparable to Lu Ming? What is his ranking now? The man in a gray robe seemed to suddenly think of something, and his eyes looked at the stone tablet projected by the disc array. 35. It seems that this Lu Ming is also unworthy of his name. When the man in a gray robe's gaze fell on the 2 words Lu Ming, his eyes dimmed, and he shook his head and sighed. At this moment, the stone tablet suddenly became hazy with a golden light. After the golden light faded, the ranking seemed to have undergone a huge change. Lu Ming's name actually appeared at the 9th place on the stone tablet. Behind his name, there were 9 silver lock marks flashing. Hey, this Lu Ming's luck has increased so much all of a sudden. Could it be that he has encountered some great opportunity? Could it be? Daoist Tiangu raised his eyebrows and asked with a hint of surprise. The land of inheritance. To be able to obtain such a shocking amount of luck in such a short period of time, he should have obtained some benefits from an inheritance, and it can't be an ordinary inheritance. If he can obtain most of the inheritance, maybe he can help our sect maintain its position in the top 3 of the trial. When the man in a gray robe saw this scene, he immediately changed into an overjoyed expression, and said excitedly. Let's hope so. However, since it is the land of inheritance, the competition in it must be more intense. I hope that this person doesn't encounter those monstrous disciples of the other sect. Otherwise, I'm afraid the hope is still very slim. Daoist Tianji's expression also eased up, and he said calmly. However, for some reason, the words Kim Tin-ti had told him about Lu Ming in the past appeared in his mind. At the same time, in the land of inheritance, Lu Ming naturally did not know the situation outside, nor did he know his ranking. He also did not know that after he obtained the galaxy sand, he had brought so much luck to the sect and himself. Right now, he was pacing back and forth in the passageway, thinking about how to get out of the maze in front of him. Speaking of which, this maze was so large and complicated that it far exceeded his imagination. After walking down the path, there were only 3 forks in the road at first, but later on, there were 4 or 5 forks in the road. As such, it naturally became more and more difficult to find the right path. It seemed that he would not be able to get out of this maze in a short period of time. At the foot of the snow mountain, in the building where the Morong family was stationed, an old man in a black robe was lying on a rocking chair, waving a black feather fan in his hand. He looked relaxed. Reporting to the great elder, the young master is now ranked 2nd, and the young lady is ranked 8th. A young disciple in a black robe walked in quickly, knelt on one knee, and said with a fist and palm salute. Good. I got it, you can leave now. The old man in a black robe waved the feather fan in his hand and said expressionlessly. Yes. The disciple in a black robe answered and quickly left the secret room. I didn't expect Long Air and Feng Air to grow so fast in just a few decades. According to this, the luck accumulated in this Elysium meeting will not be a problem to enter the top 4. If the 2 of them join forces, the female disciple of the Big Dipper Pavilion who is ranked 1st. After muttering a few words to himself, the old man in a black robe showed a gloomy smile on his face. He immediately stood up, took out a black talisman from his sleeve, and launched a symbol on it. After the surface of the whole talisman shone with a black light, it spontaneously burned in the air. After a few breaths, it turned into a palm-sized spiritual flame. Then, the old man gently fanned the black feather fan in his hand, and a gust of black wind swept out, lifted the spiritual flame, and flashed out of the window, then disappeared without a trace. The old man in a black robe looked out of the window, nodded with satisfaction, and sat back on the rocking chair. In a secret room where the nature work sect was located, 3 middle-aged men in yellow short shirts were sitting opposite each other, discussing in a low voice. This time, we put in a lot of capital and gave a few puppets to those disciples to use. I didn't expect that the Big Dipper Pavilion and the Morong family still took the initiative. A man who was as thin as a bamboo frowned and said slowly. The people of the Morong family even hurt my disciple at the exchange meeting a month ago. They are really arrogant. Now that Wu Chao has also fallen, I don't know if it has anything to do with the Morong siblings. Another strong man with a bare upper body said angrily. It's a pity that I gave the mechanical battle armor to Pingyu. If I had given it to Wu Chao, he might have been able to escape. The skinny man revealed a look of regret. On the stone tablet, the ranking of the disciples of the Heavenly Work sect was even lower than that of the Taiching Gate. None of them were in the top 10. Pingyu was ranked after the 20th, and the young man in the silver chariot, whom they had high hopes for, was only ranked 11th. Junior brothers, you don't have to worry too much. The trial is only halfway through, and the final outcome is still unknown. This time, the disciples of our 4 ancient sects are ranked towards the back, and many of our disciples have died. This is something that is rarely seen in the previous few trials. The remaining middle-aged man who looked like a scholar said faintly. After the 2 of them looked at each other, they both revealed a thoughtful expression. The same scene was happening from time to time in the bases of the various sects under the snowy mountains. The ranking on the giant stone tablet was not only related to the opportunities of the rising talents in the sect, but it was also related to the rise and fall of the sect for the next 1,000 years. Naturally, the sect masters and elders of the various sects did not dare to ignore it. However, no matter how the sects outside the secret land reacted, the Elysium meeting was still going on. In the secret land, somewhere unfathomably deep, in a huge cylindrical space, an ancient palace was floating there. It was built entirely of green stone, and there were several white stone pillars around it. They supported a layer of white light curtain and protected the entire palace. The formation outside the palace was extremely overbearing, and it exuded a burst of sharp spiritual energy. It was another land of inheritance. Now, the front door of the palace was open, and it was extremely empty inside. Other than a rather magnificent altar, there was nothing else on display. The altar was more than 100 meters long and wide, and it was about 100 meters high. In front of it, there were hundreds of stone steps leading to the top of the altar. On the stone steps, there were more than a dozen humanoid puppets of the crystallization period lying disorderly. The chests of these puppets were hollowed out, and their cores had long disappeared. At the top of the altar was a square platform of several 10 meters in size. The platform was engraved with curved and strange bloody patterns. There was a green stone pillar that was taller than a person standing in the east, west, north, and south directions. A silver-haired woman was sitting on a stone pillar in the east at this time. She was holding an ancient book in her hand, and she was reading it with relish. There were more than a dozen similar books stacked up beside her. This woman was Xianxia, the disciple of the Big Dipper Pavilion who ranked first on the slab of luck. Under the other pillars, there were 5 corpses in different costumes. Most of these people were bleeding from their 7 orifices. Their death was very ugly. The inheritance in this place had clearly been broken, but the only living person left here was this woman. The silver-haired girl didn't seem to care about the bloody scene around her. She was just reading the book in her hand with a hint of contemplation on her face from time to time. It seems that it is impossible to comprehend all these secrets in a short period of time. I should bring them back to the pavilion and study them carefully. After a while, the silver-haired woman raised her head, smiled softly, and said a few words to herself, then she closed the book in her hand. Then she stood up gracefully and waved her sleeves. A faint silver mist rolled out from it. After collecting the surrounding books, she jumped down from the stone pillar and landed lightly on the high platform below like a fallen leaf. She didn't even make a sound. Pa! A light sound rang out, the silver-haired woman raised her arm lightly, and her white palm patted somewhere on the stone pillar beside her. The patterns on the ground suddenly lit up. At the next moment, a cylindrical array rose in a sizzling sound. Countless runes were jumping in the array. Seeing this, the silver-haired woman flashed into the array. After a dazzling silver light flashed, the woman's figure disappeared from the hall. In a bluestone valley surrounded by verdant ancient trees, there was a 10 feet wide clear stream that meandered across the valley. The water of the stream was gurgling as it flowed. On both sides of the stream, countless spiritual herbs of various colors were scattered, exuding bursts of extremely rich spiritual energy. It was a natural medicine garden like a paradise. In the depths of the valley, 2 black figures were galloping like lightning. Behind the 2 of them, smoke and dust billowed in all directions, and soul-shaking rumbling sounds constantly rang out. Impressively, a giant demon beast that was more than 100 feet tall, with the upper body of a deer and the lower body of a horse, was chasing after them. This beast not only looked weird, but the red and black spirit patterns on its body were even more messy and intertwined with each other. Its pair of dark green eyes were flashing fiercely from time to time. Suddenly, the demonic beast let out a strange howl and leapt forward. It sped up in the air and opened its mouth to spit out a pillar of reddish-black light that was as thick as a water bucket. It shot toward the 2 black figures in front of it with lightning speed. Wherever the light beam passed, the surrounding air buzzed and twisted. As a result, just as the beam of light was about to hit the 2 black figures, their figures blurred, and they actually dodged the attack, one on the left and one on the right. In the rumbling sound, the red and black light beam whizzed past the 2 of them and landed on a cliff in front of them. Wherever the light beam passed, whether it was bluestone or spiritual herbs, they were all turned into ashes in an instant without exception. If we let it go on like this, I'm afraid a lot of spiritual herbs in the valley will be destroyed. In the black figure on the left, a slender woman's voice came in an instant. Don't fight recklessly here. Let's lure it into the valley first. The other black figure said in a deep voice. The purpose of the 2 was obviously to pick spiritual herbs, so they naturally couldn't fight in the valley. Otherwise, even if they killed this beast, they would have to sacrifice most of the spiritual herbs in the valley. It would not be worth it. The slender female voice responded softly, then she made a gesture. A pair of 10 meters long wings suddenly extended from her back that was covered by black gas. With a gentle flap, her speed suddenly accelerated a little. This valley was only a few acres in size. Under the intentional guidance of the two black figures, the half-deer and half-horse strange beastkin was quickly lured out of the valley. "Brother, don't do it. Let me deal with this beastkin." After the woman said faintly, she turned around and suddenly stopped in midair. The black flame surged out of her body, and it quickly condensed around her, weaving into a giant firebird pattern that was 40 to 50 meters tall. "Okay, then leave it to me." The other black figure grinned and appeared on a gray boulder in a black light, standing with his hands behind his back. These two black figures were none other than Black Phoenix Fairy and her brother. The two of them chased a few disciples of other families here by chance and found this valley with natural spiritual herbs. The two of them stopped chasing those disciples and rushed into the depths of the valley without saying a word. As a result, they found that this valley was full of spiritual herbs that were hundreds or even thousands of years old. They were immediately overjoyed. However, such a spiritual land naturally had a guardian beastkin. This half-deer and half-horse monster hidden in the center of the valley was a pseudo-pellet state beastkin. Not only did it have amazing defensive ability, but the black and red light beam it shot had the power to burn everything into ashes. Under its rage, it didn't care about the spiritual herbs in the mountain at all. In just a short while, probably 1/10 of the entire spiritual valley had been scorched black. The spiritual herbs lost in it were already an astronomical number in the outside world. This made Black Phoenix Fairy and her sister very distressed. Seeing Black Phoenix Fairy stop, the strange beastkin let out a low hissing sound into the sky. It stomped on the ground and rushed over without hesitation. Seeing this, a sneer flashed in Black Phoenix Fairy's beautiful eyes. The black flame on her body flourished, and her figure actually merged into the black firebird phantasm behind her. A clear chirp that soared into the sky came out. The black fire raven circled in the air before folding its wings together. Instead of retreating, it transformed into a pitch-black fireball and swooped down toward the strange demon beast. A long black flame mark flashed across the void, as if a pitch-black wound had been carved out of thin air. Seeing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in the strange beastkin's eyes. As it continued to run forward, it opened its mouth and spat out a beam of red and black light. The black firebird let out a clear cry, and just as the beam of light was about to hit it, it exploded into black flames with a ping sound. The next moment, behind the strange beastkin, clusters of black flames appeared. After they condensed in the same place, they turned into a black firebird again. As soon as the firebird appeared, a pair of sharp claws flashing with black light grabbed at the vital part of the beastkin's back with a strong wind. The beastkin felt the wind behind it. It suddenly turned its head and spat out a dozen head-sized black and red light balls at the firebird. The light balls were obviously transformed from the beastkin's fire in the beastkin's body. As soon as they were spat out, a scorching aura immediately rolled over. Obviously, its power couldn't be underestimated. The black firebird didn't want to take it head-on. It stomped its front claws in the air and flapped its wings at the same time, then it disappeared in a blur. Poof! The firebird appeared ghostly in front of the beastkin again. With a sharp chirp, it clawed at the beastkin's chest again. When the beastkin turned around and spat out another flame, the black firebird flapped its wings again and disappeared. The firebird transformed by Black Phoenix Fairy obviously didn't want to fight head-on with this beastkin, but she wanted to fight it first. After repeating this for 7 or 8 times, the demon beast finally became a little confused. Finally, there was a time when it couldn't dodge in time. The black firebird let out a sharp cry, and a pair of sharp claws that could cut through metal deeply pierced into its back. Then, the black firebird quickly withdrew its claws. A large amount of black blood immediately splashed out from the beastkin's back. The strange beastkin let out a mournful roar. It turned its body frantically again, opened its mouth, and spat out a red and black light beam that was far larger than before at the black firebird that had retreated more than 100 meters away. In the face of this attack, the black fire raven didn't evade. Instead, it let loose a clear cry, and inky black demonic power surged out of its body in a frenzy, forming a dark cloud that was over 100 feet in size in front of it. Gale-force winds swept forth, crashing directly toward the oncoming pillar of black and red light. Boom, the two brilliants collided with each other. The black cloud hissed and burst. In a blink of an eye, it was torn apart by the black and red light beam. However, the black cloud surged like a tide, gradually drowning the black light beam in it, and it continued to push toward the beastkin. A hint of fear flashed in the beastkin's eyes. It suddenly turned around and was about to escape. However, right at this moment, the inky black demonic cloud intertwined in midair before instantly manifesting a dozen or so inky black tentacles. The tentacles covered a distance of over 100 feet before wrapping around the demon beast's body, wrapping it up into a thick dumpling. The strange beastkin roared again and again, struggling, but it was a futile effort. The next moment, a black shadow flashed like lightning. The black firebird phantasm appeared right in front of the beastkin, spitting out a bull-thick golden flame at it. With a pu sound, the surging golden flames fell on the monster's body, wrapping around the monster's tentacles and burning them fiercely, making a chi-chi sound. Although the beastkin screamed incessantly and shook its body frantically in the air, its skin and flesh were still falling off in clusters and turning into charcoal in midair. At this time, Black Phoenix Fairy withdrew the rolling black cloud and returned to her human form. A pair of shining short blades appeared in her hands. Her eyes turned cold. She crossed her hands in front of her chest, and wisps of golden flame suddenly appeared on the short blades. She stomped on the ground. Swoosh, a 80 meters long golden rainbow rolled out and instantly pierced through the beastkin's huge body, leaving a bloody hole of 10 meters in its abdomen. The demonic beast only had time to let out a loud cry before its body was suddenly engulfed by bursts of golden flames. After stumbling a few more times, it turned into a huge fireball and fell heavily to the ground. There, it remained motionless. At the same time, a thick gray mist rolled out from the golden flame on the ground and went into Black Phoenix Fairy's lock. Haha, not bad. The power of my life source magical power seems to have improved a lot more than before. The man in black clothes clapped his hands and praised with a slight smile. Brother is overpraising me. It's just that this beastkin's magical power is restrained by my life source magical power. Let's quickly pick up the spiritual herbs here, lest something bad happens to us. Black Phoenix Fairy put away the dual blades and replied with a light smile. Sister is right, let's do it. The man in black clothes nodded solemnly when he heard the words. Then, the two turned around and flew back in the direction they came from. In a hurry, the two just glanced at this spiritual land roughly, but they didn't really look at the spiritual herbs carefully. As a result, it didn't take long for the two to roughly check the spiritual herbs in the entire valley. They were pleasantly surprised. This is the fire chi fruit. It has already turned dark red. It has at least 2,000 years of medicinal properties. I think it can be given to Master Zhu to refine an earth-grade fire chi pill. Black Phoenix Fairy flashed and appeared in front of a short tree with a strange dark red berry in the corner of the valley. She said excitedly. According to the richness of the heaven and earth spirit in this garden, a common spiritual herb growing here for 100 years is equivalent to more than 200 years outside. In addition, this secret realm is vast and boundless, and it only opens once every 800 years. It's not surprising that there is such a natural medicine garden. The man in black clothes looked much calmer, but he could still suppress the excitement in his heart and replied. 1,000 years of rain-wind grass, 1,500 years of red snake flower. Every time Black Phoenix Fairy walked to a piece of spiritual herb, she could immediately call out the names of these rare and unusual spiritual herbs with just a glance. The spirituality of these spiritual herbs was more than 1,000 years, which made the woman's eyes become brighter. Just when the two were about to pick carefully, Black Phoenix Fairy's face suddenly changed, and she looked outside the valley. Brother, I feel that someone is coming. Judging from the aura, there are 6 or 7 people. And, I noticed it just now, but as long as it's not those few special guys, the others are just giving us luck. The man in black clothes smiled slightly and said indifferently. As soon as he spoke, there was a whistling sound in the distance. Several colorful escape lights came from the entrance of the valley. After a few flickers, they landed in front of Black Phoenix Fairy and the man in black clothes. After the light faded, 7 young men in purple robes were revealed. The leader, who was like an iron tower, took a few steps forward. After glancing at some of the elixirs nearby, he immediately showed an extremely surprised expression. What a natural medicine garden, haha, It seems that our luck is quite good this time. The tower-like man couldn't help laughing, and the faces of the others were also full of excitement and greed. The value of a natural medicine garden full of natural treasures, as long as one wasn't a fool, no one wouldn't know. These people immediately commented on the nearby spiritual herbs, and they actually recognized many of them on the spot. They immediately became more excited, and they turned a blind eye to Black Phoenix Fairy and Black Phoenix Fairy who were standing in the valley. Seeing this, the elder brother of Black Phoenix Fairy was not in a hurry. He just looked at the 7 people in front of him with a faint smile. Black Phoenix Fairy's face suddenly turned cold, but seeing that her elder brother didn't speak, she temporarily suppressed her temper. After 30 minutes, the tower-like man in the lead turned his eyes and looked at Black Phoenix Fairy Maiden and Black Phoenix Fairy Maiden. "Oh. Isn't this brother Xianxia? This must be your sister, Black Phoenix Fairy. I'm sorry for neglecting you. However, we will accept the spiritual herbs here. If you two have nothing else, please leave, we won't see you off." The tower-like man seemed to recognize Morong Xianxia, the elder brother of Black Phoenix Fairy. He chuckled dryly a few times as if he didn't take the Morong family, one of the 8 great families, seriously at all. "Elder brother, do you want to do it, or should I?" Black Phoenix Fairy's face turned extremely cold when she heard this. She asked the black-robed man expressionlessly. "Although I don't know the origin of these people, since they dare to speak like this in front of me, they should have some background. You go to the side and take a rest. I will try the treasure that I brought from the family." Morong Xianxia shook his head and smiled mysteriously. At the same time, he raised his hand, and a black light shot out from his sleeve and hovered around him. "Good boy, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Then don't blame us for not giving face to the Morong family. Go." Seeing this, the tall man's eyes suddenly became a little gloomy. He waved his hand forward, and the young men in purple robes behind him leaped out one after another. They had already taken out their spiritual weapons. It was an identical flying fork, and the body of the fork was glowing with a purple halo. The purple lights resonated with each other where they stood. It turned out that the seemingly casual movement had unknowingly formed a formation. It was obviously a joint attack technique that these people were good at. At this moment, the tower-like man also turned his hand and took out a purple flying fork, chanting. The others quickly turned around and started to move around the tower-like man. Morong Xianxia sneered and condensed a gesture in his hand. After the black light condensed in the air, it turned into a black feather fan. On the feather fan, there were clearly visible golden thread-like spirit patterns, and there were as many as 36 of them. They outlined an exquisite golden peacock pattern. "Black Sparrow Fan, the family actually gave this thing to you." A hint of surprise flashed in Black Phoenix Fairy's eyes, and she blurted out. The black-robed man didn't mean to answer. He waved one hand, and the black feather fan flew back to his hand after a circle. Then, he rubbed his hands gently. After a flash of black light, the feather fan instantly became 5 or 6 feet in size. The golden peacock pattern on it was even blurred and twisted as if it was alive. At this moment, the 6 purple-robed men stopped moving. The tower-like man in the middle suddenly let out a loud shout. He raised his 7 flying forks at the same time, and shot out a purple beam of light from each of their tips. The beam of light then converged in front of the tower-like man. Boom! A huge beam of light that was as thick as a bucket shot out from the man. Morong Xianxia's eyes flashed fiercely when she saw this. She grabbed the handle of the black feather fan, and fanned it forward. Whoosh! A jet-black flame surged out of the fan. Then, the flame condensed in the middle, and turned into a black phoenix that was about a foot in size. It swelled up to 100 feet in size against the wind, and flew towards the beam of light with its 2 long tail feathers. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the 7 purple-robed men had all disappeared without a trace. There was a huge black phoenix scorch mark in the place where they had originally stood. The Black Phoenix Fairy looked at the scorch mark in the distance. Her mouth was slightly open, and there was still a look of surprise on her face. Morong Xianxia, who was next to her, raised her arm slightly. A wisp of gray mist poured into her wrist, and the surface of the small lock suddenly became brighter. At this point in the heavenly sex meeting, Because the cultivators of the various sects had accumulated quite a bit of karmic luck, the conflicts between them had become more and more frequent. Correspondingly, more and more names were quietly dimming on the slab of karmic luck outside the secret realm, and it was already close to half. In the secret realm, in front of a huge ancient stone tower, there was a huge white and flawless stone. There was a 10 feet large spell formation that was shrouded in a faint layer of silver light. There were 4 egg-sized grooves around the spell formation, and they were flashing with a faint spiritual light. There was also a place of inheritance here, but it didn't look very big. Around the huge stone formation, there were 2 masked men in green robes that had a red python pattern engraved on them. There were also 2 giant men with their upper bodies naked, and their lower bodies wrapped in animal skins. They were holding a piece of inheritance fragment that was shining with a silver light. Not far from them, there were 15 or 16 badly mutilated corpses lying quietly. They had died horribly. Alright, since the obstacle has been removed, let's hurry up and activate the inheritance. There's not much time left, said a man in an official robe with an extremely hoarse voice. Remember to abide by the agreement between our 2 sections. The inheritance will be split 370. Our 3 forests sect will take 7, and your devil sect will take 3, said a barefooted man with a long beard. His voice was like a great bell. Got it. Let's go in first. A masked man with a hoarse voice said impatiently. Just as the 4 of them were tossing the shards in their hands toward the formation, a blurry humanoid figure that was enshrouded in red light suddenly shot forth from behind a nearby tree, appearing close to the 4 of them in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a burst of crimson light erupted from the humanoid figure in all directions. A crackling sound rang out as the crimson light swept past the 4 of them like lightning. The 2 masked men in an official robe and the other barefooted man were caught off guard. Their protective aura was shattered by the crimson light, and they fell to the ground at the same time. Blood was gushing out of their throats, they had been sliced open. The luck lock on their wrists also shattered, and a few gray mists drifted out and were drawn into the crimson light. At the critical moment, the muscular man with a curly beard barely moved his body a little and avoided the red light by a hair's breadth. However, a long and thin cut was left on his face. In shock and anger, he quickly raised the spiritual power in his body to form a red shield around him, and he shouted angrily. Who are you? How dare you sneak attack me? However, before he could finish his words, the crimson light spun strangely and twirled around the bearded man's neck at a speed that was twice as fast as before. The shield that enveloped his body was broken again as if it was nothing. Pung! The bearded man's face was full of disbelief. He opened his mouth, but a few inexplicable sounds came from his throat. He then fell to the ground and couldn't get up. At this time, a soft sigh came from the crimson light, and a handsome young man slowly walked out from it. I'm sorry, the 4 of you. Although I have no enmity with you, for the sake of the future prosperity of my clan, I can only take your lives. The handsome young man cupped his hands towards the corpses and said with a calm expression. At this time, the array that put the 4 inheritance shards suddenly shone with a bright silver light. Strands of silver silk rose from it and condensed into a silver mist ball of a foot size above the boulder. After the mist ball flickered a few times, it suddenly flew toward the stone tower gate and hid in the gate. The next moment, the countless snake-like silver spirit patterns on the gate were instantly lit up. With a loud rumbling sound, the gate was opened. Seeing this, the handsome young man raised one hand and rolled up a crimson light to collect the 4 people's storage talismans and other items. He then turned into a hazy crimson shadow and blasted into the stone tower gate. On an open grassland that stretched as far as the eye could see, the sky was blue and the white clouds were blooming. Looking from a distance, it was quite refreshing. In a corner of this calm grassland, more than a dozen figures that were obviously divided into 2 groups were confronting each other. The atmosphere was extremely tense. On one side, there were 5 or 6 barbarians with feathers on their heads and leather robes. On the other side, there were 10 Beast King clan cultivators with different appearances. Fellow cultivators, we have 10 people on our side, and you only have 6 people. The time of the Tian Men convention is very precious. Do you really have to fight to the death with us? On the Beast King clan cultivator's side, a Beast King clan cultivator with a long beard said gloomily. Humph. If our luck is low in the Tianmen convention, our tribe will be in big trouble. In this case, it's better to fight to the death here and snatch more luck back. In this way, our tribe's prosperity can begin. The leader of the brute race snorted coldly. Without hesitation, he patted his waist with one hand, and 3 rays of gray light rolled out from his waist. With a flash, they turned into 3 gray jackals of 20 to 30 feet in size. Their fangs were bared, and there was a faint green light on their bodies. They stared at the monster race in front of them. Seeing this, the other barbarians also released all kinds of spiritual pets with a shake of their sleeves. There were insects, snakes, tigers, and leopards. There were more than 30 to 40 spiritual pets in total. When they gathered together, their momentum was very astonishing. Hee, playing with spiritual pets in front of us is really ridiculous. Since you don't want to do it the hard way, then don't blame me for not reminding you. Brothers, let's go. Seeing that the negotiation had failed, the rat-faced Beastkin clan disciple didn't talk nonsense. As the gray Beastkin aura rolled around him, he suddenly turned into a giant hamster of more than 100 meters in size. As his eyes flashed, he pounced forward. Behind him, a burst of colorful Beastkin aura rose one after another. The remaining 9 Beastkin cultivators also transformed into semi-Beastkin or revealed their true forms, following the hamster to charge at the 6 people in front of him. For a time, over the originally calm vast grassland, various colors of light soared into the sky. The earth-shaking roars, fighting sounds, and screams were endless and spread far away. In the depths of the greenstone passage maze, it had been more than 4 hours since Lu Ming entered the maze. At this time, Lu Ming still couldn't find the exit of the maze. He even had a feeling of restlessness as he walked. Speaking of it, the entire maze was still normal at first. With his powerful mental power and fast escape speed, he forced himself to remember the forks in the passage ahead, and he eliminated them one by one. He seemed to have solved most of the maze. But as more and more greenstone passages appeared behind him, even with his powerful divine thought, he felt overwhelmed. Now, he stood at the fork of a passage, and his face was a little ugly. According to the memory in his mind, there should be a winding double fork passage in front of him. Sure enough, this maze will change at any time. Lu Ming muttered with a wry smile. In the face of the ever-changing maze, his memory was useless no matter how good it was. Master, why don't you let Scorpion try? Maybe I can find the exit of this maze. Just as Lu Ming was hesitating, a girl's melodious voice suddenly came from a leather bag on his waist. Oh, Scorpion, what good idea do you have? Lu Ming's eyes lit up when he heard this. Master, you forgot that I now have the power to control the earth attribute energy. Since this is deep underground, my spiritual sense is far more sensitive than usual. Maybe I can use this to find the exit. Scorpion was in the bag before, so I couldn't fully use this ability. Scorpion said with a chuckle. Since you are so confident, let's try it first. After Lu Ming hesitated for a while, he nodded and patted his waist with one hand. A black mist rolled out and condensed in front of him, revealing a graceful girl in black gauze. Master, please wait for a moment. After the beautiful girl smiled at Lu Ming, she immediately sat down cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began to chant. After a while, a layer of pale yellow gas appeared on the girl's body. It was faintly discernible, calm, and gentle. At the moment when the yellow gas appeared, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He could faintly feel that in the seemingly inconspicuous yellow gas, there were circles of earth attribute spiritual power fluctuations spreading. After a long while, Scorpion opened its eyes fiercely, and the pale yellow gas condensed in front of it. It suddenly turned into a yellow bone scorpion phantasm. It was 30 meters high and almost touched the top of the passage. A strange look flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. It was the first time that he saw Bone Scorpion use this kind of magical power. With a thought, his figure flickered, and he came to the phantasm, then he stretched out his finger and pointed. A finger easily went into the phantasm. There was no substantial contact, but a faint warmth flowed through the fingertip. After Scorpion condensed this yellow scorpion phantasm, there was a hint of fatigue on its face. It seemed to be a little strenuous. Seeing this, Lu Ming retracted his finger without thinking, but his other hand formed a sign. With a wave of his hand, a pure spiritual power was poured into the girl's body. With the help of Lu Ming, Scorpion's face finally looked a little better. It pointed between its eyebrows with one hand, and the yellow crystal light in its eyes suddenly flourished. The huge bone scorpion phantasm seemed to have received a command. With a whoosh, its 6 legs moved and rushed to the fork in front. At the next moment, something that surprised Lu Ming happened. The moment this giant scorpion rushed to the fork, it suddenly split into 3 identical phantoms. They were only 1/3 the size of the previous one, and they continued to rush in different directions. At the next intersection, they continued to rush forward. Like this, 1 divided into 3, 3 divided into 9. Not long after, all the scorpion phantoms disappeared into the depths of the distant passage. I see. Lu Ming was a little enlightened, and a smile finally appeared on his face. At this time, the scorpion's almond-shaped eyes were wide open. She stared at the front without blinking, and her body sat motionlessly in the same place. From time to time, a faint yellow light emerged from the nearby ground and drilled into her body. As time passed, the girl's face gradually became paler, and the aura on her body began to fluctuate between strong and weak. Lu Ming couldn't help but show a worried look. After an unknown period of time, the black-veiled girl finally closed her beautiful eyes with a groan, and her body trembled as she stood up. When she opened her beautiful eyes again, there was a trace of a happy smile on her abnormally pale face. Almost at the same time, in every corner of the maze, the miniature scorpion phantoms that were only the size of a thumb all exploded with a boom, turning into clouds of yellow gas and dissipating. "Master, come with me, I found the exit." As soon as the girl's voice fell, her body shook and turned into a cloud of yellow shadow, flying toward a passage in front. Lu Ming was overjoyed, and he happily followed. After half a quarter of an hour, under the guidance of the scorpion, he finally saw an exit that emitted white light at the end of a passage. "Scorpion, it's been hard on you this time. Hurry up and take a rest." Seeing this, Lu Ming was relieved. He turned his head and told the black-veiled girl next to him. The scorpion grunted softly, turned into a black gas on the spot, and flew back into the soul-recovering bag on Lu Ming's waist. Only then did Lu Ming's gaze congeal. After sizing up the exit not far away, he strode over. After a while, his eyes lit up, and he found himself in a huge square. The square was quite wide, about a few acres in size. Apart from the exit that he had come out from, there were 2 other exits. Each of the 3 passageways had a sign on it. The exit behind him had a picture of stars carved on top, while the other 2 had a bright moon and a sun. These markings clearly corresponded to the 3 passages that had been chosen at the beginning. The ground was the same as in the labyrinth that they had passed through before. It was paved with blue stones that were about 10 feet wide. In the center of the square, a series of faint golden grooves could be clearly seen. From afar, they formed a circular formation that was more than 100 feet in size. The array was currently flashing with a half-black and half-white light, and the black light was gradually increasing, causing the white light to diminish at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He stared at the formation with a contemplative expression. At this moment, a purple shadow shot out from the entrance marked with a sun. It flashed and stopped near the spell formation. After the purple light faded, the person within was revealed to be the purple-haired man from the Big Dipper Pavilion. "It's you? Very good, very good." When the purple-haired man saw that someone came out of the labyrinth before him, he immediately showed a look of surprise. He quickly looked around. When he saw that there were only 2 people here, he rolled his eyes slightly. His face suddenly showed a ferocious expression as he muttered a few words. He flicked his sleeve, and a purple short blade that was about a foot long flew out, exuding a hint of cold air. "I thought that you wanted to exchange some pointers first. Since this is the case, I will accompany you." Seeing this situation, how could Lu Ming not know what the purple-haired man was thinking? Although he was slightly shocked in his heart, he didn't show any anger on his face. Instead, he smiled. His gaze suddenly turned cold, and he made a gesture without hesitation. The spiritual power in his body continuously surged out from the 153 crystals and drilled into the void flying sword that was suspended above the spiritual sea. Poof, a small golden sword spurted out from Lu Ming's brow, and it quietly floated in front of him. Seeing this, the purple-haired man laughed wildly. He pointed the short blade in front of him with one hand. There was a loud air-piercing sound, the short blade blasted out, and it instantly turned into a purple rainbow that was more than 100 meters long. It rolled toward Lu Ming aggressively. Wherever the rainbow passed, the void seemed to be frozen, emitting a sharp screeching sound. Lu Ming snorted coldly, and he also made a sword gesture with one hand. The small golden sword became blurred, and it also turned into a 100 meters long golden rainbow. Boom, the golden rainbow and the purple rainbow collided fiercely. The golden and purple lights shone endlessly. After a violent collision of spiritual power, a golden and purple hurricane roared into the sky. A dazzling light burst out from it, as if there were two huge light pythons entangling and biting each other. There was another loud noise, the hurricane burst open, and the purple short blade and the golden flying sword each flew out from the airwave and shot back to the two. In this blow, the two were actually evenly matched. Seeing this, the purple-haired man's face couldn't help but sink. Previously, I knew that your true spirit flying sword is not a trivial matter. Now I have really experienced it. But for the next move, you have to try again. The purple-haired man said coldly. He suddenly made a gesture with one hand, and black and yellow spirit patterns appeared strangely on his face. Behind him, there was a looming phantasm of a ferocious ghost. This ghost phantasm was more than 100 meters high. Its legs were floating in the air as if it had no bones. Its body was black and yellow, and there was a huge pitch-black hole in its chest. In addition, the ghostly creature's head was extremely large, at least half the size of its body. It had a pair of blood-red eyes, and its bloody mouth was half open, revealing green fangs. It looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. It was also the first time for Lu Ming to see this kind of ferocious ghost, so he didn't dare to underestimate it. He channeled his technique, and the black gas on his body surged into the sky. It instantly condensed into several ferocious black mist dragons. Each of them was 80 meters long. They were waving their claws in the sky, hovering and spitting out mist. The momentum was amazing. Humph, you want to fight me with a mere tiger-dragon hell prison? The purple-haired man recognized the technique used by Lu Ming at a glance. He snorted disdainfully and was about to make the ghost phantasm attack. But at this moment, at the entrance of another passage of the square, a cluster of silver light flashed out. A vague figure was wrapped in it. It was the eagle-faced man of Sky Beastkin Valley. As soon as he appeared, another golden light followed closely behind him. It suddenly changed direction on the way and stopped more than 100 meters away from the eagle-faced man. It was the young man in the silver carriage of the Naturework sect. The two stopped the escape light. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were both slightly startled, then they looked different. A vigilant look flashed in the eyes of the young man in the silver carriage, and he immediately took out several puppet balls in his hand. The eagle-faced man stood with his hands behind his back with a sneer, looking like he was watching a show. Hee hee, finally, someone else has come. Lu and I were a little bored waiting, so we fought with each other first. As soon as the purple-haired man saw that someone else came, he frowned and looked at Lu Ming. After blinking, he suddenly shook his arms with a laugh and dispersed his technique. The giant ghost phantasm behind him also turned into wisps of black smoke and dissipated. Seeing this, Lu Ming didn't say anything with a sneer, but he changed his gesture. All the mist dragons hovering above his head exploded in an instant, and he took back the black gas into his body. I see, but thanks to the two of you fighting here, we can be guided by the spiritual fluctuations and find the exit so quickly. Seeing this, the young man in the silver carriage knew what was going on, but he still smiled and said with a yawn. Since the few of us have arrived, the others should be arriving soon, the eagle-faced man said calmly. The four of them immediately looked at each other, then they sat on the ground and waited quietly. As expected, after 15 minutes, a black and a silver escape light flashed out from the sun exit. It was Luo Tiancheng and the ugly young man of the demon mystic sect. After another 15 minutes, the young woman in green robe of the Howren Academy also walked out from another passage. Only Pingyu and the Ouyang sisters in the passage behind Lu Ming never came out, and Shui Pan was also nowhere to be seen. Thinking about it, how could this Azure Dragon 7 Mansions painting be so easy to understand? If it weren't for Lu Ming's guessing with the help of the star magnetism force, it would be hard to say if he could make it here. In addition, Shui Pan obviously failed to pass the previous level. At this time, most of the giant array in the center of the square had been covered by black, and less than 1/5 of the white part was left. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the giant spell formation was completely covered in black. Seeing this, Lu Ming sighed slightly in his heart. At the same time, the pitch-black array suddenly emitted a golden light. The space at the exit of the 3 passages fluctuated together, and they disappeared into thin air. Immediately afterward, spots of golden light appeared above the array, and they quickly condensed into 2 lines of small golden words. After the array is activated, those who meditate in it for more than 15 minutes can enter the next level. Just as everyone looked up at this line of golden words, the hall where a pool was located suddenly became extremely dark. The Ouyang sisters and Pingyu, who were still struggling to understand by the pool, stood up in shock. At this time, the surface of the pool in the center was full of starlight. Countless bright stars emerged from it, illuminating the Ouyang sisters and Pingyu as if they were in the galaxy. The 3 of them disappeared in a blur in the starlight. They only felt that the scenery in front of them changed, and they appeared in a small stone room in a dizziness. The 3 of them hurriedly glanced around. On the stone table in the middle of the room, there was a somewhat old book. In the corner next to it, there was a milky white teleportation array that was flashing with a faint spiritual light. Pingyu's heart trembled when he saw this, and he glanced at the strange expressions on the faces of the 2 women nearby. He immediately laughed bitterly and strode to the teleportation array in the corner. After the white light flashed, he was teleported away again. Pingyu knew that he was no match for Ouyang Qian and her sister, so he took the initiative to hand over the book. Hehe, fellow Peng is quite tactful. This saves us the trouble of fighting. Seeing this, the green-robed girl finally calmed down a little and said with a smile. Ouyang Qian also smiled and walked forward a few steps. She picked up the book and began to flip through it. This time, the 2 sisters seemed to have stopped here in the inheritance ground. However, with this book, they did not return empty-handed. Moreover, after they left this place, they would have many opportunities to find other inheritances hidden in the secret realm. Therefore, Ouyang Qian remained calm. On the other side of the greenstone plaza, after Lu Ming and the other 8 people stepped into the formation, the golden light around the formation condensed into a straight layer of pale gold. From afar, it looked like a giant golden cylinder that stood upright in the middle of the greenstone plaza. Those who were able to persevere until this point were naturally not ordinary people. The group of people turned a blind eye to everything that was happening around them. One by one, they sat down on the ground and closed their eyes to meditate. At this time, on the ground in the center of the formation, a burst of music came and quickly spread throughout the entire light screen. Lu Ming felt a sharp pain in his ear and his mind trembled. He suddenly had a feeling of restlessness. Moreover, it was a very strange feeling that he could not get rid of. Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes in shock. He only felt a vast expanse of whiteness in front of him. After a moment of absent-mindedness, he faintly returned to the savage island. In the midst of floating, he transformed into a young child and once again experienced the scene of his encounter with Uncle Qian on the island, as well as the various tribulations of life and death. In a short period of time, he once again experienced the 10 years of experience on this savage island and once again appeared at the entrance of the barbarian ghost sect. The scene of the opening spirit ceremony was still shocking. In the next moment, the scene changed and he inexplicably appeared in the secret realm of the trial. After a blur in front of his eyes, the demonic hand that could hold up the sky was chasing after him. These terrifying scenes flashed in front of Lu Ming's eyes, leaving him with no time to think. Lu Ming's heart suddenly tightened, and the demonic thoughts in his body seemed to stir. As he was shocked, he injected all his spiritual power into the soul lock. Immediately, a cool feeling spread through his body, and the waves in his heart immediately calmed down. However, this feeling disappeared as soon as he turned around. After a blur, he once again experienced the first time he was possessed by the demonic will. Although all of these were only fragmented memories, they were the things that were hidden in his heart the most terrifying. Lu Ming, who seemed to be sitting cross-legged in the formation, had his eyes tightly shut as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Although he knew that these were just illusions, he tried his best to quickly skip over these terrifying experiences in his days, but the relevant scenes became clearer and clearer. When he saw the expressionless, demonized Lu Ming again, a murderous thought suddenly arose from the bottom of his heart. He inexplicably let out two strange laughter filled with tyranny and was about to stand up involuntarily. At this moment, the celestial tablet in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness suddenly made a buzzing sound. After a shudder, a trace of clarity suddenly flashed in his eyes. In a shock, he bit the tip of his tongue, and the intense pain made him instantly get rid of the illusion. After all, he didn't stand up, but he couldn't help sweating profusely. As Lu Ming thought quickly, he quickly released his divine thought into his body. Under the inner vision, he found that the demonic will was obedient under the suppression of the ninth heaven god Thunder. There was no sign of breaking free. All the previous feelings were just illusions. He immediately took a deep breath and quickly transferred the spiritual power in his body into the soul lock. At the same time, he did not hesitate to pour the mental power of the mind imitation insect into his sea of consciousness without reservation. Suddenly, the hair-like cool power evaporated from the sea of consciousness, and it formed an impenetrable transparent shield, firmly protecting his mind. In this way, Lu Ming was slightly relieved. But at this moment, the strange melody sounded in his ears. After his consciousness was blurred, he once again experienced the scenes of fighting Siren King, Blood Emperor, and Golden Savage Tribe Great Ancestor. This time, Lu Ming easily dealt with the similar battle training in the mysterious space illusion. The expression on his face gradually calmed down. Kill. You all have to die. A roar suddenly sounded from the side. Lu Ming got rid of the illusion in shock. He glanced at it and saw that the source of the voice was the ugly young man of demon mystic sect. His eyes had been replaced by madness at this moment. Although he was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, his hands were waving in a disorderly manner. At the next moment, the ugly young man suddenly roared into the sky. Black gas rolled out from his body, shrouding his entire body. Swoosh, a figure rose from the black gas. He waved his hands repeatedly, launching black palm phantasms of different sizes aimlessly in all directions. With a pu sound, a golden light quickly rolled up from the formation below, wrapping the person in it. After a spatial fluctuation, he disappeared without a trace in the formation. At this time, after they entered the array for only a few minutes, a person with extraordinary strength was the first to be sent out because he couldn't suppress the killing intent in his heart. Seeing this, Lu Ming was shocked. Obviously, in this level, the limit of mental power endurance was tested, and it had little to do with the strength of the magical power. While Lu Ming continued to channel his mental power to resist the strange melody of the music, he glanced at the people around him. The purple-haired man of the Big Dipper Pavilion had a bronze bell covered with faint purple spirit patterns floating on top of his head. It swayed gently with the wind, releasing circles of ripples to the surrounding air to protect his body. The purple-haired man sat in it with a relaxed and calm feeling. He didn't seem to be affected by the strange music. The man in green robe of the Nature Work sect had already sat on the silver carriage. His eyes were slightly closed, and his mouth was constantly chanting obscure incantations. The 8 golden horse puppets that pulled the silver carriage emitted 8 golden lights, wrapping them together with the entire silver carriage. They were obviously not affected by the strange music. The young woman in green clothes of the Howren Academy was sitting cross-legged on the spot, holding an ancient book with a faint blue glow in her hands. She always had a faint smile on her face. Her eyes were calm as if there was no wind and autumn ripples. She just concentrated on reading the book in her hands as if she didn't hear anything around her. On the other side, Luo Tiancheng and the eagle-faced man of the Sky Beastkin Valley were obviously not as calm as the others. Although Luo Tiancheng was still sitting cross-legged, his eyes were almost replaced by crimson. He kept hissing in a low voice, and the silver dragon tiger was circling around him. The muscles on his arms were bulging, and he kept bombarding the ground. Every punch could cause the earth to shake and roar, but the fists were bloody. Although all the wounds were covered in an instant, the residual blood on the surface still made people feel extremely cold. No one knew what material the bluestone ground was made of. Under the bombardment of such dense fist shadows, there was no trace left on the ground. Luo Tiancheng seemed to be barely relying on his last trace of sanity to force himself not to stand up by constantly consuming the spiritual power in his body. The eagle-faced man's face was alternating between blue and red, it was full of pain. From time to time, bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. His hands kept changing gestures one after another, and they all went into a tricolor spiritual bead floating in front of his chest. The runes on the surface of this spiritual bead flowed slowly, refracting green, red, and white lights that went straight into his forehead. It seemed to be some kind of spiritual defense, spiritual weapon. But even so, this beastkin cultivator, who had killed 2 Tai Ching sect elite disciples in one fell swoop, looked even more embarrassed. Lu Ming shook his head. Luo Tiancheng might still be able to hold on, but this beastkin cultivator was obviously on the verge of collapse. Sure enough, after just 8 seconds, there was a crisp breaking sound. The tricolor spiritual bead on the eagle-faced man's chest suddenly burst open. After this beastkin cultivator lost his spiritual defense spiritual weapon, he only persisted for 2 seconds, then he roared and rushed into the sky from the ground. He was dancing in the air like a crazy demon. A golden light also rolled up from the array on the ground, wrapping the eagle-faced man in it and teleporting him away. When this beastkin cultivator regained his sanity again, he suddenly found himself in a strange stone room. On the stone table in the center, there was a palm-sized yellow ancient book. In the corner not far away, there was a small white teleportation array. Opposite the stone table, the ugly young man of demon mystic sect was also here, but his whole body was imprisoned by a layer of faint golden light. He couldn't move for a while. But at the moment when the eagle-faced man appeared, the golden light on the opposite side shattered with a puff. After the two glanced at each other, they attacked almost at the same time without hesitation. They started fighting in the stone room. On the green stone square. After the ugly young man and the eagle-faced man were eliminated, only Lu Ming, the purple-haired man, the silver chariot man, the young woman in green clothes, and Luo Tiancheng were left on the field. The time that followed seemed to pass by abnormally quickly. When the 15 minutes were up, the strange music suddenly stopped and was no longer heard. Lu Ming opened his eyes, took a sigh of relief in his heart, and stopped the buff of soul lock and mind imitation insect. Luo Tiancheng's face was pale, and he was sweating profusely. His fists were almost completely wrapped in black and red blood. He looked like he had lost a lot of vitality, but after realizing that he had survived this challenge, his eyes were full of excitement. He shook his fists and immediately stood up. The young woman in green clothes, the purple-haired man, and the silver chariot young man put away their spiritual weapons and also stood up. At the next moment, Lu Ming and the others only felt that the array under their feet trembled slightly, and there was a whistling sound. 5 pillars of golden light that were as thick as water buckets abruptly shot up from the ground, sweeping up the 5 of them and disappearing into the formation. In a misty white space. Looking around, there was no end at all, and there was no breath of any living being. It was completely shrouded in layers of steaming white mist. Under the white scorching mist, there was a burning sea of fire. There were continuous bursts of white smoke rising from the sea of fire, gradually forming the scorching white mist in the air. In the center of this sea of red flames, there were 3 towering huge bronze platforms floating in the air in layers of white mist. The 3 square bronze platforms were covered with green copper rust around them. They were distributed in a triangular shape. They were about 300 meters away from the sea of fire. The bronze platforms were about 1,000 meters long and 1,000 meters wide. They were very flat and square. Chi-chi, a burst of sound was heard, and ripples appeared in the void above one of the bronze platforms. Then, a golden light array appeared out of thin air, and instantly dispersed. Then, a cyan silhouette appeared from within. It was Lu Ming, who had just passed the test of the previous level and was teleported here. Lu Ming fell straight from the air. After he stood firmly on the bronze platform with a boom, he opened his eyes again. He was slightly startled when he saw everything around him, then he frowned. The white mist around this bronze platform was extremely thick. His divine thought couldn't penetrate it at all. The flames in the sea of fire below didn't seem to be ordinary flames. After his divine thought swept through, there was an abnormal scorching feeling. Ordinary flames couldn't do this. At this moment, there was another ripple in the air above him. Another golden light array appeared out of thin air. After it disappeared in a flash, a green figure also fell from the air. After a bang, it stood steadily not far in front of him. Lu Ming's expression moved. This green figure was none other than the young woman in green clothes of the Howren Academy. The young woman calmed herself down. After glancing at Lu Ming faintly, she also turned her head to look at the white mist outside the green bronze platform. As a result, the next moment, she also frowned slightly. She also noticed the abnormality of this place. Suddenly, Lu Ming and a green-clothed young woman felt the green bronze platform under their feet tremble violently. After a series of earth-shattering tremors, the green copper rust on the edge of the square bronze platform that the two of them were standing on slowly fell off, gradually revealing its original appearance. The edges of the giant bronze platform were covered with dense and mysterious golden inscriptions. As the green copper rust fell off, dazzling golden mystic rays suddenly shot out from the golden inscriptions. As the golden light shone, it instantly emitted a dazzling radiance. Waves of golden light soared into the sky, quickly covering the entire green bronze platform. As the golden profound light slowly circulated, the scorching white mist in the air was attracted by the golden light and gradually gathered toward it. The dense white mist kept adhering to the golden mystic rays, gradually forming a transparent shield of gold and white along the edge of the square bronze platform. This light barrier had a white mist as its base, and golden threads constantly swam about, giving it an indifferent and ethereal appearance. While Lu Ming was shocked, he saw through the almost transparent light barrier that the other two identical giant bronze platforms a few hundred feet away had also changed. A golden white light barrier had also risen. At this time, there were also vague figures moving on the two giant bronze platforms. After Lu Ming took a closer look, he saw that Luo Tiancheng and the purple-haired man were on one of the bronze platforms, facing each other warily. On the other bronze platform, the man in the silver carriage stood alone. He also looked curiously at the other two bronze platforms through the faint gold and white light barrier. Suddenly, in the void between the three green bronze platforms, a green mist slowly rose, and gradually formed a line of green light. People on the same bronze platform are opponents, regardless of life or death. Only the winner of the battle can enter the next round. Those who admit defeat or die will be automatically transported away, and the remaining people will be the winners of this round. If there is an empty round, it will automatically be the winner. The big green words lasted for a moment, then slowly dissipated, turning into wisps of mist and disappeared. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed slightly. He raised his head and looked at the young woman in green, and they happened to meet each other's eyes. Luo Tiancheng also looked at the purple-haired man with a cold light in his eyes. At this point, naturally, no one would choose to give up. But when the man in the silver carriage saw this, he chuckled twice. Obviously, he was the lucky one who was lucky enough to have an empty round. In this way, he would be able to easily enter the next stage without much effort. Lu Ming had already vaguely guessed this. After looking at the young woman opposite him, he suddenly smiled and cupped his hands. "Fellow, it seems that this time I have to fight. I have to offend you. I heard that Mr. Liu is the only one among the new generation disciples of the Taiqing sect who can keep pace with Luo Tiancheng. I can't wait to learn a thing or two." The young woman in green clothes replied with a faint smile when she heard the words. Lu Ming's face didn't have the slightest change, but his heart was slightly shocked. The young woman in green actually knew that he had fought with Luo Tiancheng in the sect. This was unexpected. It seemed that this woman was also a person with a great background. At this time, the young woman had already turned her hand and took out a heavy green inkstone. This inkstone was green in color, and its style was very simple. The ink was also suffused with a light green and black ink. It seemed that there was ink slowly flowing in it. Although it was only the size of a fist, it gave people an extremely heavy feeling in the hands of the young woman in green. The young woman in green flicked her sleeves and threw the green inkstone into the air. Then, she raised one hand, and 3 green symbols shot into the green inkstone. The green inkstone abruptly released a burst of green light, and it rotated in midair before swelling to over 100 feet in size, obscuring the space above the two of them. "Fall." The young woman in green moved in the air and whispered. After the heavy green inkstone trembled slightly, the inkstone tilted slightly, and a stream of green ink phantasm poured down like a waterfall. This stream of ink condensed in the air, and it instantly turned into 5 green mountain phantasms of more than 100 meters in size. It suddenly fell straight down in the rumbling sound. The momentum was extremely terrifying. Seeing this, Lu Ming didn't panic. He knew that in this small space, there was no way to avoid it. He immediately lowered his body and shouted softly. Clouds of thick black gas suddenly emerged from his body, then he shook his arms and punched at the sky fiercely. Puff puff puff. 5 ferocious black mist tigers and 5 ferocious black mist dragons immediately condensed in the black gas, and they rushed into the sky along with the 2 huge fist shadows. Immediately, there was a loud bang in the sky. The black and green light burst in the air instantly, and a circle of air waves rolled up. In a burst of tiger roar and dragon roar, the mountain phantasms were torn apart by the giant tiger and dragon phantasms, and they turned into wisps of green mist and dissipated. After the dragon and tiger phantasms hovered in the air, they continued to rush toward the green inkstone. Seeing this, the woman in green clothes snorted coldly. She flicked her fingers at the same time, and a dozen green symbols flew into the inkstone in the air. The entire inkstone made a low buzzing sound, and the green aura was a little more intense. The angle of tilting also suddenly increased a lot. More green ink phantasms poured down, turning into more than a dozen mountain phantasms again, pressing down fiercely. The roar broke out again, although the black mist dragon tiger fearlessly faced the mountain phantasms. Under the impact of the endless mountain phantasms, it gradually faded and disappeared one by one. When it was a few dozen meters away from the green inkstone, there was only one black mist dragon left, and its body was extremely dim as if it could dissipate at any time. At this moment, the dragon suddenly opened its mouth, and a faint golden light blasted out. It instantly flashed through the gap between the 2 mountain phantasms that had just been transformed. Puff, the golden light directly pierced through the center of the inkstone. After a circle, it turned into a golden flying sword that shot back and disappeared into his sleeve. Lu Ming had quietly cast the void sword and hid it behind the body of a mist dragon, so he could break the green inkstone with a surprise attack. The light of the inkstone dimmed, and it immediately returned to its original shape. The 2 mountain phantasms below also collapsed and disappeared. Seeing this, the young woman in green clothes was surprised. She waved one hand and took back the green inkstone. A hint of heartache flashed through her heart. At the bottom of the green inkstone in her hand, there was a sword hole, and the edges were neat. This green inkstone was the prototype of a magic weapon passed down by the young woman's master. It was cast from the green mysterious stone at the bottom of the South Sea. It could be said to be as hard as a rock. Now that it was damaged by the opponent's flying sword, it couldn't be repaired in a short period of time. The woman's face suddenly became gloomy. After putting away the green inkstone, her hand suddenly formed a strange gesture, and at the same time, she uttered a strange incantation. An amazing scene appeared. The young woman's clear eyes turned crimson in an instant, and a series of ice-like fine cracks began to appear in it. It looked very hideous and terrifying. As the woman constantly chanted the mysterious and obscure incantation, the crimson eyes were spinning like a whirlpool, flashing crimson flames from time to time. Pupil technique. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming's heart shuddered. His figure moved without hesitation, and he turned into a faint green shadow that blasted out. Bang! A raging scarlet flame appeared out of thin air where the green shadow had flashed. However, it missed its target by just a step. The young woman in green clothes snorted coldly, and she couldn't help but speed up her incantation. For a time, the sound of bang bang came one after another in the air. The crimson flame appeared out of thin air and quickly dissipated, but it always missed the green figure that was shuttling left and right like a ghost. As a result, after 2 breaths, the green figure suddenly made a turn. From an incredible angle, he avoided several flames that burst in the nearby air and rushed not far away from the young woman. With a tiger roar, a huge fist shadow suddenly turned into a black tiger head and blasted. After the young woman in green clothes was slightly startled, she sneered coldly. The original crimson pupil suddenly changed color, and a green light burst out. Lu Ming's face changed drastically as if he saw a poisonous scorpion. He quickly retracted his fist and retreated backward in a blur. However, the green light in the young woman's pupils only doubled suddenly, and she stared at Lu Ming who was far away. At the same time, Lu Ming only felt that everything around him became a little blurred. With the sound of a torrent, a mighty black river suddenly appeared in the sky. It flew toward Lu Ming with the netherworld's breath. Styx as water. Lu Ming looked at the black river and the rushing river, and his eyes were a little blurred for a moment. He subconsciously cried out involuntarily. But the next moment, he suddenly shook his head and bit the tip of his tongue fiercely. Only then did he see the situation in front of him clearly. However, in the midst of the green gas, there was no black river at all. It was clearly a cluster of densely packed black spots of light that flashed rapidly, flying straight towards his heart. The speed of the black light spots was so fast that it was too late for Lu Ming to dodge or use other mystic arts to resist. Although he didn't know what this black spot of light was, he naturally couldn't let it touch him while he was awake. Without thinking, he opened his mouth and spat out an explosive gust of wind, causing the black spot of light that was already close to him to tremble slightly and freeze for a moment. Poof! Lu Ming took advantage of this moment to immediately emit a silver light on his body. A silver leather armor suddenly appeared. With a burst of sizzling sound, the black light spots hit the armor at the same time. Suddenly, a black mist rose, and it exuded a sour smell. There was a whistling sound not far away, and another cluster of black light spots attacked him like lightning. This time, Lu Ming's figure became blurred, and he immediately turned into 3 green phantasms that scattered and retreated backward. Poof poof, the 2 green phantoms were destroyed by the black light. Lu Ming took the opportunity to shake his sleeve, and a small golden sword shot out. After a blur, dense golden sword shadows rolled out, instantly forming a sword screen to protect his body. When the specks of light struck the sword barrier, they immediately turned into wisps of black chi that disappeared within the frosty sword light, unable to do anything to the sword barrier. Seeing this, Lu Ming let out a long roar and made a gesture with one hand. Immediately, an indescribable and huge sword chi soared from his body. At the same time, the sword curtain suddenly shone brightly, turning into a large expanse of cold light that swept in all directions. An earth-shattering sound rang out, boundless golden light soared into the sky, directly blasting away the layers of energy that surrounded them. When all the sword chi disappeared, Lu Ming's figure holding the sword reappeared in the same place, and he looked at the young woman in front of him blankly. In the woman's hand, there was a jade brush that was as black as ink. The shaft of the brush was faintly covered with spirit patterns that were as fine as hair, and the tip of the brush was flickering with black light. The clusters of black light spots were shot out from the brush. The young woman's green pupil light power could confuse the mind, and the black light spots were extremely powerful. The combination of the two was flawless. Lu Ming lowered his head and looked at the large green mark that was penetrated on his chest armor. There was also a lingering fear in his heart. If it weren't for his mental power that was far superior to the cultivators of the same rank, and he cast the sword controlling technique in time to break the pupil illusion, he might really be killed by the opponent. The young woman in green clothes not only has some kind of mutated spiritual pupils, but the spiritual weapon in her hand is also a magic weapon prototype. In terms of comprehensive strength, she can definitely be ranked in the top 10 in this Tianmen meeting. It seems that the opponent should be the last disciple of the Haran Academy to participate in the Tianmen meeting this time. At this time, the young woman in green clothes was holding the pen with one hand. Her chest was slightly moving up and down. Obviously, the continuous use of spiritual weapon and spiritual pupil mystic arts had consumed a lot of mental power and spiritual power. When she saw that Lu Ming broke her spiritual pupil technique so quickly, her face couldn't help but be full of surprise. Lu Ming also made a decision after a quick thought. He put away the golden flying sword in his hand, made gestures with both hands, and chanted for a while. Black mist constantly emerged from his body. At the next moment, 5 black mist dragons and 5 black tigers soared into the sky with billowing black gas. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, roaring at the young woman in green clothes. However, what no one noticed was that there was a faint green light mixed within the rolling black chi. A chill flashed in the eyes of the young woman in green clothes. She made a gesture with one hand, and the black jade pen in the other hand waved in the air unhurriedly. In a dazzling wave of ink, several clusters of black light spots condensed where the tip of the pen passed, and they went at the oncoming mist dragons and mist tigers. Bang bang, one after another. As soon as the first few black mist dragons and black tigers touched the black light spots, they were quickly corroded and collapsed, turning into wisps of thick black gas that lingered in front of the woman. Seeing this, Lu Ming immediately changed his gesture, and he uttered the word explode. After a few rumbling sounds, the mist dragons and mist tigers burst apart together with the wisps of black gas. They turned into an overwhelming black light that swallowed the woman in the blink of an eye. The young woman in green clothes only felt that her vision turned dark, and she was already in a strange black space. It was so dark that she couldn't even see her fingers. It was the hell prison of the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison. Under this situation, although the young woman in green clothes' face changed slightly, she was not too panicked. She guarded the jade pen in front of her, and she channeled her mental power to quickly sweep in all directions. As a result, after her mental power went into the surroundings, it was like entering a bottomless pit. She couldn't detect the slightest movement. The young woman couldn't help but feel her heart sank slightly. Right at this moment, a ball of green light suddenly appeared from the side. A fair and fat boy in green clothes could be vaguely seen. He clapped his hands and approached with a playful smile on his face. It was the boy that the demon flying head had transformed into. Although the young woman in green clothes didn't know the origin of the boy in front of her, since he appeared here, he was naturally an enemy. She immediately flicked her wrist, and a dazzling light spot blasted out. The boy in green clothes squeaked, and his figure flew back quickly. He didn't forget to turn around and spew a big mouthful of gray flame that exuded a rancid smell at the black light spot. A loud hissing sound rang out. As soon as the black light spot and the gray flame touched each other, they were in a stalemate in the air. Under the flow of the black and gray light, the black light spot was slightly better. After corroding the gray flame, it continued to blast at the boy in green clothes. The boy in green clothes sneered. As his figure flickered, he hid in the surrounding black gas. As the black light spot flashed, it directly penetrated the nearby black light, leaving a fist-sized hole. But it was immediately made up by the surrounding black mist. The young woman was shocked when she saw that the gray flame could actually resist the black light spot, but when she saw that her attack was effective on the enchantment that trapped her, she was overjoyed. She was about to activate the jade pen in her hand to break the entire hell prison in one breath. But at this moment, the black light on the side fluctuated, and the boy in green clothes flashed out. He suddenly threw a string of green gas beads at the top of the young woman's head in midair. The green gas beads spun in the air, emitting endless green light. After a few muffled sounds, it turned into 8 green-clothed boys in the same outfit. They blurred with the boy's body and suddenly appeared around the young woman, tightly surrounding her. The young woman's face sank. As she took out a yellow pill and swallowed it, she quickly glanced at the 9 identical boys in green clothes around her. However, in the blurry black light flashing around her, she couldn't tell which one was the real one for a while. The 9 boys in green clothes made a strange laughter. They began to run and spin in front of the young woman, and they spat out gray flame from time to time at the young woman's face. The young woman's eyes flickered, and she quickly waved the jet black jade pen in her hand. Suddenly, black light spots that were much smaller than before were shot out, and they were all able to block the attack of the gray filthy flames. However, in such a fight, the 9 boys in green clothes quietly shortened the encirclement by nearly half. "Gaga, do it!" The boy in green clothes who was closest to the young woman in green clothes suddenly shouted. The 9 boys in green clothes made a gesture at the same time, and they spat out gray flame pillars at the young woman in green clothes who was surrounded in the middle. After the gray flame pillars rolled and condensed, they instantly connected into a tall gray flame wall. As the boys spat it wildly, the flame wall surged toward the young woman in the middle. The momentum was amazing. The young woman in green clothes' face changed drastically. She poured all her spiritual power into the black jade pen in her hand, and it suddenly swept out. It actually left a clear mark on the gray flame wall. Poof, before the shallow mark could spread, it was immediately filled by the gray flame spat out by a boy in green clothes. The young woman in green clothes saw this scene, and her pupils suddenly shrank. She didn't dare to hold back anymore. She let out a delicate shout, and the jade pen in her hand spun. Black silk appeared in the nearby air, and after a flash of intertwining, it turned into a layer of black silk ball, firmly protecting her inside. Boom! The gray flame wall hit the silk ball from all directions. Immediately, a black light flashed inside, and a huge force bounced out. The flame wall trembled, and it bounced back at a faster speed than before. Seeing such an unexpected scene, even though the 9 boys were not afraid of the flame they released, they still made gestures in a hurry. The young woman took advantage of this opportunity, and her eyes flashed with a crimson light. Her eyes turned fiery red again, and there was a faint flash of flames. Pung, pung, a few continuous loud noises sounded. Flames appeared on the 9 boys at the same time, and they were completely submerged in the rolling flame. After the jade pen and the young woman in green clothes shook again, the dense black light spots appeared again, and they blasted in all directions at the same time. A few muffled noises, 8 of the 9 boys were immediately killed by the light spots. Only one boy's figure suddenly shot out from the flames. After he shook his head, dense green hair blasted out. It actually stopped the many light spots for a moment, and he took the opportunity to escape the fatal blow. But the young woman sneered, and the red light in her eyes flashed again. Poof! Flames suddenly rolled above the boy in green clothes. A fireball with a diameter of 10 meters appeared out of thin air, and it smashed down. The speed was so fast that the boy couldn't escape at all. At this moment, a boom, a green figure flashed next to the huge red ball. He moved one arm, and a fist punched out with a tiger roar. The black tiger head fist the size of a washbasin instantly penetrated the fireball and burst it open. The young woman's heart shuddered. She moved the jade pen in her hand, and she was about to launch a series of attacks at Lu Ming. But at this moment, suddenly there was a roar in the black light from all directions. 5 black mist dragons of 100 meters long rushed at the same time. The young woman's face was cold. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood essence. After the jade pen in her hand pointed, she drew in the air. Immediately, a bloody light flashed, and a bright red circular halo rolled in all directions like a sharp blade. Poof, poof. The 5 mist dragons were instantly cut in half by the bloody halo, but when they flashed to the front of Lu Ming, they were shattered by his expressionless punch. The young woman in green clothes was shocked. She made a gesture with one hand, and a red light flashed in her pupils again. At this moment, Lu Ming's face suddenly showed a strange expression. Almost at the same time, under the young woman's feet, there was a chi-chi sound. Several black tentacles shot out from the air like lightning. After an entanglement, the tentacles wrapped around the young woman's lower body. After a flash of light, the tentacles turned into several black giant pythons, biting at the young woman's head fiercely. The young woman was shocked. She almost subconsciously glanced at these giant pythons with her red pupils. Boom, boom. These black giant pythons' heads burst into flames out of thin air. The pythons that were entangling the young woman also instantly turned into black light spots and disappeared out of thin air. Illusion. The young woman in green clothes suddenly realized, and she screamed in anger. On the opposite side, Lu Ming took the opportunity to grab the young man in green clothes and threw him forward fiercely. Then he stomped on the air with one foot, and his figure shot out like a crossbow. The green-clothed young woman only felt a gust of wind in front of her, and the boy had already returned to his giant head and approached her. With a strange laugh, he opened his mouth and spat out a large ball of filthy flame. Then, his long hair swayed, and dense green silk followed closely behind. It was obviously too late for the young woman in green clothes to use her pupil technique to block it. In desperation, she could only put the jade pen in front of her and spin it. Immediately, a layer of black light curtain emerged and blocked in front of her. Boom. The flame burst in an instant, and the rolling gray flame immediately hit the black light curtain, causing it to flicker wildly. The young woman's body trembled, and she couldn't help but take half a step back. Only then did the green hair arrive like a torrential rain, hitting the black light screen in a dense manner. The black light barrier let out a mournful wail and suddenly became on the verge of collapse. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, the young woman finally recovered. She flicked her sleeves, and a crimson talisman blasted out. With a boom, it turned into a fire cloud and burst open. After the rolling crimson wave rolled, it was about to drown the demon flying heads in front of her. But at this moment, with a sudden moo, a giant green bull appeared out of thin air in front of the demon flying heads. It opened its mouth, and a large amount of light flew out. It instantly sucked all the fire clouds clean. The young woman was shocked. When she was about to cast other treasures, the giant green bull phantasm collapsed with a bang, and Lu Ming's figure appeared in its place. Lu Ming smiled at the young woman who was close at hand, and the black gas on his body rushed out. There was a burst of crackling sound in his body, and his body instantly became bigger. At the same time, a silver light flashed under his ribs, and another 2 silver arms appeared. The 4 arms blurred at the same time, and there was a loud explosion. Dense black fist shadows surged out, and they rushed to the opposite side like a tide. Rumble, there was a loud noise. Under the frenzied attack of so many fist shadows, the black light curtain was instantly torn apart like a paper paste. I admit defeat. Seeing that the dense fist shadows could no longer be blocked and were about to crush the young woman into pieces, the green-clothed young woman's face turned pale, and she suddenly shouted, "I admit defeat." As soon as the word "admit defeat" was uttered, a burst of green mystic light emerged from the ground, directly shrouding the young woman in green clothes, and then her figure flashed and disappeared. Seeing this, Lu Ming was also slightly startled. He did not expect that this woman could still stay sober in this situation and escape unscathed. This willpower was truly extraordinary. As Lu Ming thought so, he waved one hand, and the black infernal prison slowly collapsed, and again turned into billowing black gas, once again submerged into his body. At the same time, the demon flying head also turned into a black gas and drilled into the leather bag on his waist. He glanced around, and after confirming that there was only one person left on the entire bronze platform, he turned his head to look at the other 2 bronze platforms. The man in the silver carriage of the Nature Work sect, seeing that Lu Ming forced the young woman in green clothes to admit defeat, was obviously quite surprised. After smiling at Lu Ming, he also looked at the bronze platform where the purple-haired man and Luo Tiancheng were. On the other bronze platform, the battle between the purple-haired man from the Big Dipper Pavilion and Luo Tiancheng also entered a white-hot stage. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Judging from the situation, the purple-haired man obviously had the upper hand. But under the fluttering purple hair, the black and green spirit patterns were constantly flashing around his body, and he bombarded Luo Tiancheng with one punch after another. His punches generated wind, forcing Luo Tiancheng to retreat again and again. And Luo Tiancheng was not afraid of the purple-haired man's attack at all with the Dutian spirit body's physique that could recover instantly. Bursts of silver-white light constantly flashed around his body, and he quickly healed the injuries on his body. At the same time, he waved his arms, urging the silver mist to transform into silver dragon and tiger phantoms, which collided with the purple-haired man's fists, and actually resisted the earth-shattering crazy attack. When Lu Ming looked over, the purple-haired man obviously also noticed that the winner had been decided between Lu Ming and the young woman in green clothes. A trace of impatience suddenly flashed on his face. Under an angry roar, his arms suddenly thickened, and the huge force that gushed from his fist increased by several times. He punched at Luo Tiancheng fiercely. Bang, a loud sound, Luo Tiancheng quickly urged the 2 silver mist tigers to punch with the purple-haired man. The 2 mist dragons collapsed in a hissing sound, but the purple-haired man used the force to fly back. Luo Tiancheng was blasted to the edge of the light curtain by the remaining huge force, and he was bounced back. His chest was actually dented, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. After a flash of silver light on his chest, the dent slowly recovered. TSK, Dutian spirit body really deserves its reputation. With the cultivation of the early stage of the crystallization period, you can actually resist my 100-splitting fierce fist that even the Jin Dan stage dare not to take head-on. It's not too late for you to admit defeat now. Otherwise, if I can't hold back my next blow, it will be bad if I kill you directly. Haha. The purple-haired man stood in the air, and his eyes flashed with purple light. He laughed wildly at Luo Tiancheng. Don't say useless words. If you have the ability, come at me. Otherwise, if we keep wasting time, it is hard to say who will win. Luo Tiancheng quickly took an elixir, stood proudly with his chest out, and snorted coldly at the purple-haired man. Through the previous fight, he already knew that the opponent's physical strength was still above him, but he had the powerful recovery power of Dutian spirit body, so he was confident that he could still laugh to the end. The purple-haired man was furious when he heard the words. His eyes turned cold, and his face became a bit gloomy. He shouted suddenly, and the endless black and green spirit patterns on his body suddenly shone. They began to surge toward the black fist of the purple-haired man. In the next moment, the purple-haired man's right arm crackled, and the muscles on it became thicker. He swung it with all his might, and a black-green fist shadow that was 100 feet in size descended from the sky, bombarding Luo Tiancheng. Seeing this, Luo Tiancheng's complexion changed. His hands moved rapidly, forming a series of mysterious hand seals. At the same time, he started chanting. A burst of silver-white thick mist continued to rise proudly from his body. Awu, a tiger roar and dragon roar came out, and 4 300 meters long silver mist dragons and 4 silver mist tigers flashed out. Go! Luo Tiancheng shouted in a deep voice, and both of his fists launched a sudden attack. 4 silver mist dragons and 4 silver tigers rushed out from his arms, rushing toward the huge black and green fist shadow. Rumble, an earth-shattering loud noise. In the space between the two of them, black, green, and silver immediately mixed together and rolled violently. After only a moment of stalemate, the black and green fist shadow crushed the silver dragons and tigers like a hot knife through butter. They turned into bursts of thick silver mist and continued to spread. Explode! Right at this moment, Luo Tiancheng shouted angrily. Both of his hands abruptly changed the hand sign as he continuously chanted. The thick silver fog quickly spread out and condensed into a solid silvery white hell prison. The huge fist shadow and the purple-haired man's figure were completely wrapped within it, forming an incomparably huge silver ball. Seeing that Luo Tiancheng actually released the hell prison, Lu Ming shook his head slightly. Obviously, he was not optimistic about this move. The hell prison was not so effective against opponents who were more powerful than him. Sure enough, before Luo Tiancheng made the next move, on the surface of the huge silver ball, a black and yellow light suddenly burst out. In the silver hell prison. As the purple-haired man continued to chant ancient spells, terrifying black and yellow spirit tattoos gradually appeared on his face. These black and yellow spirit patterns flickered endlessly, outlining a fierce evil spirit pattern. At the same time, his face suddenly became hideous. Ao, bursts of ghostly wails and wolf-like howls continued to come out from the silver underworld prison, which gave people a creepy feeling. After the ghostly wails and wolf-like howls disappeared, there was another burst of loud bangs. With this burst of loud bangs, the silver underworld prison also began to shake constantly, and the black and yellow light that burst out became more and more concentrated. Seeing this, Luo Tiancheng's face changed slightly, and he had a faint ominous premonition. He hurriedly made a gesture with both hands and moved towards the silver underworld prison, wanting to stabilize it. Rumble, an earth-shattering loud noise came out. A huge phantom of a ferocious ghost suddenly broke through the solid underworld prison barrier and appeared in the air. Due to the underworld prison being broken, Luo Tiancheng suffered a backlash. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face suddenly became pale. Lu Ming was shocked. At that time on the Bluestone Square, this person also summoned this unknown ghost. Only now, looking at it from afar, could he really see its appearance clearly. The huge round head of this ferocious ghost phantom had no hair, which was extremely disproportionate to its body. Its lantern-sized blood-red eyes stared at Luo Tiancheng, and its strong body was dragging a thick short tail that was 5 feet long. But seeing this ghost face the sky and make a few strange cries, it suddenly opened and closed its bloody mouth a few times, sucking all the surrounding silver mist into its mouth. This scene made Luo Tiancheng and Lu Ming in the distance shocked. This ghost absorbed the yin qi in the underworld prison, and its body and strength seemed to have grown a lot. Its figure suddenly became clearer. The phantom ghost smiled ferociously, and suddenly hit a black claw shadow toward Luo Tiancheng. Since the silver underworld prison was broken, Luo Tiancheng felt that his blood and qi were in a turmoil. At this time, seeing this huge black fist shadow, he couldn't help but change his face. He had to hurriedly raise a thin layer of silver light shield in front of him. Pung! 5 black claw marks directly broke the silver light shield, and fiercely hit his sternum. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out. Luo Tiancheng's body flew out like a broken sack and landed heavily in the distance. There was a black claw mark on his chest and he did not know how many of his ribs were broken. Luo Tiancheng clenched his teeth and struggled to get up. He touched his chest and groaned. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The corner of his mouth moved, and a silver light enveloped his chest. After the light dissipated, all the injuries on his body were healed. His whole body recovered, but his face was a bit paler. Humph, so what if you have the indestructible body? Let's see how many times you can recover. The purple-haired man laughed coldly and pointed at the air with one hand. The ferocious ghost shadow roared and floated towards Luo Tiancheng. It looked a bit clumsy, but its speed was surprisingly fast. It left a series of afterimages wherever it passed. The void was slightly distorted. Lu Ming could faintly feel the aura of this huge and ferocious ghost shadow through the light curtain. It was no less than a monster beast in the middle stage of Jingdan stage. Lu Ming's complexion slightly changed. The ghost shadow that the purple-haired man had released when they had fought last time didn't have such an imposing aura. It seemed that the purple-haired man had been holding back when they had fought. Luo Tiancheng turned his hand and took out a handful of golden magic charms. Then, he threw them into the void and began to mutter an incantation. More than a dozen golden magic charms flew in the air and turned into a faint golden mist. Then, it quickly condensed into a thin layer of golden mist in front of him. At the same time, he turned his hand and took out a bottle of pills. Then, he raised his head and poured all the pills into his mouth. He had just finished doing all this when the ghost shadow appeared in front of him like a ghost. The sharp claws of the ghost shadow went to grab the golden mist shield. Qila, an ear-piercing sound was heard. The ghost shadow's pair of sharp claws slashed through the mist shield like a sharp sword. It directly cut through the layers of the golden mist shield and revealed the silhouette of Luo Tiancheng, who was shrouded in silver mist. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Luo Tiancheng couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying again. He left a bloody mist in the air. Surprisingly, it was spat out from his mouth. Luo Tiancheng, who was in midair, had a drastic change in his expression. He saw that the ghostly creature was still charging at him from the corner of his eye. He quickly took out a purplish-green fei and threw it behind him. A burst of purple-green light flashed. The purple-green spirit object suddenly expanded and blocked in front of Luo Tiancheng. Pung! The ferocious ghost shadow punched the spirit object, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Luo Tiancheng took advantage of this opportunity. His figure quickly flashed and escaped from the attack range of the ferocious ghost shadow. He waved his hand and recalled the purple-gold spirit object that was confronting the ferocious ghost shadow. This spirit object was an umbrella-shaped spirit weapon that was glowing with a purple-green light. This purple-green umbrella was only half a foot long. The umbrella frame was made of a special material that was neither gold nor jade. The surface of the umbrella was also made of the skin of an ancient vicious beast. The surface of the umbrella was engraved with the pattern of a fierce ancient beast. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. From the circle of fine spirit patterns on the umbrella, he could see that there were 36 layers. It was impressively a magic weapon prototype. As Luo Tiancheng's technique changed, the purplish azure spiritual qi began to churn. As the spiritual qi churned, bursts of purplish azure light suddenly flashed. The purplish azure small umbrella began to slowly spin, and the fierce beast image on the umbrella gradually became clearer as it spun. The next moment, there was an awoo sound. The vicious beast shadow slowly solidified and came out of the umbrella. It was a huge black vicious ape. The black vicious ape's body was about the same size as the ferocious ghost shadow. It also had crimson eyes, but its body was a bit more solid than the ghost shadow. However, its fierce and tyrannical aura was a lot weaker than the ferocious ghost shadow. The black vicious ape raised its pitch-black fist and pounded its chest. It looked up to the sky and roared. Then, it directly rushed towards the ferocious ghost shadow in front of it. The purple-haired man saw the black vicious ape's figure suddenly appear. He coldly snorted and waved his hand. The huge ferocious ghost shadow flew over and directly collided with the black giant ape. Pung pung, there were two sounds. Ripples appeared in the void. The vicious ape's figure stumbled, but it was still able to block the ghost shadow's attack. The purple-haired man's eyes flashed fiercely. He suddenly patted his chest, and a strange pitch-black seal flashed out from his mouth. It directly entered the body of the ferocious ghost shadow. As the strange seal entered its body, the huge ferocious ghost shadow's aura suddenly rose. It faintly reached the late stage of Jingdan. It roared towards the sky and waved its fists. A huge pitch-black fist shadow the size of a small mountain fell from the sky and directly smashed towards the black giant ape. the black giant ape fiercely roared. It crossed its fists and raised its huge arms to block the heavy fist. Pong, the black vicious ape was suddenly punched away. The ferocious ghost shadow roared and floated forward. It unexpectedly caught up with the vicious ape in the air. Its claws flashed and it directly tore the ape into pieces. Luo Tianqing's face suddenly became ugly, and the ferocious ape pattern on the purple gold umbrella above his head also dimmed. This umbrella had obviously lost its spirituality. It could no longer be used in a short time. After tearing the black vicious ape, the ferocious ghost shadow roared and rushed towards Luo Tianqing again. Luo Tianqing quickly put away the purple gold umbrella and flew backward. As a result, the ferocious ghost shadow's speed was amazing. In a flash, it was already close to him. A pitch-black long barbed fist blasted straight at him. Luo Tianqing saw that he couldn't avoid it. He shouted and waved his fists suddenly. A group of silver dragon and tiger phantasms leaped up and directly hit the falling huge black fist shadow. Boom, the power contained in the huge black fist shadow was really unfathomable. It almost destroyed the silver dragon and tiger. As the fist fell, the remaining power didn't diminish. It directly hit Luo Tianqing's aura shield. Luo Tian only felt that his throat was hot. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body flew out again like a sack. Before he could urge the Du Tianling body to stabilize his body, there was a fluctuation beside him. Suddenly, the purple-haired man's figure flashed like a ghost. His eyes were filled with a strange coldness. As his arms moved, the fingers of the other hand had already bent into a claw. It was suffused with a ghostly aura, and it clawed at Luo Tianqing's chest like lightning. If Luo Tianqing really grabbed his heart and crushed it, even if he really had the Du Tianling body, there would only be a dead end. After all, although the Du Tianling body was rumored to be indestructible, it could only be possessed after the owner had cultivated to a very high realm. Although the current Luo Tianqing's recovery and endurance were beyond the imagination of the same realm, if his head was crushed and his heart was crushed, he would also die. Luo Tianqing's face changed dramatically. Seeing that his body couldn't avoid the claw, he could only move his arm in a hurry and directly smashed the small silver lock on his other wrist. Poof, a soft sound, a black claw easily crushed a green phantasm. Luo Tianqing's figure avoided the ghost claw. He was wrapped in a green light and directly disappeared from the green bronze platform. Seeing this soul-stirring scene, Lu Ming sighed slightly in his heart. If it weren't for Luo Tianqing decisively crushing the aura lock on his body while he was still breathing, perhaps he would have been directly crushed and killed by the purple-haired man on the spot. Humph, at least you are sensible. The purple-haired man looked at the disappearing figure of Luo Tianqing and snorted. He changed his gesture, and the huge ferocious ghost shadow whistled back. In a flash, it disappeared into his back. The yellow and black spirit patterns on his face also gradually faded, and he returned to his original appearance. Although this person had a lion nose and a wide mouth, and his purple hair was messy, making him look quite ugly, it was much better than his appearance just now. At this moment, the green bronze platform below suddenly made a loud rumbling sound, and it trembled violently. The green bronze platform where Lu Ming and the man in the silver carriage were was also shaking at the same time. In the next instant, 3 streaks of azure light suddenly shot down from the air above the copper platform. The streaks of light were so fast that the 3 of them didn't even have time to react before they were swept up by the streaks of light and shot into the distance. Pung! Luo Tianqing only saw the green light flashing in front of him. After a moment of dizziness, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. However, his eyes were bloodshot and he could not help but have a look of surprise flash across his face. Where is this? Just now, he crushed the Yuanqi lock in a hurry, but he was not directly teleported out of the secret realm. Instead, he landed in this bloody space. This bloody space didn't seem to be very big, but it was surrounded by a bloody mist. The entire sky was like an eggshell shrouded by a layer of bloody mist. The air was also filled with bloody smell. The ground he was on was completely scorched earth. The dark red soil seemed to have been soaked in endless blood. Not far away, he could vaguely see a protrusion like a towering mountain. It was also covered with layers of blood. A river that flowed around the mountain was also flowing with crimson blood. This blood-colored space was like the sky was dyed red with blood. Not far away, there were already 3 people standing there. One of them was a young woman in green clothes. It was the Howran Academy woman who lost to Lu Ming on the bronze platform and was teleported away earlier. At this time, she also stood there with a surprised look. After noticing Luo Tiancheng, she couldn't help but look over. Luo Tiancheng didn't want to bother with this woman, but he turned his head and looked at the other side. The other 2 people were the Sky Beast Kin. Dali's eagle face man who was eliminated in the green stone square, and the ugly young man of the demon mystic sect. The 2 of them were covered with scars, and they were faintly confronting each other with murderous intent. The eagle-faced man's white feathered robe was already stained with blood, and there was a deep knife wound from his left arm to his left back. There was a layer of black gas on the wound, which was slowing down the wound's healing, and there were a few faint traces of blood on the sharp fingernails of his right hand that were still attached to minced meat. The ugly young man of the demon mystic sect was also stained with blood. The black robe that covered his whole body had already been torn open. Through the cracks, a few bloody wounds could be seen from the sharp nails. A few drops of blood were dripping down from the black sharp knife in his hand. The 2 seemed to have just fought with each other not long ago, but now they both appeared here for some reason. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted in the surrounding crimson space almost at the exact same time, and 2 streaks of light shot forth from each direction. Luo Tiancheng and the others were shocked. They all took out their spiritual weapons and were on guard. "Fellow cultivators, please wait, I'm Pingyu of the Nature Work sect." A voice suddenly came from one of the yellow escape lights. Luo Tiancheng, the green-clothed young woman, and the others were surprised when they heard this. Luo Tiancheng immediately released Divine Thought to scan. After confirming that it was Pingyu, he continued to scan the other 3 escape lights. After the other 3 escape lights flashed away, they landed nearby like Pingyu. Ouyang Qian, Shui Pan, and the Sky Beast Qin Valley walked out. Seeing this situation, even though Luo Tiancheng was hurt all over his body, he couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. The young woman in green clothes, the eagle-faced man, and the ugly young man not far away also looked at each other. Pingyu, Ouyang Qian, Shui Pan, and Shui Pan didn't enter the green stone square at the beginning, which meant that they were either eliminated in the first level or the second level, the maze. As for the eagle-faced man and the ugly young man, they were eliminated in the 3rd level. But in any case, these people shouldn't appear here at the same time. At this moment, Pingyu walked out first. After cupping his fist at them, he immediately said in a low voice, "Fellow friends must have also discovered the strangeness of this place. I'm ashamed to say that we lost the qualification to continue to participate in the inheritance. But who would have thought that after we left the land of inheritances array, we would end up here?" After a discussion, we decided to split up to find a way out. As a result, I flew to the end, but I found that it was a large squirming bloody flesh wall. Not only was it impervious to water and fire, no spiritual weapon or technique could break it. I think the others are the same. As Pingyu said this, he looked at Shui Pan and Ouyang Qian behind him. "The experience of us 2 sisters is the same as Mr. Peng. This place is not big, but it is full of bloody smell. It's really weird." Ouyang Qian seemed to have just sent a voice transmission to the girl in green clothes. Seeing Pingyu looking at her, she frowned slightly and nodded. As soon as she spoke, Ouyang Qian turned her head to look at Shui Pan again. Shui Pan nodded. Obviously, his experience was the same as the other 3, but after thinking about it, he said, "Looks like we have no choice but to shatter the karmic luck lock. Even though doing that might waste the karmic luck we obtained earlier, it's a last resort, and it's better than being trapped here. I think there is no need to try." At this moment, Luo Tiancheng said. "Why does Mr. Luo say this?" Pingyu heard this and asked in confusion. "You guys see for yourselves." Luo Tiancheng looked at the girl in green clothes not far away and sighed softly. He slowly raised his right wrist and saw a small lock of luck flashing with a faint gray light. "At the last moment of life and death, I crushed the lock of luck on my own. However, I didn't expect that not only did I not leave the Heaven Gate secret realm, but I also came here and condensed the lock of luck again. It's just that the luck is less than half." Luo Tiancheng looked at the puzzled eyes of everyone and said slowly. Hearing this, everyone's expression finally changed greatly. I think something unexpected has happened in the inheritance ground. We might be trapped. Shui Pan said with a bitter smile. In the deepest part of the land of inheritance, there was a dark giant platform of unknown size. Above it was a dark sky, and the edge of the platform was connected with the sky. It seemed that there was no end to it. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, 3 streaks of azure light streaked across the sky, leaving behind 3 long streaks of azure light that were several hundred feet in length. Then, they rushed towards the center of the platform like 3 meteors. In the green light, a young man in a green robe was Lu Ming. Needless to say, the other 2 were the purple-haired young man from the Big Dipper Pavilion who defeated Luo Tiancheng and the young man in the silver carriage from the Nature Work sect who got a bye. Bang, bang, bang. 3 sounds sounded almost at the same time. 3 streaks of green light fell from the platform and exploded, revealing the figures of 3 people. Lu Ming only felt his body tremble slightly. The green light in front of him dispersed, and he appeared in a dark space. As soon as he stood still, he looked around and saw that the purple-haired young man and the young man in the silver carriage were standing on both sides of him. They were about 70 to 80 meters apart. Judging from the situation of the previous trials, he had already speculated in his heart that the next trial might be the last trial. It was not advantageous for him to stand in the middle of the 2. As his mind raced, he immediately retreated a few steps without batting an eyelid, causing the 3 of them to faintly form a pincer attack. After the purple-haired man glanced at him with disdain, he observed the surrounding situation. The young man in the silver carriage smiled at Lu Ming kindly. After looking around, he suddenly touched his waist with one hand and took out 5 or 6 yellow round beads the size of knuckles. He threw them on the ground and launched a few symbols at them. With a squeaking sound and a flash of yellow light, these round beads turned into golden armored puppet beetles of a few inches in size. After a few swooshes, they flew around at a low speed. Seeing this, Lu Ming also released his divine thought to explore the surrounding situation. This place was an empty void. Looking around, other than the platform under his feet, the surroundings seemed to have no end at all. Although his divine thought was powerful enough to cover a few miles, no matter how he searched, he couldn't find anything special. When he retracted his divine thought, he glanced at the purple-haired man. The man didn't seem to find anything. There was a faint impatient look on his face. On the other side, the young man in the silver carriage also gradually frowned. The puppet beetles that he cast seemed to have no results. Hee, could it be that the last trial of the land of inheritance is for the 3 of us to fight in this secret realm until only one of us is left? The purple-haired man suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Ming and said with a murderous look in his eyes. Sir, you are a little too impatient. What are you afraid of waiting a little longer? Do you really think that you can easily crush me and Lu by yourself? The young man in the silver carriage, who had always been taciturn, had a cold look in his eyes. He didn't move, but a golden mist rolled out of his body. After a circle, it turned into a golden armor. It was somewhat similar to the one that Ping Yu wore before. Lu Ming also narrowed his eyes. A yellow light flashed in his sleeve, and a small khaki shield suddenly appeared in his hand. The purple-haired man looked at the young man in the silver carriage and then looked at Lu Ming, who didn't say a word. The murderous look in his eyes was even more intense. It seemed that he really wanted to attack both of them at the same time. Just when the atmosphere of the 3 of them became more and more tense, there was suddenly a deafening sound in the originally quiet void. The 3 of them heard the sound and looked up. They saw that the originally dark sky was suddenly lit up by a ball of golden light. The golden light was like a meteor flying across the sky, leaving a long pale golden scratch as if it was tearing a hole in the dark sky. In the next moment, the golden light fell straight down. Bang! It heavily hit the center of the platform in front of the 3 of them. A dazzling light burst out in an instant, like a round of rising sun, making people not dare to look directly at it. Lu Ming subconsciously covered part of the golden light with his arm. He squinted his eyes and stared at the front. He saw that the center of the platform had already lit up a cylindrical pale golden light curtain. At the same time, it continued to spread in all directions with a slight tremor. As the 3 of them were startled, they jumped back at the same time and appeared a few dozen feet away. They looked at this amazing scene in front of them in shock. The golden light curtain stopped abruptly when it expanded to about 1,000 feet in diameter, and with a pu sound, it shattered into specks of golden light. At the same time, there was a loud rumbling sound, and a golden hall suddenly rose slowly from the ground. The golden light was dazzling, illuminating the entire black space as if it was daytime. As the hall emerged, the ground shook even more violently. Lu Ming and the other two simultaneously urged their Fei to float up. However, they were all staring at the huge hall that was still rising from the ground. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the rumbling vibration finally subsided. The golden hall was already 70 to 80 feet high. It occupied an area of about a few acres. The entire hall, whether it was the cornices or the carved walls, were all made of gold lacquer. There were indistinct unknown runes moving up and down on the surface. It gave off a strange and unpredictable feeling of deterrence. After a few breaths, the golden light on the hall's door dissipated slightly. 3 golden lacquer doors appeared. Each door was 50 to 60 feet high and 20 to 30 feet wide. At the center of the door, there was a palm-sized blood-red rune that was constantly flashing. What made the 3 of them even more concerned was that the position of the 3 doors happened to be far away from the 3 of them. Haha, it seems that this is the final inheritance trial. After the purple-haired man left, he no longer cared about the other 2. His whole body flashed with purple light, and he turned into a purple light that directly rushed over. His speed was extremely fast. After 2 or 3 flashes, he appeared about 40 to 50 feet in front of the door. He raised his hand in midair, and a 10 feet large purple palm phantasm condensed out of thin air. It whistled toward the hall's door. Poof! As soon as the purple palm phantasm touched the door, it flashed slightly and burst open. The purple gas that it turned into was absorbed by the blood-red rune like a giant whale sucking in water. The fist-sized blood-red rune on the door instantly increased in size, and it flashed wildly. Seeing this, the purple-haired man's face froze. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, and he struck 2 palms in a row. 2 muffled sounds came out. The 2 giant palm phantasms also turned into purple mist and burst open. Then, the blood-red rune was sucked in again. After the rune absorbed the mist, it seemed as if it had eaten some kind of tonic. Now, it was about a foot in size. The purple-haired man snorted, and his hands continued to strike the golden door. Seeing this, the young man in the silver carriage and Lu Ming looked at each other. Their hearts moved, and they also appeared in front of the door that was closest to them in a few flashes. The young man in the silver carriage raised his hand, and a stack of grayish talismans flew out. A loud rumbling sound rang out, the talismans exploded into balls of gray light in midair, and the powerful shockwaves caused the nearby space to twist and warp. The entire golden gate also trembled and buzzed loudly. The blood-colored rune on the door suddenly flashed, and countless inaudible crimson threads shot out from it, wrapping around the gray light. The crimson rune also shone brightly, and it swelled up a lot. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was surrounded by black gas. His arms blurred, and 7 or 8 identical black fist shadows appeared. Each and every one of the fist projections struck the crimson runes on the gate with unerring accuracy, causing them to swell drastically in size. Just like that, the 3 of them attacked the door in a frenzy. After a while, on the door in front of the purple-haired man, the blood-colored rune was already 20 feet in size. It almost filled a small half of the door, and as the giant palm phantasm continued to strike, the light flashed faster and faster, as if it was about to explode. After the blood-colored rune expanded again, it finally came out of the door with a muffled sound. After spinning for a while, it turned into spots of red light and exploded. The door in front of the purple-haired man suddenly opened. Haha. You 2 don't have to worry, I will go and collect the treasure first. The purple-haired man continuously attacked with all his strength, and he consumed a lot of spiritual power. His face was slightly pale, but seeing this situation, he laughed wildly, and his figure flashed and disappeared from the sight of the 2. Seeing this, Lu Ming looked regretful. After a low shout, his arms suddenly thickened, and he punched dozens of times at the blood-colored rune on the door. In a burst of dragon roars and tiger roars, the fist shadows hit the rune densely, and the corresponding blood-colored rune on the door also expanded after absorbing the wisps of black gas from the fist wind. In front of the other door, seeing that the purple-haired young man had beaten them to it, the face of the silver chariot youth also became solemn. He took out a few green crystal beads from his storage bracelet and threw them on the ground. As he chanted a spell, the surface of the beads flashed with green light, transforming into a few giant puppet birds that were 10 feet tall, and lined up behind him. The silver chariot youth flicked his fingers and made a series of hand signs. The green puppet bird's eyes flashed, and it spat out a green beam of light straight at the door. A loud roar sounded. At this time, after a series of attacks, Lu Ming saw that the blood-colored rune on the door was expanding wildly, but it was still a little short of flying out of the door. Immediately, his face sank, and he made a sword sign with one hand. A small golden sword flew out from his brow, and instantly turned into a golden light that slashed out. After a bang sound, after the sword light slashed on the blood-colored rune, it burst out with a burst of sword chi. In the next moment, the rune flashed out of the door, and with a bang, it turned into specks of blood-colored light that exploded. As for the golden flying sword, because of the instantaneous loss of sword chi, the light on the surface of the golden flying sword dimmed a little. After Lu Ming waved one hand, it turned back into a small golden sword and flew back into his body. Almost at the same time that Lu Ming broke the restriction on the door on the silver chariot youth's side was also under the continuous attack of the green light beam, and it rumbled open. Without hesitation, the two flashed in at the same time. As soon as they entered the hall, what appeared in front of them was a dazzling hall that was 1,000 feet long and more than 20 feet wide. Like the outside of the hall was almost completely golden, and most of it was shrouded in a faint layer of golden mist. On both sides of the hall, there were a total of 18 thick golden stone pillars standing majestically. The 9 stone pillars on the left were engraved with lifelike dragons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, while the ones on the right were engraved with golden phoenixes spreading their wings. At the end of the hall, there was a wooden chair that faintly glowed with golden light, and on it sat a lifelike statue of a green-robed old man with a peaceful face. In front of the statue of the old man, there was a gray stone offering table that was about 10 feet tall. On it, there were 3 wooden boxes placed in an orderly manner. Each of them was shrouded in a layer of faint light of different colors, appearing quite mysterious. The first purple wooden box had a layer of faint purple light above it, and there were lines of epiphyllum spirit patterns slowly circulating above it. There was also a faint sandalwood fragrance wafting from the wooden box. The second wooden box had a layer of faint golden light above it, and there were rings of lotus spirit patterns on it, exuding an elegant fragrance. The third wooden box was silver-white in color, and there was also a layer of faint silver flame flashing above it. There were specks of pear flower spirit patterns circulating above it, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Lu Ming was over 1,000 feet away, but he could still faintly smell the faint fragrance of the 3 wooden boxes. From this, it could be seen that the items in the boxes were not ordinary. Although there were no hints this time, it was clear that these 3 wooden boxes were undoubtedly the rewards of this trial. When Lu Ming looked to the side, he was surprised to find that the purple-haired man was standing not far away, and there was a hint of anger on his face. In front of him, there was a wall of golden mist blocking his way, making it impossible for him to advance. "My inheritance is for those who are fated to get it." An old voice suddenly reverberated throughout the hall. Lu Ming only felt a buzz in his ears, and he felt like his soul was pulled out of his body. His entire sea of consciousness also shook as if it was turned upside down. He was shocked, and he quickly made a gesture. The coolness in his head swept away, and he finally woke up. He regained his balance and quickly looked forward. This voice seemed to come from the statue of the old man in green robe sitting on the golden wooden chair. On the other side, the purple-haired man and the young man in the silver carriage also had a mix of red and white faces. They were obviously shocked by the voice just now. However, the golden chi wall in front of the purple-haired man was instantly destroyed after the voice. Right at this moment, the 18 golden stone pillars in the surroundings suddenly lit up. Rays of golden light shot out from the dragon and phoenix eyes on the stone pillars. After a series of dazzling interweaving, they all disappeared into the sea of fog. The golden sea of mist suddenly surged. After it separated to the left and right, it suddenly formed 3 passages. Each passage was about 40 to 50 feet away from the altar table. Seeing this, how could the 3 people not understand what was going on? They all flashed and flew straight to the passage in front. As Lu Ming rushed into the passage, he only felt the air around him tighten, and his body sank. His whole body became more than 10,000 pounds. A muffled sound, his feet stepped heavily on the golden light path, causing the entire path to tremble slightly. Before he could stabilize his body, two muffled sounds came from the left and right sides. It was indeed from the purple-haired man and the young man in the silver carriage. As the purple-haired man landed, his body trembled violently. Under the circulation of the purple gas around him, he withstood it as if nothing had happened. On the other side, the young man in the silver carriage stumbled after landing. After a cold snort, he barely stabilized his body. It turns out to be a domain enchantment that increases gravity. This is interesting. Encountering this scene, the purple-haired man was not surprised but happy. After a sneer, he retracted the purple gas flame. Spirit patterns lit up on his face again. After glancing at the two people on his left and right coldly, he strode toward the altar table with purple light all over his body. It was as if the amazing gravity in the passage had no effect on him. At this time, Lu Ming made a gesture with one hand. Black mist rolled out from his body, and his figure grew to 5 feet high. His bones made cracking sounds from time to time. He then took out a blue talisman from the Sumeru ring and patted it on his body. Poof, a layer of light blue light shield emerged. He also cast several auxiliary mystic arts such as the light body technique on his body. After Lu Ming did all this, his eyebrows slightly relaxed, and he walked forward unhurriedly. On the other side, the young man in the silver carriage of the nature work sect staggered and stood firm. He patted the golden mechanical armor on his body with one hand. After the golden light flashed, 3 pairs of golden mechanical wings condensed behind him. They kept flapping up and down, stirring up bursts of strong wind. The young man in the silver carriage showed a trace of joy. With the help of the mechanical wings, he slowly glided forward. His speed was almost the same as Lu Ming's, but it was still a lot slower than the purple-haired man. Even though the gravitational enchantment in the passage was extremely powerful, with the ability of the 3 of them, they had already walked a long distance after 10 minutes. At this time, Lu Ming was about 50 meters away from the altar table, and the young man in the silver carriage was a little behind. The purple-haired man was obviously faster than the 2 of them with some mystic arts. He was only 200 meters away from the altar table. At this time, Lu Ming's pace was a lot slower than before. Every step was difficult. He clearly felt that as the distance between him and the altar table got closer, the gravity buff also doubled. This was also because his physical body was strong enough, so he could still continue to walk like this step by step. If it was an ordinary crystallization period later stage cultivator of the same level, he would have already collapsed to the ground. But what surprised Lu Ming was that, not to mention that the purple-haired man's physical body was surprisingly strong, even the young man in the silver carriage could persist until now under the protection of the golden mechanical armor, and he still seemed to have some strength left. The purple-haired man was also the only one that Lu Ming had seen who had a physical body that was obviously stronger than him in the same level. This made Lu Ming extremely fearful. After thinking for a while, he stopped in place, took out a golden yuan pill and consumed it. He also held 2 superb spirit stones in his hand, then he took a deep breath and continued to stride forward. Right at this moment, 5 or 6 translucent talismans flew past him and shot toward the purple-haired young man in a slanted manner. Explode! As the young man in the silver carriage in the passage next to him spat out a word, bursts of explosions came. 6 crystal talismans burst open beside the purple-haired young man, and they suddenly turned into ice flowers all over the sky. A bone-chilling cold air came at his face. These few talismans turned out to be rare freezing talismans, and the seemingly mysterious golden mist on both sides of the passage didn't stop these talismans from penetrating at all. Caught off guard, the purple-haired young man was covered with a layer of ice and snow almost instantly. He turned into a human-shaped ice sculpture, standing motionless on the spot. Seeing this, Lu Ming was delighted. Without saying anything, he also waved his sleeve, and a stack of golden talismans flew out. With a sizzling sound, bolts of golden lightning flashed and transformed into golden lightning serpents that were 20 to 30 feet long. In the blink of an eye, the purple-haired young man had turned into an ice sculpture. Lu Ming and the youth in the silver carriage attacked the purple-haired man at the same time. "I haven't come looking for trouble with you, yet you dare to attack first. You really don't know what's good for you." However, before Lu Ming and Lu Ming could catch up to it, a furious voice rang out from the ice sculpture after 2 or 3 breaths. At the same time, cracks quickly appeared on the ice sculpture. Pung! A crisp sound rang out, the white ice splashed in all directions, and the golden lightning shattered, revealing the furious purple-haired man. The purple-haired man didn't even turn his head. His arm became blurred, and a series of 10 feet long purple light condensed in his hand. With a shake of his hand, the purple light emitted an explosive sound, and shot towards Lu Ming and the youth in the silver carriage. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He slightly waved his sleeve, and a small yellow shield flew out. Then, it transformed into a huge yellow shield in front of him. The huge shield rotated, and a shadow of a small mountain emerged on its surface. Pung! Pung! As soon as the purple light came in contact with the shadow of the small mountain, it obviously dimmed a little. Then, it turned into a thin purple light, and bounced back in all directions. The youth in the silver carriage also moved very quickly. He waved his sleeve, and released a series of green flying swords. They instantly turned into 10 feet long green lights, and met the remaining purple lights. All of a sudden, a series of crackling sounds rang out in the hall, and balls of azure and purple light exploded in midair. Most of the purple light that was repelled by the thick earth shield disappeared into the golden walls of the hall in a flash. However, whether it was the flying swords or the thick earth shield, Lu Ming and the youth in the silver carriage quickly withdrew their weapons after they were released. In this strange passage, even the spirit weapons were affected by the gravity. The consumption of Fa Li was too much for them to bear. Just as Lu Ming and Lu Ming were dealing with the attacks, the purple-haired youth turned his hand, and took out a black talisman. He hurriedly chanted an obscure incantation, and then slapped the talisman on his body. Suddenly, a black light covered the sky, and wrapped around the talisman. It turned into a black lotus, and flashed towards the altar. After it was pulled nearly 10 feet closer, it turned into a black flame, and dissipated in the hall. Lu Ming had just withdrawn the thick earth shield, and when he saw that the purple-haired youth could still use such a secret technique, his heart sank slightly. He originally planned to keep a certain distance from him, and use the secret technique at the last moment to catch up. But now it seemed that it would be too late if he didn't act now. In a flash, Lu Ming let out a low shout, and black gas rolled out of his body. After he shook his arms, a dragon roar sounded, and 5 black mist dragons, more than 10 feet long, came out of his back, and rushed towards the purple-haired youth. Hell prison! As his hand sign changed, the black mist dragons instantly exploded above the purple-haired youth, and turned into a large black light that flashed down. It instantly trapped Luo Tiancheng, who couldn't dodge at all. Lu Ming knew that the hell prison had little effect on the purple-haired youth, and it wouldn't be able to delay him for long. Once again, he gritted his teeth, and forcefully activated the beast armor spell. After 2 poof-poof, a silver light flashed behind him. A pair of silver fleshy wings appeared, and he flapped them fiercely. Lu Ming suddenly felt that his body was loose. Under the push of a huge force, he immediately walked forward for 100 feet before his figure slowed down again. The young man in the silver carriage behind him also didn't want to be outdone. He patted his waist, and a golden light and silver light flashed. After the light dissipated, it was actually the 8 golden horses and the silver flying carriage. Unlike the previous spiritual weapons, the silver carriage and the golden horses were almost half puppets after they became one. They mainly consumed crystal stones to run, but it didn't consume much spiritual power of the master. After the young man reluctantly jumped onto the carriage, he chanted and made several symbols at the same time. After the golden puppet horse roared into the sky, it pulled the silver carriage forward quickly. The speed was much faster than before. Both of them knew that this golden hull was the last test, so they naturally wouldn't hold back at this time. Taiching Gate Kid, do you only know this technique in your sect? In the hell prison, the voice of the purple-haired youth came from extreme anger. There was a rumbling sound in the black light, and there was a faint purple flame seeping out. Lu Ming's face suddenly looked a little ugly when he heard the words. At this moment, even though he caught up a lot in one breath, he was still more than 100 feet behind the purple-haired youth. Releasing all kinds of mystic arts, beast armor spell, and tiger dragon hell prison together put a lot of burden on his body and consumed a lot of spiritual power. He had thought about releasing Bone Scorpion, Demon Flying Skull, or Yellow Turban Soldier Talisman to delay him, but these were all living creatures. They should also be affected by the gravity enchantment here. As for treasure such as Void Sword, it was not suitable to use in this situation. However, the golden horse puppet used by the young man in the silver carriage, although it was also restricted by gravity, it still caught up very quickly with the support of its own power. It quickly narrowed the distance between him and the purple-haired youth. Seeing this, Lu Ming could only grit his teeth again. He channeled all the remaining spiritual power in his body into his body. Suddenly, there was a burst of explosion in his body. His legs suddenly became thicker, and the blue veins on them were clearly visible. He actually sped up a bit. In the end, after just 2 or 3 breaths of time, a rumbling sound came from the front, and the black infernal prison that was only 100 feet away from the altar suddenly burst open. Clouds of purple flames rolled out and instantly swallowed the entire black light. You want to stop me with just Tiger Dragon Hell Prison? It's ridiculous. The roar of the purple-haired youth came from the purple gas. It seemed to carry some kind of mystic art of mental attack. After hearing it, Lu Ming, who was a little closer, turned pale, and his figure suddenly stagnated slightly. Just at this gap, the golden horse and silver carriage driven by the young man in the silver carriage suddenly caught up. With a so sound, it leaped past Lu Ming and took the second position. The purple-haired man turned a blind eye to this. He just took out a black talisman and patted it on his body. It turned into a lotus again and flew forward. But this time, he stopped after flying for a mere 15 or so meters, and he was only 10 or so meters away from the altar. It was just that at this time, the purple-haired man was obviously suffering from gravity that was many times stronger than before. The blue veins on his face were bulging, and he seemed to be struggling to move. Obviously, even for him, these last few steps were not so easy to pass. At this time, the young man in the silver carriage raised his sleeves, and an inch-sized yellow bead flew out. At the same time, his 10 fingers changed like a wheel, launching a series of symbols on the bead. After the bead spun in the air, it suddenly disappeared with a blur. The next moment, the space above the purple-haired man's head fluctuated, and the bead flew out silently. After a squeaking sound, it suddenly turned into a huge bronze puppet of more than 100 meters high, pressing down like a mountain. Seeing this, Lu Ming was delighted. He shook his arms and cast Tiger Dragon Hell Prison again. After a dragon roar, 5 black mist dragons rushed out from behind him, and they combined into one in the air, turning into a giant mist dragon that rushed forward. The purple-haired man roared. He suddenly punched into the air, and a huge fist shadow shot out. Boom! The giant bronze puppet rolled in the air, and it was slightly shaken by the fist shadow in the air. It didn't fall immediately. But at this moment, the giant mist dragon roared and rushed to the front. Although the purple-haired man also threw a punch and instantly exploded the giant dragon's head, the huge force still caused him to stagger and take 2 steps back. Seeing this, Lu Ming quickly pointed in the air with one hand. The remaining mist dragon burst apart instantly, turning into a rolling black mist that engulfed the purple-haired man in it. At this moment, the huge bronze puppet in the air crashed down again. A loud noise, the entire passage shook violently. The bronze puppet actually suppressed the purple-haired man in the mist with an amazing force, and he couldn't get up for a while. Seeing this, Lu Ming was overjoyed. Black gas rolled on his legs, and a dragon roar sounded. 2 black mist dragon's phantasms were vaguely transformed. He took a deep breath and caught up with the young man in the silver carriage in front of him. At this time, they were only 80 meters away from the altar. Seeing this, the young man in the silver carriage looked solemn. He immediately stopped caring about the huge bronze puppet and kept away the golden horse and silver carriage that had slowed down. At the same time, he took out a golden talisman and patted it on his body. After a burst of golden light flashed, a pair of mechanical wings appeared on his back again. At the same time, a pair of crimson fire wheels appeared under his feet and rolled forward. The two were almost neck and neck. It was hard to tell who was better. At this moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The huge bronze statue 20 to 30 feet in front of the offering table suddenly exploded. Even the black fog surrounding it was instantly dispersed. After a cold snort, the purple-haired man slowly stood up from the ground. However, the clothes on the upper half of his body had already turned into ashes, revealing the black-yellow spirit inscriptions that covered his skin. His eyes were bright red like blood. When Lu Ming and the young man in the silver carriage saw this, they were both shocked. Lu Ming faintly felt that something was wrong. The purple-haired man raised his head and looked coldly at Lu Ming and the young man in the silver carriage. He spat out each word with a murderous look on his face. I didn't expect that a mere trial would cost me a drop of blood essence. This is simply unforgivable. As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a long roar. The black-yellow spirit inscriptions on his body suddenly shone brightly. Suddenly, countless strands of blood spurted out from his skin and turned into a bloody fog that enveloped him. He took a big step forward and actually crossed a distance of several feet in a few steps. In an instant, he arrived in front of the offering table. Then, he grabbed the leftmost wooden box that was shrouded in a faint purple aura with one hand. His other hand became a blur as he grabbed the neighboring wooden box. Such a shocking change naturally caused the faces of Lu Ming and the young man in the silver carriage to change. However, before the two of them could react, a strange thing happened. Pooh! The eyes of the old man statue behind the offering table flashed with a spiritual light. Then, two seemingly substantial golden lights shot out and instantly swept across the offering table. The purple-haired man was swept by the golden light and disappeared without a trace. When Lu Ming saw this, he suddenly understood that the three wooden boxes were obviously for each of the three people. However, the person who arrived first had the right to choose. Once he had chosen, he would immediately be transported away. In this way, his heart naturally relaxed and he once again lifted his leg to move forward. The young man in the silver carriage also let out a big sigh of relief and slowly walked forward step by step. Although the two of them were only a few steps away from the offering table, the last few steps were extremely difficult to take. Lu Ming almost forcefully dragged his body to finish the last few steps. The young man in the silver carriage was not much better. Previously, he had continuously controlled various puppets and mechanical armors, so he was already overwhelmed. After walking the last few steps, his whole body was immediately drenched in sweat. The two of them almost walked to the offering table at the same time. After looking at each other, Lu Ming smiled and shook his sleeves. He first pulled the silver wooden box over. Similarly, two golden lights shot out from the old man's statue. He only felt a flash of golden light in front of his eyes. After a moment, his body became slightly numb, and he disappeared on the spot. A wry smile appeared on the young man's face upon seeing this, and he took out a pill that was shimmering with azure light before swallowing it. Only then did he pick up the remaining wooden box that was enshrouded in golden spiritual qi, and it also disappeared in a flash of golden light. Lu Ming's eyes. After a while, the golden light in front of Lu Ming's eyes dissipated. He shook his dizzy head and opened his eyes, only to find that he appeared in a bloody world. Regardless of whether it was the ground or the sky, or even the faintly visible mountain peaks in the distance, everything was blood red. 100 meters away, the purple-haired young man of the Big Dipper Pavilion, who had changed into a gray robe, was looking at him coldly. He had no intention of making a move. On the other side, on a bloody slope 100 meters away, there were a few familiar figures. Lu Ming took a closer look. It was Shui Pan, the young woman in green, the eagle-faced man, and the ugly disciple of the demon mystic sect. There were also a few people standing under the slope. They were Luo Tiancheng, the Ouyang Qian sisters, Peng Yu, and others. They were standing in groups of 2 or 3, but most of them looked worried. When Lu Ming saw these people were all here, he was naturally a little dumbfounded. According to the past practice, after the land of inheritance was eliminated or the reward was obtained, they would be directly teleported out and returned to the Tianmen secret realm. He even witnessed it with his own eyes. When Luo Tiancheng fought with the purple-haired young man, he crushed the Lock of Luck in a hurry. At this time, he should have directly left the Tianmen secret realm and returned to the outside world. How could he be here? While he was puzzled, everyone over there naturally noticed the fluctuations coming from here. They cast their eyes over. When they saw Lu Ming and the purple-haired man next to him, they suddenly had different expressions. Among them, Ouyang Qian, Peng Yu, and others had a hint of joy on their faces, but it was immediately replaced by worry. The eagle-faced man, the woman in green, and the young woman of the Howren Academy were expressionless. As for the ugly disciple of the sky beast Qin Valley, he just glanced at them and quickly looked away. It seemed that he didn't care about the appearance of Lu Ming and Shui Pan. "Brother Peng, what's going on? Where is this?" An ominous premonition flashed in Lu Ming's mind. He immediately rose into the air and flew toward the slope over there. Before he landed, he rushed to Pingyu and asked while cupping his fist. "Lu, I didn't expect you to come in. This place is quite strange. Several other friends and I have been trapped here for a long time. We have used a lot of methods, but we still haven't figured out the situation here. After our discussion, we reckoned that something had happened in the land of inheritance and that there might be some changes. In addition, I don't know if Brother Lu has seen my young masters junior?" Pingyu touched his head and replied with a wry smile. "What, changes? Your martial uncle's words." Lu Ming was shocked when he heard this. Before he could answer anything, suddenly, in another open space not far from the slope, a golden light flashed, and a figure staggered out. It was the young man in the silver carriage from the Nature Work sect. "Young Masters Junior." Pingyu was overjoyed when he saw this. He hurriedly flashed over there and quickly bowed to greet him. "I'm fine." Why are you here? What the hell is this place?" The young man in the silver carriage shook his head. When he saw Pingyu, his face was full of surprise. However, when he looked around at the blood-red ground, he was even more surprised. "Young master, it's a long story." Pingyu smiled wryly when he heard this. He immediately began to report through voice transmission. The young man in the silver carriage only heard a few words, and his expression suddenly became solemn. "Brother Lu, this place is indeed very strange. I don't know if you..." After Lu Ming slowly landed at the bottom of the slope, Ouyang Qian suddenly walked over. She opened her mouth slightly as if she wanted to say something. However, at this moment, there was a sudden rumble of thunder in the blood-red sky. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly looked up into the sky. In the sky, blood-red mist surged and thunder rumbled continuously. However, there was no flash of lightning. Just as everyone was in shock, the entire blood-red ground suddenly trembled. The hard ground cracked, revealing a huge ravine. The surrounding mountains and blood-red mist swayed incessantly as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Not good. What's going on? Everyone was shocked, and they all showed vigilance. They either grabbed the defensive magic weapons or immediately released divine thought to scan around. Moments later, the entire patch of ground suddenly became extremely soft after the crimson light swept over it. It began to wriggle as if it were a living creature, and at the same time, streams of viscous blood spurted out from the cracks on the ground. Whether it was Lu Ming or the man in purple clothes and others, they all changed their expressions drastically. They all flew for a few 10 meters, trying to avoid it. But at the moment when everyone's feet just left the ground, there was a loud whistling sound below. A bloody flesh tentacle with the thickness of a bull shot out from the ground and instantly rolled at everyone like lightning. What the hell is this? It's so disgusting. The young woman in green robe of the Howren Academy saw several bloody fleshy tentacles twisting and entangling her. She snorted with disgust. As she waved the black jade pen in her hand, several black light spots flew out and went directly at the nearest bloody fleshy tentacles. After a few sounds of ZZ, the nearest bloody flesh tentacles were quickly corroded in the black light, turning into a pool of blood that spilled on the ground. However, as soon as the blood touched the undulating bloody ground, it went into the nearby ravine strangely. The nearby area squirmed for a while, and 7 or 8 similar bloody flesh tentacles sprang out in a row, and they continued to shoot at the woman. On the other side, the man in purple hair didn't have any strange expression on his face. The purple light flowed on his body. He flicked his sleeves and stretched out a palm. It transformed into a giant purple palm phantasm, sweeping at the dozen bloody flesh tentacles in front of him. Puff puff, the sound was endless. These fleshy tentacles seemed to be as thick as a bowl, but they did not seem difficult to deal with. After the huge purple palm swept past them, more than 10 fleshy tentacles were turned into a pile of meat paste under the huge force and laid on the ground. But as soon as the meat paste touched the ground, it also turned into blood and was sucked into the hole. After just 2 or 3 seconds, nearly 100 flesh tentacles quickly drilled out of the ground again and swarmed at him. These flesh tentacles were getting more and more, and the number was still increasing. It seemed to be endless. This made most of the people present dumbfounded. At this time, the thunder in the sky was even more amazing. Under the rolling of the bloody mist, a hideous ghost face was vaguely forming. This made everyone shocked, and they didn't dare to fly higher. They could only temporarily use their own means to deal with the flesh tentacles below. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He had already thrown a few elixirs into his mouth in one breath, flashing in the air like a ghost. Only when he couldn't avoid it, he used the simplest wind blade technique to cut off the flesh tentacles closest to him so that he could restore his spiritual power as quickly as possible. Although he didn't know the details of this bloody space, no matter how he thought about it, it was definitely not a good place. Naturally, his priority was to restore his spiritual power so that he could deal with anything that happened below. Not far away from him, Pingyu released a few puppet warriors that glowed with yellow light in succession, and they waved their giant hammers around him to protect him. They were entangled with the bloody tentacles that pounced at him, so he was fine for now. The young man in the silver carriage, at this time, once again drove his golden horse and silver carriage, shuttling back and forth at low altitude, avoiding wave after wave of flesh tentacles. Luo Tiancheng also adopted a strategy of only defending and not attacking. He kept waving his arms, and one after another, silver mist dragons and mist tigers whizzed around his body. While forcing back the flesh tentacles that were close to him, he tried his best to go to the place where there were fewer flesh tentacles. The Ouyang sisters stood with their backs facing each other. Their hands simultaneously formed a seal in front of their chests. Patches of purple and green light continuously flew out of their bodies. They condensed into a purple and green transparent ball of light around their bodies. This made it impossible for the blood-red tentacles to approach them for the time being. After the young woman in green clothes and the purple-haired young man as a lesson, when dealing with these flesh tentacles, most of them no longer wantonly slashed at them. Instead, they dodged and moved as far as possible to avoid the flesh tentacles' attacks while thinking of a way to escape. Of course, some people didn't think so. The ugly disciple of the demon mystic sect, after being besieged by many flesh tentacles one after another, finally couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. After a violent shout, black gas immediately surged all over his body. His two palms blur out, instantly turning into an intertwined palm shadow, destroying all the nearby bloody flesh tentacles. The eagle-faced man sat cross-legged at a low altitude, his eyes flashing. A hexagonal silver mirror was hovering in front of him, shooting out a silver beam of light from time to time. Wherever the silver light beam swept, the bloody flesh tentacles collapsed. They couldn't do anything to the eagle-faced man at all. Near the eagle-faced man, Xue Pan held a white blade in his hand. His figure swayed constantly, leaving a series of white afterimages. He wantonly slashed at the place where the flesh tentacles gathered. The actions of these three people immediately attracted the attention of others. Ouyang Qian frowned. Just as she wanted to say something, a scene that caught everyone off guard happened. After the entire space suddenly trembled violently, a violent shock immediately rolled up out of thin air. At the moment when everyone's body was unstable, hundreds of giant flesh tentacles that were several times thicker than before suddenly rushed out from around everyone at the same time. They intertwined in the air like man-eating flowers, wrapping everyone who was caught off guard, and they quickly pulled down the wriggling ground below. Lu Ming only felt dizzy. At the same time, after a stench came to his face, he found that he was surrounded by dozens of flesh tentacles in a bloody space that was only 50 meters in size. He waved one arm without saying a word, and a black fist shadow heavily hit the flesh wall in front of him. With a muffled sound, the flesh wall trembled and absorbed the entire fist shadow. There was no more reaction. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned slightly. He made a gesture in front of his chest, and a green wind blade a few feet long condensed. After flicking his finger lightly, it flew toward the flesh wall on one side. After a muffled sound, the huge wind blade slashed on the flesh wall. It only broke a few inches deep, then it didn't go any further. When Lu Ming made a gesture, the wind blade actually shattered into green light spots with a bang. The flesh wall condensed by these flesh tentacles was obviously much more difficult to deal with than the flesh tentacles. Ordinary attacks couldn't break it at all. Lu Ming's face couldn't help but sink. After the purple-haired man of the Big Dipper pavilion was trapped in the flesh wall, he looked indifferent. He just waved one hand casually, and rolled up a purple blade, slashing fiercely at a nearby flesh wall. As a result, it only penetrated a few inches deep, then it collapsed and disappeared. Seeing this, the purple-haired man sneered and patted an unusually exquisite soul-recovering bag on his waist with one hand. With a pu sound, a wisp of red light rolled out from it. After it condensed in front of him, it turned into a foot-tall blood-colored spider. This spider's entire body was dark red like blood, but its 8 legs were sparkling and translucent like flawless jade. As soon as it appeared within the flesh and blood space, it immediately swung its front claws through the air, slicing off a large chunk of flesh with ease before pouncing viciously to devour it. At the same time, it would let loose hissing sounds from time to time, seemingly very fond of this flesh and blood. I was still worried about how to find so much flesh to feed you. Today, it really came without any effort. I can let you have a full meal. After the purple-haired man murmured, he actually sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. Hearing the sound, the blood-colored spider fluttered and swallowed the flesh on the ground. Like playing with fire, it jumped up and grabbed a certain part of the flesh wall tightly. It began to eat even more crazily. As the amount of flesh the spider ate increased, its body size also gradually skyrocketed, and its color gradually became red and shiny. In just a few short breaths, it had grown to around 10 feet in size, and its demand for flesh and blood was still increasing. It was as if it couldn't fill its stomach no matter how much it ate, and its front limbs were still constantly picking up pieces of flesh and stuffing them into its mouth. However, as this demonic insect became larger, the amount of flesh it swallowed was naturally far greater than before. With one bite, it would immediately lose about a few kilograms of flesh. Although the flesh space would constantly repair itself, before the strands of flesh could stick together, it was once again torn apart by the spider and swallowed into its stomach. For a time, the flesh wall that had been bitten by the spider gradually thinned. At the same time, in another space that was slightly more spacious, there was a yellow figure in plain clothes who looked like a farmer. He was constantly rolling up and down, trying his best to avoid the attacks of the blood-colored tentacles. His forehead was covered in sweat, and he looked like he was panting heavily. This person was Peng Fei. He was currently wearing the mechanical battle armor. As he fled, he constantly waved 2 red cylinders that were as thick as an arm, releasing rays of red light that slashed at a certain spot in the meat wall. However, these light beams could only cut off the flesh tentacles that extended from time to time in the space. Facing the thick flesh wall, they would collapse after a few cracks, and the cracks would be healed instantly. At this time, the mechanical armor on his body was covered by a layer of bloody light. It was actually faintly devouring the silver light emitted by the armor. Compared to when it was outside the inheritance land, the spiritual light was obviously a bit dimmer. On both sides, there were a few yellow armored puppet warriors that were tightly wrapped by a few thick blood-colored tentacles. Shockingly, numerous fist-sized holes had been dug out on their chests, and the essence cores within them had actually been crushed by something. In a flesh space close to Peng Fei, under a layer of yellow shield, the young woman in green clothes of the Howren Academy waved a black jade pen and kept flashing, releasing clusters of black light spots at the incoming bloody flesh tentacles. As soon as the black light spots touched the bloody flesh tentacles, they turned into a pool of blood and splashed out. Many of the blood splashed directly on the shield around her. In such a narrow space, it was obviously impossible to avoid the attack of the flesh tentacles and the blood. The corrosive power of this flesh space is so strong. The young woman in green clothes glanced at the dim yellow shield and muttered to herself with a frown. Speaking of which, the pupil technique that she was proud of was useless here, and other means seemed to be unable to get out of this predicament. Now, apart from passively defending, it seemed that there was no other way for the time being. She sighed slightly in her heart. After waving her hand to repel another wave of attacks, she took out a golden talisman and tore it. A ray of golden light flashed and was absorbed into the shield, making the light of the shield a little brighter. Due to the unexpected attack of the flesh tentacles, and its speed was astonishing, even the Ouyang sisters, who originally wanted to lean back, were forced to be isolated between the 2 flesh spaces. But even so, the 2 were still quite calm. They flicked their fingers at the same time, releasing purple and green rays that circled around them. However, these rays could only deal with the flesh tentacles that were constantly growing in the flesh space. They had no effect on the flesh walls around them, because the two of them were separated and couldn't join hands to activate the secret technique. The rays of light they transformed into were obviously smaller than before. Suddenly, Xianxia's pretty face sank. A clear dragon roar came from her sleeve, and a white light shot out, turning into a white jade-like dragon phantasm out of thin air. With a shake of the dragon's tail, it crushed the surrounding flesh tentacles. After that, it flew toward a meat wall with its claws and fangs. In the air, it opened its huge mouth and shot a silver light all over the sky. These silver rays flashed on the flesh wall, but they only left dense holes of different depths. Then, under a flash of bloody light, the holes were healed. This made Xianxia's heart sink. On the other side, a purple light also flashed in the hand of the woman in green clothes, and a light purple folding fan appeared in her hand. With a slight wave, fan shadows appeared in front of her, condensing into a layer of purple light curtain that enveloped her. As soon as those bloody flesh tentacles touched the purple light curtain, they suddenly turned into pools of blood and scattered. It was just that after the purple light curtain was splashed by the blood, the surface immediately made a rustling sound of erosion, and it exuded a pungent smell. At the same time, the light curtain flashed wildly a few times, and it became abnormally dim. Seeing this scene, the woman in green clothes took a deep breath, and her eyebrows tightened. I didn't expect that I, Long Xian, would be trapped here, but I will never die here. The ugly disciple of the demon mystic sect sat cross-legged in the shaking flesh space with a pale face, and his hands were constantly changing gestures. The demonic technique he used had little effect on breaking these flesh walls. In addition, he had a big battle with the eagle-faced man before, and he had consumed too much spiritual power. He hadn't had time to recover yet, so the situation at the moment seemed very bad. Suddenly, the ugly disciple roared hoarsely. He raised his hands toward the sky, and the black short blade in his hand instantly turned into a 100 meters long giant python that circled around him. A sharp light flashed through the giant python's eyes, and the scales all over its body stood up like sharp knives. Wherever it passed, the blood-red tentacles that swarmed toward it were instantly sliced into small pieces and fell to the ground. At the same time, the ugly disciple also quickly tore a black talisman, which turned into a layer of faint black light curtain that covered his body. On the light curtain, black gas kept rolling out, and it madly collided with the flesh wall in all directions. For a time, there was constant rumbling inside. In another flesh space, Shui Pan constantly spat out obscure spells. There was a burst of crackling sound of joints in his body, and his figure suddenly skyrocketed. At the next moment, the word king faintly appeared between his eyebrows. The original long and narrow ears became more upright, and the fangs in his mouth were revealed. At the same time, silver bristles grew on his 10 fingertips and arms. Then a silver light flashed in both of his palms, and 2 identical silver awls appeared faintly in his hands. He stomped on the ground, and his figure spun quickly on the spot. The rumbling sound of breaking through the air came, and a strong wind rose from the ground. A silver-white vortex kept rolling up. The speed of the silver-white vortex was so fast that it was like a sharp wind blade. From time to time, the blood-colored flesh tentacles were sucked into it. After a few whooshing sounds, the tentacles were crushed and turned into piles of flesh that splashed out. However, what Shui Pan did not expect was that although the vortex formed by the sharp awl in his hand could restrain the flesh tentacles that were ejected from the flesh wall, its speed was not much different from the flesh tentacles that were constantly growing. It was obviously not enough to break out of the encirclement. With the passage of time and the erosion of the blood water, the originally sharp silver-white vortex gradually shrank compared to before. This damn thing is really hard to deal with. It seems that I can only use the moon jade that Master gave me. The young man in the silver carriage looked at the silver giant tortoise puppet that was stained with a lot of blood in front of him. He shook his head and muttered to himself. As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly waved his hand from his waist, and a crystal-clear jade pendant was grasped in his hand. A trace of pain flashed in his eyes, and then he gently flicked one hand. A green light shot toward the jade pendant. With a muffled sound, the crystal-clear jade pendant instantly shone with white light. A milky white rune appeared on the surface of the jade pendant. After flashing wildly in the void for a few times, it suddenly exploded. Suddenly, a soft silver glow radiated in all directions, and a bright moon suddenly appeared in the void. Around the bright moon, circles of silver-white halos rippled out like blue waves. Within a radius of a few dozen feet, whether it was the flesh tentacles or the flesh wall, under the shroud of the white halo, they quickly withered. The bright moon became bigger and bigger, and the halo gradually became more abundant. It quickly covered the entire blood-colored space where the young man in the silver carriage was. However, the flesh tentacles on the flesh wall had now withered and curled up on the flesh wall. They were constantly falling off, and the flesh wall was gradually drying up. It was almost as thin as a layer of skin. At this moment, the silver-armored youth patted his chest, and with a hula sound, golden light flashed on the back of the mechanical battle armor. 3 pairs of golden mechanical wings that were 10 feet in size condensed on his back, and they immediately began to rapidly flap with a buzzing sound. Lu Ming was sitting quietly in the flesh space. Around him, 9 green-robed boys with the same appearance were spurting out balls of gray, filthy flames, trying their best to resist the dense, blood-red tentacles that shot out from their mouths. Suddenly, Lu Ming opened his eyes and said, "Fei, it's all thanks to you for buying me a lot of time. This is what I should do, master." All the green-clothed children's faces were slightly pale at this time, but when they heard Lu Ming's praise, one of them still replied with slight excitement. "Take a break first. Leave the rest to me." After smiling, Lu Ming patted the cultivating soul pouch on his waist with one hand. The 9 children all exploded at the same time, turning into a rolling mist that condensed into a ball before entering the leather pouch. Although Fei only bought a little time for him, Lu Ming had also recovered some spiritual power after swallowing 3 flawless golden yuan pills in a row. After retrieving Fei, his eyes turned cold. He made a sword gesture, channeling the spiritual power in his body into the true spirit flying sword in his body. With a clear sound, the small golden sword trembled slightly in his body, then it flew out from between his eyebrows. It turned into a golden sword rainbow of 60 meters long. After circling around him, it directly rushed at a point on the bloody flesh wall. Poof! After the sword rainbow flashed into the flesh wall, Lu Ming's gesture changed again. A loud chi-chi sound rang out as streaks of sharp sword chi shot out from the sword rainbow, transforming into golden threads that crisscrossed in a crisscrossing manner. As the golden light flashed, even though the flesh on the flesh wall was extremely tough, it fell off layer by layer at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a dozen seconds, a bloody giant hole of 5 meters suddenly appeared on the flesh wall. However, as the flesh around it squirmed crazily to fill the hole, it still couldn't penetrate the flesh wall completely. With a ping sound, Lu Ming's figure disappeared in a blur, dodging the attacks of several tentacles that were whipping at him. In the next moment, in front of the bloody giant hole, Lu Ming's figure flashed out. With a groan, he punched forward with one arm. A black mist tiger phantasm roared out, and it burst open in the giant hole. The billowing black mist instantly turned into an explosive airwave. There was a loud bang, with a flash of light in the bloody hole, a few feet long hole was blasted open. Lu Ming was delighted when he saw this. He waved the void sword with one hand, and his body immediately shone with golden light. He turned into a dazzling golden rainbow that rolled out of the hole and escaped from the place where he was trapped. The golden sword light in the air faded, and Lu Ming's figure appeared in a flash. He held the sword in one hand and glanced around quickly. On the ground of the entire bloody space, there were clusters of bloody flesh cocoons of 100 meters in size, and they were constantly squirming like a living person's heart. On the surface of these bloody cocoons, there were still flesh tentacles constantly entangling them, making the bloody cocoons constantly bigger. Obviously, as time passed, this bloody cocoon would become thicker and thicker, and the possibility of the person trapped in it breaking out would be lower. 100 meters away, a bloody cocoon was lying on the ground like a deflated airbag, and most of it was incomplete. In the sky above it, the purple-haired man of the Big Dipper Pavilion had already escaped. He was waving a crystal-clear purple blade in his hand, constantly slashing the bloody flesh tentacles around him. After seeing Lu Ming appear, he glanced over coldly, then he looked away and continued to wave the purple blade in his hand. At this moment, there was a whistling sound near Lu Ming, and there were also dense bloody flesh tentacles entangling in the surrounding void. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He just shook the void sword in his hand, and sword shadows immediately rolled out, mincing all the flesh tentacles into a bloody mist. At this moment, in the unusually large bloody cocoon between Lu Ming and the purple-haired man, a chilling breath that made people shiver suddenly soared into the sky. Lu Ming was shocked in his heart, and he immediately looked down. The purple-haired man also glanced over, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, after the bloody cocoon suddenly expanded and contracted, it suddenly burst open with a rumbling sound. Rays of milky white light burst out from it, then a bright silver moon flashed out of the light. After a blur, a figure wearing a pale golden mechanical armor appeared, waving 3 pairs of golden wings behind him. It was the young man in the silver carriage of the Celestial Work sect, but the surface of his armor was full of potholes. Obviously, he could only get out after a fierce battle. As soon as the young man in the silver carriage appeared, his eyes flashed when he saw Lu Ming and the purple-haired man, but he couldn't help being slightly startled. Before waiting for him to say anything, a sharp female voice suddenly came from the bloody mist in the sky. Tisk tsk, there are actually 3 juniors of the crystallization period breaking out of the blood prison. It seems that the Middle Sky continent is also full of talents in recent years. Who is sneaking around there? The purple-haired man's face turned cold when he heard the words. He raised his hand without saying a word, and the crystal-clear purple short blade in his hand flew out. Swoosh! The short blade turned into a 100-meters-long purple rainbow in the wind. After making a strange scream, it rolled toward the source of the sound in the sky. With a sneer, a layer of ripples suddenly appeared in the sky. A cluster of black flames suddenly flashed out, and it collided with the purple rainbow in a blur. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, the purple rainbow and the black flames collapsed together, and the lusterless purple short blade fell from the sky with a whine. The purple-haired man raised his eyebrows and waved in the air with one hand. An invisible suction immediately rolled out and took the short blade back into his hand. At this moment, the bloody flesh tentacles that were dancing wildly around the 3 people all condensed and collapsed, turning into a blood mist that disappeared in the air. Lu Ming was shocked. He kept the void sword in his hand and stared at the sky with his eyes narrowed. The young man in the silver carriage also looked up with a face full of surprise. Boom! After the blood mist in the sky tumbled, it suddenly separated to the left and right, revealing a blurry blood-colored monster figure out of thin air. It was looking at the 3 people below with an ominous glint in its eyes, and it let out a strange laugh. The monster appeared to be slightly taller than a normal person, standing around 10 feet tall. There was a pair of foot-long horns on its head that glowed with a faint red light, and there was a pair of giant blood-red wings on its back and an abnormally long bone tail that was as thick as an arm. It was holding a shiny black trident in its hand, and wisps of black flames were drifting around the trident. Lu Ming glanced at the flame, and he couldn't help frowning slightly. The aura exuded by the black flame on the trident was faintly similar to the true demonic aura. At this moment, beside the bloody monster, 2 clouds of mist, one green and one gray, also suddenly appeared. After the misty green gas dissipated, a beautiful woman with a yellow shirt on her upper body could be vaguely seen. She looked quite small and pleasant, but her lower body was crystal clear and fat like an ice silkworm. At this time, she was covering her mouth with one hand and looking at the 3 people with a smile. In the gray mist, a giant centipede-like insect with dozens of pairs of legs was swinging its 2 thick forelimbs. It looked like it was making threatening gestures. The giant insect was ugly, but the face on its head was like a human face. It had a pair of fangs that kept opening and closing, and an unknown gray liquid flowed out from time to time. Seeing the hideous appearance of the 2 new monsters, Lu Ming was shocked. He quietly released Divine Thought to scan. Sure enough, when his mental power scanned the 3 people, he couldn't detect the cultivation of the 3 people at all. Right at this moment, a dull thump rang out from the crimson cocoon beneath the 3 of them. Streaks of silver light abruptly erupted from the surface of the crimson cocoon before exploding, following which a ball of silver light shot forth in a flash. As the light faded, a figure appeared. It was Luo Tiancheng. When Luo Tiancheng saw Lu Ming and the other 2, he didn't have time to speak. He just glanced at the surrounding situation, and he was slightly startled. Hee, I already said that the blood prison technique you used is not good enough, but you still refuse to admit it. Look at you now. You actually let 4 people escape at once. The half-human half-silkworm woman in yellow clothes glanced at the bloody monster and chuckled. The bloody monster didn't speak. It opened its mouth and spat a mouthful of blood on the trident in its hand. On the original pitch-black trident, a bloody spirit pattern flashed faintly, outlining a strange bloodworm pattern on it. Subsequently, the bloody monster raised the trident up. Pung! 3 balls of crimson light appeared on the tip of the trident before exploding in a flash, sending a vast expanse of crimson light sweeping through the air. In an instant, the entire space shone with crimson light. At the same time, the ground of flesh and blood trembled once again. Thick tentacles shot out from the ground again and pounced directly at the balls of blood cocoons, wrapping around them like old tree roots. Under the reinforcement of the fleshy tentacles, the several balls of blood cocoons abruptly swelled in size. Furthermore, the surface of the cocoon shone brightly with red light, and even thicker crimson tentacles condensed on the surface of the blood cocoons. These tentacles were fluttering erratically, appearing even more sinister and terrifying than before. Once again, he destroyed all the blood-colored flesh tentacles that came at him. You are Blood Fork. When the purple-haired man saw the bloody monster cast the technique, he carefully looked at it several times. He suddenly thought of something and exclaimed. At the same time, his face turned pale. Haha. I didn't expect that in a small place like the Middle Sky Continent, there are still people who can recognize my Blood Fork people. It's really not easy. When the bloody monster saw someone called out its origin, it immediately let out a weird laughter. It seemed to be quite proud. What kind of ferocious monster is this Blood Fork? It seems that not only do you know its origin, but you are also very afraid of it. Lu Ming frowned and asked directly. Humph, it's more than afraid. If the monster in front of us is really a Blood Fork, I'm afraid that we are really doomed this time. When the purple-haired man heard this, although his expression was extremely ugly, he still quickly replied. At this juncture, why are you still keeping us in suspense? Hurry up and make things clear, Luo Tiancheng snorted and said bluntly. I once obtained the pavilion master's permission to peruse some of the pavilion's top-secret information, so I know some information that the cultivators of this world simply don't know. The people of the Blood Fork clan are actually not from the human realm, but from a powerful clan called the Blood Sea realm. Once they reach adulthood, they will at least have the strength of the Jin Dan realm. Moreover, the people of this clan are fierce and aggressive. There are many experts in this clan, and there are even some terrifying existences in the metaphysic realm. Our clans in the human realm can't compare with them. The purple-haired man's face darkened, but he had no intention of hiding anything. He quickly told the people around him what he knew. As a result, after listening to this person's words, Luo Tiancheng took a deep breath and raised his head to look at the ugly blood-colored monster again. His expression was gloomy and uncertain. When Lu Ming heard this, his heart also trembled. The purple-haired man's expression also became a bit ugly. On the other side, the young man in the silver carriage ignored Luo Tiancheng's words. Instead, he stared at the bewitching half-human, half-silkworm woman. He suddenly asked loudly, May I ask, Senior, are you the Chu Yao from the ancient legends? Hee, there's actually a junior from the human realm who can recognize my origins. This is really rare. It seems that our Chu Yao clan invaded this world and left behind many military achievements. When the half-human, half-silkworm woman heard this, she was stunned at first, but she immediately said with a smile. Then, she glanced at the Blood Fork beside her with a slightly provocative look. Chu Yao. Impossible. This time, there was no need for others to ask anything. As soon as they heard the name Chu Yao, the other 3 people's faces changed again. Their eyes fell on the half-female, half-silkworm monster. While Lu Ming was shocked, he quickly recalled the information related to Chu Yao in his mind. Only then did he find that the half-human, half-silkworm woman in the air really looked like the ancient fierce beast Chu Yao that should have been extinct in the human realm long ago. According to the ancient records, on a certain ominous day in ancient times, hundreds of Chu Yao fierce beasts rode meteors and fell from the sky. Wherever they landed, not only the earth cracked everywhere in the Middle Sky Continent, the rivers dried up, but also countless people were killed. If it weren't for the powerful figures of the mystic and lightning realm in the Middle Sky continent working together to kill them all, the consequences would be unimaginable. Compared with the Blood Fork clan, which was an alien race that had never been heard of before, the fierce name of Chuyao naturally made Lu Ming, Luo Tiancheng, and others shocked. If the Chuyao in front of them really had the terrifying magical power of the legends, how could they, a few crystal-level existences, resist it? Don't be afraid. Whether it's the Blood Fork Chuyao or the remaining monster, their strength has been greatly suppressed. It's far from what we imagined. Looking at the strange appearance of their bodies, it seems that it's not their original body at all, but just a clone or an incarnation of a split soul. I said, how could such a fierce creature easily appear here? After the young man in the silver carriage recognized Chuyao, he quickly took out a blue crystal ball and shook it at each of the three monsters in the air. After quickly launching some symbols, his face suddenly changed into an ecstatic expression. Are you sure you're not mistaken? The purple-haired man immediately asked with joy. Hearing this, Lu Ming and Luo Tiancheng also looked at the young man in the silver carriage nervously. This Xuanji bead of mine was given by our sect's grand elder. As long as it has an effect on the target, it will not be wrong. This bead shows that these monsters are only at the early or middle stage of Jing Dan. The young man in the silver carriage replied without hesitation. As soon as this was said, whether it was Lu Ming or Luo Tiancheng, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The four of them were able to come here, naturally their strength and willpower were far superior to their peers. As long as they didn't face an opponent that completely made them feel despair, they naturally had the strength to fight. This is interesting. These ants of the human realm actually saw through some of our secrets. Chuyao, who was half woman and half silkworm in the sky, saw this and laughed again after his upper body trembled. The faces of the giant centipede monster and Blood Fork also showed a hint of surprise. It seems that these few juniors of the human race are not simple. They can actually see through our current secrets. It's useless to talk nonsense. We don't have much time. You and Mr. Chuyao deal with the four juniors in front of you with all your strength. I will use all my strength now to suppress the rest of the people and directly eat them in the blood prison. I can also restore the blood essence that I have lost over the years. Blood Fork said with a cold snort after hearing this. Mr. Blood Fork thinks too much. Even though we are just temporary incarnations condensed by our main body, and our strength is less than 1/10 of our main body, it is still a piece of cake to deal with a few juniors of the crystal period. But then again, Mr. Blood Fork should separate these four people so that I can't use my full strength when I attack later. The half-human and half-silkworm woman said indifferently. Her words didn't seem to put Lu Ming and others in her eyes at all. The other giant centipede-like monster didn't say a word. It just looked at Lu Ming and others coldly with its eyes like it was picking food. This crimson space is where my sealed body is. It shouldn't be a problem for me to separate it with some tricks. Xuefu laughed strangely before agreeing to Lu Ming's request. Immediately after, he waved the shiny black trident in his hand in the air again and muttered a somewhat obscure incantation. Suddenly, a blood light scattered from the trident. These blood lights didn't come toward Lu Ming and others. Instead, they seemed to disappear into the flesh and blood ground below in a disorderly manner. Seeing this, Lu Ming's figure suddenly bounced back. His eyes quickly swept around and he secretly held the thick earth shield in his hand. The purple-haired man, the young man in the silver carriage, and Luo Tiancheng also held the totem in their hands tightly. They all revealed a vigilant expression and each took a few steps back. Although they heard the conversation of the monster in the air and admitted that it was only a temporary incarnation, its cultivation level was still far higher than theirs. However, the four of them didn't dare to be careless. After a few pung-pung sounds, the blood cocoon under Lu Ming burst open at the same time. A dazzling blood light instantly rushed into the sky. Lu Ming was shocked. Just as he wanted to dodge, the flesh tentacles below him rushed into the sky and at the same time, whipped in the air. The air around him tightened, and his figure couldn't help but stagnate. He was immediately swept by the blood light below. In the next moment, Lu Ming only felt his vision blur, and he suddenly disappeared from the blood space without a trace. As for Luo Tiancheng, the other two people, and the Chuyao centipede-like monster, they were also hit by the other blood light and disappeared in a blur. In the blink of an eye, only the blood trident was left in the blood-colored space. However, after a smear, its body blurred in the air and disappeared in the blood mist again. When Lu Ming saw the scenery in front of him again, he found that he was in a blood mist-sealed space that was hundreds of acres in size. Dozens of feet in front of him, the hideous centipede-like monster was coldly looking at him with a ferocious expression. Not far from Lu Ming, the silver carriage young man in the light golden mechanical armor was also standing there with a bewildered expression. The purple-haired man, Luo Tiancheng, and blood-forked Chu Yao were all missing. Two juniors, do you want to end yourselves, or do you want me to do it myself and show you some love? If I do it myself, I will definitely chew on your limbs bit by bit. Then, I will take away your fate. This way, when I return to the dead clan, you will also have a part of the merit. The ugly centipede moved its hundreds of legs and twisted its long body. It suddenly let out a gloomy male voice, as if it didn't care about the two people in front of it at all. When the young man in the silver carriage heard this, his eyes turned cold. He suddenly raised one hand, and with a swoosh sound, his right arm that was covered by the mechanical armor suddenly shot out 3 silver rays. They were 3 hair-like silver needles. The silver rays flashed through the air, and instantly pulled out silver threads that intertwined and gathered, like a silver silk net that covered the strange insect. The centipede monster's eyes flashed with disdain, and the corner of its mouth twitched. It opened its mouth, and a salty and sour air burst out. It was a green sticky acid. A rumbling sound could be heard. As soon as the silver silk net came into contact with the green mucus, it was instantly penetrated. This acid could actually melt stone and gold, and even a superb spiritual weapon could be melted by it. The young man in the silver carriage's face sank, and he changed the gesture in his hand. The remaining silk net collapsed with a clear sound, and 2 silver rays shot out from it again. They instantly circled in the air, bypassing the sticky green liquid, and blasted toward the ugly giant insect's head from both sides. The centipede monster's eyes suddenly turned to both sides at the same time. After glancing at the 2 silver rays, it snorted lightly, and a layer of gray mist suddenly rolled out from its body. Bang bang, the 2 silver rays hit the hard shell on both sides of its head, but they didn't leave any marks on it. They were directly bounced off with a series of sparks. As the gray flame swept forth, the silver light was instantly inundated, and the 2 needles fell feebly from the sky as 2 dull and lusterless thin needles. However, they were still rattling incessantly, and their surfaces were already riddled with rust. The young man in the silver carriage saw this scene, and his face became more and more ugly. The set of silver needles hidden in the mechanical armor was a real superb spiritual weapon. Although he didn't expect this probing attack to succeed, it still made his heart sink when it was easily dealt with by the opponent. It seemed that the green acid spat out by this centipede monster was very powerful, and the insect shell around it was not something that could be broken by ordinary means. It seemed that the opponent was really an existence of the same level as Chu Yao. Otherwise, an incarnation alone would not be so powerful to this extent. As Lu Ming witnessed all this, his pupils shrank, and his mind turned quickly. 2 juniors, what other moves do you have? Just use them. I have been trapped here for a long time, and I haven't exercised my muscles for a long time. I can play with you. The ugly giant insect's body was still twisting in the air, and its eyes were flashing with a bloody light. It said unhurriedly, "Fellow, do you have a way to stall this strange insect for a while? If I can get within a few dozen feet of it, I may be able to severely injure this monster." Lu Ming suddenly whispered to the silver carriage beside him. The young man in the silver carriage didn't answer. He just glanced at Lu Ming, then he took out more than 10 colorful beads from his sleeve and threw them forward. At the same time, he chanted and launched several symbols into the blue beads. There was a burst of blue light, and after a squeaking sound, the beads turned into more than 10 puppet knights and more than 10 gray giant wolf puppets. These puppet knights were clad in faint golden armor, and their eyes shone brightly. Immediately, their bodies were enveloped in faint blue light, and they each drew a sharp blue scimitar from their waists before flipping over and riding on the gray wolf puppets. After these gray wolf puppets howled, they ran around the giant centipede in 2 directions, faintly forming an encirclement of more than 100 meters in diameter. Then the young man in the silver carriage changed his gesture, and a series of green lights blasted out from the back of the armor. They hovered around him amidst the buzzing sound. These green lights were actually glowing mechanical flying swords. They were densely packed together, and there were actually as many as 108 of them. Every flying sword was a foot long and as thin as a wing. The body of the sword was inscribed with slender green spirit grain S, appearing extremely exquisite and ingenious. Traces of green light constantly flickered on the blade of the sword. Go. The young man pointed a finger into the air, and 108 azure mechanical flying swords began to tremor violently beside him. At the same time, bursts of azure light flashed, and they transformed into streaks of sword chi that were around 10 feet in length, hurtling toward the giant centipede. The blue puppet knights that surrounded the centipede monster also clamped their legs at the same time. The gray jackal puppets made bursts of low wolf howls, and they also pounced at the centipede in the middle. The blue sharp scimitar in their hands flashed, turning into a series of blue blade lights that slashed at the centipede monster. At the same time, Lu Ming immediately made a gesture, and black gas surged all over his body. After his figure shook suddenly, he transformed into 3 black figures that blasted at the giant centipede monster. The centipede monster's eyes moved in unison, and after taking a few glances at the dense green light and the blue puppet knights around it, it showed no intention of dodging. It merely shook its body, and the gray chi around it suddenly became denser. Ding ding dang dang, a deafening sound rang out. The green sword lights and blue blade lights slashed on the centipede monster one after another, but they couldn't break it at all. They only created some dazzling green light around it. The momentum was quite amazing. However, when the giant centipede was surrounded by a strange gray gas, the sword lights and blade lights were deflected. The 3 phantasms that Lu Ming transformed into took the opportunity to bypass the side after a few flashes, and they were only 80 meters away from the giant centipede. At this moment, the centipede suddenly turned its head 90 degrees, and its eyes looked at him emotionlessly. Lu Ming was startled. Before he could react, the giant centipede suddenly opened its mouth and spat out 3 balls of green light. In a blur, the 3 balls of green light disappeared into thin air. Not good. Lu Ming had a lot of experience in fighting with others. Without thinking, his body suddenly leaped and blasted to the side. After 2 puff sounds, the other 2 phantasms were hit by the green shadows that suddenly ejected from the nearby void, and they instantly collapsed and disappeared. The place where Lu Ming's original body was originally standing was also penetrated by the 3rd green shadow, but it naturally missed. Huh? After the giant centipede let out a slight sound of surprise, a trace of surprise flashed in its eyes, but the next moment, there was a bloody light flowing in its eyes, and its front pair of feet pointed at the green mucus. The 3 green mucus condensed slightly, and they instantly transformed into 3 small green arrows. With a swoosh, they chased after Lu Ming. The speed of the small green arrows was a bit faster than Lu Ming. As soon as the sound of breaking through the air came out, it was already 5 meters away from Lu Ming's back. However, Lu Ming's body floated again, and he flicked his 3 fingers backward without looking back. Immediately, 3 crystal clear sword chi rolled out and hit the small sword accurately. After 3 muffled sounds, the sword chi was instantly destroyed by the small green arrows, but it also slightly paused for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming made a hand sign with one hand. Pu sounds could be heard as a pair of silver wings appeared on his back. With a flap of his wings, his body flashed like a ghost twice, and he was only 30 feet away from the giant centipede. Seeing this, the young man in the silver carriage's eyes were full of brilliance. While he continued to control the flying sword, he waved his sleeve again, and a gold and silver glow rolled out. It was the silver carriage that was pulled by the 8 golden horses that he rode earlier. A bright light flashed in his eyes, and he could not help but speed up the gestures with his hands. Dazzling gestures were launched one after another, the wheels of the giant silver carriage rotated rapidly, and 4 silver wheel projections rolled out from within. The 8 golden steeds at the front let loose a ferocious roar as they blasted balls of golden flames out of their mouths. The golden flames enveloped the silver wheel projections, and they transformed into 4 golden wheel projections that rose up into the sky. At this moment, Lu Ming, who was in front, let out a long roar, and a soaring sword intent instantly broke out of his body. Following that, a golden light flashed on the surface of his body, and he turned into a golden rainbow that swept over. It was the ability of body and sword as one. The small arrows that were formed from the green acid that chased closely behind were only slightly impacted by the aftermath of this huge sword intent, and they exploded in a flash. At the front of the golden rainbow, a milky white halo could be faintly seen, causing layers of ripples in the surrounding void. It was Lu Ming who activated the nether sword's magnetic force without hesitation. There was finally a trace of seriousness on the giant centipede man's face. He ignored the attacks of the nearby puppet warriors and flying swords, and he stared at the golden rainbow that was rolling over. He opened his pair of fangs and was about to spit out green acid again. However, at this moment, the young man in the silver carriage stopped chanting, and the 4 golden wheels instantly exploded in midair, turning into a dazzling golden light that filled the sky like a scorching sun. The centipede man was caught off guard, and he only felt a dazzling golden light in the sky. He almost subconsciously closed his eyes, but he still opened his mouth and spat out a large ball of green liquid. In the blink of an eye, the golden rainbow suddenly made a turn and avoided the oncoming liquid. After a flash, it pierced through the gray gas on the surface of the giant centipede's body. Ow! The giant centipede screamed, and its 100 legs waved wildly on both sides. A large bloody hole suddenly appeared in the center of its body, and gray blood flowed out. In the next moment, white crystalline threads suddenly shot out from the bloody holes on the strange insect's body. After a series of wild dances, the seemingly tough body of the insect was sliced into fist-sized chunks of flesh that fell to the ground like rain. Not far in front of the young man in the silver carriage, the golden rainbow rolled back, and Lu Ming, who was holding the golden flying sword in his hand, reappeared. At this moment, although he was panting a little and his face was a little pale, a hint of joy flashed between his brows. He turned his head and nodded at the young man in the silver carriage. The young man in the silver carriage was also overjoyed and relieved. After nodding at Lu Ming with a face full of smiles, he also waved his hand to recall the flying swords and puppet warriors that filled the sky. However, right at this moment, a creepy laughter came from the broken, bloody body of the centipede monster. Good, very good. Such a sharp Yuan spirit flying sword, you really have some skill. Although this is only a temporary incarnation, an ordinary Yuan spirit flying sword will not be able to break through my skin. But in that case, this old man will make it impossible for your flying sword to attack. The voice came from the giant centipede head that had long been separated from its body. More than a third of the head had already been cut off, but after it closed its eyes and spoke, it began to chant an obscure incantation. The pieces of flesh that had originally been cut off began to squirm in place with the incantation. Seeing this strange scene, the expression of the young man in the silver carriage changed greatly. Without saying anything, he made a sign with one hand. The 108 mechanical flying swords that had yet to fly back immediately flashed, and the dense sword shadows shot towards the wriggling flesh on the ground. Lu Ming's pupils shrank, and he threw out the void sword in his hand. A golden rainbow swept out, and its target was the incomplete centipede's head in the flesh. Boom! The centipede's head was instantly pierced and smashed by the golden rainbow. However, the hundreds of pieces of flesh on the ground suddenly shone with a gray light before the sword's shadows arrived. With a chee-chee sound, they soared into the sky and turned into gray strange insects that were a foot long. There were at least 200 to 300 of them. These strange insects were very similar to the giant centipede from before. They were also covered in gray light, and there was a human face on their heads. It was like a shrunken centipede monster. With a flash of light, the dense sword shadows engulfed these strange insects like a gust of wind. Immediately, there was a continuous crackling sound. On the other side, Lu Ming also flicked his 10 fingers like a wheel, and a series of signs flashed out and disappeared into the void. At the same time, the golden rainbow in the distance circled and turned back into a 2-foot-long flying sword. It instantly divided into two into 4. In the blink of an eye, it turned into 8 identical golden sword shadows. Go! The 8 sword shadows trembled slightly in the void, and they also turned into rolling sword lights that slashed at the strange insects that had escaped. Wherever the golden light passed, the strange insects that had escaped also exploded into a rain of blood, and a large amount of blood mist spread out. However, when all the golden sword shadows disappeared again, Lu Ming and the young man in the silver carriage looked again, and they both inhaled a breath of cold air. They saw that the original strange insects that were 100 feet long were all gone, and they were replaced by nearly 1,000 similar strange insects that were the length of a finger. They looked exactly the same as the original strange insects, but their size was a few times smaller. The fierce attack of the two actually caused the original strange insects to split again, and the number of them increased as they fought. Just as Lu Ming and the young man in the silver carriage were greatly shocked, these thousands of strange insects opened their mouths at the same time, and they spat dense balls of acid at the nearby mechanical flying swords and puppet knights. Even though the young man in the silver carriage was startled and hurriedly made a hand sign, controlling the flying swords and puppets to quickly dodge, there were still continuous pew-pew sounds. More than half of the 108 mechanical flying swords were hit by the green acid, and their spiritual light dimmed, and their power was greatly reduced. The blue puppet knights were even worse. After being surrounded by the strange insects, they continuously waved the sharp knives in their hands to release sword lights to desperately defend themselves, but their bodies and the giant wolf puppets under them were still hit by more acid. In a moment, they were all riddled with holes, and they fell to the ground with a rumble. As for the 8 sword shadows formed by the void sword, they spun in the dense acid and turned into 8 golden light wheels of 10 meters in size, dispersing most of the acid that came close to them. Then, the 8 golden wheels shot back at the same time, and they instantly fused into one, turning into a golden flying sword that flew in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes swept over the few pinhole-sized marks on the void swords, and his heart still tightened. The power of the acid spat by these small strange insects seemed to be even stronger than the giant centipede's spat. Before the two of them could grieve over their spiritual weapons and puppets, the strange insects suddenly abandoned their puppets and mechanical flying swords, and swarmed toward the two of them. Lu, what other methods do you have? Quickly use them. Otherwise, after a while, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to fight with your life on the line. Seeing this, the young man in the silver carriage shouted, and his hand sign suddenly changed. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the swarm of insects. The 108 mechanical flying swords rushed into the swarm in a flash, and turned into balls of azure light that exploded. Most of the swarm of insects were torn apart by the waves of air, but after a blur, they condensed again in the blood mist, and continued to roll toward the two of them with a buzzing sound. Lu Ming's face was still filled with shock, but he had some understanding in his heart. This time, the strange insects that were destroyed didn't continue to split into more numbers. It was obvious that the thousands of insects in front of him was the limit that the centipede monster could transform into. If that was the case, as long as he continued to crush and kill, it wasn't impossible to defeat. After all, even if the centipede had an indestructible body, if it was killed thousands of times, it would probably die for real. A hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the young man in the silver carriage. It was obvious that he had the same idea. With a shake of his shoulders, another batch of azure mechanical flying swords shot into the sky. After circling around, they shot into the swarm of insects like a storm. The golden horse and silver carriage in front of him also shone brightly, and a silver wheel of light whistled out. After Lu Ming took a deep breath, he suddenly patted his waist, and a green and black mist rolled out, turning into a green-robed boy and a black-veiled girl. Go, try to kill these strange insects in one blow. Be careful of their spit. Lu Ming quickly ordered. Yes, master. The green-robed boy and the black-veiled girl nodded with a dignified expression. They each raised a strange wind and rushed toward the swarm of insects. As soon as they approached the swarm of insects, Scorpion made a series of hand signs, and a dust-like yellow whirlwind rose from the ground. It rotated at a high speed, and the nearby strange insects were sucked into it. Sha-sha sounds came, and inch-long sand blades condensed in the whirlwind, instantly tearing the strange insects into pieces. Fey air quietly transformed into 9 green-robed boys, and each of them spat out a gray flame. As soon as the strange insects came into contact with the flame, they instantly turned into ashes. However, there were still some strange insects that flashed past the two of them after they separated and went straight for Lu Ming, who was at the back. Lu Ming flicked his sleeve, and a golden talisman flew out of his sleeve. After a spin, it turned into a young man in golden armor who had the same face as Lu Ming. As soon as the incarnation of the yellow turban appeared, it didn't need Lu Ming to say anything. With a groan, its arms became blurred, and clusters of golden giant fists whizzed out, smashing all the strange insects that flew near. But in a blink of an eye, these strange insects condensed again in the blood mist. Lu Ming snorted and patted his shoulder. A burst of green light burst out in his robe. After a low roar, a lifelike green bull phantasm appeared in countless green spirit patterns. It was the totem mystic art that he cultivated. As soon as the green bull phantasm appeared, it opened its mouth and spat out a yellow light. It immediately rolled a dozen strange insects in front of it into its abdomen and disappeared. The next moment, these strange insects spat out clusters of green liquid in the body of the green bull phantasm. But what surprised Lu Ming was that these attacks turned into green smoke and disappeared with just a flash of faint green spirit patterns in the phantasm. Lu Ming was startled. Before he could understand why the totem phantasm was not afraid of the acid with amazing corrosive power, the huge centipede monster's extremely angry voice suddenly came from the strange insects on the opposite side. Candle God incarnation? Impossible. How can a junior of the crystallization period in the human realm have such a mystic art? Yes, there must be something wrong. This is not the Candle God incarnation at all. This is something similar. Do you really think you can scare away a Boer clan warrior like me with this kind of thing? As soon as the voice sounded, the other strange insects that were entangled with the flying swords and the scorpion flying skull suddenly turned around and rushed toward Lu Ming. The dozen strange insects that were swallowed by the green bull phantasm also suddenly had a gray gas on their body surface. Their bodies expanded wildly, and they were about to explode in the green bull phantasm. Lu Ming was startled when he heard the words of the centipede monster, and he was shocked when he saw this scene. Without thinking much, he raised one hand and pointed at the green bull phantasm according to the symbol of the nameless totem mystic art he got. Poof! The green bull phantasm raised its head and roared. After the spirit patterns all over its body flowed, its body suddenly became misty with green light. As soon as the giant insects came into contact with the azure light, they instantly melted, and the blood they turned into merged with the azure light, never to be seen again. This totem can actually directly restrain the rebirth of these strange insects? But why did the monster call this totem the Candle God incarnation? When Lu Ming saw this scene, he was overjoyed in his heart. At the same time, many doubts surged in his mind. At this time, the strange insects in the distance had already rushed to a place not far away. As soon as they opened their mouths, a large amount of green liquid blasted over. Lu Ming's face changed. He raised one hand, and a small yellow shield blocked in front of him and the yellow turban phantasm in a blur. It grew to several 10 meters in size. After the surface of the shield flashed, a yellow hill phantasm appeared. The next moment, the yellow earth shield trembled, and the sound of rain hitting the fence came. The dense green liquid hit the hill phantasm, and it immediately trembled. It immediately showed a state of being unable to resist. Fellow, help me resist for a while. I found a way to restrain these strange insects. After Lu Ming thought quickly, he sent a voice transmission to the young man in the silver carriage not far away. The young man in the silver carriage was originally controlling the flying sword to chase after the swarm of insects. After hearing Lu Ming's words, his eyes flashed. He gritted his teeth and made a strange gesture with both hands in front of his chest. A golden rune suddenly floated out of his chest and directly imprinted on the silver carriage and golden horse in front of him. Scorching sun carriage, explode. As the incantation was uttered, a wave of heat surged forth. The silver chariot and the golden horses shone brightly, and the 8 golden horses pulled the silver chariot and charged into the army of strange insects. They suddenly self-destructed, turning into countless piercing golden needles that shot out in all directions. Each of these golden needles that were as thick as a finger was several inches long. The scorching aura on the needles caused the air to distort. As soon as they came into contact with the strange insect, they melted its carapace and directly pierced through its body. After a golden light, most of the strange insects disappeared, leaving only 100 centipede strange insects and a large amount of rolling blood mist in the air. At this time, the young man in the silver carriage opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He quickly took out a small blue bottle and took out 2 pills to swallow. He then tore a milky white glyph and stuck it on his body. After a pu sound, a layer of pale white light enveloped him. At this time, Lu Ming let out a long roar and black gas rolled out of his body. He raised an arm and pressed his 5 fingers at the green bull shadow in front of him. Pung! A black beam of light shot out from his palm and disappeared into the shadow in a flash. The next moment, the green bull shadow also roared and its body immediately expanded crazily. After a few blurs, it became 300 to 400 feet tall. At the same time, its eyes were blood red and it opened its mouth at the blood mist in front of it. A burst of yellow light swept out in an earth-shattering manner, and all of the blood mist in its path was directly sucked into its stomach. Even the remaining dozens of strange insects were not able to dodge in time. Most of them were also sucked into the giant shadow by the yellow light. No, it's the Sky Devourer ability, it's really the candle god. Seeing this, one of the remaining dozen strange insects let out a shrill cry. Then, all the strange insects turned around and fled in all directions. However, how could the nearby scorpion flying skull and the young man in the silver carriage, who had an ecstatic face, let the tiger return to the mountain? Immediately, the yellow wind filthy flame sword shadow swept over, and the dozen odd insects exploded, turning into strands of blood mist. The yellow light swept past and the blood mist was also sucked in by the green bull shadow. Even through the hazy green light, Lu Ming and others could still see clearly that whether it was the blood mist or the living strange insects that were sucked into the green bull phantasm, they quickly disintegrated and melted under the flashing green light in the phantasm. In just a few seconds, they were all swept away and no longer existed. In the end, only a black ball was left in the body of the green bull shadow. It was the size of a fist and was surrounded by strands of faint black mist. Its surface was covered with twisted tadpole-like spirit inscriptions. It looked quite strange. Lu Ming stared at the ball for a while. After making sure that there was no danger, he grabbed at the air with one hand and let it fly out of the shadow. It landed steadily in his hand and he began to carefully examine it. Could this be the monster core of the monster that calls itself the Stemborer tribe? The young man in the silver carriage glanced at the ball and guessed. Yes, that is indeed a possibility. Lu Ming did not see anything unusual. He could only vaguely feel that it contained some kind of powerful energy. He immediately nodded thoughtfully. The Stemborer race looked like demons, and this clone's strength had reached the Jin Dan stage, so the Jin Dan within his body should be similar. With a flip of his hand, Lu Ming put away the item in his hand without any hesitation. The young man in the silver carriage smiled faintly, clearly not caring about this at all. At the same time, the huge green bull phantasm collapsed in a flash. Demon Flying Skull and Scorpion also flew to the front in a flash and respectfully bowed to Lu Ming again. You guys have worked hard this time. Lu Ming nodded to the boy and the girl. Then, he made a gesture with one hand, and the two of them turned into 2 wisps of black mist and entered the leather pouch on his waist. The yellow turban clone beside him also disappeared into Lu Ming's body in a flash. When the young man in the silver carriage saw this, a strange expression flashed through his eyes. He then looked at the mess around him and couldn't help but sigh. This time, we were able to kill this monster so easily because of Lu's secret technique. It was able to restrain its abilities. Otherwise, this time, it would really be more dangerous than it was. It's a pity that my 2 sets of mechanical flying swords and the Ardent Sun chariot would be lost. I didn't think that an unorthodox secret technique that I had inadvertently learned would be able to restrain this monster. Otherwise, I would have used it from the start. By the way, have you heard of the Stemborer tribe? Lu Ming smiled wryly and asked with some doubt. The young man in the silver carriage pondered for a moment before replying, I've never heard of it. I've never seen such a race in any of the records I've read. They should be a powerful foreign race from another realm like the Blood Fork race, the young man in the silver carriage said after some thought. That's the only thing that makes sense. It's just some incarnations, but they already have such terrifying strength. If their real bodies come, I'm afraid we're just like ants in their eyes. Lu Ming nodded thoughtfully. I'm a bit curious. Why would the clones of these foreign monsters appear in the Heaven Gate secret realm? Did something happen outside? The young man in the silver carriage said thoughtfully. Something happened? That shouldn't be the case. Even if the heavenly palace itself was overseen by a powerful being, how could anything happen to it, not to mention our elders are all there? Lu Ming shook his head slowly. The young man in the silver carriage nodded and said, "What Lu said is true. We will know the truth after we leave this damned place. However, speaking of leaving, we've already killed our opponents, but we're still unable to leave this place. I'm afraid there's something else going on here." The young man nodded and let out a long sigh. The young man in the silver carriage nodded and said, "Previously, the blood fork outside mentioned that this place is inside its body. It seems to want to kill us separately. We can't wait here. We must find a way to leave as soon as possible. Let's try various attacks and see if we can break out of this place." Lu Ming's expression became serious when he heard this. Lu's words make sense. "Let's do it now." The young man in the silver carriage listened and had no objections. Not long after, there was a loud rumbling sound in the space again. Outside the Heaven Gate secret realm, all the sects gathered at the top of the snowy mountain. On the slab of fate, the names of Lu Ming, Luo Tiancheng, and Ping Yu, which were originally at the top, suddenly dimmed. However, this was not the black color that represented death. Instead, it became much darker. This naturally shocked many people. What's going on? Why did these people's names suddenly become like this? Did something happen in the secret realm? The crowd of onlookers on the snowy peak quickly discovered this strange change and suddenly burst into an uproar. However, unlike the others who were gloating, the people of the four ancient sects, the Ouyang family, and the Sky Demon Valley became gloomy when they saw this. Because these names represented the outstanding disciples of their sects and clans. Not long after, rays of light flew over from the foot of the mountain and landed on the snowy peak. They were the leaders of the major sects for this meeting. However, most of these people didn't look happy. Although they were in their respective stations, they obviously saw the strange changes on the slab of fate through various means. "Fellow cultivators of the Heaven Palace, can you explain to me what is going on?" A white-browed old man in a brocade robe from the Ouyang family stared at the slab of fate. His face became more and more gloomy. He suddenly turned his head and asked the man and woman in the golden robe on the side of the slab of fate. Ouyang Qian and her sister were obviously extremely important figures among the younger generation of the Ouyang family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been sent to the Tianmen secret realm. According to the previous situation, there shouldn't be any accidents. Now that such a strange situation had occurred, how could the white-browed old man not be shocked and angry? Others, including Taoist Tiangu, also looked away from the slab of fate and fell on the two messengers of the Heaven Palace. Some glared at them, some were expressionless, and some had bright eyes. It seemed that they were all waiting for the two messengers to explain. Needless to say, those whose names had become gray were the elite disciples of the various sections. If anything happened to any of them, it would be a great loss to the sect. The two messengers of the Heaven Palace also looked very serious. This had never happened in the past Tianmen meetings. "Fellow cultivators, don't panic. This slab of fate is a psychic treasure of the Heaven Palace. Since the names of the younger generation disciples have not become gray, it means that they are still alive at this moment." The man in the bronze mask hurriedly explained. Hearing that, the expressions of Taoist Tiangu and the others became a little more relaxed. Then why did this only happen to the top-ranking disciples? The white-browed old man didn't seem to buy it and continued to ask coldly. On the other side, a gentle middle-aged man in a white Confucian robe said slowly, "Fellow cultivator Ouyang is right. Please give us a reasonable explanation about this matter. If it was because our sect's disciples were not as skilled as others and died, we would have nothing to say. However, since so many people are acting strangely at the same time, it is clear that the reason is not that simple." Spiritual Master Sky Gu, who had been silent all this while, also spoke slowly. "Everyone, I can guarantee that all of your disciples will be fine. The Heaven Palace has held many Tianmen meetings, and it has always been fair and strict. There has never been an accident." The man in the bronze mask hurriedly guaranteed. "As for the abnormality of the slab of fate, we need to investigate it." The woman in the golden robe next to him also said seriously. At the same time, the man in the bronze mask turned around to face the slab of fate. His eyes became solemn, and his hands kept forming various extremely complicated hand seals. There was a low voice of incantation coming from his mouth. The others looked at each other and temporarily suppressed their worries. They stared at the man in the bronze mask's every move without blinking. However, the man in the bronze mask suddenly stopped his incantation. He opened his mouth and spat out several balls of essence chi. With the guidance of the hand seals, the essence chi suddenly turned into a ball of green flame and seeped into the slab of fate. The slab of fate gradually glowed with bright white light. However, the names of Lu Ming and the others were still dim, as if there was no improvement. The man in the bronze mask frowned and pondered for a while. He took out a strange half-black and half-white ball and chanted for a while. The black and white colors in the ball were mixed up and circulated. Seeing this, he raised his arm without saying anything and pointed at the names of Lu Ming and the others on the slab of fate. Wisps of faintly discernible gray gas drifted out of the names of Lu Ming and the others, and they all disappeared into the ball in a flash. In the next moment, there was a sudden flash of blood in the ball, and then it suddenly exploded with a bang. The man in the bronze mask was shocked, and his face finally sank. When the onlookers saw this, they immediately whispered to each other. The faces of Immortal Tiange and the others became even gloomier. However, due to their identities, it was not appropriate for them to lose their temper. Senior Marshal Brother, why is this happening? The Heavenly Palace's woman frowned and asked her companion with a voice transmission. I don't know. This is very strange. This has never happened in previous meetings. The bronze-masked man's face turned a little ugly. After a pause, he continued to transmit his voice. After a pause, he continued to reply, it's as if the slab of luck suddenly can't sense the situation of these disciples. The slab of luck is closely related to the secret land of heaven. Logically speaking, as long as these people are still in the secret land, the slab of luck should be able to sense them. Unless these people are no longer in the secret land. How is this possible? The entire secret land of heaven has been set up with a boundary-breaking restriction. It has been isolated from all the spaces in the outside world. It's impossible for anyone to be teleported out at will, the woman said firmly. The man with the bronze mask was speechless. This was also something that he had been unable to understand. You too, do you have a result? At this moment, the middle-aged man in a white Confucian robe asked slowly. The two Heaven Palace messengers looked at each other and had to tell the truth to the crowd. At this time, even the Heaven Palace has no way to determine the current situation of these disciples? The white-browed elder of the Ouyang family was full of disbelief when he heard this. There was a commotion among the others. Everyone, please calm down. I will send a message to Elder Tianhe. His cultivation is profound, so he should have a solution. The man with the bronze mask suddenly sighed and said. This time, he had presided over the Heavenly Gate meeting from the Big Dipper Pavilion until now. Although it was not his responsibility, he thought that after this meeting, the evaluation of him by the upper echelons would be lowered. As he said this, the man turned his hand and took out a white formation plate. After whispering a few words, the formation plate shone with white light and soon became silent again. In a certain pitch-black space, a monster that was more than 10 feet tall and covered in a misty bloody light was sitting cross-legged on the ground with its eyes closed. The wings on its back were folded on both sides of its body, and its bone tail was casually coiled on one side. It held a shiny black trident in one hand, and its other hand was constantly changing signs. Surprisingly, this person was Xue Fu, who was hiding here. On the trident, there were two identical blood-colored balls of flesh that were several inches in size. Black gas lingered on the surface of the trident, and there were strange runes that flickered. They were slowly circling around the tip of the trident as it chanted an incantation. With every revolution, the runes within would faintly brighten. Pooh! A light sound rang out. One of the balls of crimson flesh suddenly exploded amid a flash of red light. Xue Fu's face, which was originally glowing with a faint red light, immediately twisted. He opened his mouth and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His aura quickly withered. One of the blood cages has been destroyed. Could it be that something happened to that Gui clan fellow? How unreliable. Damn it, the backlash from the power of space is so powerful. Xuecha's face turned from red to white, and the blood-red flames on his body dimmed. On the other hand, due to the backlash from the blood trident, the surface of the other ball of flesh flickered, showing signs of instability. In the mini blood-colored space, Lu Ming was urging the rolling black gas to transform into several mist dragons and mist tigers. They were madly attacking a certain part of the flesh wall. On the side, the youth in the silver carriage was urging more than 100 mechanical flying swords. At the same time, he also released more than a dozen large grey wolf puppets. They spouted white beams of light from their mouths to support the attack. The surface of the flesh wall shook violently, and the entire mini-space buzzed incessantly. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering noise. The entire flesh wall suddenly burst open, and a large amount of blood spilled out. Lu Ming and Xuefu only saw a flash of blood light in front of them. The scenery around them blurred, and they returned to the huge space where they had disappeared. Lu Ming's gaze swept around, and he immediately saw that there were two huge blood cocoons with a diameter of several hundred feet in the air. One of them had already burst open, and was quickly deflating like a balloon. The other huge blood cocoon was constantly rumbling, and its surface was wildly expanding and shrinking. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Before he could react to what was going on, there was another earth-shattering noise in the sky. The blood cocoon that was squirming suddenly burst open somewhere. There was a violent sound of magic power colliding. A silver figure, a purple-black figure, and a huge silkworm-like monster suddenly shot out along with the blood and flesh. Lu Ming's gaze focused. These three were none other than Luo Tiancheng, the purple-haired man, and the monster called Chu Yao. However, the three of them were not in good condition. Luo Tiancheng's hair was scattered, and he looked disheveled. His green clothes were tattered, and more than half of his body was covered with many grayish-black scars. They were slowly healing under the silver light. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Half of the purple-haired man's body was bathed in blood, and his arm and left leg were wrapped with white silk threads. These threads were deeply entangled in his flesh, and even with the purple-haired man's great strength, he was unable to break them directly. It was enough to show how tough these threads were. Chu Yao, whose upper body was that of a yellow-robed woman, had now completely transformed into a huge, pale green silkworm that was more than 10 feet long. There were rows of sharp, sword-like barbs growing on its back. Its upper body had also transformed into a huge silkworm. Its compound eyes flashed with a red light, and there were 2 holes on both sides of its swollen head. From time to time, it would exhale a stinky hot wind. This monster was also in a bad state. Its ice silkworm-like body was crisscrossed with scars. The wounds were not deep, but there was still a lot of green blood flowing out of them. The three of them looked as if they were both injured. However, Chu Yao's injuries were slightly lighter than Luo Tiancheng's. Luo Tiancheng struggled to stand up and looked around. When he saw the broken cocoon behind Lu Ming and Lu Ming, he was slightly stunned. His gaze finally fell on Lu Ming and the man in the silver carriage. "Were you two the ones who broke through that sealed space?" Luo Tiancheng asked weakly. Although he had the heavenly spirit body and was known to be immortal, he had used up a lot of his physical strength and magic power. As a result, the speed at which he recovered from his injuries was much slower. "The space that trapped us just now suddenly shook for some reason, and then it suddenly exploded," Lu Ming replied faintly. Hearing this, the young man in the silver carriage behind him didn't say anything, but he turned his gaze to the green silkworm monster in front of him. The purple-haired man also stood up slowly. A black light flashed behind him, and a black and yellow ghost appeared. A pair of ghost claws flashed, then it pulled off the white filaments that entangled his arms and legs. As the ghost retracted behind him, he looked up at Chu Yao blankly, then he glanced at Lu Ming and Lu Ming. Chu Yao raised his huge head and looked around. When he saw Lu Ming and Lu Ming standing here, but he didn't find the shadow of the Stemborer clan monster, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He scolded in his heart, "That guy is really a waste." Could it be that he was killed by 2 juniors of the crystallization period? The surprise in Chu Yao's eyes disappeared in a flash, but the purple-haired man and Luo Tiancheng naturally noticed this with their eyesight. The young man in the silver carriage glanced at Lu Ming, and his mouth moved. He didn't speak, but all kinds of thoughts turned quickly in his mind. It was also 2 against 1, and the strength of the 2 sides was actually not much different. The purple-haired man's strength was even the best among the 4, and the Stemborer clan monster and Chu Yao were obviously equal in strength. But the result was that Lu Ming and he beheaded the opponent, but Luo Tiancheng and the purple-haired man were both injured by the enemy. This result was probably very embarrassing for these two. But now that they were facing a strong enemy, these were trivial matters. They should work together to deal with Chu Yao's incarnation first. When the young man in the silver carriage thought of this, he coughed lightly and wanted to say something. Chu Yao, who was on the opposite side, suddenly twisted his fat body and pounced toward the four of them. At the same time, he spat out a snow-white cotton-like thing. As it spread out in the wind, it turned into a large piece of white silk, covering Lu Ming and others. Be careful, this silk is extremely tough. It can't be easily cut off. If you are entangled by it, it will be difficult to get rid of it. Only spiritual fire can burn it. Luo Tianqing's expression changed, and he quickly gave a warning. His body swayed as he shot backward. Lu Ming tapped his feet on the ground without thinking, and he also flew away from the range of the silk. At the same time, he raised one hand in the air and flicked his finger. 8 golden sword chi blasted out and hit one of the silk. Although Luo Tianqing said so, he still wanted to test its toughness. Bang bang bang, these silk were bombarded by 7 or 8 golden sword chi. They just shook slightly and continued to fall, but they didn't seem to be damaged at all. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming's face changed slightly. At the same time that the silver-armored youth was sent flying back, his mechanical armor flashed with a golden light, and 3 pairs of golden mechanical wings spread out again. They flapped up and down continuously, and with a burst of speed, his figure flashed, and he was already hundreds of feet away. The purple-haired man glanced at Lu Ming and sneered, but he didn't retreat. He had just fought with Chu Yao, so he was already confident in dealing with this silk. The black and yellow spirit patterns flashed on his face, and a ferocious ghost phantasm appeared with a howl. It blocked in front of him, and it opened its mouth to spit out a dark green flame. It instantly turned into a green fire pillar and hit the oncoming white silk. After a burst of sizzling sound, the silk only lasted for a moment in the green flame, and it turned into ashes. Seeing this scene, the eyes of Lu Ming and the young man in the silver carriage lit up. It seemed that what Luo Tianqing said was true. This white silk was really afraid of fire. On the other side, a quaint ancient bronze lamp appeared in Luo Tianqing's hand. There was no trace of rune enchantment on the lamp. It looked quite smooth, but there was a bean-sized silver flame burning on the wick, swaying with the wind. Just when a large piece of white silk was less than 10 meters away from him, he made a gesture and launched a silver light at the wick. The silver flame on the ancient lamp crackled and suddenly became bigger. As he made a gesture, a head-sized silver flame soared into the sky and landed on the silk in front of him. As soon as the silk touched the silver flame, it was immediately burned to ashes. Not only that, the silver flame also spread. After a while, nearly half of the silk disappeared without a trace. Chu Yao seemed to have some scruples about this silver flame. His huge body flashed in green light, and he fell to the side with a slow movement. His compound eyes were filled with murderous intent. The white silk in the sky also retracted, forming a layer of white silk net in front of him, protecting his body in it. At this time, the purple-haired man looked back at Luo Tianqing faintly. When the two were trapped in the different space to fight with Chu Yao, Luo Tianqing did not take out this ancient bronze lamp. Obviously, he was holding back at that time. Lu Ming and the young man in the silver car saw Luo Tianqing and the purple-haired man blocked a wave of attacks, so they no longer retreated. They flew toward Chu Yao from another direction. The 4 of them surrounded Chu Yao in the middle. Humph. I didn't expect you few juniors of the human clan to be so powerful. You are only at the crystallization period, but you can force me to such a point. The upper half of Chu Yao's body suddenly rose up, and a pair of compound eyes glowing with red light quickly glanced at the 4 people surrounding him. The voice was still a woman's voice, but the tone was extremely gloomy. As soon as the voice sounded, a series of puff-puff muffled sounds came from his bloated body. The 2 ventilation holes on his head suddenly closed, and they suddenly swelled a bit. Gray mist gushed out from them. The gray mist shrouded the space of more than 100 meters around him in the blink of an eye. His huge body was submerged in the gray mist, becoming looming. The strangest thing was that the originally white silk, in this strange gray chi, unexpectedly became blurry and disappeared. Seeing this situation, the purple-haired man's face flashed with yellow and black spirit patterns. The ghost phantasm behind him suddenly bulged, and the red color in its lantern-like eyes became more intense. It opened its mouth, and more than 10 head-sized dark green fireballs were spat out. Seeing the purple-haired man making a move, Luo Tiancheng also raised his hand without saying a word. There was a burst of puff-puff-puff sound from the ancient bronze lamp in his palm. 3 silver flames flew out one after another, turning into 3 silver lights that blasted at Xiao. On the other side, the young man in the silver carriage naturally patted his waist, and a red light blasted out. It turned into a red giant python puppet that was more than 100 meters long and as thick as a bucket. The giant python's body bent and stretched, and the snake head was raised proudly. Its 2 snake eyes were emitting a cold green light. It opened its mouth and spat out an endless stream of green venom. Lu Ming naturally didn't stay idle. As his eyes flashed slightly, he made a gesture and spat out the void sword. After the golden flying sword shook, it turned into a large golden light that rolled out. The 4 of them were naturally the top disciples of the various sects who participated in the Tianmen meeting this time. Under the joint attack, the momentum was extremely amazing. For a time, dark green, silver, green, and gold, 4 different attacks almost went into the gray mist in the middle at the same time, causing the mist to roll violently. But the next moment, a scene that made the 4 people's faces change drastically appeared. After the attacks of several people went into the gray mist, a series of heavy muffled sounds was heard. Then the rolling gray mist gradually calmed down, and the looming huge body of Chu Yao was still standing upright in it. He didn't seem to be injured at all. Just as the 4 of them were momentarily taken aback, the gray mist suddenly surged in all directions, and by the time the 4 of them came to their senses, they were already deep within the sea of gray mist. "Be careful, this mist is weird." Lu Ming had a bad feeling in his head. As soon as his divine sense left his body, it had a tendency to be distorted and scattered. His face immediately changed as he reminded. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a slight sizzling sound in the gray mist. It seemed that something was blasting from the front. His expression changed, and he made a sword gesture with his hand. As the golden light flashed, the void sword hovered around him, setting off a large amount of golden sword chi that rolled forward. Puff puff, there was a continuous impact sound. The sword chi seemed to have hit something soft and tough. It was the hidden silk. Lu Ming's face sank. He waved the void sword with one hand, and his body flashed in a golden light. He and the sword merged into one and penetrated backward. A golden rainbow flashed, and he escaped out of the mist sea with the sword controlling technique. The purple-haired man who was also trapped in the gray mist was still calm after hearing Lu Ming's reminder. He chanted an obscure spell, and the ghost phantasm behind him suddenly opened its mouth and spouted a large amount of dark green flame. The green flame rolled and turned into a fire wall around him. In the next moment, the sound of rain hitting the banana leaves sounded out. Something fell on the fire wall, making a sizzling sound, but it didn't break through the fire wall after all. The purple-haired man sneered in his heart, and then he took the opportunity to fly out of the gray mist after a few flashes under the fire wall. Ah! Damn it! At the same time that Lu Ming and the purple-haired man got out one after another, Luo Tiancheng and the young man in the silver carriage on the other side reacted a little slower. Before the 2 of them could activate their spiritual weapons to protect themselves, they felt that their bodies were suddenly tightened, and they were suddenly tied up by layers of invisible silk. The 2 of them were like insects stuck on a spider's web, and they couldn't move at all. Luo Tiancheng's hands were tied and stuck to his body. He could feel the invisible silk coiling around his body. Fortunately, the ancient bronze lamp in front of him was able to restrain the silk. He could still move his fingers. He made a quick decision and flicked his fingers. He cast a spell toward the flame of the ancient bronze lamp in front of him. Poof, a cluster of flame suddenly flew out of the lamp, and it bloomed in the wind. With a spin, it turned into a silver fire snake. It flew around Lu Ming's body, and in a sizzling sound, the invisible silk that entangled it turned into ashes. Luo Tiancheng only felt that his body was loose, and he suddenly groaned. At the same time, the silver light around his body rolled down, and there was a crackling sound. His arms struggled again, and he instantly broke free from the bondage. Then, his figure flashed and flew out. Although the young man in the silver carriage was also tied up like a dumpling, he appeared to be much calmer. He slowly chanted a few cryptic incantations, and the mechanical armor on his body suddenly glowed with a golden light. The temperature of the armor rose steadily, and a scorching hot aura spread out from the armor. The invisible silk on his body also softened and fell off. In this case, he couldn't care less about the giant snake puppet that was also tied up in front of him. The 3 pairs of mechanical wings on his back flapped a few times, and he turned into a golden light, flying out of the gray mist. The dozen or so giant wolf puppets that were originally behind him pounced forward to protect him, but after their bodies froze in midair, they were also tightly entangled by the layers of invisible silk. At this time, outside the gray mist, Lu Ming and others had stood together again. Hateful. If it were not for the lack of spiritual power in this body, how could these mere flames destroy my divine silk? Bloody fork, what are you doing? This is your body, why don't you use some means to help me take down these juniors? In the gray mist, Qiao couldn't help but feel resentful. At the same time, he opened his mouth and shouted in the mist. As soon as these words came out, Lu Ming and others outside looked solemn, and they made a vigilant posture. But this space was quiet, and there was no sign of the previous bloody monster replying at all. Bloody fork, how dare you go back on your words? He wants me to stall for time while he absorbs the blood essence. Isn't this wishful thinking a little too good? Seeing this, Qiao's compound eyes turned cold. His bloated body twisted a few times, and the pores on his head slowly closed. He began to make a strange incantation sound. All of a sudden, the surrounding gray mist began to swirl and converge to form a strange mist ball that was around 200 feet in radius around her body. The python and gray wolf puppets that were trapped within the mist ball suddenly exploded as if they were under some kind of enormous pressure. At this time, the gray mist was misty, and it was many times thicker than before. No one could see Qiao's figure at all. It seems that this bloody fork has been fighting repeatedly before, and his spiritual power is not small. Now that the situation is not good, he is planning to hide in this mist and not come out. Lu Ming frowned, but he immediately asked with a voice transmission. This is where the main body of the bloody fork is. The others are still trapped, and it is unknown whether they are dead or alive. If we wait for the bloody fork to recover more of its spiritual power and join forces with Qiao, I fear it won't be so easy to deal with. Why don't we go save them first? The youth in the silver carriage replied with a solemn voice transmission. If we go to save them now, we will have to expend a lot of magic power, and the people we save will be powerless. Secondly, Qiao will take advantage of us being scattered and attack us one by one. Luo Tiancheng snorted. The purple-haired man sneered, hee, what is there to say? It is naturally better to kill these monsters first. As soon as he finished speaking, he rubbed his hands together, and a dazzling white flag appeared in his hands, completely ignoring the reactions of the others. The white flag was shimmering with spiritual light and was emitting a powerful spiritual qi. It was also a rather rare magic treasure prototype. The purple-haired man muttered an incantation and shook the flag in his hand. The flag suddenly unfurled, and dazzling light shined from it. In the next moment, rays of white light shot out of the flag as it was waved. They turned into a dozen giant wind dragons that were more than 200 feet long. They swept toward the gray mist like a tidal wave. It seemed like they wanted to crush the gray mist directly. Seeing this, the young man in the silver carriage turned his head to look at the flesh cocoons that were already 100 feet in size. He gritted his teeth and retracted the 3 pairs of mechanical wings behind his back. He changed his hand sign again, and the mechanical armor on his arms suddenly transformed into golden cylinders. There were 3 cylinders on each of his arms. They looked quite similar to the red cylinders on Pingyu's mechanical armor. However, they looked a lot smaller and more exquisite. The faint silver spirit patterns on them were clearly visible. A series of muffled sounds rang out, balls of golden flames that emitted a scorching aura surged out of the 6 cylinders. They formed 2 densely packed golden lines that continuously shot toward the gray mist ball in the middle. Luo Tiancheng raised his hand again, and one sign after another entered the ancient bronze lamp in his palm. A large amount of silver flame was released and surged toward the sea of mist in front of him. Lu Ming shook the golden long sword in his hand, and there were also dense sword shadows that broke through the air. A shocking scene appeared. The huge gray mist ball was bombarded by more than 10 giant wind dragons, sword shadows, flames, and the green and silver flames. The surface of the huge gray mist ball had dents of different depths. However, no matter which attack stopped, the scars left by the previous attack quickly healed like a rubber ball. This situation only lasted for a few seconds. It was unknown whether it was because the young man in the silver carriage had used too much spiritual power or because he had discovered some clues. He took the lead and stopped the attack. He quickly said, "Conventional methods won't work. Conventional methods won't work. Under the support of the strange gray fog, ordinary attacks and wind and fire spells are completely ineffective." "You don't have to say that." The purple-haired man snorted coldly. He stopped the sign and also put away the white flag. Seeing this, Luo Tiancheng also stopped activating the ancient bronze lamp in his hand with a gloomy face. Since the effect was not great, the three of them naturally did not want to waste their magic power for nothing. Just as the three of them stopped their attacks, Lu Ming, who was at the side, narrowed his eyes and looked at the fog ball for a moment. Suddenly, his eyebrows jumped and he shot out. However, with a blur, he disappeared into thin air. At the same time, Luo Tiancheng and the other two heard Lu Ming's faint voice transmission. "Everyone, please wait a moment. Let me see if I can break this thing by myself." Just when the three of them were stunned, there was a fluctuation in the sky above the gray fog ball. A figure flashed, and Lu Ming appeared out of thin air. At this moment, he, who was in mid-air, formed a sign with one hand. A silver light flashed behind his back and a pair of silver wings grew out. As the black water light flashed in his hands, he held 2 heavy water droplets in each hand. There was a thick mist flowing on the surface of the 2 beads, and the faint sound of flowing water could be heard. Lu Ming shook his wrist, and the 2 heavy water droplets blurred, turning into 2 black streams of light that merged into his left and right wings. Puff puff puff. The silver wings just flapped slightly, and a pitch-black spirit pattern suddenly appeared on the surface. Within a radius of 10 meters, black mist spread out. At the same time, there was a little blue light flashing inside, and it began to make a thunderous rumbling sound. This mystic art of fusing the beast armor transformed by the 8-legged sea beastkin with the heavy water droplet was a mysterious technique that he realized after constant training in the illusion over the past few years. It was the first time he used it in the real world. At this time, Lu Ming held the void sword horizontally in his hand. His lips moved slightly as he chanted. All his spiritual power was poured into the flying sword. At the same time, the wings on his back were flapping faster and faster in the buzzing sound. It was almost invisible to the naked eye. Swoosh, the void sword soared into the sky. After swaying against the wind, it turned into a golden sword shadow of more than 100 meters long. This sword shadow only spun in the sky, and immediately the black mist below roared. It suddenly turned into a few black water pillars that soared into the sky. After a muffled sound, all of them flashed and disappeared into the giant sword shadow. The golden sword shadow suddenly expanded several times, turning into a giant blade that was 70 to 80 meters long. It gradually became real, exuding a terrifying and powerful sword essence. Whether it was Luo Tiancheng, the purple-haired man, or the young man in the silver carriage, when they were swept by this sword essence, their faces changed drastically. They all took a few steps back at the same time. Slash! Lu Ming shouted and pointed to the sky with one hand. The giant sword shadow fell from the sky with a pu sound. Wherever it passed, the void suddenly became distorted and hazy, and there was a rumbling tearing sound. At the same time, Chu Yao's ear-piercing screech came from the depths of the gray mist ball below. Not only did he curl up his body, turning it into a giant meatball, but the mist that was originally more than 20 meters in diameter shrank by nearly half under the tumbling and desperately squeezing again. It seemed to be incomparably dense. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The giant sword shadow fiercely slashed the mist ball, bursting with dazzling light. It was as if a golden sun had suddenly exploded between the two, sweeping up circles of powerful shock waves in all directions. Bang! After the giant sword shadow's terrifying slash, it finally tore the mist ball apart and fiercely slashed the meatball inside. It cut a foot deep, but strangely, there was no blood flowing out. In the next moment, a layer of waves suddenly shook on the surface of the meatball. After a few flashes, the giant sword shadow was slowly squeezed out of the meatball inch by inch. Qi Yao's physical body was so powerful that even such a terrifying slash couldn't completely break his body. However, Lu Ming in the sky seemed to have expected this. He flicked his 10 fingers without saying anything, and a series of colorful symbols shot out, flashing into the giant sword shadow. There was a muffled sound in the sword shadow, and a milky white halo burst out. After a spin, it suddenly turned into countless white crystal threads, flashing into the meatball. No! Qi Yao's scream came from the meatball. The sword shadow that had been squeezed out suddenly sank, and it actually split the meatball apart. Swoosh, half of the meatball became blurred and instantly disappeared under the sword shadow. The other half of the meatball shuddered as it attempted to flee, only to be bound by the surging mist that had erupted from the sword projections. Immediately thereafter, countless translucent threads flashed past, and the meatball plummeted from the sky as a pile of mincemeat. Pung, the void nearly 100 feet away fluctuated, and Qi Yao, who only had the upper half of his body left, appeared with a flash. His face was full of disbelief. Although this monster's strength was amazing, in the previous battle with Luo Tiancheng, most of his powerful magical powers had been broken. Now, the powerful defense that he relied on the most was also broken by Lu Ming's slash. One could imagine the shock and anger in his heart. However, at this moment, the giant sword shadow became blurred, and it collapsed into spots of golden light. It once again turned into a golden flying sword and shot back. Lu Ming grabbed the more than 2 feet long void sword in his hand. He raised his head and looked at the heavily injured Qi Yao. He said lightly, "Fellow friends, what are you waiting for? If you don't attack now, when will you?" The purple-haired man and the others were already a little dumbfounded. When they heard Lu Ming's words, they all recovered. "Very good, I didn't expect you to have this kind of magical power. If that's the case, then there's no need to get rid of me." The purple-haired man laughed wildly, and there was a rumbling sound behind him. The huge ghost shadow rolled out again, and with a roar, it rushed toward Qi Yao. After the youth in the silver carriage laughed bitterly, he crossed his arms again. The 6 golden cylinders suddenly shone with golden light, and golden balls of flame shot out in all directions. After Luo Tiancheng's expression changed for a while, he coldly snorted and raised one hand. The ancient bronze lamp in his hand also shone with silver light, and a large amount of silver flames also rolled out. This time, the heavily injured Qi Yao didn't dare to take on the combined attack of the 3. With a low roar, white mist suddenly spewed out from the wound below. With a roll, it turned into a sea of mist that covered an acre of land around him. His figure blurred and disappeared again. When all the attacks fell into the sea of white mist, they directly pierced through it, as if there was nothing inside, and there was no living thing inside. Such a strange situation made Luo Tiancheng and the others frown, but before they could change their attack method, there was a pu sound, and a black shadow directly entered the sea of mist in a flash. It was actually Lu Ming who flapped his wings and rushed into the sea of mist. As soon as he entered the sea of mist, the pair of flesh wings on his back quickly flapped, and the water around him surged and rolled. It quickly turned into circles of black water mist that spread in all directions, and disappeared into the white mist. In the sea of white mist, Qi Yao, who was desperately urging his Fa to heal his injuries, suddenly felt an extremely rich water attribute power rush over. Wherever it passed, the white mist rolled and surged, and instantly turned into a mixture of black and white. Qi Yao was shocked. His body moved, and he was about to fly away again, but he suddenly felt that the mixed black and white mist around him had become extremely heavy, and his movement suddenly became a little slower. At this moment, Lu Ming, who was also in the sea of mist, made a one-handed sign. The originally thick black and white mist burst with blue light, and the entire sea of mist immediately disappeared. Qi Yao's figure suddenly reappeared in the eyes of the purple-haired man and the others. This time, without Lu Ming saying anything, the purple-haired man, Luo Tiancheng, and the others immediately attacked like a storm. The ghostly silver flame and golden light instantly arrived. After Qi Yao screamed again, he opened his mouth and spat out dense silk. At the same time, the spirit inscriptions on the surface of his body flashed, and a pale green light immediately appeared on the surface of his body. Pieces of rock-like green cuticle appeared. There was a loud explosion. The sharp claws of the ghostly phantasm were like sharp blades, forcibly tearing apart the silk, and they first scratched Chu Yao's head, making a clanging sound. These green cuticle were immediately scratched by the claw marks. The golden flame then fell down with a loud bang, and the green cuticle began to crack and collapse in a tremor. Immediately afterward, there was another loud bang. The silver flame bombarded Chu Yao's head, making a strange crackling sound as soon as it touched him. With a bang, a golden rainbow of more than 100 feet flashed by, taking the opportunity to penetrate Chu Yao's body, leaving a fist-sized bloody hole. After the golden light faded, Lu Ming reappeared not far away, holding the void sword in his hand. The golden rainbow's attack just now was the result of him using the body and sword fusion technique to severely injure Chu Yao. Bold human juniors, I want your little life. After Chu Yao's huge body shook a few times, the woman's resentful voice came out of her mouth. As soon as the voice fell, the giant insect opened its mouth and spat out a green-black ball the size of a human head. The ball rotated in the air and suddenly lit up a circle of pale green light. Wherever the green light passed, whether it was the ghost house phantasm, the golden flame, or the silver flame, they were all lifted up and scattered in all directions. Monster core? Lu Ming was shocked. Before the green light swept past him, he quickly urged the wings behind him to flap and shoot backward. At this time, Chu Yao's fat head was shrouded in the green light. A pair of red compound eyes revealed a fierce gaze, fiercely sweeping over Lu Ming and the others. At this time, his head was badly mutilated, green blood dripping down. Obviously, the attack just now had caused a serious injury to him. Seeing this, Luo Tiancheng snorted coldly. When he was about to attack again, Chu Yao suddenly opened his mouth again and let out a sharp and harsh roar. Suddenly, a large amount of silk shot out and gathered near the Yao Dan in front of him. The gray mist that was drifting in all directions also gathered and fused with the white silk. The white silk suddenly turned gray. Butterfly transformation. Chu Yao screamed, and the pale green light on the monster core suddenly shrouded all the gray silk. In the green light, the gray silk interweaved with each other like lightning. After a dazzling moment, the silk disappeared and was replaced by nearly 100 palm-sized gray butterflies, fluttering nearby. Chu Yao smiled sinisterly. He opened his mouth and let out a soft cry. The gray butterfly that was circling around his body suddenly flapped its wings and flew out. It transformed into a gray cloud that swept toward Lu Ming and the others. Humph. It's just a desperate struggle. Luo Tiancheng sneered. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence into the ancient bronze lamp in his hand. The silver flame suddenly soared several feet into the air, following which a dozen or so silver fireballs shot out. Poo-pee-you a few sounds later. These silver fireballs abruptly transformed into a dozen lifelike silver fire snakes on their way to meet the gray butterflies that filled the sky. Suddenly, the silver flames engulfed a large number of spirit butterflies. As the flame swallowed and spat out, a series of crackling sounds could be heard. The spirit butterflies seemed to be struggling in pain within the silver flames, and their flapping of wings became slower and slower. Seeing this situation, Luo Tiancheng's face revealed a trace of delight. No, your silver flame energy is being absorbed by those spirit butterflies. The expression of the youth in the silver carriage suddenly changed, and he warned loudly. Luo Tiancheng's expression froze, and he looked over with rapt attention. Sure enough, the dozen or so silver fire snakes were slowly shrinking. On the contrary, although the movement of the spirit butterflies in the silver flames was a lot slower, they were faintly bigger than before. Haha, my spirit butterfly technique, although it is restrained by the spiritual flames of several great magical powers, it is simply wishful thinking for you crystallization period kids to break this mystic art. Chu Yao laughed wickedly. At the same time, the gray butterfly suddenly sprinkled a large amount of gray powder from its wings. Under the cover of clouds and mist, all the silver fire snakes dissipated after a while. Walala, the gray butterfly continued to sweep toward the four of them with a wave of powder. Its momentum was a bit more powerful than before. Everyone, don't be held back by these spirit butterflies. Kill Chu Yao's real body directly. Since his Jing Dan has appeared, it means that he can't hold for long. The purple-haired man's eyes flashed as he transmitted his voice. No, these spirit butterflies are not easy to deal with. I don't have much spiritual power left. Lu Ming glanced at the spirit butterflies in the sky and murmured. Humph, leave these things to me. Luo Tiancheng, who was at the side, suddenly put away the ancient bronze lamp in his hand. He flipped his hand and took out a blue talisman. A faint blue light suddenly blossomed with a trace of coolness. Cold dark talisman. Very well, in that case, let me and Mr. Luo try to hold these spirit butterflies. Brother Lu and Mr. Big Dipper Pavilion should kill this Qiyao as soon as possible. The youth in the silver carriage looked at Luo Tiancheng with a strange look on his face and said quickly. The others naturally had no opinion. Just at the moment when the four of them quickly transmitted their voice, the spirit butterflies in the sky had flown less than 10 meters away from the four of them. They were overwhelming like a huge gray cloud, and they were about to swallow the four of them in the next moment. Luo Tiancheng threw one hand without saying a word. A blue light blasted out and went into the sky full of gray butterflies. Explode. He made a gesture with both hands and shouted in a low voice. The blue talisman suddenly shattered. Suddenly, blue light flashed, and the wind was loud. A blue beam of light broke through the air and fell among the spirit butterflies, and it spread for 100 meters. The surrounding air suddenly became cold, and the air condensed into a little blue ice flower. The place where the blue beam of light fell was frozen with a thick layer of ice within 100 meters. Those spirit butterflies were naturally no exception. Almost half of the spirit butterflies were frozen and fell to the ground like hail, making a burst of bang-bang sound. However, the remaining spirit butterflies continued to sweep toward the three of them from both sides. Get ready. Seeing this, the youth in the silver carriage shook his hand. The mechanical armor on his body shone with a golden light, and 3 pairs of mechanical wings appeared on his back again. With a flap, he turned into a golden light and faced the remaining spirit butterflies. In midair, the 6 pale golden cylinders on his arms suddenly changed and turned into 2 sharp pale golden fist blades. His figure spun in the air. With a slight wave of his arm, he slashed out a pale golden blade light in all directions like lightning. After these blade lights flashed out, they turned into a blade net that blasted toward the spirit butterflies in front of him. The momentum was extremely astonishing. However, these gray butterflies were fearless in the face of the blade light. They welcomed it head-on. A burst of puff-puff sound came one after another. As soon as these gray butterflies touched the golden blade net, they were immediately shaken back for a while, but they didn't seem to be injured. After a few fluttering, they rushed forward with the nearby gray butterflies. They actually confronted the golden blade net in the air. At the same time, a silver light flashed behind Lu Ming. He turned into a black light and rushed toward Qiyao from one side. The ghost phantasm behind the purple-haired man flashed, and his figure moved to follow. No one knew what kind of movement technique he used, but he flew 100 meters away in a flash. Now there were only a few spirit butterflies guarding in front of Qiyao. As long as they were pinned down, Qiyao would not have any power to fight back. As a result, when Lu Ming and the purple-haired man just bypassed the spirit butterflies in the sky, an unforeseen event happened. The icy blue hailstones on the ground suddenly trembled. Under a closer look, the gray spirit butterflies among them were slowly flapping their wings, and many cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of these hailstones. Seeing this, Luo Tiancheng showed a cold expression on his face. He groaned, and the silver flame around him rolled up. His figure flashed and rushed toward the spirit butterflies that were about to break out of the ice. The golden blade net that the youth in the silver carriage slashed in midair seemed to be in a state of exhaustion under the constant impact of the spirit butterflies. Although Lu Ming and the purple-haired man were a little surprised to see this, after a few flashes, they were also a few 10 meters away from Qiyao. Good, then let my spirit butterflies suck you dry. Seeing this, Qiyao opened his mouth and spat a cloud of green mist into the beastkin core that was hanging in front of him. The green and black spirit patterns on the surface of the beastkin core suddenly flashed, and the spirit butterflies that were originally guarding in front of him all fluttered their wings and greeted Lu Ming and the purple-haired man. If I can hold these spirit butterflies in front of me for a few seconds, do you have the confidence to kill this Qiyao? The purple-haired man glanced at the gray spirit butterfly in front of Qiyao and transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Maybe I can give it a try. Lu Ming didn't even think as he quickly replied. Hearing this, the purple-haired man opened his mouth and spat out a small bronze bell that was only an inch in size. Its surface was faintly covered with faint purple spirit patterns, and he quickly launched a few symbols into it. The purple spirit patterns on the surface of the small bronze bell flowed, and it instantly grew to 10 meters in size. Fect a bell. How do you have this treasure? Xiao was shocked when he saw this. The purple-haired young man seemed to not hear it. He chanted a few incantations in a low voice, then he opened his mouth again and spat 3 mouthfuls of blood essence into the bronze bell. His face quickly turned pale. After the bronze bell absorbed the blood essence, its surface suddenly shone brightly. It swayed in the wind and released circles of faint purple ripples in the air. As soon as those spirit butterflies touched these purple ripples, they seemed to suddenly lose their direction and flew around randomly. Xiao seemed to be quite afraid of this bronze bell. When the spirit patterns came, he wanted to avoid it. However, at this time, he was already on the verge of exhaustion. In addition to the previous injuries, he couldn't escape. After the purple ripple swept past, Xiao suddenly felt dizzy. His body was shaking. He knew that it was not good, so he wanted to recall Jin Dan with a loud cry. Don't even think about it. At this moment, Lu Ming made a gesture with one hand, and a green light shone in his robe. With a low roar, a lifelike green bull phantasm emerged. It was the totem mystic art. As soon as the green bull phantasm appeared, it spat a yellow light toward the direction of Jin Dan. After Jin Dan shook slightly, it was not directly rolled back, but it also slowed down in the yellow light, and the light suddenly dimmed. Lu Ming shook his wrist again, and the void sword blasted over in a flash. A golden light flashed midway, and a sword light turned into 4, slashing at the green-black Jin Dan where Xiao was originally. Bang! The black and azure light intertwined with the 4 golden sword lights before exploding with a resounding boom. No! Xiao screamed. The Jin Dan was destroyed, and his aura instantly dissipated, returning to the appearance of only the crystallization period. Lu Ming's other palm shook, and a pitch-black gas appeared. 2 black and red light spots blasted out as fast as lightning. Pa pa pa, Xiao's protective aura was penetrated by the light spots. The red light flashed and shot into his eyes. Ah! Xiao's eyes instantly turned into 2 fist-sized bloody holes. At the same time, he let out a shrill scream. The void sword became blurred and flashed again. It turned into a golden light and circled around the giant silkworm's neck. With a pu sound, the huge head rolled down from its body. The huge silkworm body twitched a few times and also fell from the sky. At this time, the void sword turned again, and a strange cold sword light rolled down. Xiao's head and body were instantly drowned in it, turning into a large piece of minced meat. The black gas on Lu Ming's hand slowly dissipated. On his fist, 8 dragon scales disappeared into his body. Those 2 dots of black and red light were the flood dragon scales that he had painstakingly refined with the help of the sky demon's blood essence. Once they left his body and shot out, they would be extremely powerful. However, they had indeed become consumables. Every time he used one, there would be one less. Just at the moment when Xiao was beheaded, the gray spirit butterflies that were still fighting with the other 3 turned into mist and burst. After Lu Ming recalled the green bull phantasm and the void sword, he took out a golden yuan pill and swallowed it. Then, he looked back at the others. In this series of fierce battles, even though the spiritual power in his body was far purer than ordinary people, he had now consumed 70% to 80% of it. The purple-haired man nearby waved one hand, and the bronze giant bell in the air returned to its original size. It flashed back to his hand, then he flew to the ground, took out a bottle of elixir, and sat cross-legged to meditate. The young man in the silver carriage and Luo Tiancheng were not much better. After withdrawing their spiritual weapons, they also fell to the ground to meditate. It was obvious that they were almost at the end of their rope after the battle just now. Lu Ming smiled and was just about to say something to the 3 of them when his expression suddenly changed. His body suddenly blurred and he disappeared into the distance. In the next moment, a black trident pierced through the place where he was originally standing with a swoosh sound. Naturally, it missed. Following that, a dazzling blood-red light burst out from the nearby void. At the same time, a large amount of red mist rolled out of thin air. Within the red mist, a massive humanoid figure appeared in a flash. It had a pair of horns on its head and a pair of crimson wings on its back. Based on its appearance, it was precisely Xianxia that had vanished without a trace earlier. However, at this moment, its figure was more than 10 times larger, and it was over 30 m in size, causing it to seem like a giant. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. Without saying anything, he shook his sleeves and placed the void sword in front of him. Luo Tianqing and the others, who were originally sitting cross-legged to resist, also jumped up with a drastic change in expression. They either channeled their martial arts or released their defensive spiritual weapons. All of them looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The giant Xianxia didn't even look at the people below. It opened its mouth and a red light swept out, wrapping around the minced flesh of Chu Yao's corpse below. With another roll, it swallowed the flesh into its mouth. It chewed twice and swallowed it all. Jia jia, after Xianxia let out a strange laughter, it finally raised its head and looked at Lu Ming and the others. There seemed to be a hint of hesitation in its giant eyes, but the next moment, its body flashed with a red light. The surface of its body once again rolled out a rolling blood mist, and its huge figure became faintly discernible. Lu Ming and the others couldn't help but look at each other. What does this monster want to do? The young man in the silver carriage couldn't help but ask. I'm not sure, but no matter what it wants to do, it won't be a good thing for us. Lu Ming said slowly. In any case, 2 of the 3 have been eliminated. Let's go all out and get rid of the last monster. It shouldn't be difficult, right? Luo Tianqing took a deep breath and said coldly. Junior Luo, don't forget that these 3 monsters are only temporary incarnations. Who knows if their main bodies are nearby? Lu Ming replied indifferently. You said that their main bodies are also in the secret realm? How is that possible? Luo Tianqing didn't believe it at all. Hee, that's hard to say. Do you think that a space that can trap all of us at the same time can be made by these few Jingdan realm incarnations? The purple-haired man said at this moment. Hearing this, Luo Tianqing's expression changed a few times. Just as he was about to say something, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the depths of the flesh under their feet. The sound grew louder and louder, and it became louder and louder. Lu Ming frowned, and a faint feeling of foreboding arose in his heart. Suddenly, they felt the ground under their feet sink. The flesh on the ground suddenly produced a devouring force, as if it wanted to forcefully pull them into the flesh wall. However, this force was not enough for Lu Ming and the others to fear. The 4 of them activated their spells at almost the same time, breaking free from the suction force and flying into the air. In the next moment, the entire flesh wall seemed to be wriggling, and from time to time, there was a creaking sound. A pungent smell of blood rose from below. Not good. Lu Ming suddenly shouted. The other 3 were shocked and followed Lu Ming's gaze. On the ground, they saw that the blood-colored flesh cocoons that the others had transformed into had sunk more than half. It looked like they were about to be completely devoured by the flesh wall. What should we do? Should we save them? A look of hesitation appeared on the face of the young man in the silver carriage. Pingyu was also in the mass of flesh below. His words, rather than a question, were more like a murmur. It's too late. The purple-haired man glanced at the flesh ground that had countless faintly visible giant mouths, and said coldly. Lu Ming's expression was silent. In a situation where the blood trident was glaring at them, and most of the 4 of them had used up most of their magic power, it was unlikely that they would have the chance to care about the people trapped below. In just 2 or 3 breaths, all the mass of flesh had almost completely sunk into the ground, leaving only a small semicircular top that was still above the ground, and it continued to wriggle. In the midst of the loud rumbling, the entire space began to tremble violently. Circles of air mixed with specks of red light came out of nowhere, causing the clothes of Lu Ming and the others to flutter uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, maniacal laughter reverberated in the blood-colored space, causing the void to tremble with a buzzing sound. Those who heard it felt their blood churning, and their hearts were filled with discomfort. The glaring blood-red light in the air flickered incessantly. As the trembling of the space gradually subsided, the blood-red light faded, and the figure of the blood trident appeared in the sight of Lu Ming and the others again. At this moment, his body had already returned to its normal size, but he was emitting an extremely terrifying aura. He was still holding the black trident in his hand, and as he swept his gaze across them, they felt a chill rising up in their bodies, and a prickling sensation on their skin. Lu Ming's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. The spiritual pressure emanating from the body of the blood trident had already surpassed the Jin Dan realm, and had reached the level of the celestial phenomenon realm. In addition, the spiritual pressure contained a faint aura that was rather similar to that of the Tianhe Elder and the Big Dipper Pavilion Master. Impossible, how did his strength suddenly increase to such a level? He's only a step away from the Tongxian realm. The purple-haired man looked at the blood trident carefully, and exclaimed in shock. Luo Tiancheng and the young man in the silver carriage also instantly turned extremely pale after feeling the destructive spiritual pressure in front of them. After the previous battle, the four of them had a general understanding of each other's strength. It could be said that they were all outstanding existences among their peers, and if they joined forces, they should be able to put up a fight no matter how monstrous their opponent was. However, all of this was naturally futile in front of a terrifying existence that was close to the Tongxian realm. Not bad, I haven't felt like this for a long time. Although I haven't reached my peak strength, I should have no problem dealing with these ants. The blood trident stretched his body, felt the surging power in his body, and muttered to himself with satisfaction. Blood trident, how dare you devour my clone without permission? In the blood-red space, a sharp woman's scolding voice rang out, and it seemed to come from extremely far away, but it caused the entire space to tremble and buzz. Fellow Chu Yao, don't be angry. These four human brats are not simple, even your clones lost to them. I had no choice but to borrow the bloodline power of your clones to forcibly release a wisp of Tongxian power from my sealed body, and inject it into this clone. Besides, the vitality of your clones has already been extinguished, so they won't be of much use to you anymore. Humph. You make it sound so easy. These clones were all formed after tens of thousands of years of accumulation, and all of them contain our essential power. If you devour them, we really won't be able to get them back. Following a cold harumph, the space beside the blood trident warped and blurred, and two clouds of green and gray mist appeared again. After the mist dissipated, two figures appeared again. They were Chu Yao and the man from the Borer tribe, who had already been killed. However, at this moment, the two of them had reverted to their half-human, half-silkworm forms, and their centipede-like forms. However, their auras were much weaker than before. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched upon seeing this, and a wry smile appeared on his face. The faces of the purple-haired man, Luo Tiancheng, and the other two paled even further. Alright, I'll give you some compensation after we really get out of here. There's not much time, I'll kill these human juniors first, there are still many things we need to do later. Blood Trident replied indifferently, and he raised his arm, and the blood mist above the entire space rolled and condensed. With a pu sound, a giant hand condensed from blood appeared out of thin air, and it fell down, covering all four of Lu Ming's group. Before the giant hand pressed down, Lu Ming's group felt a sharp wind blowing on their faces, and at the same time, a trace of cold energy crazily invaded their bodies. Regardless of whether it was the protective aura or the protective spiritual weapon, they couldn't resist at all. After Lu Ming only felt a chill on his body, his flesh and blood seemed to be frozen. Not to mention using spiritual power, he couldn't even move his body. He was also shocked. The other three people were also shocked. Obviously, they were also frozen by the strange coldness. Among them, the young man in the silver carriage, who had the weakest physical body, was even covered with a layer of white frost. Seeing that the giant palm in the air was about to hit him, Lu Ming's expression changed several times. Then he gritted his teeth and decided to release part of the ninth heaven thunder sealed in his body to make a desperate attack. As for Luo Tiancheng and the purple-haired man, one's body suddenly expanded, and the surface of his body shone with a silver light. Countless black-yellow spirit inscriptions appeared on the surface of the other's skin. His purple hair rose up and turned into a purple flame that burned fiercely. Obviously, the two of them had no choice but to use a desperate attack. But right at this moment, an earth-shattering explosion resounded. In the void above the giant palm, a white line suddenly lit up, and a thunderous whistling sound flashed down. What's going on? Xuefu was shocked and looked up suddenly. There was a huala sound. A dazzling white light suddenly shot out from the white line in the void and hit the giant blood-red palm at lightning speed. With a muffled sound, the seemingly unfathomable giant bloody palm was instantly penetrated by the white light. Then it suddenly broke into pieces and disappeared in the void as white light spots. Lu Ming and the other 3 people only felt the coldness in their bodies dissipate, and their bodies relaxed. They immediately regained their mobility. Before the 4 of them could show a look of joy, the white line in the air suddenly split to the left and right and turned into the shape of a white door. With a blur, 3 people flew out from it. A vast aura suddenly swept out from the 3 people, and almost instantly swept away the horrible spiritual pressure emitted by Xuefu. After looking at the 3 people, Lu Ming and the others were immediately overjoyed. 2 of them were wearing bronze masks and were dressed in brocade robes. They were the messengers of the heavenly palace who had guided the disciples of various sects into the Tianmen Association. The white-haired old man in white between them was Tianhe Elder, a powerful figure of the heavenly palace in the metaphysic realm who had appeared once before. When the 3 of them looked at the situation in front of them, shock flashed in the eyes of the man and woman. However, Tianhe Old Man's eyes were like lightning. With a swoosh, he stared at Xuefu and the other 2 and said slowly, "I was wondering why something like this would happen in the arcane realm. Sure enough, it's you 3 monsters playing tricks. To think that the 3 of you still have the ability to conjure incarnations to cause trouble after your true bodies have been suppressed by me for so long." Elder Tianhe. As soon as Xuecha saw the white-haired old man, he let out a loud roar and his eyes turned crimson as if they were about to spit fire. In the next instant, he slashed his black trident through the air, creating a spatial rift that he was about to enter. Chu Yao and the Stembora race insects' expressions also changed drastically, and they immediately turned around to flee into the crack as well. Elder Tianhe's expression darkened, and he opened his mouth to expel a streak of white lightning, which disappeared into the spatial rift that the crimson trident had created. Pooh! The crack in space suddenly shone with a brilliant white light. Then, it quickly closed up and disappeared without a trace. Because this unforeseen event had occurred in the blink of an eye, Xuefu and the other 2 missed their target. The 3 of them were greatly alarmed and immediately tried to flee in different directions. Elder Tianhe snorted coldly and waved his sleeve, releasing a white shuttle-shaped flying sword. The sword was divided into 2 sides. One side was covered in ancient runes, and the other side was covered in bird-shaped characters. At the end of the hilt was the head of a beast. It looked like a dragon, but it wasn't a dragon, and it looked like a qilin, but it wasn't a qilin. It gave off an auspicious aura that was different from normal flying swords. Wang! The shuttle-shaped flying sword erupted with nearly 100 streaks of white light. As soon as these streaks of white light appeared, they swelled with the wind. In the blink of an eye, they turned into over 100 white flying swords that were several tens of feet long. With a blur, they suddenly disappeared from where they stood. In the next moment, the space around Xuefu and the other 2 fluctuated and a dense number of flying swords appeared. They arranged themselves in a strange formation and instantly trapped the 3 of them. Sword formation. When Lu Ming saw this, his heart trembled. Elder Tianhe was also a sword cultivator and had also cultivated a technique similar to the sword shadow light splitting technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use a single flying sword to set up such a grand sword formation. Elder Tianhe, you've gone too far. Xuefu's eyes flashed fiercely and he roared. The crimson mist around his body became dense and bursts of crimson light burst out. Then, a crimson light barrier appeared and protected the 3 of them. Elder Tianhe snorted and all of the flying swords trembled at the same time. Hundreds of streaks of sword chi shot out from the sword formation and formed a dense number of sword shadows that shot out. An earth-shattering boom sounded, the sky full of white sword chi drowned the crimson light. The crimson light barrier only lasted for 2 breaths before it shattered. Xuefu and the other 2 screamed and were shredded into nothingness by the sword chi. When the bronze-masked man saw this, he immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, "Elder Tianhe's power is profound. As expected, with your help, 3 mere foreign races are easily taken care of." Elder Tianhe's expression was wooden as if he hadn't heard the bronze-masked man's words. He only continued to mutter to himself. The bronze-masked man retreated in embarrassment. The other female emissary looked at Elder Tianhe with an uneasy expression. Suddenly, Elder Tianhe stopped chanting and raised his hands in front of his chest. He seemed to be moving slowly but was actually moving quickly. In the next moment, his body immediately lit up with grayish-white light. His eyes were also covered with a layer of crystalline white light. Then, there was a muffled rumble of thunder in the void. At first, it was very soft, but in the blink of an eye, it became louder and louder. It was as if thunder was exploding above their heads, causing the surrounding void to tremble. The expressions of Lu Ming and the others changed. They didn't know what kind of secret technique Elder Tianhe was using, and they were at a loss for a moment. Zhuori. Elder Tianhe pointed a finger at the sky. Thousands of cracks appeared in the void and blinding white light seeped in. The white light was filled with warmth, heat, and vastness. When the white light shone on the flesh on the ground, it immediately squeaked and emitted wisps of green smoke, as if it was about to be burned. Lu Ming and the others hurriedly raised their hands to cover their eyes. They didn't dare to open their eyes at all. The white light was extremely blinding. If they raised their heads now, their eyes would probably be burned away in an instant. Rumble, the entire blood-red space shook violently. Countless spatial cracks appeared everywhere as if it was about to collapse. Lu Ming's expression changed. He instinctively formed a seal with one hand and black qi appeared on his body, forming a sphere around him. There was a flash of yellow light and he also summoned the thick earth shield to protect himself. The other three also used all their techniques at this moment, summoning their defensive techniques to protect themselves. At this moment, a green light flew over. The green light flashed and wrapped around the four of them. With another flash, the four of them landed behind the three from Heaven Palace. The bronze-masked man waved his hand and dispersed the green light on his hand. Clearly, he was the one who had taken action and pulled Lu Ming and the others over. "Thank you for your help, Senior." The young man in the silver carriage looked at the bronze-masked man gratefully and cupped his hands in salute. Seeing this, Lu Ming and the others also thanked him. The bronze-masked man waved his hand but didn't say anything. "Senior, there are 7 others who were brought into this blood-red space with the 4 of us. They have all been devoured by the flesh below." The young man in the silver carriage saw the flesh on the ground rapidly melting under the white light. His expression suddenly changed as he spoke. "We already know about this. Don't worry, we will rescue them soon," the bronze-masked man said calmly. Hearing this, the young man in the silver carriage let out a long breath. Lu Ming's expression also relaxed. At this moment, the white light in the void suddenly became 100 times brighter. Lu Ming's vision suddenly became crystal clear, as if everything had disappeared. He could only faintly feel that a huge sun had appeared above his head. Rays of white light surrounded it, and from time to time, it would spit out endless tongues of fire. Shock, boundless, ancient, primordial, epic. An aura seeped into Lu Ming's heart. The Tianhe elder waved his hand, and it was as if he had pulled down the sun from the sky. With a boom, the blood-red space turned into countless red fireflies and directly dispersed. After everyone's surroundings blurred, they appeared in another gray space. The sun, which was as big as a mountain, floated above their heads. Compared to it, Lu Ming and the others were as small as ants. The Tianhe elder bathed in the white light, his clothes fluttering even though there was no wind. The huge aura of the metaphysic realm spread out, and it reflected the huge sun in the sky. The 2 heavenly palace messengers, Xianxia and Xianxia, looked at the figure of the Tianhe elder, and a trace of awe and envy flashed in their eyes. But for Lu Ming and the other 3 juniors of the crystallization period, the sun above their heads emitted amazing fluctuations that almost made their hearts tremble. The man with the bronze mask glanced sideways at the 4 people. With a wave of his big sleeve, a cyan light curtain spread out and covered the 4 people. Lu Ming suddenly felt that his mind was light, and then the mind imitation insect on his body transmitted a pure mental power. His eyes were the first to regain clarity. "Thank you for your help, Senior." Lu Ming woke up from a dream and took a deep breath. He hurriedly bowed to the man with the bronze mask. The masked man saw that Lu Ming recovered so quickly, and he nodded with some surprise. Then the purple-haired man, Luo Tiancheng, and the young man in the silver carriage also woke up at this moment. At this moment, there was a fluctuation in the void below them, and 7 figures wrapped in white light appeared. It was Ouyang Qian and the other 7 people who were swallowed by the scarlet space. The female messenger of the heavenly palace, Xianxia, waved her hand, and a series of bright silver rays rolled down and captured the 7 people. These 7 people were all unconscious, and their breaths were weak, but they were not in danger of death. The Tianhe elder took a step forward and looked at a place in the gray void. Suddenly, a sneer appeared on his face. Then his arm became blurred, and he slammed his palm toward the high sky without warning. A thick crystal light shot out from his palm, and endless gray gas rolled. Bursts of spatial fluctuations were transmitted out, and a space channel was suddenly opened. At the end of the space channel, 3 tall black buildings could be faintly seen. They were pointed at the top and round at the bottom, like a huge black bowl upside down on the ground. At first glance, they looked like 3 tombs. They were murky, mysterious, and silent, giving a strange unfathomable feeling. Lu Ming activated his eyesight and could faintly see a huge seal character on the 3 graves. However, it was already very dim, like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. The seal is indeed in danger. You 3 are asking for it. Don't blame me for this. Elder Tianhe's face suddenly turned as cold as frost, and he made a grabbing motion with his hand. The massive sun above his head abruptly erupted with 3 thick tongues of flame. The tongues of flame transformed in quick succession, transforming into 3 massive white hands that slammed into the 3 tombs in a flash. Pa! 3 soft sounds were heard almost at the same time. The seal character on the 3 graves suddenly disappeared. Tianhe Doyan had broken the seal himself. Boom! Boom! The 3 burial mounds shuddered before exploding amid a dull thump, and mountainous bursts of black qi erupted from each of them to keep the gargantuan hand at bay. Ga. Tianhe Doyan, you are only at the early stage of mystic enlightenment. How could you break the womb seal yourself? Without the restraint of the seal, do you think you can kill the 3 of us alone? An ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against each other came from the black qi. This sound belonged to Xuefu. The 3 black qi changed again and completely crushed the giant white hands. The black qi flashed and the figures of Xuefu and the other 2 appeared. A giant green silkworm that was hundreds of feet long was shining with green light. There were also 2 rows of air holes on its fat head and its eyes were as red as blood. Its every move seemed clumsy, but in fact, it was as fast as lightning. Beside it was a giant centipede that was about the same size. Its body was shiny and gray and it looked as hard as a rock. It seemed that nothing in the world could destroy it. There was also a huge blood-colored humanoid figure with a pair of wings on its back. Its entire body was shrouded in a thick blood-colored mist, and its facial features were somewhat blurred. Its huge tail swept back and forth, and wherever it passed, there would be a series of crackling sounds in the void. The aura of the 3 gathered together, and through the space passage, it oppressed them with an overwhelming pressure. Even with the bronze-masked man in front of Lu Ming and the others, they felt suffocated. Tianhe Doyan smiled coldly when he saw this. He casually grasped with one hand and the gray void suddenly began to distort and jump. With him as the center, the entire space seemed to show signs of collapsing. Then, one black hole after another appeared in his palm. Dark red chains shot out from the holes and instantly bound Xuefu and the other 2 like an inescapable net. Mystic Flame Heaven Trapping Chain. Tianhe Doyan, how dare you use a profound spirit treasure? Xuefu suddenly let out a fierce shout, and the bloody light on his body shone brightly as he struggled incessantly. The other 2 also let out miserable cries, but the dark red chains glowed with a faint red light. No matter how the 3 of them struggled, they were unable to move. Elder Tianhe made a hand seal and swung his hand. A scarlet light shot out from his hand and landed on the dark red chains binding the 3 of them. The chains immediately lit up. Then, the Sky River Elder began to chant an incantation that was difficult to understand. The dark red chains suddenly burst into flames. At the same time, monstrous waves of fire flew out from the chains. Sizzling sounds came from the bodies of Xuefu and the other 2, and a series of heart-wrenching roars rang out. The 3 of them were originally still able to struggle a little, but under the scorching heat of the waves of fire, they were unable to even move. Come here. Elder Tianhe reached out from his sleeve and suddenly grabbed at the air in front of him. The dark red chains extended, and the bodies of Xuefu and the other 2 were directly dragged into the gray space. They fell directly over 100 feet in front of Elder Tianhe. Obliterate. Before Xuefu and the other 2 could speak, Elder Tianhe raised his hand again. His white robes fluttered loudly in the wind, and his white hair and beard flared with rage. A ball of white light suddenly appeared in his hand, and it suddenly emerged to form a white vortex. As it fluctuated, it shot toward the white sun above. The giant sun above also began to revolve, and it suddenly spat out a huge pillar of light with a diameter of several tens of feet, striking toward Xue Fu and the other two. An extremely vast burst of spiritual power of heaven and earth poured down from the sun in the sky, and with the pillar of white light as the center, it swept in all directions. At this moment, it was as if the sun in the sky was the center of the world, the ruler of all things. Although Elder Xianxia seemed extremely small compared to this giant sun, it gave people a feeling that he could completely control this sun, whether it was Lu Ming and the other three, or the two messengers of the Heaven Palace. At this moment, they couldn't help but have the urge to kneel and worship. Boom, a deafening loud noise, the white pillar of light finally fell on the bodies of Xue Fu and the other two. Another white sun with a diameter of several tens of feet emerged, and it rapidly expanded. In an instant, it submerged Xue Fu and the other two, and it was more than 100 feet in diameter. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and he could barely see three indistinct figures swaying in the center of the sun. It was vaguely discernible that they were Xue Fu and the other two, but at this moment, it seemed that they were suffering from some kind of great pressure, and their bodies were constantly shrinking and distorting. Bang, bang, bang. Three light sounds came. The bodies of Xue Fu and the other two finally couldn't withstand this great pressure, and they were squeezed so hard that they exploded one after another, turning into countless pieces of flesh and blood of different sizes. These pieces of flesh and blood continued to be oppressed by the great pressure in the white light, and they continued to explode. Finally, they turned into wisps of green smoke, and disappeared without a trace. The three unfathomably powerful monsters from the alien world had actually completely disappeared from this world in a flash. Behind Elder Xianxia, Lu Ming and the others had witnessed this scene with their own eyes, and it could be said that it was a soul-stirring and eye-opening scene. This was especially true for the white-robed old man, who had killed 3 foreign beings of the same cultivation level as him in just a few moves. Even though he had borrowed the power of the dark red chains, the power of his abilities was still far beyond anyone's imagination. Elder Xianxia's eyes swept over the 3 foreign races' corpses, and after confirming that the soul essence of the 3 foreign races' corpses had returned to nothingness, he sighed slightly. With a wave of one hand, the white blazing sun in front of him suddenly collapsed, turning into specks of white light, and a dark red chain shot out with a swoosh, disappearing into his sleeve. In the next moment, the huge sun hanging in the sky suddenly turned into tens of thousands of rays of white light, and instantly disappeared in the air. Elder Xianxia waved one hand casually upwards, and a ray of white light entered his hand. After the white light faded, it was a slightly broken white crystal mirror. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he looked at the crystal mirror in Elder Xianxia's hand, and saw that there was a rather ancient pattern of a sun carved on it, somewhat like some kind of totem. Apart from that, there was nothing special about it. He was about to take a closer look, but Elder Xianxia had already turned his hand and put the mirror away. Elder, congratulations on successfully killing these 3 monsters. Xian Wu and Xianning looked at each other, and immediately took 2 steps forward, cupped their hands and said respectfully to Elder Xianxia. There was not the slightest joy on Elder Xianxia's face. After waving his hand at the two, he turned to look at Lu Ming and the others, and said lightly, "There has been an accident in this secret realm, so the Elysium meeting will end here. Xian Wu, I'll leave the rest to you." Disciple obeys. Hearing that, the bronze-masked man hurriedly agreed. Elder Xianxia nodded, and a trace of fatigue suddenly appeared on his face. He did not speak anymore, and waved his hand gently with a white light flashing. Suddenly, a white line of about 10 feet long appeared in the void. The white line suddenly split to the left and right, revealing a passage, and all that could be seen was white light. Elder Xianxia's figure flashed, and he disappeared into the passage. And as Elder Xianxia entered, the white line also suddenly closed in front of everyone. Xian Wu and Xianning maintained a respectful posture, and only stood up after Elder Xianxia left. Xian Wu waved one hand, and a white glow swept out, immediately enveloping Lu Ming and the other 11 people who entered this inheritance land. At the same time, in addition to Lu Ming and the other 7 people who were unconscious also woke up at this moment. A few of them witnessed the scene of Elder Xianxia killing the alien race at the end, and there was still a trace of shock on their faces that did not fade. However, no one didn't notice that there was a bright red bug a few inches long stuck in the chest of the ugly disciple of demon mystic sect that was covered by his clothes. The insect's body was long and slender, and it seemed to have 8 tentacle-like claws. Most of its body was buried under the ugly man's skin, and only its head was exposed. Its eyes flashed with an extremely strange green light. Afterward, the bright red bug's body twisted and slowly entered the skin. The ugly disciple of demon mystic sect looked around, and there was still a trace of depression on his face. He did not notice the abnormality on his chest at all. At this moment, Lu Ming only felt that the scenery in front of him changed rapidly. After a blur, they disappeared from the gray space at the same time. Outside Tianmen's secret realm, the top of the snow mountain. The giant island was still suspended in a layer of golden light shield, and it was slowly rotating. In the void in front of the island, the giant black and white light cluster was also slowly rotating in midair. Suddenly, a dazzling white light suddenly lit up from the giant light cluster. At the next moment, a white glow swept out from it and landed on the open space on the platform of the snow mountain peak. After the white light faded, more than a dozen people were revealed. The 2 people in the lead were the 2 messengers of the Heaven Palace, Xian Wu and Xianing. Behind the 2 were Lu Ming, the purple-haired man, and others. At this moment, around the platform of the snow mountain peak, there were many people from various sections. After seeing the appearance of Lu Ming and others, there was an uproar. After Xian Wu and Xianing put down Lu Ming and others, their figures flickered and appeared in front of the slab of destiny. The 2 sat cross-legged opposite each other. They flipped one hand at the same time, and an item appeared in their hands. It was the disc-shaped spiritual weapon that opened the Tianmen's secret realm at that time. The dense ancient spirit patterns on it were faintly flashing. Low chanting came out from the lips of the 2 at the same time, and their 10 fingers kept making gestures. In the next moment, all the names that were still shining on the stone tablet suddenly shone brightly and no longer increased their luck value. Not long after, many people who had participated in the trial appeared from the giant ball of light and slowly descended. Not long after, 200 to 300 people appeared on the originally empty central area of the snowy mountain peak. Moreover, the number of people was still increasing. They were all disciples from various sects who had entered the Heaven Gate. Most of these people had confused expressions on their faces. It seemed that most of them were confused about why they had suddenly been teleported out. Lu Ming's gaze swept across these people and he could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The only exception was that the lock of luck on these people's wrists had already disappeared without a trace. On the other hand, the dozen or so people on his side still had the lock of luck on their wrists. In the next moment, the giant black and white ball of light circled in the void for a while and suddenly split into half white and half black. With a whoosh, 2 pillars of light as thick as buckets, black and white, shot toward the disc in the hands of the 2 Heaven Palace emissaries. A sparkling light shone on the disc and the 2 pillars of light flashed into it, disappearing without a trace. At the same time, on a mountain not far from the entrance of the Heaven Gate secret realm, Daoist Tiange and the gray-robed man, who were sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened their eyes. They revealed a trace of doubt as they looked at the peak of the snowy mountain not far away. Sect Leader Senior, this year's Heaven Gate trial seems to have suddenly stopped. It seems that as you expected, there must have been some changes in the secret realm. The gray-robed man said in a low voice. I wonder what happened to Tianqing and Lu Ming. If something bad happened to them, I'm afraid that our sect's ranking this time will not be just a little bit lower than the previous few times. Daoist Tiange sighed softly. Sect Leader Senior, there is no need to worry too much. Since the names of those disciples have not been completely darkened, and Elder Tian he has also personally entered the Heaven Gate, even if there are any changes, there should be no need to worry. The gray-robed man comforted him. Let's go and take a look. After Daoist Tiange said lightly, he and the gray-robed man turned into 2 rays of light and headed toward the top of the snow mountain. At the same time, in the building where the Morong family was stationed at the foot of the snowy mountain, the black-robed old man lifted his head and glanced at the crystal ball which was surrounded by black mist. The situation at the top of the snowy mountain was vaguely shown in the crystal ball, and the most eye-catching thing was naturally the gigantic stone monument. Although I don't know why the Heavenly Gates gathering ended in such a hurry, judging from the current situation, the Morong family should be able to enter the top 3. The black-robed old man waved the feather fan in his hand and revealed a cold smile again. He turned around and left the secret room. He turned into a black light and floated toward the top of the snow mountain. In the camp of Howran Academy, 2 middle-aged scholars in white robes were whispering with solemn expressions at the moment. Senior brother, why did the Heavenly Gate meeting end just like that? The current ranking is extremely disadvantageous for our Howran Academy. Although we didn't prepare enough this time, we shouldn't fall into such a situation with Hanyu, right? One of the benevolent-looking middle-aged scholar frowned slightly and said faintly. That's right. This woman was ranked 8th before, but I don't know what happened, but her name actually became dim. However, I heard that she has been personally brought out of the secret realm by the Tianhe elder. In addition, 5 of the 10 disciples from our sect who participated in the competition died. This is also rare in the past sessions. The other middle-aged man who was slightly older said slowly. Since the meeting is over, let's go over there and see the situation first. The 2 of them immediately left the camp. The middle-aged man waved his sleeve and summoned a red-crowned crane that was dozens of feet in size. It lifted the 2 of them up and turned into a ball of white light that flew toward the top of the mountain. As the news of the early end of the Heavenly Gates meeting was spread, more and more elders from various big sect and families got up and flew toward the entrance of the Heavenly Gates secret realm. Lu Ming is still alive. Long Xian is right beside him. Why didn't I kill him? If I miss this opportunity, when will I have the chance to avenge my grandson? In a billowing black wind, a deep and hoarse voice said. Master, we have already investigated this person's appearance. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, so there is no need to be impatient. It's the same as finding someone else in the future. Beside him, a sinister-looking man respectfully said. Although Long Xian is still at the crystallization period later stage, his strength is comparable to yours. Even he failed to kill Lu Ming. Do you want me to send a group of Jin Dan cultivators to kill Lu Ming? Use your brain before talking to me in the future. The billowing black wind suddenly sped up, and disappeared from its original position with a hula sound. At this time, at the center of the platform on the top of the snow mountain, there were a total of 500 to 600 disciples from various major sect and families gathered. There were thousands of onlookers around. The scene was extremely chaotic for a while. Lu Ming, Peng Yu, the man in the silver carriage and others sat quietly to adjust their breath. While recovering their spiritual power, they seemed to be waiting for the leaders of each sect to come to support. A white glow fell in front of the group of people. After the glow dissipated, an old man with white eyebrows was revealed. He was the leader of the Ouyang family. Ouyang Qian and Ouyang Qin greet second great master. Seeing this, Ouyang Qian and Ouyang Qin immediately stood up, took a few steps forward, and cupped their fist toward the old man with white eyebrows. Good, good, good. The old man with white eyebrows saw that although the 2 women were a little pale and their aura was a little weak, fortunately, there were no injuries on their bodies. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. And said good 3 times. At this moment, another roll of yellow light and gray mist whistled and stopped not far from Lu Ming and the others. It was the sect master of Taiqing Gate, Daoist Tiange, and the man in a gray robe. After the 2 saw that Luo Tiancheng and Lu Ming were safe and sound in the crowd, they immediately looked relieved. They glanced at the crowd again, trying to find the other Taiqing disciples. The moment Lu Ming saw Daoist Tiange, he suddenly remembered that Elder Tian of the Fallen Serene Peak had instructed him to find the 1,000-year-old burning heart sunflower in the Tianmen secret realm, but he hadn't gotten it yet. He had originally planned to search for this item immediately after coming out of the land of inheritance. However, he had never thought that the appearance of the 3 foreign race monsters would cause so many changes. In the end, the Elysium meeting ended hastily and prematurely. Brother Peng, I'm looking for a unique spiritual herb, burning heart sunflower in the Tianmen meeting. It needs to be about 1,000 years old. I don't know if you have found it before. I'm willing to exchange 1,000-year-old purple bamboo shoot and jasmine flower. Lu Ming's expression changed, and he asked Peng Yu in a low voice. Oh? Burning heart sunflower is indeed a unique product of this Tianmen secret realm, but unfortunately, I haven't seen it before. Brother Lu, you can ask others. Pengyu frowned and shook his head. The young man in the silver carriage beside him also shook his head slightly when he heard this. Brother Lu has purple bamboo shoot and jasmine flower? At this moment, the woman in green clothes, Ouyang, who was originally talking to the old man with white eyebrows, heard Lu Ming's words. She was startled at first, but she immediately apologized to the old man with joy. She walked over and asked with her beautiful eyes wide open. Oh, does Miss Ouyang have what I want? Lu Ming was a little surprised. Hee, Brother Lu, look at what this is. Ouyang giggled when she heard the words. A yellow spiritual herb appeared in her hand with a flash of spiritual light. A circle of orange leaves like a small sun set off a dark red ball-shaped flower bud in the center. It was like a human heart, wrapped in a small cluster of pale yellow spiritual flame. Yes, this is it. Lu Ming's eyes focused, and he carefully looked at the spiritual herb in front of him. After confirming that it was the same as the description in the ancient book, he immediately smiled. With a flip of his hand, he also took out a small purple bamboo shoot and a gorgeous spiritual flower in his hand. Ouyang's eyes lit up when she saw the two items. She immediately threw the spiritual herb in her hand and took the purple bamboo shoot and spiritual flower. She carefully put them away. Lu Ming was also relieved. He put the burning heart sunflower into a jade box and kept it in the virtual ring. He cupped his fist and said, "This time, I really have to thank Miss Ouyang. I should be the one thanking Brother Lu." Even though the burning heart sunflower is a spirit grass that is unique to the Heaven Gate secret realm, these two spirit grass are much more valuable than a single burning heart sunflower, regardless of the temperature or value. The green-clothed lady said with a smile before turning around and leaving. Ouyang, who was not far away, also smiled at Lu Ming when she saw the scene. Luo Tiancheng, Lu Ming, both of you come here. At this moment, Taoist Tiangu, who was not far away, waved at Lu Ming and Ouyang and sent a message. Luo Tiancheng looked at Lu Ming expressionlessly, then he turned into a silver light and floated away. Brother Peng, I will take my leave first. We will meet again if fate allows it. After Lu Ming bowed to Pengyu politely, he turned to look at the calm young man in the silver carriage. He suddenly thought of something and cupped his fist and asked, I am Lu Ming, how should I address you? Yi Jiong of the Celestial Work Sect. The young man in the silver carriage was stunned at first, but he immediately smiled and cupped his fist and replied. Lu Ming nodded and immediately walked in the direction of Taoist Tiangu. With the arrival of the people from various sect and aristocratic families, runes of different shapes suddenly appeared in the void above the snowy mountains. It was the signal for each sect to receive them. Rays of light of different colors shuttled back and forth in the low sky. The disciples of each sect were looking for the location of their sects according to the signal. At this moment, a starlight flashed in the void, then a huge spiritual pressure suddenly pressed down, causing everyone's expression to change greatly. They looked up at the void. At the same time, two rays of light, one purple and one silver, flashed out from the crowd and flew toward the place where the starlight was flashing. They were the purple-haired man, Lu Meng, and the silver-haired woman, Xianxia, from the Big Dipper Pavilion. Lu Ming, who was behind Taoist Tiangu, also stopped and looked into the distance. He already had a guess in his heart, but the spiritual pressure was obviously restrained at this time, and it was not as sharp as it was at the beginning. Sure enough, when Lu Meng and Xianxia flew 20 to 30 feet away from the starlight, a middle-aged man in yellow clothes with a clear appearance slowly emerged from the flickering starlight and stood there. It was the Big Dipper Pavilion Master. As soon as he appeared, his lips moved slightly, as if he was asking Lu Meng and Xianxia something. As a result, after the two of them replied, the Big Dipper Pavilion Master revealed a satisfied expression. Then, he raised a bright starlight, swept Lu Meng and Xianxia, and landed them on an empty space on the mountain peak. Seeing this, everyone on the mountain peak looked away, not daring to look directly at this almighty being. On the other side, beside Taoist Tiangu, the man in a gray robe from Taiching Gate was sitting cross-legged, and above his head, there was a pattern that was several feet large, which looked like a Tai Chi symbol, slowly rotating in the void. In less than 10 minutes, Long Yanfei and the other 4 disciples of Taiching Gate gathered together. Sect Master, we are back. Long Yanfei respectfully cupped her fists at Taoist Tiangu. You have worked hard this time. Take a good rest first, we will talk about the rest after we return. After Daoist Tiange nodded slightly, he frowned and looked at the giant tablet outside the secret realm of Heaven Gate with a serious expression. Although the Tianmen meeting ended early, the stone tablet still clearly showed everyone's luck ranking. However, Lu Ming and the others who entered the Land of Inheritance were somehow tampered with by the three monsters. Although they had already walked out of the secret realm, the names on the stone tablet were still dim, as if they were under a restriction. Currently, the first place was still the silver-haired woman from the Big Dipper Pavilion with 3 golden locks. The second and third places were actually the Black Wind Fairy and her sister from the Morone clan, but they only had about 1.5 golden locks. Following closely behind them, the top 10 were mostly people from the 4 great sects and the 8 great families. However, there was no one from the Taiqing Gate or the Nature Work sect. Further down, Long Yanfei was ranked 17th with 8 silver locks, while the other disciples were ranked in the 20s. If that was really the case, then the Taiqing Gate's trip to the Heavenly Gates meeting would really be a great humiliation. Beside Ping Fei and Yi Jiong, the young man in the silver carriage, stood a few yellow-robed disciples of the Heavenly Work sect. In front of the disciples, there were 3 middle-aged men in yellow shirts standing side by side. They didn't look too good either. Clearly, the Celestial Palace sect's current ranking had greatly exceeded their expectations. Not only was their total luck not in the top 10, but they were even lower than the Taiqing Gate, which was also not in the top 10. They were only ranked 15th. Haha. Shuayue, Feng you two have done well. Although your luck is a little lower than that girl from the Big Dipper Pavilion, overall, our Morong family is going to come out on top. On the other side, the black-robed elder of the Morong family looked at the Black Phoenix Fairy and her brother, Morong Shuayue, and couldn't help but stroke his beard as he laughed. Great Elder, you're too kind. Morong Shuayue said with a smile. It's all thanks to my brother. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get so much luck on my own. The Black Phoenix Fairy also had a smile on her face. Right at this moment, a burst of rumbling suddenly rang out high up in the sky. Runes of all colors suddenly appeared on the towering slab of divine providence, and then it exploded in quick succession, transforming into a layer of blood qi that dissipated into nothingness. On the slab of fortune, the names of Lu Ming and the others, which had been abnormally dim, suddenly flashed a few times, and returned to their original dim color. Next, the disciples whose names are sealed on the slab of fortune, please come to the front of the slab of fortune. The black turtle, who was wearing a bronze mask, suddenly stood up, looked around, and said loudly. There was a sudden uproar in the nearby crowd, but the next moment, a purple light flashed and appeared in front of the slab of fortune. As the brilliance faded, it was the purple-haired man from the Big Dipper Pavilion, Lu Meng. The lock of fortune in the hands of the others has disappeared when they left the secret realm of heaven. Due to the influence of the restriction, the luck in the lock of fortune can't be calculated on the slab of fortune. Please crush it now and release the luck. The bronze man turned around and slowly explained to the purple-haired man. When Lu Ming heard this, he looked at the lock of fortune in his hand, and then looked at Luo Tiancheng, who was next to him. They both showed a hint of understanding. A bang sound was heard. The purple-haired man moved his finger and gently pinched. The small silver lock on his wrist suddenly broke open. Wisps of gray mist burst out from it and burrowed into the slab of fortune beside him. The names that were originally at the bottom of the list suddenly lit up with a schwa sound. Behind the names, there were originally 6 silver locks, but one after another, copper locks appeared. After 10 copper locks appeared, there was a 7th silver lock. Not long after, the 10 silver locks suddenly disappeared and turned into 1 gold lock, and it was still growing. After 7 or 8 breaths, the number of gold locks behind the purple-haired man's name stopped at 3. In addition, there were 9 silver locks. With a flash, his name directly jumped to the first place. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked. It caused a loud discussion, and there was a burst of whispers from time to time. You two go too. When Daoist Tiange saw the change of the ranking, a strange expression flashed across his face. He immediately turned around and slowly said to the two. Yes, sect leader. When Lu Ming and Tiange heard this, they cupped their fists and said in unison. At the same time, Peng Fei, the young man in the silver carriage, the sisters of the Ouyang family, and the other 10 people who had entered the so-called land of inheritance of Old Gong also moved and gathered in front of the slab of fortune. After the purple-haired man walked to the side, Peng Fei of the Heaven Work sect did not hesitate to step forward and crush the lock of fortune on his wrist. Wisps of grey mist surged out and drilled into the slab of fortune. His ranking, which had originally been over 30, was astonishingly changed to 15. Immediately after, the young man in the silver carriage from the Heaven's Work sect also crushed his fate lock. His ranking suddenly jumped from the 16th place to the 3rd place. He had 2 fate locks. He had surpassed Morong Shuiyue and was now ranked behind the woman from the Big Dipper Pavilion. Seeing that 2 of the 3 people who came out had surpassed the Black Phoenix Fairy and her sister, the smile of the black-robed old man from the Morong family suddenly froze on his face. The corners of his eyes slightly twitched, and his expression did not look good. Morong Shuiyue snorted coldly, and her eyes also became gloomy. The 3 middle-aged men who led the team from the Heaven Work sect changed their worried expressions and revealed joyful expressions. Then, Ouyang Qian and Ouyang Qin, Shui Pan and the eagle-faced man from the Heavenly Demon Valley, and the ugly young man from the Demon Mystic sect, Long Xian, also stepped forward one by one and crushed the lock of fortune. Wisps of grey mist suddenly rolled out and entered the slab of fortune. The rankings on the slab of fortune changed rapidly. Most of them actually entered the top 10, but they did not surpass the 2 people from the Morong family. Among them, Ouyang Qian and Ouyang Qin were ranked 8th and 9th respectively. Shui Pan was ranked 16th, Long Xian and the eagle-faced man were ranked 7th and 8th respectively. The green-robed young woman from the Haran Academy surpassed the Black Phoenix Fairy and ranked 5th behind Morong Shuiyue, while the Black Phoenix Fairy fell to 6th. Every one of them stepped forward and crushed the lock of fortune, causing the surrounding onlookers to sigh in surprise. Finally, it was the turn of Lu Ming and Luo Tiancheng from the Taiqing Gate. Luo Tiancheng furrowed his brows at this time, and he felt quite uncomfortable in his heart. He had crushed the lock of fortune in a moment of desperation to save his life, and had lost half of his luck. But, he had not expected that he would not be sent out of the secret realm, and would instead fall into a dangerous place. His palm slightly trembled, and a long and narrow crack appeared on the small silver lock on his wrist. Then, a mass of grey mist swarmed out of it, and went straight into the slab of fortune. The pattern of the golden lock behind his name was instantly lit up, and there were nearly 2 of them. Compared to the young man in the silver carriage, there was only half a golden lock missing. His ranking suddenly appeared in the 4th place, and he replaced Morong Shuiyue. This scene once again attracted the attention of most of the people present. Their gazes converged on Luo Tiancheng at the same time. Luo Tiancheng looked gloomy, and he was not very satisfied with this result. Luo Tiancheng really didn't let us down. Dutian spirit body, he is really a nature-defying existence. He is only at the early stage of the crystallization period, and he can achieve such a result. At the Taiqing Gate, the man in a grey robe said with his eyes suddenly lit up. And it is really not easy to get so much luck. Daoist Tiange next to him frowned, and a trace of disappointment flashed inadvertently in his eyes. Just when most people's eyes were focused on Luo Tiancheng, Lu Ming took a few steps forward unhurriedly and crushed the silver lock in his hand. Pung! A light sound rang out. Suddenly, a large amount of grey mist rolled out of it continuously, and it went into the slab of fortune like a tide. The small lock patterns behind their names also lit up, one after another, one after another. Such a change immediately gathered the attention of the audience. At this moment, it seemed that everyone present held their breath. After a dozen breaths, the grey gas stopped surging out of Lu Ming's wrist. Lu Ming's luck value also suddenly stopped at the position of 3 golden locks and 9 silver locks. His ranking directly jumped to the 1st place, keeping pace with the purple-haired man. Everyone behind him dropped 1 place. This scene was naturally beyond everyone's expectation. Many people in the crowd showed a surprised expression. The scene was silent. Luo Tiancheng on the side even widened his eyes and stared at the slab of fortune. The purple-haired man, Lu Meng, also narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Ming. There was a faint purple light flashing in his eyes. Daoist Tianji's face flashed with surprise, and a smile finally appeared at the corner of his mouth. End of chapter 821. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.